Chapter 1. The Savior. In the early years of the Ming Dynasty, during winter, this year has proven to be the most arduous one. My mother's illness has recurred, and observing her half reclined against the headboard, her labored breaths are suffocating. I cannot help but reminisce about my father. I have never laid eyes on him. He left with an army when I was merely 6 months old, leaving behind a small sum of money, after which he vanished without a trace. My mother insists that my father will return. This was the promise he made to her, and she has steadfastly held on to that belief. With this conviction, we have endured countless days and nights of hardship. The ravages of war have gradually encroached upon our remote village, shattering the tranquility that had long prevailed. The weather has begun to turn cold, and the wild grasses on the back mountain have withered and turned yellow. The entire mountain appears desolate, devoid of hope. What further diminishes hope is my mother's illness, as her heart-wrenching cough rends my heart. My mother possesses exceptional embroidery skills. Whenever a family seeks a bride, they would request her to craft a pair of pillowcases or some festive garments. I occasionally assist her in this endeavor. When there are no tasks at hand, we venture to the back mountain to gather firewood, stockpiling it for the winter. However, the biting cold of late has caused my mother to catch a chill. I urge her to rest at home while I retrieve a pumpkin from the cellar, one that I cultivated in the front and back of our house. I harvested quite a few and stored them for the winter. I place the pumpkin in my backpack and head to the eastern edge of the village to seek out the village doctor for my mother's ailment. Lacking money, many like me barter goods in exchange for services. The village is nestled against the mountains, with households scattered about. It takes me half an hour to reach the doctor's abode. To save time, I take an abandoned path that winds along the mountainside, now overgrown with rampant wild grass. Eager to summon the doctor, I take a shortcut, entering the dense forest. This area was forsaken because, according to the village elders, a woman once ventured into her parental home and met her demise at the hands of an unknown beast, leaving behind only scattered bones. Since then, the villagers have abandoned the place, opting instead to navigate around the mountain on another route. The thicket is laden with wild grass and dead branches. I tread carefully, pushing aside the underbrush as I forge ahead. Anxious and unmindful of the lurking fears, I press on with the singular goal of exiting this place swiftly. And amid this urgency, I scarcely register the pain of the cuts inflicted by the dry branches. Breathless and drenched in sweat, I near the forest's edge when I spot a dark mass not far away, coiled together. I halt my rapid strides, paralyzed by trepidation. Controlling my erratic breaths, I discern that the figure is trembling, as if injured. Suppressing my fear, I advance a few more steps, and the bloodstains on the ground confirm my suspicion. It is indeed hurt. The creature's fur resembles that of a bear. My heart races with fervor. Bears are seldom seen. Here the high mountains and dense woods typically keep them at bay from the village. Even hunters from the village struggle to catch sight of them. If it truly is a bear, such a large one could fetch a considerable sum. I could then take my mother to the city's foreign hospital for treatment. I feel a surge of excitement, remaining rooted in place until I ascertain that the creature poses no threat. Then I bend down to grasp a sharp stone from the ground. As I draw nearer, unease swells within me. The creature continues to tremble, possibly sensing my approach. It unfurls and lies down, tilting its head to regard me. I am startled as our gazes lock. It is not a bear at all, but a man, his face smeared with blood. He is clad in a bear skin coat. His features are obscured. He weakly smiles at me, his lips moving, but I cannot discern his words. He is too feeble. I discard the stone and crouch beside him. A gaping wound on his forehead bleeds profusely, staining his entire face crimson. His trousers are soaked with blood, and he wears only one boot. The other is nowhere to be found. It appears he rolled down from above. I cannot ascertain whether his internal organs have been injured. "You're hurt. Can you move?" I inquire tentatively. He nods weakly, his body curled tightly, trembling incessantly. I set down my backpack, scanning the surroundings, and spot a windbreak where the mountainside has collapsed. Without regard for the blood on him, I grasp his arm and say, "Can you rise? We need to move over there. It will be sheltered from the wind and warmer." He nods, and fortunately, he hasn't suffered any broken bones. Otherwise, my feeble frame would be insufficient to assist him. Even so, it takes considerable effort to aid him to the sheltered spot. Once I settle the man before me, I notice blood still seeping from his forehead, and I glance at his tattered clothing, shredded by the dry branches. Without hesitation, I tear a strip from my worn clothing and bind it around his wound. He twitches his lips, revealing a row of pristine, even teeth, and weakly utters 2 words, "Thank you." No need for thanks. You don't seem to be from around here. What brings you to the mountains? Are you not aware of the dangers that lurk within? I ask while tending to his wound. He does not respond to my question, but instead asks, "What is your name?" I am taken aback. Wondering if his head has been injured, I look at him sympathetically and say, "Are you all right? Does your head hurt? Is your vision blurry?" He grins, displaying a row of neat teeth, and replies, "I am fine, very well. My head is intact." That's good to hear. If you had injured your head, we could not afford to care for you, I think to myself. Yes, that's good. What is your name, little girl? He inquires again. His insistence on knowing my name prompts me to reflect, revealing it seems harmless, especially since I have saved him. Xia Yuning. And what should I call you? I counter. His smile broadens. Ji-Run-Du. What a peculiar surname. I have never encountered it before. Your name is also quite unusual, I remark. Ha, many say the same. The pain distorts his smile slightly. After bandaging him up, I sit beside him. Xia Yuning, such a unique name. Your name is also quite unique, I reply. He remains non-committal, his gaze lingering on the pumpkin in my backpack, and asks, on such a cold day, why is a young girl like you carrying a pumpkin into the mountains? It is quite dangerous. It suddenly dawns on me that I had set out to fetch medicine for my mother. I intend to use the pumpkin to barter for medicine for my mother. We lack money here, so we exchange goods instead. I gather some dry grass, leaves, and branches, blocking the crevice in the stone wall, ensuring he is securely enclosed. This not only shields him from the wind, but also protects against the wild creatures of the mountain. He remains still, allowing me to tend to the arrangement with keen interest. Once everything is in place, I warn him, you must remain vigilant. Your voice reveals that you are not from these parts and unfamiliar with the dangers of the mountains. It's best you do not wander, it could be perilous. Stay here and do not fall asleep. I will return shortly. A faint okay emanates from within. I hoist the pumpkin and step out of the thicket, only to be confronted by a group of soldiers clad in military uniforms, rifles in hand, searching in my direction. Author's note: dear readers, if you enjoy this, please do not scroll away. Consider adding it to your bookshelf. There will be more captivating tales to unfold for you. Chapter 2: A Brush with Death. I am startled and hastily retreat, seeking a place to conceal myself. In the midst of my thoughts, I become aware that the soldiers have spotted me, gradually encroaching upon my position. Leading the group is a man of towering stature, with a bronze complexion and piercing obsidian eyes reminiscent of a hawk circling in the heavens, exuding a predatory gaze that is chilling. Such is his presence that one might easily overlook his strikingly handsome features. Upon noticing me, he lowers his weapon and strides towards me, his gaze fixed upon me with a menacing intensity. Immediately, I think of the injured man. It dawns on me that these soldiers must be in pursuit of him. Though fear grips my heart, I maintain a semblance of composure. Perhaps it is because my father was also a soldier, instilling in me an innate trust towards them. My eyes remain locked onto the man who has now approached my side. He looms before me like an immovable mountain, casting a shadow over me. He circles around me, each step emanating an oppressive weight, before bending down to draw closer to my face. My heart races, pounding in my throat. I involuntarily swallow, retreating a couple of paces, overwhelmed by the urge to flee from the pressure he exudes. Where is that man? He leans in closer to my face, his voice cold and deliberate, devoid of emotion. His inquiry is unequivocal. What are you saying? I don't understand. I feign ignorance. I mean the man who fell from above, he reiterates, his tone icy and accentuated. I don't know what man you are referring to. I continue to deny, my gaze unwavering from his. I fear that if he becomes agitated, he might pull out his gun and execute me. He scrutinizes me from head to toe, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. He squats down, aligning his gaze with mine, his voice softening, almost melodious. Little girl, if you tell me where that person is, I will give you 2 pieces of this. Would you like a new dress to wear? Look how cold it is outside, and you are dressed so lightly and so tattered. Auden tu cool? He produced 2 gleaming silver coins from his pocket, holding them before me. I gazed at the coins in his hand, the haunting sound of my mother's anguished cough echoing in my ears. With this money, I could take my mother to a Western hospital for treatment. All I had to do was reveal the whereabouts of that person. These 2 coins would be mine. My thoughts raced. The man, seemingly intrigued, added another coin without uttering a word, his gaze fixed upon me. He appeared to sense my yearning for wealth as I stood on the precipice of decision. My mind bubbled like boiling water, tumultuous and unrestrained. Should I betray that person for money? Or should I save my mother? Well, have you made up your mind, little girl? He scrutinized me with a smile that danced on the edge of mockery. Suddenly, a vision of the girl who had drowned in the well flashed through my mind. Her family already had 3 daughters and did not expect another girl. With food scarce, the additional mouth to feed brought despair. They longed for a son, and so the girl's grandmother sought the counsel of a fortune-teller. The soothsayer proclaimed that the girl was a harbinger of misfortune, and as long as she lived, no boys would enter their family. Upon returning, the grandmother discreetly cast the newborn into the well, unbeknownst to the family. When the girl's mother discovered this, she went mad, plunging the family deeper into despair. My mother often said, "A life is more precious than anything. No matter the reason, harming another is against the natural order." If my mother were to learn of the origins of this money, she would not only refuse treatment, but would also be profoundly disappointed in me. Surprisingly, my heart grew eerily calm, and I understood the right course of action. Meeting his gaze, I spoke steadily. "I desperately need the money you hold. It can save my mother's life and provide me with warm clothing. Do you see the pumpkin on my back? It is for exchanging herbs for my mother. If I truly knew the whereabouts of the person you seek, I would certainly inform you. I have no ties to that individual, and thus no reason to assist him. Would you not agree?" The man narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing me as he pointed to the bloodstain on my sleeve, asking, "Can you explain this?" I rolled up my sleeve, revealing a wound on my arm from a branch while traversing the dense thicket. I hadn't even noticed the pain. My arms were a tapestry of bruises and cuts. "It was caused by the dry branches and weeds along the way," I replied. The man stood, doubt flickering in his eyes as he surveyed the thicket behind me and then the injury on my arm. "You emerged from there and truly saw nothing?" He pressed, unwilling to relent. "There is no path inside. It is treacherous and perilous. Had I not been in a hurry to fetch medicine for my mother, I would never have taken this route," I replied. His expression returned to its initial indifference. He withdrew his gaze from me, focusing instead on the dense woods behind. Noticing a slight wavering in his suspicion, I continued, "Sir, the thicket is easy to lose oneself in, fraught with dangers. If the person you are pursuing is injured, he would not be able to escape the forest. There are bears and wild boars in these mountains. As winter approaches and food grows scarce, they venture closer to the village in search of sustenance. We locals never tread here." He regarded me with a chilling gaze, devoid of emotion. "Little girl, if you dare deceive me, do you see the gun in my hand? It could take your mother's life." His words startled me, causing me to stumble backward, nearly falling. He reached out, steadying me as I teetered, enveloping me in his grasp, his eyes still locked onto my face, searching for the truth in my expression. I was taken aback by his actions, momentarily speechless. Our eyes locked for an eternity. "Little girl, you dare to deceive me." His voice was as cold as the northern winds of October, sending shivers down my spine. "To him, not lying. Everything I said is true. How could I risk my mother's life for a stranger?" I shrank within his firm embrace, too fearful to move. "Then what are you afraid of? To fear the gun in your hand." He scrutinized me for a few more seconds before releasing me. I felt as though I had been granted a reprieve, stepping back a few paces to escape his gaze. This man was too chilling. One more glance, and I feared he might see through my deception. "Young master, I believe she is telling the truth." "How old is she?" "She is but a child." "Indeed." He fell from above. Even if he survived the fall, he would not last without help. "Shall we descend the mountain to search?" The man pondered for a moment before responding, "Very well, let's go down." I lowered my head, exhaling deeply. Yet before I could fully release my breath, a single word halted my exhalation once more. Chapter 3. Unexpected Fortune. I raised my gaze towards the man as he turned to approach me. That a palpable sense of danger washed over me, prompting me to retreat. The man extended his large hand and pulled me closer. Terror gripped my heart as I stared at him. The first thought that surged through my mind was that it was all over. Was he intent on taking my life? He placed 3 silver coins into my hand, his voice chillingly cold as he commanded, "Take them. This money is now yours." That I looked at him in astonishment, Wanting to refuse that, he glared at me, and I reluctantly withdrew my hand. They truly believed me and did not venture deeper into the forest. Instead, heading down the mountain, that a long sigh of relief escaped my lips. Turning back to gaze into the dense woods, my heart, which had been lodged in my throat, finally settled, clutching the 3 silver coins. I still found it hard to believe that I had come into such unexpected wealth, feeling as though hope had been rekindled. The fear that had gripped me moments earlier vanished completely, and my steps grew lighter. I hurriedly made my way to the Dr. S. house to exchange some herbs for my mother, also requesting some hemostatic herbs that I rushed back, the 3 coins jingling in my pocket. Initially, I had intended to use this money to purchase medicine. However, the thought crossed my mind that I was still young, and possessing such a sum might attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. Such occurrences were not uncommon in our village. I had witnessed murder and robbery firsthand. Thus, I remained cautious, my heart heavy with concern for the man's safety, prompting my pace to quicken until I found myself sprinting into the woods. Upon reaching the cliff, I discovered it was completely deserted. My mind was a blank. I was at a loss as to what had transpired. Had he left on his own? But he was injured. It was implausible that he could have walked away. Had he been dragged off by a wild beast? That seemed unlikely, as there were no traces of blood near the grass. How could a person simply vanish? Had that group of men returned and taken him? Or perhaps he had overheard the conversation between the pursuers and me, lost trust in me, and sought refuge elsewhere. I was utterly perplexed, hoping only for his safety, so that my act of bravery would not have been in vain. I wandered through the forest for a while, hoping to find any trace of him. That I waited until the sun began to set before returning home. Then as I reached the village entrance, I spotted a crowd gathered, and my mother was among them. That I was puzzled about what had transpired. Upon seeing me, she rushed over, a look of worry etched on her face, urgently asking, "Ninger, why have you taken so long to return? What happened? Are you injured? Why is there blood on you?" Her anxious tone had drawn the attention of those nearby, prompting them to inquire about the situation. That I smiled helplessly and explained, "I went through the forest to the Dr. S. for medicine for you. I accidentally fell into a ditch and was scratched by some branches. It's nothing serious." The crowd collectively sighed in relief. "That's good to hear, very good. The world has become utterly chaotic. Even our remote village is not at peace," lamented the respected elder of the village. Their unusual behavior left me even more confused. That I grasped my mother's hand and asked, "Mother, why is everyone gathered here? What has happened?" "A group of soldiers has just arrived to hunt down bandits. They say a gang of robbers has infiltrated the mountains behind us, committing heinous acts of arson, murder, and theft. We must report any leads we have. There are rewards for information, that if they truly are bandits. Isn't reporting them tantamount to courting death?" A few days prior, while visiting my maternal home, I had heard from those returning that a band of robbers had attacked a warlord's residence, stealing valuables, and even murdering a young lady. It seemed to be connected to the current events. The crowd buzzed with chatter. That a vision of that bloodied face flashed through my mind. Was he truly a bandit? I had never imagined that I had saved a robber. But what of it? Bandits can possess good qualities as well. With this thought, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. Given the current circumstances, his disappearance seemed unrelated to the soldiers. Noticing my distracted demeanor, my mother asked with concern, "What is wrong, Ninger?" I shook my head, linking my arm with hers. That "It's nothing, mother. Let us go home. It's quite cold, and you might fall ill." Once home, I prepared the herbs and presented them to my mother. She sighed and said, "Ninger, tell me the truth. What is the source of the bloodstains on you? Don't lie to me, for you are not one to deceive." That I understood I could not conceal the truth any longer. So I recounted the day's events in full. Upon hearing my story, my mother sighed in relief, saying, "Ninger, your fortune this time was not luck. It was because that bandit was injured and could not harm you, allowing you to escape unscathed. That in the future, do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. This is not a peaceful era. Human hearts are difficult to gauge, and you may inadvertently invite trouble. Do you understand?" I took her hand, playfully comforting her. "I understand, mother. I will heed your words. Now, drink your medicine before it cools." After she took the medicine, we sat together on the warm kong, roasting 2 sweet potatoes for our supper. I took out the 3 silver coins and placed them before her. Her expression turned to one of astonishment as she stood up to secure the door. That it was as if she had encountered a monumental event. Her face taut with tension as she stammered, Where did this money come from? I concealed the harrowing details of our confrontation, fearing it might frighten her, and simply stated that I had found it in the woods. My mother listened with skepticism, but as I spoke with unwavering conviction, she realized I was not the type to engage in wrongdoing. Thus she did not doubt my words that I encouraged her to take the money to the city for medical treatment. But she refused, insisting we should hold on to it in case it belonged to someone from the village and we needed to return it. After all, it was not a small sum that I understood her character and her temperament. So I could only acquiesce. For several days, I remained preoccupied with thoughts of the man's whereabouts. But there was no news. The soldiers hunting the bandits never returned, and no one mentioned the incident again, as if it had never occurred. Gradually, I began to forget about it. Though occasionally the bloodied face would haunt my dreams, we endured a harsh winter, subsisting on sweet potatoes and pumpkins that as winter waned and spring approached. The ice melted, tender shoots emerged from the withered grass, and animals awakened from their slumber. Everything was rejuvenated. Uncle Yang, who traded mountain goods, returned to the village that my mother and I were elated, not for any other reason, but to glean news of my father from him. Uncle Yang, having traveled extensively for his trade, was a kind-hearted and enthusiastic man, always inquiring about my father's whereabouts in every place he visited. That my mother set aside her work and said to me, "Ninger, I will go to Uncle Yang to inquire about your father." That I stood to accompany her, but she stopped me. "You need not come. It's cold outside. Practice the characters I taught you today a few more times. In the future, you won't forget them when you write that I will return shortly." Throughout the bitter winter, the weather was frigid, and heavy snow blocked the mountains. Our clothing was thin and tattered, offering little protection against the wind. Thus, families generally refrained from venturing out unless absolutely necessary, preferring to stay indoors to escape the cold. That my primary focus was on reading and studying. The books were old, brought from home by my parents, supplemented by various texts I had discovered at Aunt Zhang's house. From those books, I learned much about the outside world and acquired a wealth of knowledge. During the entire winter, I spent my time either at home or at Aunt Zhang's. Chapter 4. The eve of departure. My mother hails from Sioux City, once a wealthy young lady who understood the importance of education. Had she not eloped with my father, her family would not have severed ties with her. Listening to my mother's tales, I learned that the year after my father joined the army, a drought struck, leading to widespread famine. She had once taken me, still unable to walk, back to her family home, only to find the remnants of a dilapidated structure. Inquiries revealed that shortly after she and my father left, warlords began to clash, and the flames of conflict soon reached their home. The T.O. escaped the turmoil. They had fled. Where they went, no one knew. That Sioux City remained a bustling place, its vibrancy undiminished by the wars that ravaged the surrounding areas. The victorious side soon re-established order. That my mother settled into a derelict house, living with me. She was beautiful and skilled at embroidery, occasionally receiving orders for embroidery work or laundry for wealthy families, which sustained us until we weathered the famine. That my mother often remarked that had she not feared my father would not find us, she would have stayed in Sioux City, where life would have been easier than in the village. After the famine passed, my mother returned to the village with the remaining funds we had. Each day, we awaited my father's return, only to be met with disappointment time and again. When my mother returned from Uncle Yang's house, I had just finished my writing and was standing at the door, eagerly watching for her. That I longed for her swift return, anxious to discover whether Uncle Yang had brought good news. That my patience wore thin. My mother finally appeared, and I rushed to greet her, my heart racing with trepidation, fearing yet another disappointing outcome. Her eyes were red, as if she had been crying. That a sense of unease filled me. My father had been missing for so long, and I had never seen my mother so despondent. "Mother, have you been crying? Have you yet inquired about Father's whereabouts?" "No, Ninger, your father is still alive." Mother, with swollen eyes, forced a smile as she gazed at me. I asked, "That truly so? Then why does mother still weep?" My confusion deepened. Mother is simply overwhelmed with joy. "Mother, where is father? Is he far from us? Since father is alive, why does he not come to find us? Does he not yearn for us?" Out of the myriad questions I posed, mother answered but one. "Your father resides in Sioux City, Chinga. Mother feels unwell and needs to rest for a while." With that, she hastily retreated indoors. That I thought that mother was simply too elated, needing solitude to process this monumental news. Unlike mother, I yearned to laugh joyfully, to proclaim to everyone in the village that my father had not perished. He still lived. I would not be sorrowful. Even in dreams, I would awaken with laughter, that I in the depths of the night. I tossed and turned, unable to sleep, longing to converse with Mother, to release the excitement that bubbled within me. Yet Mother remained eerily calm. I spoke until my throat was parched, but she seemed not to hear my queries that as fatigue settled in. I lay with open eyes, staring at the inky black ceiling. Nina, do you long to live with your father? Mother, who had been silent in the darkness, suddenly posed the question. The thought of our long-cherished dream of family reunion, of a life lived in happiness together, made me want to burst into laughter. Oh, Mother, you know not how I dream of living with both you and Father. How blissful that would be. Mother fell silent once more, and she drew me into her embrace, kissing my forehead, a cold drop of water falling upon my face. Today, Mother felt so different from before, stirring unease within me. Nestled in her arms, I asked Mother, "Are you not happy to have found Father?" Silly child, how could that be? Mother is overjoyed. With Father found, Ninger shall no longer endure hardship alongside me. Your father is now a government official in Sioux City, living in a grand house, free from want. How could Mother not be happy? Yet, Mother, why do I sense your sadness? Mother rubbed her chin against my forehead. Her voice choked with emotion. Mother is reluctant to part with you. I shall never leave you. You hold a place in my heart even dearer than Father. If I were to choose between Father and Mother, I would undoubtedly select you. So, dear Mother, do not be sorrowful. We shall not be separated. I consoled Mother, though I could not comprehend why she felt such despondency. Ninger, my good child, and no matter what happens, Mother will remain by your side. Even if it means enduring great trials. Mother spoke with resolute conviction, her tone no longer tinged with helplessness. Ninger, tomorrow, Mother shall take Uncle Yang's cart to Sioux City. You will stay at home. I will inform Aunt Zhang that you will be staying with her for the next few days. Mother, is this to see Father? Yes, Mother, I too wish to go to Ninger. Mother has not seen Father in a long time. We must ascertain if he can provide a good life for us, that if he cannot, we shall not go to Dio, you understand? I vehemently protested, no. Even if Father cannot afford to eat, I want Father. Mother's tone softened. I understand. My dear, it is late. Let us rest. The following day, Mother departed in Uncle Yang's cart. She donned a long-preserved garment, a gift from Father, which she had cherished but never worn. Today, as she goes to meet Father, it is fitting that she wears it. Father will surely be pleased to see her in it. After Mother's departure, I accompanied Aunt Zhang to her home. Whenever Mother had matters to attend to and could not take me, Aunt Zhang's house became my refuge. She was a kind woman, living alone. Mother had mentioned that she had come from afar and had resided in the village longer than Mother. She was quite beautiful, tall, with the marks of time etched upon her face, her eyes framed by many wrinkles. Yet, she took great pride in her appearance and cleanliness, which belied her age. She adored wearing kipeos, possessing a trunk filled with various exquisite designs. Some kipeos, having aged, showed signs of wear, yet she would always ask Mother to mend them. Mother's embroidery skills rendered the repaired kipeos as if they had never been damaged. Others could not discern the repairs. But I knew. She confided in me that this was our secret, urging me not to disclose her kipeo's imperfections to anyone. She was not only skilled in singing opera, but possessed a myriad of talents. I could speak of her abilities for days on end. In the countryside, a single woman living alone often faced unwelcome advances. Her remarkable feats were frequently the talk among the village women. Chapter 5. Farewell. When she first arrived in the village, an old rogue namely dared to break in Aunt Zhang's home in the dead of night. The ensuing screams echoed throughout the village, akin to the cries of a slaughtered pig. The following day, villagers discovered the old rogue, with his front teeth knocked out and his head swollen like a pig's, bound to a stone pillar at Aunt Zhang's door. It was the dead of winter, and he nearly perished from the cold. From that day forth, no one dared to harbor ill intentions towards Aunt Zhang. Mother remarked that she must be an extraordinary person to have fallen into this remote mountain village. I cherished listening to her sing opera, especially the opera The West Chamber, moved by the trials faced by Zhang Sheng and Cui Yingying, who ultimately found happiness together. I would pester her to teach me to sing. But upon learning of my desire, Mother forbade it, claiming that actors were looked down upon, and that father would be displeased. Though I could not learn you opera from her, I could learn martial arts from Aunt Zhang. Mother asserted that in tumultuous times, martial skills could serve as protection. Aunt Zhang disagreed with Mother, telling me that opera was a treasure passed down by our ancestors, a skill necessary for earning a living. Those who looked down upon opera were simply ignorant fools. Upon hearing this, I laughed heartily, finding her words strikingly accurate and vividly expressed. Later, I pondered that her words could very well describe my father. I shared this thought with Mother, who laughed and said Aunt Zhang was indeed correct. In secret, I began to learn opera, studying alongside Aunt Zhang for several years in clandestine that I made modest progress. In Aunt Zhang's words, I could now earn a living from it. Being with her felt akin to friendship. She shared with me experiences and knowledge I had never encountered before. Although unfamiliar, it was a marvel to me. She possessed much knowledge, often making me feel she surpassed even Mother in wisdom. Besides singing opera, her greatest joy was transforming old garments into entirely new outfits. She could take the same piece of clothing and create various appearances, akin to magic. Noticing my interest, she showed me fashion magazines from the South Seas, and I attempted to emulate her. My aspiration then was to become as versatile as she. 2 days later, Mother returned, and I overheard Uncle Yang caution her, saying, "Auntie, you must not become too agitated. Your health cannot withstand it. Here, I have brought you some medicine. It is far more important to care for your health than anything else." I anxiously inquired Mother, "What is wrong?" Mother smiled weakly and replied, "It's nothing. I merely caught a chill." "Thank you, Brother Yang. I appreciate your efforts." Uncle Yang waved his hand, sighing. "Thank you, Uncle Yang," I echoed in gratitude. "Good child. Go inside with your mother. The wind is strong outside," he said, shaking his head as he departed. That I brought the prepared medicine to Mother, who leaned against the bed, her eyes half closed, struggling to breathe, interrupted by fits of coughing. My heart ached at the sight, and tears streamed down my face, which I quickly wiped away lest Mother notice and be saddened. "Mother, drink this medicine. You will feel better," I urged, holding the cup to her lips. With great effort, Mother opened her eyes and gasped, "I'm fine. Do not worry." After she drank the medicine, I helped her lie down, tucking her in, and stoked the fire to warm the room. Seated on a stool outside the door, I pondered whether Mother had seen Father. Did he know she was ill? If he were aware of the severity of her condition, he would surely be distressed and would come to care for her. Wouldn't he? As a high-ranking official, he must possess considerable wealth that we must seek Father. Mother's illness cannot be delayed any further. After 2 days of medication, Mother's condition improved slightly. Her breathing was less labored, and her coughs were less frequent. Yet, her spirit remained low. She appeared weary. Today, the sun shone warmly, and Mother sat outside basking in its glow. That I nestled beside her. "Ninger, in a few days, when I feel better, I will take you to find Father," Mother announced. "Mother, have you seen Father? Is he well?" The questions I had kept bottled up for 2 days finally escaped my lips. "Your father is well. He longs to see you. He hopes you can live with him." "Really, Mother? I wish to meet Father at once." My joy bubbled over. "You shall, dear. I will take you. Once we arrive at Father's home, you must listen to him and win his favor. Only by earning his affection will you find contentment. Do you understand?" I grasped her words only partially, not delving deeply into their meaning. The news of finally meeting my father was enough to make me overlook everything else. 2 days later, she took out the new clothes she had made for me during the new year and dressed me in them, saying she would take me to find my father. She wore her usual attire, while the outfit gifted by my father was returned to the woven willow box. "Mother, why not wear the one Father gave you? It is your most treasured possession. Father would be delighted to see you, and why curiosity was piqued. The clothing had aged. No matter how it appeared new, it was ultimately a form of self-deception. Why Mother's smile held a peculiar quality. One I couldn't quite articulate, but it was distinctly different from her usual demeanor. Overwhelmed by joy, I didn't ponder much further. Gazing at the old house before me, my heart was laden with reluctance. After all, once we left, who could say when we would return? "Ninger, are you reluctant to leave this place?" My mother tenderly stroked my head, her voice soft. "Yes, Mother. Will we return? I have already sold this place." "We will not come back," she replied, her voice steeped in sorrow. My heart sank at her words. That a melodious tune wafted in from next door. It was Aunt Zhang practicing her singing again. That I exchanged glances with my mother. who said, "Let us go see her, that we should bid her farewell." Pushing open Aunt Zhang's dilapidated wooden door, I found the courtyard spotless, devoid of even a single fallen leaf. She always maintained such cleanliness. She stood in the yard, her face lighting up upon seeing us. Learning that we were leaving to find my father, she expressed her happiness for us that, you have finally awaited the moon to meet the clouds. I am truly glad for you, that a family reunion awaits. Aunt Zhang, without your assistance over the years, my mother and I would not have endured to this day. You are our benefactor. My mother spoke sincerely. Oh, dear sister, you mustn't say that we are neighbors, merely a wall apart. How could I turn a blind eye to your struggles? Besides, I regard Ninger as my own daughter. We needn't dwell on such formalities. Your well-being brings me joy. Aunt Zhang set down her folding fan and warmly invited us to sit in her room. They conversed for quite some time while I sat beside my mother, taking in the familiar faces and furnishings around me. The thought of when I might return after leaving filled me with melancholy. Just as we were about to depart, Aunt Zhang called out to me, "Ninger, as you leave, who knows when we shall meet again? The journey to Sioux City is long, and it won't be easy for me to visit you." She knelt beside me, her eyes filled with affection. "I have grown fond of you over the years, seeing you as my child. Without you, I fear I would not have been able to let go of my burdens that I have nothing to offer you but this jade pendant, which I hold dear." She removed a pendant from around her neck, a peculiar piece of translucent deep green jade, and placed it around mine, that I shook my head, pushing her hand away, saying, "Aunt Zhang, this is too precious. I cannot accept it. Dear child, you must take this that I do not give this lightly. There is a reason for bestowing it upon you. This is an yin-yang pendant, and there is another piece that if one day you find the other half, then you shall understand the true purpose of this jade I give to you." Aunt Zhang gazed at me earnestly, that I was bewildered by her words, but seeing her sincerity, I nodded and allowed her to fasten it around my neck. She embraced me, saying, "Ninger, I will miss you," that I returned her embrace, tears brimming in my eyes as she escorted me to the door. The ox cart from Uncle Zhang's family awaited us at the entrance. The cart was laden with a thick layer of straw, and many villagers had come to bid us farewell, surrounding my mother with words of comfort. Upon noticing my emergence, they parted to let us through. My mother and I climbed onto the cart. Time is of the essence. We must depart. Aunt Zhang bid us goodbye as the cart rolled away. The village and its inhabitants gradually receded from view, leaving behind a sense of desolation punctuated by the occasional chirping of birds. The journey took 2 days before we finally arrived in Sioux City. The city was bustling and vibrant, with cars weaving through the crowded streets, and shops lining the sidewalks selling a myriad of goods, both familiar and exotic. Passers-by instinctively distanced themselves from the ox cart, wrinkling their noses in disdain, as if we carried some contagion. Paying no heed to their gazes, I thought to myself that I glanced at my mother, who stared straight ahead, that I lifted my chin, no longer scanning my surroundings, contemplating how the phrase "a dogs I looks down upon others" might have originated. The cart finally came to a halt before a charming 2-story villa that we disembarked, thanked Uncle Zhang, and my mother, holding a small cloth bag, took my hand as we stood before the elegant building. The first thing that caught my eye was the plaque inscribed with the grand silver-gray characters spelling Xia Mansion. Then my mother rang the doorbell, and before long, the door swung open to reveal a young man dressed in formal attire. He glanced at us and politely said, "Ladies, please come in." Then my mother and I followed him through the courtyard to the front of the house, the white marble steps gleaming like a mirror. Entering what felt like a paradise, I was awestruck by the opulence within. Various exquisite furniture, lighting fixtures, and many unfamiliar items astonished me. That my gaze was captivated by these never-before-seen wonders. Noticing my curiosity, my mother gently urged, "Ninger, come sit beside me." Finally regaining my composure, I settled next to her. "Hello, we are here to find my father. Is he not home?" I surveyed the surroundings, searching for the scene I had imagined of reuniting with him. The man retrieved a yellow object from the table in front of me and said, "Miss, would you like to have some fruit? I am the deputy of Mayor Xia. The master will be home shortly." I held the round object, intrigued, and asked, "I've never seen this before. What is it?" A gentle smile graced his face as he explained, "This is an orange imported from the south. You must peel it before eating." Country bumpkin, ha ha ha. You really crack me up." A sudden voice startled me, and I instinctively stood up. That a boy, around 5 or 6 years old, stood at the edge of the stairs, clutching his belly as he laughed uproariously. I glared at him, a hint of anger in my voice. "Who are you? And what are you doing in my father's house?" The boy's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing my words, his anger flaring as he stomped down the stairs, confronting me with a fierce demeanor. "Oh, I see now. You are the country bumpkin, the illegitimate child. It's your fault my mother left. I haven't seen her in days, and you and your mother are nothing but bad people." With that, he snatched the orange from my hand and hurled it to the ground, crushing it beneath his foot. "You, the illegitimate child, are not allowed to eat our family's food. Why don't you stay in the countryside instead of trying to take my father from me? You all bad people, wild women." I was taken aback by his words and turned to my mother, who also looked astonished, her face a mask of disbelief that such venomous words could come from a child. No one had ever humiliated my mother and me in such a manner. Anger surged within me, and I approached him, pushing him to the ground. "You are the illegitimate child. I want to allow you to insult me and my mother." In that moment, I realized that the boy before me was, in fact, my father's own. My father had already established a family. This revelation struck me like a bolt from the blue, leaving my mind a blank slate. We turned to my mother, who nodded helplessly at me. At last, I understood the source of her despondence and confusion upon returning from Sioux City. Just then, the door creaked open, and a tall, handsome man entered, accompanied by an elegant and beautiful woman. The boy, still sobbing on the floor, saw them and cried even harder, scrambling to his feet and throwing himself into the woman's embrace. "Mother, whoa. They bullied me. What is happening?" "Who bullied you?" the woman soothingly asked, her gaze icy as it landed upon me. That I felt a surge of anger and met her gaze without flinching. "Deputy Zhang, what is going on?" the man inquired, his tone tinged with irritation. "Just a little squabble." They exchanged a few harsh words. Deputy Zhang replied in a hushed voice. "That a squabble? Who doesn't he know that my Hao-Yu is the most obedient and well-behaved? How could this place turn into such chaos?" the man said, a hint of frustration in his voice. "See, I told you so. A country bumpkin has no sense of decorum." The woman shot a glare at him. The man looked at me, and a wave of sorrow washed over me, accompanied by a sense of grievance that I desperately wanted to ask him why this was happening, how it could have come to this. After all these years of waiting, had my mother endured only to face this outcome? But my mother reached out to pull me back, compelling me to remain silent. "Yaji, please take the young master back to his room," my father said, patting the woman's shoulder as if to placate her. Reluctantly, Yaji led the still fuming Hao-Yu away. As I was about to leave, a scornful glance swept dismissively over me and my mother, leaving an uncomfortable sensation in its wake. That I exchanged a glance with my mother, who bitterly shook her head at me. That I understood her silent message. She urged me not to dwell on such matters. Suddenly, I felt an overwhelming sense of pity for both myself and my mother. Our years of waiting had become a mere farce. Shortly thereafter, Officer Zhang exited, closing the door behind him. Chapter 7. Disappointment inside the room. An oppressive silence enveloped us. Gazing at the man who had consumed my thoughts day and night, I felt an unsettling sense of estrangement. It was a far cry from the familial reunion I had envisioned prior to my arrival. In that moment, it felt akin to boiling water abruptly cooled by the addition of ice. Jarring and unexpected, but he had betrayed my mother, established a new family, and had children of his own, alongside my fury. I yearned to confront him with a single question. Why? He had once loved my mother fiercely, willing to endure hardships alongside her. He had risked his life to secure a future for his daughter. How could such a father abandon his family? I still held on to a flicker of hope for him. His gaze traversed from me to my mother, and after a prolonged silence, he spoke. "Yuhua, have you given thought to what we discussed that day? In Fengtian, although life in the countryside is difficult, I have never allowed Ninger to suffer even the slightest indignity. Were it not for dire necessity, I would never have brought Qinger here. She carries the blood of the Xia family. She is your kin. Did I ask for nothing more than for you to nurture her well and treat her kindly? Do not let her endure any further hardship. I am amenable to any conditions you may set. That my mother's face betrayed no hint of resentment. Her tone remained calm. Rest assured, I will ensure Ninger receives a proper education and will attend school. I will see to it that she grows up healthy and strong, that I will fulfill the promises I made to you. My father lifted his head, his brows relaxed, his tone considerably lighter, that I hope this time you will uphold your word. He remarked, gazing at my mother, who continued to regard him with serene composure. He did not respond to her, instead shifting his gaze towards me. Ninga, come here and sit beside your father. He beckoned, that I glanced at my mother, who smiled and nodded encouragingly. Yet I sensed her smile was not as it typically was. In such a situation, should she not harbor resentment towards him? Why was she so tranquil? I could not comprehend. Unlike my mother, who bore a forgiving heart, I felt a tumult of resentment within me, reluctant to draw near him. However, considering my mother's ailment and our need for his assistance, I reluctantly approached and sat beside him. He gently stroked my head and remarked, the once frail and tiny Ninger has grown so much. Let me take a good look at you. My father regarded me with affectionate eyes, yet I felt a sense of discomfort. Ninger, I remember you just as you were in your childhood. I could not ascertain the truth of his words. Perhaps they were genuine, perhaps not. In that moment, what mattered was my desire for him to take my mother to the hospital. Father, do you know that mother is ill? She is gravely. My words were interrupted as my mother interjected. Ninger, you have not rested during your journey. You must be tired. Your father has prepared a room for you. Go and take a rest. I am not tired to go on. Your room is spacious and beautiful. You will like it. He called in Officer Zhang, who stood waiting at the door. I looked at my mother, frozen in place. I did not wish to leave her. Everything here felt foreign to me. Yet my mother smiled and urged, go take a look, Ninger. You will be living here from now on. You must listen to your father. I need to discuss some matters with him. You go out for now? Reluctantly, I followed Officer Zhang out, leaving my mother and father behind. As I ascended the stairs with Officer Zhang, I encountered Hao Yu in the hallway. He glared at me with venomous intensity, as if he wished to devour me whole. That I chose to ignore him, dismissing him as a spoiled child unworthy of my attention. Hao Yu, seeing my indifference, let his temper flare, exclaiming, country bumpkin, don't think that just because you've come to our home, you'll have it easy. I assure you, I will make your life miserable. With a huff, he turned away. To be honest, it would have been disingenuous not to feel saddened. After years of anticipation and inquiry, the outcome was my father's new family. That he was fully aware of the hardships we faced in the countryside, yet had chosen not to seek us out. My fervent hopes had culminated in profound disappointment. Had it not been for my mother's illness and her need for his aid, I would have distanced myself from this humiliation long ago. At this moment, all I wished for was for my father to care for my mother and ensure she received the necessary treatment, and no matter how much disdain or humiliation I had to endure, I could tolerate it, for my foremost concern was my mother. The room was lovely yet strange. This is your room. Next door is the young lady's room, and the young master is at the other end of the corridor. Officer Zhang introduced. Young lady? I inquired, perplexed. Yes, she is studying at school. She has gone to stay with her maternal grandfather for the weekend and should not return soon. So, I have an additional sister. What is her name? I asked, eager to grasp the dynamics of this household to minimize future complications. My mother's health could not withstand any further strain. Xia Qinyu, he replied. How old is she? I probed further. 12, he answered with a smile, revealing two charming dimples. She 2 years my junior? I pondered, realizing that my father must have welcomed Xia Qinyu shortly after joining the military. The implications of this thought sent a chill down my spine, and I hesitated to contemplate it further. I refused to believe that the father my mother and I had longed for would be such a person, that I preferred to think that he had left us only to secure a better future for us both. Otherwise, our years of waiting would have been a cruel jest. Noticing my daze, he assumed I was fatigued and said, Ninger, after a day of travel, you must be tired. Take a moment to rest. In just one day, I had endured far more than one my age should have to bear. I truly felt worn out and drained. That he helped me onto the bed and covered me with a silk quilt, its texture smooth and soft against my skin. I closed my eyes, contemplating the day's events. I drifted off to sleep. In my dream, I saw my mother lifeless, floating on the water's surface, her face pale and ghostly. I screamed in agony, my heart feeling as if it were being torn apart. Please save my mother. Please. Passers-by wore in different expressions. Not a single soul stopped to help. I reached out to them, but my hands grasped nothing. That moment, my father approached and seized my hand, saying, that is not your mother. Your mother is her. The face of Yaji appeared before me that I jolted awake, tears streaming down my face. Drenched in sweat, a sense of foreboding washing over me. Panicking, I rushed downstairs, calling for my mother. I feared the dream. Only by seeing her would my heart find solace. Chapter 8. Meeting Xia Qinyu upon reaching the ground floor. I found my father and Yaji seated on the sofa, their expressions a mix of surprise and concern as they regarded me. "What is the matter, Ning'er?" Yaji inquired, stepping forward to support me with a gentle tone. I disregarded the sudden shift in her demeanor, grasping her arm and scanning the room. "Where is my mother? I need to find her." "Your mother, she—" Yaji glanced back at my father, the moment I caught the evasive look in her eyes. My anxiety heightened, that my father's brow furrowed with irritation as he declared, "Your mother has left." I immediately halted my sobs, murmuring in disbelief, "How can this be? Mother would never abandon me if she leaves. I will die. Father, mother is gravely ill. Without treatment, she will perish. You must save her." I clutched his garment, pleading for him to bring her back. "Enough. Do not cry. How could your father neglect your mother's care? I have already sent her to a hospital run by foreigners for treatment. She will be well soon. You need not worry." Yaji comforted me softly. "Is that true?" I asked, my skepticism evident. Deep down, I could not fully trust their words. Surely, my mother would have come to see me before going to the hospital. She would not leave without a word. This was not her nature, that I turned to my father, who nodded affirmatively. Realizing my frantic fears were starting to subside, I insisted, "I want to be with her," that I tugged at my father's sleeve, continuing my entreaty. His expression darkened, revealing impatience with my persistence. "The foreign hospital does not permit unrestricted access. Even as the mayor, it is not easy for me to gain entry. There are designated caretakers. You need not worry. Once your mother's condition improves, I will take you to see her." Is that agreeable? Yaji offered comfort as I beheld my father's displeased countenance. And I could do naught but obediently nod, as long as mother remained safe. I felt at ease. The evening repast was exceedingly lavish, comprising delicacies I had never encountered before. For the first time, mother was not by my side, and my thoughts were consumed with her absence, rendering the meal rather tasteless. That I hastily finished my food and retired to bed. After spending 2 days at home, it felt as though 2 years had passed, that I had never been apart from mother for such a prolonged duration. What brought me solace was the knowledge that mother had finally received treatment. Once she recovered, I intended to depart with her, returning to our original village, where our true life awaited us. Currently, Deputy Zhang, who is close to my father, is keeping me company. According to him, my father still holds great affection for me. He is actively seeking a school for me, preparing for my education. To be frank, I felt a surge of joy upon hearing this news that I had never attended school and lacked formal education. Mother often remarked that knowledge could alter one's fate, which is why, despite our financial struggles, she always prioritized purchasing books for me, teaching me to read herself. That I yearned to experience the atmosphere of sitting among many classmates, listening to a teacher's instruction, with my hair cascading freely and clad in a white silk nightgown that Yaji had given me. I settled into the soft sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window. These past couple of days, Yaji had treated me well, showing no inclination to make things difficult for me, and even displaying a degree of attentiveness. That my hostility towards her gradually diminished. From Deputy Zhang, I gleaned various insights regarding my father and Yaji. That Yaji's background is quite impressive. Her father is Guo Bingrui, the deputy commander under the warlord Lu Dujuan in Sioux City. That my father, having received an education and possessing knowledge and strategy, caught the commander's eye and was appointed as a deputy officer. During his tenure, he became entangled with the young and beautiful Yaji, which led to his current rise to prominence and wealth. My father has long lavished affection upon the youthful Yaji, and she typically oversees household matters, with him rarely intervening. Today, Yaji instructed Deputy Zhang to accompany her to fetch Xia Qinyu, who should be returning soon. I ascended the stairs to change into a white woolen, knee-length dress adorned with a lovely lace collar. That my hair flowed gracefully down my back. According to Deputy Zhang, Xia Qinyu is a girl who takes great care in her appearance and is often very polite, a delightful person to be around. Hearing this brought me some comfort, and I hoped she would not be like Hao Yu, who called me a country bumpkin and a wild child upon our first meeting. Returning to the floor-to-ceiling window, I resumed my cozy position on the soft sofa. Before long, the sound of a car horn echoed through the courtyard, signaling that Deputy Zhang was informing me of their return. That I rose from the sofa, and a chorus of cheerful laughter wafted in from outside. Upon opening the door, I saw Yaji holding hands with Haoyu, a delicate and beautiful young girl attired in a beige checkered woolen dress. With her short hair framing her small, exquisitely featured face, she bore a striking resemblance to Yaji. She was playfully linking arms with my father, sharing laughter and conversation. Upon noticing me, her smile faltered, and she stood frozen, staring at me in bewilderment. That my father affectionately patted Xia Qinyu's shoulder, saying, that is your sister, to go greet her." Xia Qinyu snapped back to reality, her smile returning as she eagerly rushed to my side. Taking my hand, "Sister Ning, you are so beautiful. Your dress looks so much better on you than it does on me." That I was taken aback, realizing that the dress Yaji had given me was actually Xia Qinyu's old clothing. Embarrassment washed over me as I glanced at Yaji. She, too, was caught off guard by Xia Qinyu's directness and worried that my father might take offense. That Tio diffused the situation. She said, "I've been busy these past few days and didn't have time to make you something new. You can wear your sister's dress for now. When I find the time, I'll take you to the tailor to make a few more." That my father, oblivious to the awkwardness between us, chuckled. "That's a good idea. Let Aunt Yaji take you to get some new clothes. Yours has plenty of outfits, and you two are of similar stature, so it's fine for you to wear hers for the time being." "I have clothes to wear. Mother brought all of mine. There is no need for such trouble," I insisted. "That one tea do. I have plenty of clothes, sister. Feel free to wear whatever you like. That I have so many that I no longer wish to wear. Mother always says we can't afford to buy new ones. Father works hard to support the family, and we must save money. Now that you can share in wearing my clothes, how wonderful it would be if Mother could make a couple for you wear as well." Her words elicited laughter from everyone present. Xia Qinyu retained her radiant smile, her demeanor warm and inviting, as if we were long-lost sisters. She linked her arm with mine, and the earlier awkwardness dissipated. Perhaps I had overthought the situation. Maybe Xia Qinyu was simply straightforward and said whatever came to mind. After all, Henti Deputy Zhang mentioned that she was easy to get along with. Perhaps I was being too sensitive. Xia Qinyu's enthusiasm warmed my heart. Chapter 9. Astonishing acting skills at the dining table. My father informed me that my schooling issues had been resolved, that I would be attending the same school as Xia Qinyu, a prestigious institution established by foreigners. Before I could enroll, I would need to take an entrance exam, after which we would determine the tuition fees and the grade I would enter. "What? Sister is also going to St. Christopher's?" Xia Qinyu exclaimed in surprise. That my father laughed heartily, pausing his chopsticks to say, "Indeed, St. Christopher's is the finest school in Sioux City. Those who excel academically may receive direct recommendations for studying abroad. Ninga has never attended school before, so she will undoubtedly encounter many things that are unfamiliar or difficult. Being with you, she can learn from you. How wonderful is that?" "That is great, but sister has never been to school. She doesn't even know English. How can she take the exam?" "Not to worry, I've consulted with Principal Maria. She mentioned that the teaching philosophy at foreign schools is quite advanced. They do not expect you to know everything. They focus on developing your strengths. That if you excel in art but struggle with mathematics, the school will tailor its curriculum to emphasize your artistic talents. So, as long as Ning has a talent, she will be just fine." My father's words were reassuring. "Sister, do you have any particular strengths?" Xia Qinyu inquired, her beautiful, bright eyes fixed on me. That I contemplated revealing my ability to sing opera, but remembering Mother's words about the stigma surrounding such a pursuit, I hesitated. That I knew my father would be displeased as well, so I merely shook my head. "Father, look, sister doesn't seem to excel at anything." She regarded him with a worried expression, as if I were a child in need of protection. My father smiled indulgently at her and softly reassured her. "Good child. You needn't worry about your sister. That worst-case scenario, I can donate money to the school. But our family just bought a car." "Didn't Mother say we don't have much money?" Yaji, who had been quietly eating, set down her chopsticks and remarked, "I've discussed it with your father. We'll use the study abroad fund set aside for you." Xia Qinyu paused mid-bite, her gaze darting around the table as everyone turned to look at her. She quickly smiled and said, "I still have 3 years until graduation, so I don't need it right now. Sister should use it." That my father nodded approvingly. After dinner, I washed up and changed into my nightgown. Just as I was about to climb into bed, the door swung open, and Xia Qinyu stepped inside, closing it with a sharp click behind her. I was startled by her sudden entrance and greeted her warmly. "What's wrong, sister?" However, she did not address me as I had anticipated and instead began surveying the room with a cold smirk. Her eyes disdainfully sweeping over me as she sneered. "Such a beautiful room. Do you even feel at home here?" I was taken aback, unsure of her intent, and could only reply, "It's fine, fine. You're staying at the Xiao residence. In such a splendid room, and you dare say it's just fine? I never would have guessed your heart was so greedy." Her gaze mirrored that of Hao Yu, filled with animosity, starkly contrasting with her previous demeanor. At that moment, Xiao Qinyu resembled a wild cat prowling in the night, ready to pounce. "That I don't understand what you mean." "Humph. Let me clarify. The Xiao residence is my home, that my mother is the lady of this house. And I am the young mistress. The only reason your father took you in is because my mother consented. Had she disapproved, you would still be a wild child in the countryside." She regarded me with an air of superiority, her expression rife with contempt. "I asked that all you came to say." "Of course not, and I'm here to warn you. You are not to attend tomorrow's entrance exam at St. Christopher's." Her words struck me with disbelief, and I couldn't help but laugh. "That is my father's decision, that if you have a problem with it, take it up with him. You have no right to speak to me like that." I was well aware that she maintained a facade of obedience and understanding before my father, and she would likely refrain from confronting him for fear of damaging her own image. Her eyes flared with anger, and she retorted, "Don't think that just because you have my father's favor, you can do as you please. You think you can transform from a country chicken into a phoenix, attending the same school as me and using my study abroad fund. On what grounds? On the grounds that I share the blood of the Xiao family, that my mother is the legitimate wife, making me the legitimate daughter. If you wish to ascertain who the true young mistress of the Xiao family is, you ought to consult my father, but he will clarify that for you. As for your old clothes, I have no interest in them. That if you desire them, take them back. That I place the garments from the wardrobe into her hands. Wear them if you wish. That I've heard that before coming to my home, you often went hungry and never wore such fine clothing." She mocked with a cold laugh. "That I may have come from the countryside and never donned high-end garments, but I know how to conduct myself and what it means to show respect. At such a tender age, your words are venomous, and you have sullied your own identity with your insults. That do not flaunt your bravado before me. I have neither eaten your rice nor drunk your water, nor have I ever spent a single penny of yours. By what right do you stand there?" Her provocations ignited my fury. Though I was raised in the countryside, I had never endured such humiliation. "You dare to retort against me?" Summer Chinyu's face flushed crimson with rage, her eyes seemingly ablaze as she spoke, extending her hand to strike me. That I instinctively raised my arm to block her. With her eyes wide in fury, she lunged forward, seizing my long hair. Though we grappled fiercely, when suddenly a knock resounded at the door. Father's voice echoed, just as I was about to open the door. Summer Chinyu pushed me aside, tossed my clothes onto the ground, and in a fit of despair, collapsed and wept. Her dramatic display left me astounded. I was incredulous at how this rural harpy could execute such theatrics to perfection. I opened the door to find my father and Yasi standing there, both wearing expressions of anger as they gazed inside. Summer Chinyu lay on the floor, sobbing pitifully. Father turned to me, inquiring what had transpired. Yasi stepped forward to assist the weeping Summer Chinyu. That I shook my head, attempting to explain, but Summer Chinyu, rising from the floor, grasped Father's arm and lamented, "Father, it's all my fault, that I merely wished to give my sister a couple of my many garments. I never intended to anger her. She claimed I looked down upon her, and even insulted her with old clothes, throwing what I had given her to the ground and pushing me." Father lamented softly. "It is not as she says, that I have done nothing." That I protested. That I understand that having you wear U.S. clothes may have caused discomfort, and I should have considered this more thoroughly. Your sister meant well. How could you, sighing? Yasi cast a pitying glance at Father. Father, disappointment etched on his face, looked at me and said, "Ning, you have greatly disappointed me." Father, it is not as you have heard. Before I could finish, Summer Chinyu interjected. Father, please do not blame my sister. That it was my fault. I should not have offered my clothes to her, causing her distress. She wiped her tears, choking back sobs, as if she had suffered an immense grievance. Ninger, do not hold it against you. It was my oversight, that I should have taken the time to take you shopping. Yasi took my hand in comfort. Rendered speechless, I realized that the two were playing a duet for Father's benefit. It was clear that he favored their side, and no matter how much I explained, it would be futile. Thus I fell silent, apologized to your sister. You are both sisters, and with such a rift, how will you coexist in the future? Father gazed at me sternly. Chapter 10. A smooth entry into school. Burdened with grievances, I stubbornly stood my ground. Father and I locked eyes, and I could feel his disappointment. Yet, I was unwilling to concede, creating a tense stalemate. Father, I do not want my sister to apologize. Please do not let your anger harm your health, Summer Chinyu implored, sweetly pulling at Father's arm. His gaze softened as he turned to her, patting her shoulder and gently saying, "You were as wise. What have you learned from your mother these years? You should reflect on yourself." Enraged, Father turned and left. Yasi shot me a glance before hastening after him. Inside, I was left alone with Summer Chinyu, who regarded me with a sly smile, wiping away her tears. Leaning in closer, she whispered, "This is just the beginning. I will thoroughly drive you out of the Xia family. Let us wait and see, country bumpkin." Her words sent a chill down my spine. Given her performance tonight, I knew she was capable of it, that I was not afraid of leaving the Xia family. I only feared the repercussions it would have on my mother, who would lose her chance for treatment. After Summer Chinyu departed, I stood by the window for a long while. Father's attitude had indeed wounded me. I had thought I had seen everything clearly, yet experiencing it anew was still profoundly painful. That my mother had said that my support lay with Father, but he had already built a new family, with children who thrived under his affection, while we were merely the discarded remnants of his past, that we were devoid of support. Henceforth, we would have to rely solely on ourselves. Mother, please recover swiftly. We shall depend on each other from now on. Ninger will take care of you, I silently vowed, wiping away my tears as the night deepened. The following day, clad in the dress made by my mother, I descended the stairs. The servants had prepared the meal, and Father's family was already seated at the table. As I approached, their gazes fixed upon me. Though I bore a sense of injustice from the previous night, I had come to terms with it. I smiled and greeted them, feigning nonchalance as I made my way to my seat to eat. "Sister, we are going to school today. You haven't forgotten, have you?" Summer Chinyu wore a seemingly innocent smile. As if the events of the previous night had never transpired. "Did I haven't forgotten?" "Why?" I replied while eating. "Though you are naturally beautiful, wearing that outfit to school will only invite ridicule," she remarked, still wearing that harmless smile. Yet her tone dripped with sarcasm that I glanced at my clothing, maintaining my composure. "This was made by my mother before I came here. Did I ask there an issue?" "Ninga, you are my Xiao Fengtian's daughter, and we value dignity," Father stated, instructing Yasi to call the tailor who made U.S. clothes, to have 2 dresses made for me based on her measurements. "Will you be late for class?" Yasi hesitated. "Being late is not a concern. We cannot allow her to attend in such attire," Father replied, his anger rising. Yasi stood to make the call. That I stole a glance at Summer Chinyu, who wore a smile, defiantly locking eyes with me. "Father, my sister told me last night that her study abroad fund should not be touched. The family is out of money, and she still needs to study. I do not wish to burden you. Although my clothes are a bit worn, they are still wearable. Let us save the money for clothes for tuition instead. Good child, do not listen to your sister. You are my Xia Fengtian's daughter. I in this household. You are treated the same. What is yours is also yours. The Xia family does not lack for your contributions. That if you understand the hardship and difficulty of earning money, that alone pleases me to do well in your studies." His tone shifted from anger to calm. That he glanced at Summer Chinyu, saying, "You must coexist peacefully with your sister. Do not throw childish tantrums." Summer Chinyu's complexion fluctuated between red and white as she glared at me. "All right, let us eat," Father said, his expression devoid of emotion, and silence enveloped the table. The clothes soon arrived, delivered personally by the tailor, who also took my measurements. That I changed into a water blue, lace-trimmed, tailored jacket paired with a matching knee-length skirt, complemented by white cashmere stockings and cream-colored calfskin shoes that my long, silky hair cascaded neatly over my shoulders, while my fair, delicate face, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, framed a petite nose and bright, expressive phoenix eyes, made it difficult to recognize the reflection in the mirror. The purpose of this transformation was merely to send a warning to Summer Chinyu that I was not to be trifled with. In order to deter her from causing me trouble in the future, as the vehicle traversed the route to school, Father appeared quite pleased with my appearance. His mood significantly lifted throughout the journey. He spoke at length, pointing out the various buildings outside the window, explaining that they all fell under his jurisdiction. The mall over there, the factory on that plot of land. He shared an abundance of information. And before I knew it, we arrived before a grand European-style structure, the sign at the entrance proclaiming St. Christ School. The gate swung open, and the vehicle smoothly entered the campus, halting in front of a row of school buildings. The campus appeared deserted, as it was indeed class time. Summer Chinyu was late. Before exiting, she shot me a fierce glare, shouldered her backpack, greeted Father, and dashed into the classroom that I accompanied Father to the principal's office, where the principal rose from her seat to greet him. She was a tall woman with flushed skin and striking blue eyes, her curly blonde hair framing her face as she spoke in broken Chinese. After a brief conversation, I learned her name was Maria. Maria asked Father to wait outside while she took me to another office, where she presented me with a test paper upon glancing at it. I found it quite manageable. Leaning over the desk, I quickly completed it. Maria reviewed my answers, beaming as she gave me a thumbs up. "You did excellently," she exclaimed, embracing me joyfully. That IT was merely basic calculations and some peculiar illustrations to decipher. Followed by crafting a short story. Having grown up listening to my mother's tales and having read a myriad of books from various eras and cultures, storytelling posed no challenge for me. Maria took my hand, returning to the office, her excitement palpable as she relayed to Father. "Oh, this child is truly remarkable. Her logical abilities are exceptional that I have administered this test to all my students. And her answers are my absolute favorite. Will this child be able to enter St. Christ?" Father asked incredulously. "Oh, yes indeed. We are in dire need of such students," Maria exclaimed, her enthusiasm infectious. "However, she has not been exposed to English." "Oh, that is not an issue at all, Your Honor," Maria assured him. "That I must thank Principal Maria for that I in 2 days. It will be my wife's birthday, and a grand banquet will be held. Many dignitaries and notable figures will attend, and I sincerely invite Principal Maria to grace our home with her presence." Principal Maria danced with joy, exclaiming, "Wonderful, wonderful. I sincerely thank the mayor for the invitation. I shall certainly attend." Father has already departed. That I have been assigned to the 5th grade by Principal Maria, coincidentally in the same year as Xia Qinyu. Following closely behind Maria, I stood at the podium, greeted by a wave of applause. This was my first time introducing myself in front of so many people, and I felt somewhat bashful. "Hello everyone, my name is Xia Yuning, that I reside in Sioux City. I hope to receive your kind support in the future." The applause erupted once more. Principal Maria continued, "Classmate Xia Yuning will be joining our 5th grade, that I hope you all study together and care for each other." Another round of applause followed. After finishing her speech, Principal Maria turned to the teacher standing nearby and said, "Teacher Zhang, I leave Xia Yuning in your capable hands." With that, she departed. A murmur erupted from the audience. "She is so beautiful. Indeed, the title of our school's flower is about to change hands. Just look at her poise and the fact that Principal Maria introduced her personally. She must have quite the background." My gaze swept across Xia Qinyu's face, and she regarded me coldly. That I maintained a smile while standing on the stage. Teacher Zhang was a young and handsome man, adorned with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Tall and slender, exuding an air of refinement, he appeared to be around 25 years of age. He raised his hands to quiet the crowd and pointed to the seat in the 3rd row, saying, "Xia Yuning, please take a seat there." Next to me sat a beautiful girl, approximately the same age as I, around 14 or 15. Her high ponytail gave her a spirited appearance. That I settled beside her and greeted her. "Hello, I am Xia Yuning." She chuckled, revealing 2 adorable canine teeth, and replied, "I know you are Xia Yuning. I am Du Bingxin." Her smile was infectious, and her humor instantly bridged the gap between us. She possessed a delicate beauty, her long, slender eyebrows and eyes creating a pleasant aesthetic. Since it was my first day at school, I lacked books. Therefore, during the math class, I borrowed Du Bingxin's textbook. Although we were in 5th grade, the material was quite simple, as many of the concepts had already been taught to me by my mother. That I understood everything the teacher explained. That by the end of the class, we had become quite familiar with each other. As soon as the teacher stepped out of the classroom, several classmates surrounded me, inquiring about my background. Xia Qinyu, seated in her place, gazed at me coldly. That I smiled at her, but she merely cast a sidelong glance before turning away. The surrounding classmates, unable to glean any information, soon dispersed. Du Bingxin gestured towards Xia Qinyu and whispered, She is the daughter of our Sioux City mayor, our school's recognized flower. With your arrival, her title may be in jeopardy. Do you think she'll treat you kindly? I had no interest in competing for the title of school flower. However, I acknowledge that she held considerable influence within the school. You must be cautious. Otherwise, you might find yourself at a disadvantage, she warned. Reflecting on Xia Qinyu's performance the previous night, I replied, yes, I understand. Thank you, and no need for thanks. I cannot stand how she bullies the weak simply because of her father's position as mayor. Is she really that domineering? I teased. What would father say if he knew about Xia Qinyu's demeanor? The day passed swiftly, and Du Bingxin and I became good friends. Her boyish personality made our interactions enjoyable. The final bell rang, signaling the end of classes. The students began to pack their bags, preparing to head home. Those fortunate enough to attend St. Christopher's were undoubtedly from affluent families. Numerous cars lined the school entrance. Along with rickshaw pullers waiting outside, Du Bingxin and I walked side by side out of the school, attracting many curious glances and whispers. Did you see? That Xia Yuning is so beautiful. Is she in the same class as Xia Qinyu? Indeed. Does she also share the surname Xia? Are they related? Xia Qinyu only has a younger brother. I haven't heard of any sisters. Who cares, as long as there's excitement at school? Their discussions were clearly audible, and they seemed unbothered by my presence. Du Bingxin chuckled. Look, you've become famous. Tomorrow, you will truly experience the antics of these dreadfully tedious young ladies at St. Christopher's. That I inquired curiously. What will happen? Du Bingxin smiled mysteriously. You will find out tomorrow. Just then, a black car came to a halt before us, and the window rolled down, revealing a warm and charming face. He was quite handsome, with tidy, shiny black hair done on his pale forehead. Near the hairline was a faint scar, appearing to be an old injury. His features were sharp and handsome, and his warm, dark eyes resembled the gentle sun of winter, making one feel an irresistible urge to draw closer to him. He wore a dark blue robe and sat there like a ray of sunshine. Brother, you're back. I thought you wouldn't arrive until tomorrow. Du Bingxin exclaimed joyfully. Did I finish my business early, so I returned. The man replied, his voice as warm as his demeanor. His gaze fell upon me, still adorned with that lovely smile, as he asked Bingxin, is this your classmate? Yes, she is my desk mate, having just transferred to our class today. Her name is Xia Yuning. The man's eyes sparkled like gemstones, and perhaps it was my imagination, but he seemed momentarily taken aback that in an instant he emerged from the car, standing tall at nearly 8 feet, and extended his hand. Hello, Miss Xia, I am Long Yingtian. Bingxin's brother. I was taken aback by his courteous demeanor and, feeling somewhat flustered, shook his hand. Hello. How will Miss Xia be returning home? Should Bingxin and I escort you? I quickly waved my hand. No need, Mr. Long. My ride will arrive shortly. Thank you for your kindness. Very well, then we shall take our leave. He turned and opened the car door. Du Bingxin climbed in, rolling down the window to wave goodbye. Xia Yuning, see you tomorrow. As the car drove away, I still had my hand raised in farewell. Humph, stop looking. That is the notorious troublemaker of Sioux City. You should keep your distance from Du Bingxin. Came Xia Qinyu's voice. She avoids him like the plague, yet you seem eager to approach. Now that you live with the Xia family, you're no longer in the countryside. You must consider the family's reputation. I could tell without looking that it was Xia Qinyu. That I kept my gaze forward, unwilling to engage with her or spark a dispute in such a setting. Just then, the car of Vice Officer Zhang arrived, and he hurriedly got out to open the door, explaining, today, Mayor Xia had to visit the military government and returned late. That's fine, Vice Officer Zhang. My father's matters take precedence, that if you're ever pressed for time, we can always take a rickshaw home, I replied, noticing Xia Qinyu's demeanor shift in an instant, transforming into the obedient, understanding young lady of the Xia family. Sister, you sit in the back. I will sit in front, she said, flashing a sweet smile and politely urging me to go ahead. That I found myself somewhat accustomed to her ability to switch between personas and responded courteously, thank you. Outside the car, a multitude of astonished gazes followed as the vehicle pulled away. At the dining table, an abundance of fish and meat filled the large spread before us. In the days since my arrival at this home, the meals had never exceeded 5 dishes. Yet today, a feast was laid out, leaving me puzzled. The head of the family does not touch his chopsticks until everyone else has begun eating. This is the rule that, of course, the Xia family adhered to this custom as well. Father, is there a special occasion today? Why such a lavish spread? I posed the question that had been on my mind. Xiao echoed my inquiry. Father wore a beaming smile, exuding an air of mystery as he glanced at Yaji. Do speak up. Father continued that Ninger needn't incur any extra expenses. Her performance in the exams has been exemplary. Even the principal praised her exceptional logical reasoning skills, which led to her immediate admission. The tuition fees are the same as yours. This is indeed a cause for celebration that we need to touch your study abroad fund. Yazi smiled and said, Well then, let us hurry to eat. We have been so engrossed in conversation that the dishes have gone cold. Father picked up his bowl, and only then did everyone begin to eat. That I, in the midst of the meal, Father remarked, Ninger has been back for a few days now, but we should find a time to visit your grandparents in Nanjing. Should we notify them in advance? After all, they are unaware of Ninger's existence. Yazi cast me a sidelong glance, and I feigned indifference as I continued to eat. Yet, inside, I felt a pang of anguish. Father had chosen to conceal my existence. It dawned on me that in his eyes, Mother and I were mere trifles, burdens he had cast aside. Had we not sought him out, he would not have bothered to look for us. Indeed, as Xia Qinyu had said, this was the Xia family. Lu Yazi was the esteemed matriarch, and Xia Qinyu was the pampered daughter. And I was nothing. Mother claimed that Father loved me, and that I could rely on him. She was unaware that his heart had long since changed, and we held no place in his affections that we were mistaken. The hopes and weights of these years had become a cruel jest. The only glimmer of gratitude I felt towards him was for the fact that he still had enough conscience to provide for Mother's medical care. For that, I bore him no resentment. Father, she is an outsider. Why must she accompany us to grandfather's house? I disagree. That I was startled by Hao Yu's sudden outburst, which jolted my thoughts back to reality, that Ninger is your sister. She is not an outsider. Father retorted, glaring at Yazi. Yazi averted her gaze, picking up a piece of egg and feeding it to Hao Yu, exclaiming in frustration, You can't silence him even while eating. Then, turning to me with a gentle smile, she said, Ninger, do not hold it against Hao Yu. He is still young and has been spoiled by your father. This weekend, I will take you shopping for clothes. You are so striking. A little embellishment will make you even more beautiful. No need. I just bought 2 outfits yesterday. That is sufficient. I replied, smiling and pretending to be completely unconcerned that as a young lady of the Xia family, 2 outfits simply will not do. Yazi insisted this weekend. You must accompany your mother Yazi to have several outfits made. As your mother Yazi's birthday is in a month, that we will host a grand banquet at home, inviting many distinguished guests. Their daughters will be in attendance as well. Surely, 1 or 2 outfits will not suffice. Very well. I shall heed Father's words. Father, I want to have a formal evening gown made for Mother's birthday as well. Father, clearly pleased, readily agreed. The next day, when Xia Qinyu and I entered the classroom, 2 female classmates pulled Xia Qinyu aside, whispering about something unknown. Other students clustered together, casting furtive glances in my direction. It was evident they were discussing me. Just then, Du Bingxin approached, a stack of books cradled in her arms, a bright smile on her face as she said, Xia Yuning, I've brought your books. That I expressed my gratitude and accepted the books. She sat beside me, her curiosity palpable as she softly inquired, Xia Yuning, what is your relationship with Xia Qinyu? The entire campus is abuzz with talk about you two. That I hesitated before replying. She is my half-sister. Du Bingxin's eyes widened in astonishment. Disbelief etched across her face as she exclaimed, Goodness, that's remarkable. I could only offer a wry smile. That Du Bingxin seemed poised to ask more, but I halted her, saying, I'll explain everything to you later. The first class was a foreign language lesson, taught by a plump female foreign teacher named Susan, who had a humorous manner of speaking throughout the lesson. I felt utterly lost, unable to grasp what she was saying, my thoughts drifting far away. As I sat in a daze, the teacher called on me. What does this word I just taught mean? She asked in Mandarin. Embarrassed, I shook my head. Laughter erupted around the classroom. Who can tell her what this word is? Xia Qinyu raised her hand, her voice clear as she said, It means beautiful. The teacher commended her. Then turned to me, saying, Xia Yuning, you must pay attention in class and not daydream. Xia Qinyu added, Teacher, my sister just returned from the countryside and has never attended school. She doesn't know foreign languages. Her words ignited another wave of whispers that, the rumors were true. She really was a loved child. Her fortune was remarkable. Despite being a love child, she was still treated the same. Many others couldn't even gain entry. Susan quelled the murmurs, saying, "All right, everyone quiet down. Xia Yuning, even if you don't understand, you must listen attentively. Now let us continue reading together." After class, no one approached me for conversation. They all kept their distance. That it was clear the rumors of me being a love child were the handiwork of Xia Qinyu. She believed that by doing so, she could suppress me and force me to leave the school. She underestimated me. Upon learning the situation, Du Bingxin was furious, insisting on confronting Xia Qinyu, but I held her back. She was aware that my mother was still in the hospital, so she relented. Given my understanding of Xia Qinyu, her ability to spread rumors about me indicated she had further schemes in mind. I could not fall into her trap. The only strategy one had was to remain steadfast. The day passed quickly. Apart from the peculiar glances from my classmates, I had no interactions with them. After packing my bag, as Du Bingxin and I exited the classroom, 3 girls approached us. One of them, taller than me, along with 2 others of similar height, blocked our path. Chapter 13. Father S. Hand. The tall girl crossed her arms. Glaring at me with an air of superiority, with a disdainful expression, she asked, "So you are Xia Yuning?" "I am Xia Yuning. What do you want?" I replied, sensing her confrontational demeanor. "Oh, nothing much, that I merely wanted to see what the rumored new campus flower looks like." "You are indeed pretty. Too bad you're a love child. I heard your mother shamelessly eloped with someone and was left behind, giving birth to you, a little bastard. And now you've returned to pester them." Truly shameless that Du Bingxin stepped forward, anger flaring as she retorted. "What are you saying? Rong Chunmei, you've gone too far. Step aside. This has nothing to do with you, don't meddle." Rong Chunmei shoved Du Bingxin aside. "With such a background, how dare you attend St. Christopher's? You've truly shown me what it means to be thick-skinned." Her words prompted laughter from the 2 girls beside her. The Du Bingxin was about to step forward again, but I held her back, suppressing my own fury. "Miss, though you have the appearance of a person, the words you speak are as foul as if you had eaten excrement. You possess no manners at all. If you wish to be someone's dog, at least be a clever one. Otherwise, you might not even know how you met your end." Rong Chunmei was taken aback by my retort, her face flushing crimson. The 2 girls beside her ceased their laughter, adopting angry stances as if ready to fight. She lunged forward, snatching my bag from my hands and dumping its contents onto the floor, carelessly tossing the bag aside while provoking me with her gaze. Du Bingxin could no longer contain herself and pushed Rong Chunmei, but the 2 girls blocked her. "Rong Chunmei, pick up the books from the ground," I commanded. She shrugged. "Not going to happen." With that, she stepped on the scattered books. "Rong Chunmei, if you don't pick up those books today, I will make sure you regret it." "Ah, who do you think you're scaring? Do you even know who I am?" she boasted, her tone brash. In a fit of rage, I executed a shoulder throw, causing her to scream as she hit the ground, my knee pressing against the back of her neck, rendering her unable to retaliate. "Do you really think someone like you can threaten me? The people who command you wouldn't dare confront me directly, yet you come here as a scapegoat that if you don't pick up these books today, I'll have your parents come to retrieve them." Rong Chunmei's face shifted between red and pale as she realized the gravity of my threat. The 2 girls beside her, who had initially appeared fierce, now seemed deflated that I released Rong Chunmei, who scrambled to her feet, looking disheveled. "Pick them up quickly," Du Bingxin urged, grinning widely. The 3 girls exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. "Xia Yuning, just wait. You will pay for what you've done today." They turned and fled in disgrace. "They ran away," Du Bingxin exclaimed. "Forget it. People like them only have this much ability. They can only scare others." That I gathered the books from the ground and placed them back in my bag. Du Bingxin laughed heartily behind me. "Xia Yuning, well done. You seem so gentle, yet when you get angry, you're truly intimidating." "Who is she?" I asked. "Don't you know her?" Du Bingxin replied, puzzled that I don't. "How can you not know? You were brave to confront her without knowing her background." Though I was unaware of her familial connections, her willingness to act as someone else's attack dog indicated her status was not particularly high. "Why should I fear her? You are indeed quite astute. No wonder you struggle with foreign languages. Maria has perhaps deemed it more fitting for you to remain at a 5th grade level. Your logical reasoning is truly remarkable. However, the situation is not as you describe. My experiences are merely a touch more intricate than yours." With my backpack slung over my shoulder, I approached the school gate, now devoid of any lingering presence. save for a solitary black car parked nearby. Emerging from the vehicle was Du Bingxin's elder brother, still clad in his traditional long gown, though today it was of a muted gray hue. His physique was well-proportioned, and his countenance radiated warmth, a smile gracing his lips that reached the depths of his eyes. "Brother, you've come to pick me up today. What a rarity. Have you not been busy lately?" Du Bingxin inquired, her face alight with joy. "These past few days have been rather unoccupied," he replied, maintaining his refined demeanor. It would be hard for anyone to believe he was a rogue, given his appearance. His gaze shifted toward me as he asked, "Why are you all out so late?" "I got held up by a few matters," I responded. "Oh, have your family not arrived yet?" I was aware that Xia Qinyu had likely sent Vice Officer Zhang home. If I were to walk back, it would take me some time, but I could find my way. They should have returned. My home is not far from the school, that I could make the journey in no time. I assured him that. Du Bingxin linked his arm with mine, insisting, "The car is right before you. There is no need for you to walk back. Hurry and get in. Miss Xia, the world is rather tumultuous these days. A young lady should never traverse the streets alone, especially in the evening. It's perilous." Long Ingtian's expression was one of genuine concern, which warmed my heart that I found myself inexplicably trusting him. It was a peculiar sensation. Had my mother been absent for too long? Did I crave such warmth? I was uncertain that I settled into the car as Du Bingxin recounted the earlier events to Long Ingtian, who burst into laughter, exclaiming, "I never anticipated that Miss Xia would remain so clever," that he used the word still. Confused, I glanced at the rearview mirror, where he was also looking back at me, flashing a radiant smile that was hauntingly familiar. In an instant, a memory flickered. This very smile had appeared in numerous dreams thereafter. Noticing my silence, Du Bingxin asked, "Xia Yuning, what troubles you?" "It's nothing. I merely recalled someone," I replied, casting another tentative glance at Long Ingtian, who this time did not meet my gaze, that I felt a sudden wave of disappointment wash over me. Before long, the car came to a halt in front of the Xia mansion. Long Ingtian graciously opened the door for me. Stepping out as he advised, "Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." His voice was soft and warmed that moment. My heart froze for 2 seconds. Overwhelmed by an indescribable emotion as I watched them disappear from view, that I rang the doorbell. And to my surprise, it was Xia Qinyu who opened the door. Don't be astonished. It's quite a spectacle to see a man escorting you home. I almost want to applaud. Just turn around and glance at the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor. The entire family is relishing the sight of you being brought home by a man. Looking rather reluctant to part ways, she quipped, her face alight with excitement. "Let us see how you contend with me." Then I turned to the second floor's windows, confirming that indeed everyone was present, including Hao Yu. Suddenly, it dawned on me. Xia Qinyu had laid this trap for me. Rong Chunmei's actions were merely a stalling tactic, aimed at allowing them to witness a man escorting me home. And this man was a rogue. Upon stepping inside, I was unexpectedly met with a resounding slap to my face that I was caught off guard, the force of the blow leaving my ears ringing and stars dancing before my eyes. The left side of my face transitioned from numbness to a fiery sting, accompanied by the metallic taste of blood in my mouth. The sheer intensity of the slap left me momentarily dazed. As I cupped my face, gazing at my father, who was seething with anger. Chapter 14. Xia Qinyu's defense. My tears betrayed me. Welling up despite my efforts to remain composed, it was not merely the stinging pain on my face that hurt, but the heartache stemming from his repeated unyielding accusations, devoid of inquiry or understanding. My father pointed at me. "How old are you to be gallivanting with men? You have brought disgrace upon the Xia family." Yaji stepped forward, grasping my father's arm, attempting to placate him. "Phone, do not be angry. I am certain Ning was deceived, which led to such foolishness." My father, fueled by Yaji's inflammatory words, grew even more furious, his body trembling as he pointed at me. "What a disgrace! How could you be so shameless?" Yaji soothed my father and approached me, feigning concern as she touched my swollen face. "Does it still hurt? Your father is just upset and acted out of anger. You are no longer in the countryside. This is the Xia mansion. Your father is a well-respected mayor in Sioux City. As the mayor's daughter, you cannot be seen wandering off with a man after school. If word gets out, your father's reputation will be tarnished, and the Xia family will become the laughingstock of Sioux City, the subject of gossip. How will you ever find a suitor? Yaji's words dripped with malice, her concern a mere facade, as joy blossomed within her heart that I evaded her outstretched hand and stood beside my father. Where Xia Qinyu wore a look of amusement, taunting me that I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth and strode over to Xia Qinyu, delivering a swift slap across her face. She stumbled backward, falling into my father's embrace, leaving everyone in the room utterly astonished. Xia Qinyu, taken aback, took a moment before bursting into tears, trembling with indignation. "Father, she hit me." Yaji rushed over, pulling Xia Qinyu close. Her voice laced with concern. "Where, are you all right? Look at your swollen face." My father seized Yaji, lunging toward me, his hand raised once more that I remained motionless, head held high, tears streaming down my cheeks uncontrollably as I gazed at the man who had long since extinguished my faith. I awaited the moment his hand would strike me, yet it lingered in the air, never descending that I let out a cold laugh. "Go on," continued he sighed, lowering his hand, with such a wild temperament. "Is this how your mother raised you?" I met his icy gaze. "Father, my mother has educated me splendidly. You needn't shift the blame onto her. She has always taught me to be discerning. She said that when faced with a situation, one must not simply accept others' words as truth. The essence of reality must be discerned independently. That is the true nature of fact. Would you not agree, father?" My father fell silent, his expression momentarily taken aback. Having been in this household for less than a week and attending school for merely 2 days, I questioned how my father could believe such a lie, that I was cavorting with men, simply because he saw me in a stranger's car and exchanged a few polite words of thanks. That my father remained silent. "Father, if you think for just a moment, you would not be so enraged, falling into others' traps without inquiry. You have erred, yet you direct your ire toward me. You must take responsibility," I implored. Xia Qinyu interjected, covering her swollen face. "Ning'er, Yuer is your sister, no matter your grievances. You cannot resort to violence. That I asked there not a better way to discuss this." I scoffed. "Doesn't someone who insists on placing blame upon others deserve a slap?" "Ning'er, what sort of talk is that? What does this have to do with Yuer? Your father disciplines you out of concern. Do not hold grudges against him, that we all act for your benefit." That I was weary of Yaji's ambiguous rhetoric. I continued to address my father. "Father, whether I struck her was justified or not, you may inquire with her." That I gestured towards Xia Qinyu, still sobbing, her face streaked with tears. "Father, you may question her." My father, skeptical, turned to Xia Qinyu, his tone stern. "Yuer, what transpired?" Xia Qinyu halted her sobs, casting a wary glance at Yaji before responding. "How would I know? When I left school, I did not see her. I was waiting with Vice Officer Zhang. Later, a classmate informed me that she had left in a man's car. Only then did I return. If you doubt me, you may ask Vice Officer Zhang. Upon my return, I was concerned for my sister, which is why I brought this matter to your attention." Rumors had spread through the school, claiming I was an illegitimate child, that my father had abandoned us, and that we were shamelessly seeking him out. Rong Chunmei, daughter of the customs deputy minister, approached, having heard some gossip, and insulted me, even throwing my books to the ground. This led to a dispute that consumed time by the time I reached the school gate. Vice Officer Zhang's car had departed. The day nearly darkened. The my deskmate left with me. It was her brother who had come to pick her up. That I merely hitched a ride back without any delay. That is the crux of the matter, that if my father still failed to comprehend, then perhaps he was unfit for his role as mayor. Indeed, my father's expression soured once more as he glared at Xia Qinyu. "What is the source of these rumors?" I do not know. It must be others who saw my sister and me in the same vehicle and speculated," she stammered. "Father, do you truly believe that Yuer would utter such words to insult you?" Yasi hurriedly interjected, attempting to mediate. It seems that this is merely a misunderstanding. Sister, I acted out of goodwill, fearing that you might suffer a loss." She began to sob again, her expression resembling that of a weeping pear blossom, imbued with profound grievance. "Rong Chunmei is your most loyal sycophant. This fact is known throughout the entire school. Surely, you cannot deny this, that if father wishes to verify the truth of my words, he need only visit the school. I harbor no enmity towards her. Why then would she come to berate me? Her father is merely a deputy director at the customs office. What audacity does she possess to use the term illegitimate child to shame me? Father, if you contemplate this situation for a moment, you will surely grasp the reality of the matter. Ninger. You make it sound as though this is a conspiracy, that you are as innocent and kind-hearted. She would never engage in such behavior. Your father has watched her grow up and must know that she is not that scheming type. Yasi continued to defend Xia Qinyu, while Xia Qinyu gazed at father with tear-filled eyes. The words have been spoken. I have no intention of framing anyone, that I merely recount the truth of the situation, that I cannot bear the reputation of consorting with men, that if you do not clarify the facts. Father, who knows how much slander and disgrace will be cast upon me in the future. Moreover, the reputation of the Xia family may suffer, and that is something I cannot endure. Sister, you are overthinking. We are all family. Who would wish to tarnish your name? You must not think of us this way. Xia Qinyu appeared aggrieved, a pitiful sight. Chapter 15. The unusual Yasi. I could hardly bear to watch Xia Qinyu continue her charade. Directing my gaze towards father, hoping he might show fairness, so that I would not have called him father in vain. Father averted his gaze, sighed, and said, "Today's incident was merely a misunderstanding. Let us not speak of it again. Ultimately, it is disappointing that I laughed at my own foolishness. Did I not understand my worth in his eyes? Why did I still entertain such naive fantasies? It was indeed laughable that I believed that at this moment he had comprehended the intricacies of the situation, yet he still chose to protect Xia Qinyu. I refrained from uttering another word and turned to ascend the stairs. Seated before the mirror, I beheld my reflection, eyes reddened, half my face swollen to a painful degree, numbness enveloping the ache, mirroring my current state of mind. This moment, I longed for my mother. How would she feel if she knew of my plight? The following morning, I awoke with half my face still swollen. Despite having applied a cold compress for an extended period last night, that IT seemed to have little effect, and I could still faintly sense intermittent pain. Presenting myself in such a condition at school would undoubtedly invite unnecessary trouble. I could easily surmise that Xia Qinyu would not miss the opportunity to humiliate me, as fate would have it. I encountered Xia Qinyu just as I stepped outside. She had just emerged from her room, that we both paused in surprise, that my slap had evidently lacked sufficient force, as there was no visible alteration on Xia Qinyu's face. Yet, she suppressed a laugh, her expression mocking, feigning astonishment. "Oh, sister, your face has yet to recover. How will you manage to go to school with such a visage?" Seeing her gloating demeanor, I could not be bothered to engage in a verbal sparring match. I merely brushed past her and descended the stairs. Father had just returned from his morning exercise, a routine he adhered to daily. I did not greet him as usual. My voice was cold as I stated, "I cannot attend school today. I would like to request a day off." "Very well. Take the day to rest at home, that I will have Vice Officer Zhang assist you in requesting leave," he replied with a smile. "Father, there is no need for Vice Officer Zhang. I can help my sister request it," Xia Qinyu interjected, stepping forward to grasp father's hand, her demeanor one of innocent charm. "That will not be necessary. Let Vice Officer Zhang handle it." Father's expression grew stern, that if he were to reflect upon last night's events, he would surely realize that I had been wronged. He is a man of profound insight. Or else he would not have achieved his current position. Surely, he understands Xia Qinyu's petty tricks. Xia Qinyu, also quite astute, sensed the shift in father's demeanor and promptly fell silent. After breakfast, they departed for their respective duties. While Yasi also left, that I returned upstairs to sleep, that I applied a hot towel to my face, and then lay down for another nap. When I awoke, the sunlight was brightly streaming through the window, bathing me in warmth. That I glanced at the time. It was already 11 o'clock. Upon looking in the mirror, I noticed that apart from some lingering redness, the swelling had subsided. That my stomach also growled in hunger, prompting me to rise and head to the kitchen for a glass of water. As I passed Yasi's door, I faintly heard voices inside. Had she returned? At first, I paid little mind, for I had never been one to eavesdrop. However, as I walked past her door in my cotton slippers, I heard her voice, filled with suppressed anger. "Even if it means not eating, it cannot die that it's not time for that yet. You keep a close watch. I have already repaid that sum of money." Her words piqued my curiosity, prompting me to linger. That I stood there, listening as she continued. "Rest assured, there will be ample opportunities for wealth. Just keep an eye on the person, and there will be chances for you to profit in the future." Who was this that she referred to? Was it male or female? A sense of unease washed over me, reminiscent of thoughts of my mother, and a troubling premonition settled in my heart. That I stood before Yasi's door and knocked. "Who is it?" She answered, her tone impatient. when she opened the door and saw me. Her surprise was evident. Ninger, do you need something? She hastily ended a phone call. Aunt Yasi, I wish to ask you for a favor, doe. What is it? My mother has been in the hospital for over a week. I would like to visit her. The ASI spoke. My gaze was fixed intently on her face, observing any change in her expression. That matter? I thought it was something else. You still need to ask me? Have you become too distant with me? She replied warmly. Seeing her act so casually and respond readily eased my worries slightly. Then, Aunt Yasi, let us go now. Yasi chuckled awkwardly. Ninger, it's not that simple. We should wait for your father to return, then we can discuss it and find a suitable time to visit her. That foreign hospital has strict management. One cannot simply walk in, since she had said so. I did not press the matter further, merely wishing to quell the unease in my heart that I only desired to find a time to visit my mother. Otherwise, not having seen her left me feeling unsettled. I understand. Thank you. Aunt Yasi, did I apologize for disturbing your rest, and I turned to leave but was halted by her voice. What did you just hear? Feigning ignorance, I shook my head. I did not hear anything. What did you say? Nothing, she quickly clarified. May I leave now? I gestured toward the door. Yes, go ahead, Yasi replied with a smile. It seemed that Yasi was engaged in something clandestine, while I was curious about the specifics. I did not wish to pry further. As long as it did not involve me, I preferred to avoid trouble. That I descended to the first floor, poured myself a glass of water, and settled onto the sofa in the living room. Sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating every corner of the room. As I sipped my water, basking in the warmth of the sun, my thoughts drifted to discussing with father the possibility of visiting my mother. It had been so long since we last saw each other. Surely my mother missed me as well, that I wondered how she was faring now. Was her health improving? I reminisced about the days spent in the countryside, snuggling against my mother's shoulder, basking in the sun, and listening to her recount her past. And I also thought of Aunt Zhang, who would sing opera for us. How carefree those days had been, lost in my thoughts. I was startled when Yasi suddenly approached me, her face close. Ninger, since we have no plans today, let us go downtown for a stroll and buy you some clothes. Yasi was beaming with enthusiasm. But the 2 outfits I ordered have yet to arrive, I replied, taken aback by her eagerness. That is of no concern. We can browse and choose some more styles. Your father said you should have a few more outfits. And you also need new shoes. Come, let us go upstairs to change, she urged me. With father absent, her sudden exuberance felt unusual. Although I harbored suspicions, I could not refuse her invitation, that I followed her upstairs to see what she had in mind. I changed my clothes and called for a rickshaw at the door. The car was primarily for father's use, so we typically relied on rickshaws for outings. Yasi and I took a rickshaw to Jiangnan Fabric Shop. Upon entering, the shopkeeper greeted us with a beaming smile, showering Yasi with compliments. Madam Mayor, please come in. We have just received a new batch of styles from the South Seas. Do take a look. The walls of the fabric shop were adorned with an array of new Western-style dresses, and various fabrics were displayed on the counters that a tall, elegantly curved woman, clad in a lake blue embroidered qipao with a white fox fur shawl draped over her shoulders. Her hair styled in delicate curls and adorned with an exquisite hairpiece, was selecting fabrics. Chapter 16. So it is upon hearing the commotion, she turned her head, and Yasi immediately approached her with a radiant smile. The woman responded with equal warmth, and it was clear that they were quite familiar with one another. As they exchanged pleasantries, their gazes fell upon me standing behind Yasi, and the woman inquired with surprise, "Who is this?" "This is my young lady, just returned from the countryside. This is it. Let's have a few outfits tailored for her, and take them back to the old man and the old lady in the southern city this weekend." The young woman, with a smile in her eyes, looked at me and complimented, "What a beautiful little girl. In 2 years, when she matures fully, with such a visage and figure, she will be truly remarkable." "Ha, dear second madam, you flatter me," I replied humbly. "I am not speaking in jest. You are indeed fortunate to have another daughter, both of whom are so lovely. In the future, the noble young men of the provincial capital will not hesitate to court your family." "Oh, come now, compared to your esteemed daughter, they are hardly anything of note," I said, while Yasi displayed an admirable humility, even diminishing her own value. "Look how stunning this girl is." She reached out and gently patted my shoulder. "Good day, second madam," I said, bowing my head in respect. "Truly delightful, genuinely charming, the second madam exclaimed, appearing quite pleased. Tio, in the favor of the second madam is indeed a blessing for Ning and as for Ninger's future marriage. I hope you will take it upon yourself to assist, dear second madam, I added. The second madam joyfully took Yazi's hand and said, come, let us sit over there. The shopkeeper should measure Ning's dimensions. The shopkeeper hurried over, his face beaming with flattery. This way, miss. Following the shopkeeper to the counter, I pondered Yazi's unusual behavior today. It seemed a bit forced to claim she brought me to tailor clothes. Her true intention likely revolved around the second madam before U.S. for my presence. It was probably not as straightforward as it appeared. What could her motives be? I could not fathom. The second madam's position is not to be taken lightly. She must be someone of considerable standing, or else she would not employ such sycophantic language. Although I was not close to them, I was not far either, and I observed their demeanor closely. Thus, I could hear every word of their conversation. Yazi and the lady sat on a nearby sofa, engaged in conversation, while the shop's attendants busied themselves with tea and water. Dear second madam, what have you been busy with lately? I haven't seen you in ages, Yazi inquired. That I've been quite occupied, the second madam responded, a hint of resentment in her voice. The commander has assigned me a challenging task that I must complete. He treats me like one of his subordinates, such is the way of those who engage in battle. Everything is done at the command of a superior. My father shares this nature as well. There's no escaping it. Indeed, that I recently visited Ningxing and encountered General Zhang, who just welcomed a grandson, that he was so envious that he insisted I find a suitable young lady for his eldest son. That it has been quite the burden. Is that so? The commander's household desires to find a bride for the eldest son? Surely, the daughters of officials from Sioux City would be clamoring to marry into your family. No need for worry. The second madam sighed and replied, you know well enough the temperament of the eldest son. Ever since the unfortunate incident with Zhang Xiaofei 2 years ago, he hasn't shown any interest in women. Many daughters of officials and merchants have come forth, but he merely glanced at their photographs and lost interest. Perhaps he has already found someone outside, which is why he is so indifferent. With his looks and status, he would not lack for female admirers. Yet, none seemed to last longer than a week. Marrying one of them would be out of the question, and the commander would never consent. It seems you have your work cut out for you. I am no longer troubled. The second madam winked at her, casting a glance in my direction. Yazi understood and looked towards me that I was observing them. Feeling a chill run down my spine under their scrutiny, and I quickly diverted my gaze. Yazi then whispered, she is only 14, still a minor, that I must discuss this matter with the old master. If this were to come to fruition, your father's prospects would be boundless. Your father is a trusted aide to the commander, in the future. If we become related by marriage, it would be a tremendous blessing. I absorbed their conversation, finally grasping Yazi's hurried intent in bringing me here. However, I need not worry. He has shown no interest in the many illustrious young ladies, and I doubt I would be the exception. After taking my measurements, I bid farewell to the second madam. Exiting the Jiangnan fabric shop, I took a carriage to the Guomao shopping center to purchase shoes. Adjacent to Guomao was the Chaohui Grand Theater, bustling with activity. The entrance was lively, adorned with large posters of the famed opera performer Meng Wanner, and a long queue of ticket buyers snaked around. Meng Wanner is here. Ning, hurry over and stand in line. Yazi exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Meng Wanner is a renowned performer. Everyone in Ningxing knows her. Now that she has finally come to Sioux City, I must buy several tickets. As she spoke, she pressed money into my hand. This is for the tickets. You take it. That I accepted the money into my wallet and asked, where are you going? I'm off to the commercial city for a bit, to buy you some shoes. I know your size. How many tickets are you buying? I inquired. Buy as many as you can with the money in your hand. With that, she was already several meters away. Looking around, I noticed the queue was filled entirely with men of varying ages. And I was the sole woman among a throng of gentlemen. That a sigh escaped me. If it were Xia Qinyu, would Yazi still feel so at ease? Though surrounded by men, I felt no fear. I was capable of protecting myself, and stood in line with a sense of calm. Amid the crowd, I listened to their tales of the illustrious Meng Wan, finding it quite entertaining as someone who has loved stories since childhood. Meng Wanner was immensely popular in Ningxing, and I had heard her performances before. She was both beautiful and talented. That I learned that she was invited to Sioux City at a high price by the theater owner, a rotund man in his 50s who shared a piece of gossip he had heard. Yes, I have heard that too. However, I also heard that Ming Wanner has an unusual relationship with our city's commander's young Marshal. A young man chuckled mischievously. Indeed, a woman who could be close to the young Marshal is no ordinary person. What kind of man is the young Marshal? Ordinary folks avoid him like the plague. He has fought alongside the commander on the battlefield since childhood, merciless in battle. If one falls into his hands, it's either death or ruin. She must be quite extraordinary to be associated with him. The young man nodded vigorously. If Ming Wanner has indeed come to Sioux City, it may very well be connected to the young Marshal. Should that be the case, we can only watch from the sidelines. Any other thoughts are futile. Though they spoke in hushed tones, their conversation attracted others, and the queue gradually transformed into a gathering. If you wish to live a few more years, do not even entertain such thoughts. He is truly fearsome. My nephew is one of his subordinates and has witnessed him feeding a man alive to his massive Tibetan Mastiff. How terrifying! Just as I was becoming increasingly uneasy, a pair of hands suddenly reached out, snatching my wallet. Inside were the funds Yazzie had given me for the tickets that I shouted thief, and turned to chase after him, but a shadow flashed before me, and I collided with someone, only to be caught midway by him. Dazed, I saw stars as my eyes met a familiar face. "Are you all right, Miss Xia?" he asked with a smile. The voice was familiar, but I could not discern his identity due to the proximity. I nearly forgot that I was still in his embrace, that I pushed him away and finally recognized him as Du Bingxin's brother, Long Ingting. "Mr. Long, what a coincidence. How did you end up here?" I exclaimed. Genuinely pleased to see him, that I just arrived and saw this rascal trying to steal from Miss X. That moment, I noticed Long Ingtian held my wallet, and the thief was being restrained by two of his subordinates. His reflexes were astonishing. It all transpired in an instant, and the thief was apprehended. He returned my wallet to me. "Do you enjoy opera as well, Miss Xia?" he inquired. I nodded. "Yes, I do." "Did you come by yourself? Are you not aware that it could be quite dangerous for a young lady alone?" "I came with my stepmother. She's in Guomao. I was just in line here, that I am fine," he sighed. "Then come with me." He walked straight toward the theater, that I stood there, puzzled by his intentions. Noticing my hesitation, he explained, "Let me help you buy tickets. With so many people, how long would you have to wait?" "Oh," I replied, quickly following in his wake as we entered the Chaohui Theater. Upon stepping through the grand redwood doors adorned with gold and glass, I entered a spacious lobby, decorated with an antique elegance and noble refinement. The foyer featured a reception area and sofas for resting, and further inside lay a luxurious, expansive stage. Crystal chandeliers sparkled above, casting a warm glow. Passers-by greeted him with respectful nods, addressing him as Lord Long, indicating his status as a regular patron. Ascending to the second floor with him, he opened a door and gallantly gestured for me to enter. Before me was a large desk facing my direction. Surprised, I gazed at him. "This is my office. Come in for a cup of tea," he said, his demeanor warm and gentlemanly, that I lowered my guard, entering the room and taking a seat on the sofa as he prepared the tea. "Mr. Long, do you work here?" I inquired. "I do not frequent here often, perhaps twice a week." He poured the brewed tea into my cup and, crossing his hands, sat down across from me, gazing at me with gentle eyes. Meeting his gaze evoked a sense of familiarity, reminding me of that person, Miss Xia. "What are you thinking about?" I snapped back to reality, feeling a bit awkward, and smiled. "It's nothing, that I once had a friend in the countryside who resembled Mr. Long. Do you still remember that friend?" Long Ingtian asked out of course, although I only met him once before he vanished, and I never saw him again. I lamented. "Do you still think of him?" he queried. I nodded. "Yes, he was injured before he went missing. I still do not know whether he is alive or dead." "You saved him in the back mountains. His name was Ji Rundu, correct?" He smiled at me. I tightened my grip on the cup in my hand. It truly was him. That I looked up at him, and he nodded knowingly. Excitedly, I stood up and asked, "Is it really you?" "It is," he replied, looking equally joyful, revealing a row of neat teeth. Though surprised, I was not taken aback. I had intended to test him, and his identification confirmed my suspicions, filling me with happiness. "When I returned that day, I found you gone. I searched for you everywhere." "Where did you go?" "I overheard your conversation with those people. Afraid they might come back for me, I ventured into the mountains, and fortunately encountered my brothers who were looking for me. I intended to return to see you once more, but then encountered numerous challenges, surviving by a hair's breadth. After I settled down, I thought about finding you, but my enemies have been lurking in the shadows. I feared it would implicate you, so I refrained from doing so. Fortunately, you didn't return. That group of soldiers didn't leave. They went to the village and issued a warrant for you, declaring you a bandit. He set his teacup down and looked at me. Yes, if you had known I was a bandit at that time, would you still have saved me? As long as it is a life, I would save it. Though you are a bandit, you have never harmed me. Moreover, not all bandits are malevolent. Do you truly believe that? I nodded. Out there, they label me as a notorious rogue of Sioux City. Aren't you afraid? I am not afraid. I am your savior. You are a kind, brave, and extraordinary woman. Hearing his praise warmed my heart. It's mutual, I replied with a smile. Xiao Ning, my face is not the same as it once was. How did you recognize me? He asked, curiosity evident on his face. When I first saw you, I noticed your eyes and the way your smile revealed your teeth. It felt familiar that I wasn't certain it was you. As you were covered in blood at that time, I explained that my teeth. He grinned widely. Yes, you have a row of clean, neat teeth that left a strong impression on me. You still remember? Of course, I have a vivid memory of that incident. I was worried about you for quite some time after you went missing. Seeing you well now brings me joy. Did you worry about my safety? Indeed, you were someone I rescued with great difficulty. Naturally, I wish for your well-being. Xiao Ning. He called my name in a low voice, his tone somewhat peculiar, that I gazed at him, his deep-set eyes harboring something I could not comprehend, and the air around us seemed to thin. Meeting his gaze caused a flutter of panic within me, that he leaned forward, closing the distance between us, his gaze tender, voice hushed. Hearing you say this makes me very happy that I felt flustered under his scrutiny. Such a gaze stirred a tumultuous feeling within me, and I dared not maintain eye contact. The atmosphere suddenly intensified. My face felt like it was aflame, that he moved closer, took my hand gently, and in a soft, deep voice said, Since our parting, you have taken residence in my heart, that I often dream of you and still recall your conversations with those pursuers. Ning, my life was given to me by you, and I hope you will take responsibility for it. I was taken aback. His actions and confession overwhelmed me with emotion, leaving me at a loss that my heart raced, feeling as though it might leap from my chest. I withdrew my hand and stepped back, uncertain how to respond, my eyes fixated on the ground. Mr. Long, I must take my leave. Ning, I apologize. Did I frighten you? I lost control of my emotions, he said. His voice tinged with disappointment, that I halted, swallowed hard, turning my back to him. Mr. Long, this is all too sudden, that I only wish to express my feelings, that I do not expect you to accept me immediately. I shall wait for you to mature, that I hope you do not feel burdened by my words. He approached me again, looking at me earnestly, his words sincere. Chapter 18. The second madam has taken a liking to you. My mind was in turmoil. The situation had unfolded so unexpectedly, leaving me unsure of how to proceed. He once more grasped my hand. Ning, this is a VIP card for the theater. You enjoy watching plays, so feel free to come anytime. Mr. Long, I cannot accept the card. That will bring me trouble. Today, I am out with my stepmother, and this ticket is for her. Just charge me the standard price, I said, pulling out the money from my bag and placing it in his hand. He said nothing but called out, Aching, that a young man named Aching entered, standing respectfully before Long Ing Tian. Long Ing Tian handed the money to Aching, instructing him to purchase tickets for Miss Xia at the regular price. Yes, Long Aching took the money and left. And I heard from Bing Xan that you have not been well in that household. Would you like my assistance? He asked earnestly. For now, I can manage on my own. I replied. That's good, that if you encounter any insurmountable issues, do come to me, that I hope my previous words do not weigh upon you. His concern touched me deeply. Aside from my mother, it was rare for someone to show such care. My heart felt warm. Yes, he smiled, producing a business card from his pocket and placing it in my palm. This is my phone number, that I did not refuse, clutching it tightly. That a knock at the door interrupted us. Come in, Long Ing Tian said. Aching returned, holding the tickets. Long Yi, the tickets are ready. The performance starts at 7 tomorrow evening. Long Ing Tian handed me the tickets, which I tucked into my bag. Thank you, Mr. Long. I must take my leave now. I will escort you. No need. My stepmother is likely to emerge from shopping soon. It would not be good if she saw us together. I declined. Very well. Aching will see Miss Xia out. Long Ing Tian conceded without pressing further. Stepping outside, I immediately spotted Yaji scanning the area, her hands laden with 2 bags. Upon seeing me, her expression turned suspicious. Why didn't you buy tickets at the box office? What were you doing inside? Out of curiosity, I just wanted to take a look, I replied nonchalantly. Just looking. Did you get the tickets? She pressed, still doubtful, glancing back at the theater, that I presented the tickets to her. She appeared surprised but said nothing, placing the tickets in her shimmering silver purse that we hailed a rickshaw and headed home. Throughout the journey, my thoughts were a tangled mess, long Ing TNS words echoing repeatedly in my mind. The sudden turn of events left me unprepared, yet each of his statements stirred my heart. By the time we arrived home, the sun had set, and the car was parked in the yard. Everyone who was supposed to be back had returned. Following Yaji, I held the shoes she bought for me, the style still unseen. The house buzzed with liveliness, as Hao Yu and Xia Qianyu sat around my father, animatedly discussing something joyful. Seeing us enter, Hao Yu rushed over, tugging at the bags in Yaji's hands. Mother, why are you only back now? Where's my gun? You promised to buy it for me, that I've been dying to have it. Yaji produced a box for him. Hao Yu frowned in disdain, muttering unhappily, this is so small. I wanted a bigger one, that Yaji coaxed him. This is the latest Browning. It's much more fun than the larger ones. Many children are playing with this now. Hao Yu, half convinced, clutched the gun and scampered to the sofa to unwrap the box. Mother, I heard from Lu Ma that you took my sister to buy clothes. Why did you come back so late? Xia Qianyu asked sweetly, grasping Yaji's hand. Yes, I was just saying we should have had Vice Officer Zhang come to fetch you, my father remarked, appearing in good spirits, not wanting to intrude on their joyful family moment. I decided to head upstairs. Ning Er, come sit with us, my father beckoned, that I set my belongings down and joined him. Today, at the Jiangnan tailoring shop, I encountered the second madam of the governoress mansion. Yaji said, removing her coat and draping it over the back of the sofa, did the second madam go to have clothes made as well? My father seemed quite intrigued by this second madam. Yes, she has been quite troubled lately. She came out to clear her mind and happened to run into me that I asked about the eldest young master's marriage. Besides this matter, what else could be troubling her? A few days ago, while at the military government, I heard my father-in-law mention it. The governor is quite anxious and has asked my father-in-law to help arrange things that it seems the governor is genuinely pressed for time. What good is being anxious if the eldest young master is indifferent? The governor is simply fretting in vain. Had it not been for that incident 2 years ago, my grandson would have long since been born. It is indeed a misfortune. The perpetrator remains at large to this day. The eldest young master seems to have lost his senses somewhat. After all, she is merely a woman. Father sighed, but I do have good news. Yazi's gaze swept over me, casting a mysterious look at father. His curiosity was piqued. What good news? He inquired. Yazi beamed at me and said to father, as soon as we stepped in today, the second madam took a liking to our Ning. Wouldn't you say that's a joyous occasion? Instantly, father sat up straight. Is that so? The second madam herself told you. Indeed, and if the eldest young master also takes an interest, Ninger would be quite fortunate. I disagreed vehemently that I am still young, merely 14, and I wish to focus on my studies, not marriage. That I stood up, anger evident in my voice. Father and Yazi looked at me in surprise. Perhaps they did not anticipate such a strong reaction from me. After a long silence, Xia Qinyu finally spoke. Sister, how can you speak to father in such a manner? They're only looking out for your best interests. The Duke's residence is not a place just anyone can enter. At that moment, father wore a face of anger, his expression dark as he looked at me. Ninger, you must not throw a childish tantrum. This is a rare opportunity that we should at least try. Whether it succeeds or not is a different matter. I have already agreed to the second madam. What would the Duke's residents think if we went back on our word? It could jeopardize your father's career. Ignoring Yazi, I turned to father. Father, I am only 14. Still a minor. I do not wish to marry so soon. Sister, do you know how many stunning young ladies there are in Sioux City? The eldest young master has not shown interest in any of them. Do you really think he would take notice of you? How narcissistic. Xia Qinyu seized every opportunity to mock me. After a long silence, father spoke again, his anger palpable, his face stern, in matters of marriage. It has always been the will of the parents and the matchmaker's words. You are my daughter, Xia Fengtian, and you have no say in this matter. With that, he stood up and left. Sir, dinner is ready. Where are you going? Yazi hurried after him. Xia Qinyu approached me, her tone ominous. Do not forget, this is the Xia family, that if you have your own ideas, you may leave the Xia family, that no one will care about you. I felt wronged, yet had no outlet for my emotions. Having gone a day without food, I was famished. The table was set with a sumptuous meal prepared by Aunt Lou, yet I had no appetite. I went to the kitchen, took a piece of bread, and retreated upstairs. The shoes I had bought held no interest for me. I tossed them carelessly onto the shoe rack. Chapter 19. Coercion. The bread lay on my desk. I collapsed onto my thick silk quilt. The cool, soft fabric against my face felt as gentle as my mother's embrace that I could no longer count on father. I had seen through his character. From any angle, he would not stand with me. Today's events were clearly orchestrated by Yazzie, who pretended to take me out to buy clothes, fully aware that the second madam was also at the Jiangnan clothing shop. She hurried there to create a chance encounter, ensuring the second madam noticed me, thus fulfilling her purpose, or perhaps father was involved in this scheme as well. Everything seemed to be a collective design on their part. With the Duke's esteemed family, Yazzie, given her character, would have long since pushed Xia Qinyu forward. How could it possibly be my turn? The young masteress' reputation was unsavory. She certainly would not push her own daughter into such peril. Wanting to connect with the Duke's family, I had become her ideal pawn. They were pushing me out of the Xia family, while simultaneously aligning themselves with the Duke's residence, achieving two goals at once. Their schemes were indeed meticulous. The young master could lead one to ruin. The thought sent shivers down my spine. What kind of inhumanity was this? I would not even want to meet such a person. Merely thinking of it is terrifying. Were it not for my mother still in the hospital, I would have packed my bags and left immediately that I sat up in bed, realizing I needed to devise a plan to dissuade them from this idea. I could not take such risks. Chewing on the bread, I pondered my options that a knock at the door interrupted my thoughts, and I opened it to find Yazzie entering with a tray of food. Smiling as she placed it on the table, upon seeing the half-eaten bread, she shook her head. "You haven't eaten all day, and this is all you consume? Come, eat the warm food." That I knew her intentions and did not move. "If you have something to say, just say it." That I have no appetite. She always maintained her graceful smile as she looked at me, sighing. "You are still a child. Many things in this world are unavoidable. Not just you. Your father, as the mayor, also faces unavoidable circumstances. The second madam has already taken a liking to you. You must attend this meeting. Besides, that young master is quite picky. Many esteemed young ladies have failed to catch his eye. How do you know he will take notice of you? This is merely a formality. Whether it succeeds depends on fate. What if I refuse to go? You may refuse, but the Duke is hot-tempered. He will surely think we are mocking him and will unleash his wrath upon your father. It would be effortless for him to remove your father from his position as mayor. Or in a fit of rage, he could imprison our entire family. These are all possibilities. You may not care, but your mother is still in the hospital. Without money, she will be thrown out. What will she do then? Ninger, this matter may appear trivial, yet it involves many facets. The consequences are unfathomable. Are you implying that if I refuse, my mother's illness will go untreated? I retorted. Yazzie paused. You have a point. That I knew they would use my mother's leverage against me. That was my Achilles heel. This is all your design, isn't it? I accused Yazzie as she looked at me and brushed a loose strand of hair away. You are quite clever. Indeed, I learned of the second madam's presence at the Jiangnan clothing shop and brought you there with the intent of having her meet you. You are so beautiful. I was certain she would take notice. Everything I do is for your father's sake. While he is the mayor, many do not heed his words. Your father lacks a strong backing, and that person is the Duke. Furthermore, with the Duke's high status, if you could truly marry into that family, it would be your fortune. That if not, we lose nothing. The Duke would also have a good impression of us. Killing two birds with one stone. Why do you resist so vehemently? I scoffed. Perhaps her reasoning was indeed valid, and in her view, it was only natural. Such an opportunity. Is Xia Qinyu not more suited than I? She is too young. Otherwise, such a good opportunity would not fall to you. That I have said all I needed to. You must decide for yourself. With that, she swayed her willow-like waist and departed. That I felt a pent-up frustration. Unable to release it, I could only blame myself for lacking the ability to earn money, which left me at the mercy of others. After Yazzie left, I fell into deep thought. Although her words carried a threatening tone, they were more intimidating than anything. Yet I agreed with one of her statements. There are countless refined young ladies in Sioux City, and the young master does not fancy any of them. My worry seemed somewhat excessive. Yazzie taking me to meet the second madam was merely a chance encounter, was it not? Besides, that Ming Wanner is not his match. She looks stunning in the magazine. With an exquisite figure that I glanced at my own slender frame. Feeling much better, my worry seemed unwarranted. Yet the desire to earn money emerged within me. Relying on father would only lead to more unavoidable circumstances. How could I save myself? I recalled what Aunt Jean once told me. My skills in opera could earn me a living, that if I could perform at the theater, I could earn money. After my mother is discharged from the hospital, I could move out and live with her, supporting her. That would surely be better than enduring the whims of that household. With this thought, I felt a sense of clarity, as if life had regained its hope. Feeling cheerful, my hunger returned. Looking at the meal before me, my appetite surged, and I polished off a full bowl of rice. The next day, the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window, warming my face that I had a restful night, free of dreams, that my spirits were high as I prepared for school, tying my long, loose hair into a ponytail, that I donned a light blue, cinched waist, wide skirt made of cashmere. Complemented by the white, chunky-heeled shoes Yazzie had bought for me yesterday, that I felt invigorated. As I opened the door, I saw Xia Qinyu standing at the stairway, her eyes wide in surprise. "Good morning. Were you waiting for me?" I asked as I approached her. Who is waiting for you?" Caught off guard, she shot me an annoyed glare. "I didn't let you see the good show." My apologies that I turned and headed downstairs. You. I could picture Xia Qinyu's irritated expression, which only brightened my mood further. Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, I saw father and spoke to him, not with the usual deference, but casually, "Good morning, father." Though he had initially worn a stern expression, my greeting softened his demeanor slightly. "Have you come to a realization?" He asked. That I have. Father, he patted my shoulder, a satisfied smile on his face. "Come, let us have breakfast." Yaji had already seated herself at the edge of the table, her face radiant with a smile, as she beckoned me and my father to join her for a meal, that I took my place at the table. While Xia Qinyu sulked, her expression marred by discontent. After finishing our meal, we rode in my father's car to school, after which Officer Zhang would take him to work. That my father remarked that one car was insufficient, and he planned to purchase another one for the family next year. Xia Qinyu was overjoyed, exclaiming that she wanted Officer Zhang to teach her how to drive. That as we alighted from the car, we watched my father's vehicle disappear into the distance before parting ways. Xia Yuning heard someone calling my name from behind. That I turned around to see Du Bingxin rushing towards me. Inside the car was another man, not Long Yingtian, who had brought her today. "Did your brother not drop you off?" I inquired. That no, he went to Ningxing. She replied that, "Oh, your brother is quite busy, isn't he?" I remarked, "Yes, he often goes out, sometimes for a day or two, and occasionally for 2 or 3 months." That I've grown accustomed to it. Hearing her words, I felt a pang of disappointment in my heart. "Xia Yuning, are you all right?" Du Bingxin looked at me with concern. "I'm fine. Why do you ask?" I replied, puzzled. "Yesterday, I went to teacher Zhang to submit my math homework. When I reached the door, I overheard her reporting to the math teacher, saying that you were fooling around with a man and that your father had hit you, which is why you didn't come to school." Although I knew she would continue to spread rumors, I was taken aback that she would go so far as to malign me in front of a teacher. "What do you mean?" Du Bingxin looked perplexed. That I briefly recounted the events of last night to her. She was infuriated, stomping her foot and exclaiming, "What a wicked person! It's one thing to do this to others, but you're her sister. How can she be so dreadful?" "It's all right. This matter has already been resolved. Really, you're amazing, but you must be wary of Xia Qinyu." That Du Bingxin's anger dissipated, replaced by a bright smile. Having grown up in the countryside with my mother, I was accustomed to climbing mountains to gather firewood and forage for wild vegetables. That in winter, I would drill holes in the ice to catch fish. In the dead of night, I accompanied my mother with a kitchen knife to confront burglars who scaled walls to invade our home, and to argue with those who bullied us. After enduring so much, I truly regarded her with disdain. No, you mustn't think like that. You have no idea what she has done in the past. If you did, you wouldn't think this way. Du Bingxin urgently gestured. That my curiosity was piqued by her words, and I slowed my pace, whispering, "Do tell. This happened last year. At our school, there was a girl named Xia Qinyu as well. Though the names were different in characters, she was equally beautiful, a girl from the south. I heard she was orphaned and taken in by her aunt in Sioux City. Her aunt was well off and doted on her, enrolling her in our St. Christopher school. However, due to the similarity in their names, Xia Qinyu was envious and pressured her to change hers. Xia Qinyu refused. From that point on, Xia Qinyu inexplicably received beatings, with absurd reasons such as accidentally bumping into someone in the restroom or during cleaning. There were even instances where a dead mouse was placed in her backpack as a joke. Ultimately, Xia Qinyu cried herself to sleep every night. Despite these tribulations, she remained resolute in keeping her name, stating it was given by her father and she would never change it, even if it cost her life. Subsequently, Xia Qinyu wrote a love letter to a teacher, only to be summoned to the office for reprimand. The school soon buzzed with rumors that Xia Qinyu had attempted to seduce the teacher and was scolded for it, causing quite a stir. Unable to withstand the humiliation, Xia Qinyu committed suicide by drowning. The revelation sent chills down my spine. How could the school simply overlook this? No, they didn't. Later, her aunt came to demand an explanation. The school conducted an investigation, and the rumors were found to be true. The teacher confirmed that Xia Qinyu indeed wrote him a love letter, that in the end, the matter was swept under the rug. After all, it resulted in a death, and privately, people whispered that it was Xia Qinyu who spread the rumors. But her father was the mayor, so no one dared to intervene. Ultimately, she walked away unscathed. Isn't that terrifying? Du Bingxin sighed repeatedly. Did Xia Qinyu really write to the teacher? I asked, bewildered. Who knows? She was only at the school for less than half a month. With her introverted nature, she hardly interacted with classmates. Many students said she was aloof and didn't want to associate with her, that I wouldn't believe she would proactively write a love letter to a teacher. No matter what, the entire sequence of events crystallized in my mind that I believed that Xia Qinyu orchestrated the entire affair. However, I had not anticipated her to be so malicious, showing no reverence for a life lost due to her actions. Her character shattered my worldview. Yes, she appears innocent, lovely, and beautiful, but that is merely a facade. That a petty person is not frightening. What is truly alarming is someone who is scheming and small-minded, Du Bingxin lamented. As we conversed, we arrived at the classroom. The previously lively atmosphere fell silent as I stepped through the door, all eyes turning to me. Did I walk straight to my seat without glancing aside? The classroom, quiet for less than 3 seconds, resumed its murmurs, evidently discussing matters related to me, as suggested by their prior behavior, but I paid them no mind and continued my conversation with Du Bingxin, retrieving my books from my bag and placing them on the desk. The first class was mathematics. Casually, I noticed Xia Qinyu in the front row, turned sideways, observing me. Our eyes met, and she regarded me with a meaningful glance, a wicked smile playing at the corners of her mouth. What mischief is she plotting now? Du Bingxin remarked, having also noticed Xia Qinyu's unusual demeanor. It's fine. I'll face whatever comes my way, that I'll remain vigilant. I felt a surge of gratitude for having such a considerate friend by my side. The class bell rang. The students who had been slouched in their seats straightened up, retrieving their textbooks. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Zhang, a refined gentleman with gold-rimmed glasses, entered the room. His appearance was scholarly, exuding an air of intellect. That he walked with a straight posture, projecting a vibrant energy. His teaching style was engaging, fostering a relaxed classroom atmosphere with a unique perspective on problem-solving. Difficult concepts seemed effortlessly manageable under his guidance, marking him as an excellent teacher. The class passed swiftly. Just before the bell rang, Mr. Zhang called out, "Xia Yuning, please come to my office after class." That I was taken aback. But recalling Xia Qinyu's earlier complaints, I quickly understood that I responded affirmatively and followed him to the office. Inside, there were 3 teachers, a fair-skinned Susan and another woman of Asian descent whom I had not seen before. Susan, who was incredibly kind and taught us English, greeted me first. "Xia Yuning, I heard you weren't feeling well yesterday. Are you better now?" "Much better, thank you, Teacher Susan," I replied. The other female teacher, in stark contrast to Susan, remained hunched over her writing, not lifting her head. Approaching Mr. Zhang's desk, he pulled a chair from the side and placed it in front of me. "Xia Yuning, please have a seat." That I was taken aback. I had expected him to scold me for what Xia Qinyu had reported, but instead he greeted me with such courtesy, leaving me puzzled. "Xia Yuning, did you understand the lesson today?" he began. The explanations were quite thorough, and I understood most of it. I replied earnestly that that's good to hear, that I was informed by Principal Maria that you hadn't attended school prior to joining St. Christopher, so we should pay extra attention to you. The reason I called you here today is to ask if you are facing any academic difficulties that require assistance. He adjusted his glasses that had slipped down his nose. "Thank you for your concern. Principal Maria and M. are Zhang at present. I do not have any difficulties in my studies." "Well, Your foundation seems solid, but it will become increasingly challenging. Given your current level, you may find it somewhat tough. How about this? I can offer you half an hour of additional tutoring after school to help strengthen your foundation. This way, future lessons will be easier for you. Mr. Zhang spoke sincerely. His kindness came as a surprise. Had I not heard Du Bingxin's earlier remarks, I would have readily accepted his offer and expressed my gratitude. However, at this moment, I felt that Mr. Zhang's enthusiasm was somewhat excessive, and I sensed a complexity to the situation that I could not quite grasp. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, but I'd like to discuss this with my father first before making a decision. I did not agree immediately that he habitually adjusted his glasses with a smile, saying yes, it's better to discuss it first, and I'm sure Mayor Xia will agree. Did I ask there anything else, Mr. Zhang? I inquired. That will be all. Then I shall return to class. I stood up. Very well. Off you go. As I exited the office, I found Du Bingxin leaning against the railing, her gaze fixed in my direction. Upon seeing me, she hurried over, asking, "What did Mr. Zhang want you for?" Regarding academic matters, we had a brief conversation, during which it was mentioned that I would receive additional mathematics tutoring in the future. I see that I had thought that Xia Qinyu's cunning plan had succeeded, and that the teacher had reprimanded you. Initially, I shared your sentiments. When Teacher Zhang proposed tutoring me, I was equally astonished. However, I must say, Teacher Zhang is indeed quite responsible and a commendable educator. Indeed, he possesses both good looks and profound knowledge. Having studied abroad, he was personally recruited by Principal Maria, and he is well regarded within the school. Many students hold him in high esteem. Such individuals are naturally likable. Yes, the Xia Qinyu I mentioned this morning, the one who had contemplated suicide, wrote him a love letter. It is not entirely implausible. Even the most introverted girls harbor dreams of a Prince Charming, do they not? Du Bingxin's words shocked me. Are you saying that the person Xia Qinyu wrote a love letter to is Teacher Zhang? I can hardly believe it. Du Bingxin nodded affirmatively. Yes, what's the matter? A cold sweat broke out on my back. What is wrong with you? Du Bingxin shook my arm, that I regained my composure, and shook my head, saying it was nothing, just that I had thought of a few things. Let us go. Class will start soon. The murky fog inside my heart seemed to part slightly. On the ride home, Xia Qinyu remained unusually silent, not engaging with the deputy officer as she typically would. Her silence only deepened the enigma surrounding today's events. My keen intuition hinted at her brewing a scheme. Upon returning home and finishing dinner, the family gathered on the sofa to converse. That I had no intention of joining in, but unexpectedly, Xia Qinyu spoke first. Father, my sister was called to the office by the teacher today. That I heard that Teacher Zhang is quite worried about her falling behind and intends to provide her with extra lessons. Father beamed with delight at this news and beckoned me to sit beside him. That I complied. This is a good thing. After all, St. Christ is a prestigious institution, and the foreign educators are quite responsible, he remarked. Yasi also appeared pleased. Indeed, Ninger has a weak foundation. Even if the teacher does not mention it, I plan to hire a tutor for her. Such a fine school is worth the expense. Father, I can keep up with mathematics. That I do not wish to take extra lessons for now, I replied. Sister, the fact that Teacher Zhang is proactively offering you tutoring indicates that your foundation is lacking. He is acting out of goodwill, and you ought not to refuse. What will become of Teacher Zhang's reputation? Xia Qinyu was quite insistent about my additional lessons. Father nodded in agreement. Yuer is right. Even if you understand the material, listening to it once more isn't a bad idea. That it reinforces your understanding. You cannot disregard the teacher's kindness. Otherwise, people will say you are ungrateful and will gossip about our family's education. Yasi also urged me. Your mother is correct. Teacher Zhang is extending this offer out of respect for your father. Since I entered this school, I have never heard of Teacher Zhang tutoring anyone else. If you perform poorly, it will not only tarnish your reputation, but will also bring shame upon your mother and father. Do you understand? Xia Qinyu's words were undeniably persuasive, echoing the interests of our family, as if any rebuttal would be considered an act of rebellion against morality. I found myself at a loss for words. Father ultimately made a decision. That it is settled then. Tomorrow I will have the deputy officer deliver a token of gratitude to Teacher Zhang at Ninga. You must focus on your studies and not concern yourself with anything else. I glanced at Xia Qinyu, who appeared quite pleased, as if her scheme had succeeded. This action further convinced me that Teacher Zhang's tutoring of me was somehow connected to her. Father, it's not that I do not want extra lessons. It's just that if I do, The deputy officer and my sister will have to wait for me. Doubt if I were to drop my sister off first, the deputy officer would have to make an extra trip, which seems rather troublesome. How about this? Let my sister join me for tutoring. We can progress together and achieve good results to honor you. The deputy officer 1T have to run around. Which is more efficient, that I said, wrapping my arm around Father S. But though I was uncertain of Xia Qinyu's true intentions, I felt that bringing her along would be beneficial. Father appeared delighted. Perhaps I had never been this close to him before. He patted my arm and laughed. Indeed, Ninger is right. Let Yuer accompany you for tutoring. Tomorrow, I will instruct the deputy officer to inform the teacher. Xia Qinyu furrowed her brow and clung to Father S' other arm, playfully protesting, Father, my grades are excellent. I do not need extra lessons, that I will wait for my sister after school. But sister, you just said this is a good thing. Since it is beneficial, you should not refuse. Father is doing this for your own good, Xia Qinyu insisted, rolling her eyes at me, that I returned her a smile. Father, Yuer does not wish to take extra lessons, Xia Qinyu continued to plead. Father patted her shoulder, saying, enough with the childish temper. Extra lessons are beneficial. This matter is settled. You both will attend together. Although Xia Qinyu was displeased, she did not show it in front of Father, her gaze toward me filled with anger. I smiled in response. Xia Qinyu then stood up and retreated upstairs, clearly upset. Father planned to visit the southern city next week to see my grandparents, and Yasi began discussing preparations for her birthday banquet. Contemplating how much budget to allocate for the home's redecorating, I had matters of my own to discuss with Father, so I waited for an opportunity to speak. Chapter 22. Rumors. I found their conversation uninteresting and sought to bring up my desire to see my mother. Father, the day after tomorrow is the weekend. I wish to visit my mother, I interrupted. Both Father and Yasi looked up at me in unison. What is it? Their expressions perplexed me, that I inquired. Yasi exchanged glances with Father. No need to rush. Let us discuss it in a few days, that I am quite busy at the moment, Father replied. Father, which hospital is Mother in? I pressed. Asking will not help. They 1T allow you in any way. You cannot enter at all. Yasi said, that I in this chaotic world. What do you intend to do as a young lady? Go on your own. You'd likely be snatched away the moment you leave the Xia residence. It is all right, Father. Just tell me which hospital she is in. I 1T seek her out. Their insistence only heightened my unease, regardless of whether Father would be angry. Father's expression darkened slightly. Ninger, do not worry. Your mother is in the best foreign hospital in Sioux City. Rest assured, once I finish my current tasks, your mother's health will improve significantly. Wouldn't it be better to visit her then? Hearing Yasi say this, I began to feel that I had been overthinking point one day without seeing my mother left me restless. Since she had mentioned it, I could not press any further. Turning to ascend the stairs, I completed my evening routine and changed into my night clothes. Sitting in my vanity, I opened the drawer containing my personal belongings. From within, I retrieved a business card inscribed with Long Ingtian's name and phone number, indicating his position as the general manager of Chaohui Theater. Gazing at those digits, I silently committed them to memory, that he had left, but I pondered when he might return, that if he were still in Sioux City, I could seek his assistance. With his capabilities, locating my mother's hospital would be effortless. Unfortunately, he was not present, and I had to devise my own means. That a weight settled in my heart, and I struggled to understand why Father exhibited such resistance regarding my desire to see Mother. There must be another reason behind it. The following day, on the way to school, Xia Qinyu and I exchanged not a single word. The vehicle traversed the bustling streets, where vendors had already commenced their business, creating a scene of prosperity. Deputy officer, how many foreign hospitals are there in Sioux City? I inquired. Well, I'm not certain of the exact number, but I know of two. One in the British concession called Victoria, not far from St. Christ, and another in the French concession, located in the commercial area, named Elizabeth. Those are the only two I am aware of. He replied, Oh, which of these two hospitals is better? I asked. Both are quite good. I suppose that I cannot say for sure. I only practice traditional Chinese medicine and do not have much faith in foreign hospitals. Xia Qinyu scoffed. Without Father accompanying you, even if you inquire, it would be of no use. That I ignored her, my thoughts consumed by my own concerns. Upon arriving at school, I encountered Teacher Zhang conversing with a stern-looking female teacher as I passed the office. The female teacher wore a cheerful smile, her face adorned with a glow of delight. That as our paths crossed, I politely greeted them. Teacher Zhang approached with a bright expression. Xia Yuning, how are you? Have you discussed the tutoring arrangements with your family? I have. Father has decided that Xia Qinyu will join me for the lessons, I replied with a smile. His expression faltered momentarily before he resumed his cheerful demeanor. Oh, is that so? No problem at all. Teacher Zhang, you are truly accommodating. With just a word from the principal, you show such care. It is indeed a privilege to be your student. The female teacher shot me a sidelong glance, laced with sarcasm. I sensed her animosity towards me. I pondered what offense I might have committed to incur her ire. After all, I had only encountered her twice, hardly enough time to offend anyone. From where did this hostility stem? Li Laoshi, you speak as if it were the principal who had not intervened. I could not simply ignore my students' academic struggles. Teacher Zhang replied that I trust that if you faced a similar situation, you would act just as I have. Teacher Zhang, I am different from you. Is for students with poor character. I choose to remain indifferent. Is poor character referring to me. It seems that Xia Qinyu's efforts have not been in vain. She has successfully tarnished my reputation. I chuckled softly, not bothering to look at her, and directly addressed Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang, I will take my leave now. Please continue your conversation. You may go, Teacher Zhang replied. Clearly having discerned that Teacher Li's words were aimed at me, his expression somewhat awkward, that I feigned ignorance and turned to leave. On my way back to the classroom, I unexpectedly encountered the unfortunate Rong Chunmei, accompanied by the same two girls from that day. Upon seeing me, her expression was one of disdain, yet she was no longer as arrogant and provocative as before. She rolled her eyes at me, said nothing, and hurried away. The saying dogs fear being beaten by dogs rings true, especially in the case of Rong Chunmei. Upon returning to the classroom, I found Du Bingxin resting her head on her desk. Her gaze vacant, as if lost in thought. That I sat beside her, and she remained oblivious to my presence. To Du Bingxin, what are you thinking about so intently? I inquired. She sighed. It's nothing to my brother is dealing with some issues out of town, and I am a bit worried. Her face was etched with concern. It's serious? Hearing her words, my own worries began to surface. That I'm not sure that I overheard Asen mentioning it during a phone call. Haven't you asked Asen what happened? I did, but he said it's nothing. Long he can handle it himself. That I pondered for a moment before reassuring her. Don't worry. I believe your brother will be fine. Du Bingxin sighed again. I know, but this isn't the first time something like this has happened. Still, every time I hear that he is in danger, I can't help but feel anxious that it's beyond my control. Try to think positively. Your brother will be okay, that I understand. Thank you for comforting me. That we are friends. After all, that a smile broke across Du Bingxin's face. Yes, we are very good friends. Having comforted Du Bingxin, I found myself engulfed in worry that I couldn't quite understand why. Perhaps it was because he was Du Bingxin's brother, or perhaps it was due to the words he had spoken to me previously. Or maybe it was because I had saved him, leading me to regard him as family. That I, in any case, I sincerely hoped for his safety. That I shook my head, trying to dispel my errant thoughts. Recalling Teacher Li, I asked Du Bingxin, do you know anything about Teacher Li's background? What prompted you to ask her? I encountered her with Teacher Zhang today. It seems she holds quite a grudge against me. I'm curious. I don't believe I've offended her. She is Rong Chunmei's aunt. She must have complained about you. Suddenly enlightened, I realized the connection. But there's no need to worry. She holds no actual position at our school. After returning from Nanyang, her family made a substantial donation to the school. She just dances at St. Christ's, but has very few students. She has always been quite at leisure. Du Bingxin glanced around and whispered, if her family is so wealthy, why does she need to work? Wouldn't it be better to stay at home as a young lady? I was puzzled. It did seem somewhat perplexing for a wealthy heiress to be mingling at school. Du Bingxin leaned closer, her voice even softer. I heard that she came to our St. Christ because she has her eyes on our teacher Zhang. That's the rumor circulating. Chapter 23, The Western Dinner Incident. Du Bingxin's words struck me with realization. So they were a couple. I couldn't help but exclaim, no, that's just Teacher Li's one-sided affection. Teacher Zhang has never acknowledged their relationship. This is common knowledge. The rumor suggests that Teacher Li is pursuing Teacher Zhang aggressively. As I was absorbed in this revelation, I noticed Zhang's aide waving at me from the window. That I stood and left the classroom. Xia Qinyu leaned against the wall, idly kicking a stone at her feet. Zhang's aide, were you looking for me? I navigated past Xia Qinyu and approached Zhang's aide directly. I just met with Teacher Zhang and conveyed the mayor's intentions. Starting tomorrow, you will have extra classes. I will arrive punctually to pick you up for half an hour after school. Thank you for your trouble, Zhang's aide. Did its no bother. It's my duty. You need not be so polite. After saying this, he glanced at Xia Qinyu. Understood, Zhang's aide. Please inform my father that I will study diligently and not disappoint his expectations. Xia Qinyu replied sweetly, emphasizing the word father, that I raised my eyes to look at her. She arched an eyebrow and smiled lightly. After Zhang's aide finished speaking, he departed at that moment. The school bell rang. Xia Qinyu rolled her eyes and entered the classroom. Time passed swiftly, and before I knew it, school was over. Zhang's aide arrived right on time. Tonight at 7, we are going to the Chaohui Theater to watch a performance. Yasi had already arranged this before we left for school, upon arriving home. Father, Yasi, and how you were all dressed in a Western style. Upon seeing us, they urged us to change clothes. Father announced that we would not be dining at home tonight, but would instead enjoy a Western meal. Hao-Yu was the most delighted upon hearing this news, bouncing with excitement that I had never tried Western cuisine, but I had heard Aunt Zhang speak of it and knew what to expect. That I recalled once asking why meat had to be cut with a knife and eaten with a fork. It seemed both dangerous and cumbersome. That couldn't it just be cut beforehand? Aunt Zhang laughed and explained that this was the dining etiquette of Westerners, akin to our use of chopsticks. One cannot disparage their customs. It is merely a different way of life that deserves respect. That I did not make a special effort to dress up, opting for a simple light blue long-sleeve dress with white lace trim at the waist, flowing down to my ankles. That I casually tied my hair into a ponytail and slipped on a pair of white leather shoes, looking fresh and natural. Xia Qinyu wore a beige outfit, complete with a cape and a belted knee-length pleated wool dress. Her silky black hair cascaded down her back, exuding elegance and beauty. Standing beside Yasi, it was evident that they were distinguished young ladies from affluent families. That I in the courtyard, there was a car, as father always brought aides wherever he went. I had only seen Zhang's aide, who served as our family's aide. I had never seen the others visit the Xia residence. This time, father drove himself, and we sat in his car, with another vehicle following behind carrying his aides for protection. Our first stop was the Western restaurant at the International Hotel, where we encountered many foreigners. Father mentioned that this establishment catered to foreigners, observing their familiarity as they ascended to the second floor. The waitstaff greeted them respectfully, addressing them as Mayor Xia, indicating they were regular patrons. That no wonder Hao-Yu was so excited. The waitstaff led us to our reserved table, and Hao-Yu, who had been so animated, suddenly became quiet and sat at the table like a little gentleman. Xia Qinyu also sat elegantly at her place. The waiter approached and politely asked, "May I inquire, sir, madam, and miss, how would you like your steak cooked?" Father and the others requested theirs medium rare. That I ordered mine well done. Xia Qinyu burst into laughter. "Sister, you've never had Western cuisine, have you? Don't you know that medium rare is the best?" Her beautiful eyes shimmered with mockery. That I dislike undercooked meat. I replied nonchalantly, "Oh, is that so? There are many intricacies to dining on Western cuisine that if you don't understand, I can teach you," she said, her expression one of anticipation at my potential embarrassment. "No need to trouble yourself, dear sister." Just then, the waiter brought out the steaks. "Father, why don't we observe how sister eats using Western dining etiquette? Didn't mother say this is essential for young ladies in our Sioux City social circle?" I glanced at Xia Qinyu, silently scoffing. She was clearly trying to put me in an awkward position. Knowing her intentions, I was determined not to give her the satisfaction. Thankfully, Aunt Zhang had previously educated me on dining etiquette. Otherwise, I would have found myself in an embarrassing situation today. Yasi pulled Hao-Yu's hand away from reaching across the table. "Wait until we see how sister does it." "What is there to see? It's just eating Western food." "Who can't do that?" Hao-Yu grumbled, looking begrudgingly at me. "All right, Ninger, you may begin," father said, his face filled with anticipation as all eyes turned to me. That I washed my hands with the lemon water on the table, took a napkin from my plate to dry my hands, then folded another napkin to place on my lap. With the fork in my left hand and the knife in my right, I pressed the fork into the meat, slowly cutting a piece, speared it with the fork, and brought it to my mouth. The taste was quite good. That I glanced towards Xia Qinyu, who twitched at the corners of her mouth. I then looked at Yasi and smiled. "It's really delicious. Don't you all want to try?" Father beamed with delight. "Ah, my Xia Fengtian's daughter is not only beautiful, but also graceful. Did your mother teach you this?" I smiled but did not answer his question. Father smiled as well and did not press further. An abrupt silence fell over the table, creating a slightly cold atmosphere. Let us eat. We still have a performance to catch tonight. Yasi broke the stillness. How you, having waited too long, was already restless. Upon hearing Yazi's words, I eagerly seized the knife and fork, clumsily attempting to cut the steak. In the midst of this, Yazi reached out to assist, only to be rebuffed by Hao Yu. Throughout the entire meal, Xia Qinyu remained silent. As we exited the Western restaurant, the sky outside had darkened. Father retrieved his pocket watch, glanced at it, then returned it to his pocket. It's time. Let us be on our way. We boarded the car and arrived at Shaohui Theater, where numerous vehicles were parked outside. Those emerging from the cars were elegantly dressed. Fashionable individuals of considerable wealth. A few recognized Father and greeted him. The hall was already filled with patrons as we found our seats in the front row, an enviable position, which I knew must have been specifically arranged by Long Xingtian. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to secure such seats amidst the throngs waiting in line. Father was delighted, remarking on the fine seating, while Yazi praised my organizational skills. A server approached to refill our tea, and the table was adorned with sunflower seeds and peanuts. The hall buzzed with lively conversations, rising and falling in cadence. That moment, the host took the stage, expressing gratitude for the support and enthusiasm of the attendees. After earning a round of applause, the host exited, and the curtain on stage slowly drew open. The cacophony of the audience gradually subsided as the melodious sounds of gongs and drums filled the air. Cui Yingying, with her graceful posture and enchanting voice, stepped onto the stage, instantly eliciting a wave of applause and cheers from the audience. The performance depicted the joys and sorrows of humanity, resonating deeply with the spectators, who laughed and cried in tandem with the actors. Meng Wanner, a renowned performer, captivated everyone with her every note, glance, and step, earning thunderous admiration from the audience that seemed to resonate endlessly. As Meng Wanner bowed in gratitude to the audience, the curtain began to close. Chapter 24. An unexpected turn of events. Meng Wanner vanished behind the curtain, leaving a trail of admiration in her wake. Having consumed more water than usual during dinner, I felt an urgent need to relieve myself during the performance, yet I hesitated, fearing I might disturb others. Once the play concluded, I exchanged a quick word with Yazi before hastily seeking out the restroom. Navigating through the unfamiliar environment proved challenging. I rounded the stage and, inadvertently, caught a glimpse of Meng Wanner removing her hairpiece. Initially tempted to investigate further, I was hindered by my discomfort and opted to sprint down the corridor in search of the restroom. Fortunately, I encountered an elderly cleaning lady who kindly directed me to the lavatory. Having resolved my urgent need, I stepped out of the restroom when suddenly a gunshot rang out, startling me back inside. Moments later, several more shots echoed through the AT that instant. Someone forcefully pushed the restroom door open. I concealed myself within a stall, overhearing a hurried conversation between a man and a woman. The man said, "Stay here and don't go out. I'll see what chaos is unfolding outside. We'll take advantage of the turmoil to escape." The woman replied, "Yang Zi, you shouldn't have come. He's a devil. If he catches you, you're done for. Please go. Don't worry about me. I beg you, Wanner. Don't be afraid. We don't have much time. Just wait for me inside. Don't go out. The back door is being guarded. It's likely we won't get out." I pieced together that the woman was in peril, and the man was risking his life to save her. The gunfire I had heard was likely fired by him, aiming to create a distraction to facilitate her escape. The tension was palpable, more gripping than any drama I had witnessed. The atmosphere outside fell ominously silent. I wondered what the woman could be doing. Perhaps she was too frightened to move, paralyzed by fear. My curiosity compelled me to crack open the stall door slightly. However, the surrounding stillness heightened my anxiety, and my faint noise caught the attention of the woman. She instinctively clutched herself and looked my way, her eyes wide with terror as she whispered, "Who's there?" Regret washed over me. I wished I could slap myself for my curiosity, which had now compromised my safety. With no choice but to reveal myself, I stepped out and was taken aback to find Meng Wanner before me. In that moment, she retained her theatrical appearance, her long hair cascading down, still clad in her costume, suggesting she hadn't had the chance to change. Her bright, beautiful eyes were filled with fear as she trembled. "Don't be afraid. I mean you no harm. I truly admire your performance," I quickly explained. Yet she appeared unconvinced. "You heard everything, didn't you?" I nodded in acknowledgement, and she seemed on the verge of breaking down. Grasping my hand, she pleaded, "You seem like a kind person. Could you do me a favor?" After considering her request, I asked, "What do you need me to do?" "Please tell Yangzi to leave without me, that I want to stay here," Ming Wanner implored, tears streaming down her face. I found her request bewildering. The man was risking everything to save her, yet she wanted to remain behind. My admiration for her began to wane. Indeed, reality often eclipses even the most dramatic of tales. Perhaps sensing my confusion, she explained, "It's not what you think. Yangzi and I are both orphans. Our parents perished in the chaos of war, that we grew up together, childhood sweethearts, but he has endured much hardship for me, taking the brunt of the punishment whenever we made mistakes in the troop. All these years, his every thought has been for me, never for himself, that I cannot burden him any longer. I want him to live." Ming Wanner's heartfelt words resonated deeply with me, that I sympathized with her plight, understanding the difficulties of surviving alone in turbulent times. She was fortunate to have someone willing to protect her, but for such love to be forcibly torn apart was truly cruel. "You don't realize the danger you are putting yourself in. This will also break his heart. You should go with him." I advised that no, we cannot escape together. If I go with him, I will only bring him misfortune. "You don't understand how terrifying that man is. I can't even bear to think of it. I'm not afraid of death, but I cannot bear to see him fall into that man's hands." As she spoke of that man, her hand pressed against her chest in distress. Who was this man that inspired such fear? Could it be the infamous young Marshal? What kind of person could evoke such dread that even his name was unutterable? The gunfire outside erupted again, accompanied by screams. What if something happens to him? I must go find him. Ming Wanner's face turned pale as she attempted to rush out, but I pulled her back. "Stay calm. If he told you to wait, he wouldn't let himself fall into a trap, but he still plans to take you away. Trust me. You will be fine, that we don't yet know the situation outside. If you go out now, you might make things worse. Please don't let anything happen to him. Please, oh Buddha," she fretted, pacing anxiously, her hands clasped in prayer, murmuring incessantly. After contemplating for a moment, I said, "Don't worry. I have an idea that might help." Her eyes widened in surprise. Disbelief etched on her face. "You can really help me?" I nodded and gestured to her costume. "Quickly, take off your clothes." She looked at me in confusion. Hesitating, "What are you planning to do?" I began unbuttoning my own attire, urging her, "Hurry, change your clothes." Before I could finish my sentence, she grasped my intention. "But that will put you in danger. Trust me, I know what to do." "I want to get caught," I reassured her. Once I explained my plan, she seemed to relax, that we exchanged garments, and Ming Wanner washed off her heavy stage makeup, revealing a fresh and ethereal beauty that surpassed the posters outside the theater. With everything prepared, we awaited Yangzi's arrival. Time seemed to crawl, as if it had come to a standstill, that I felt an unusual tension in my heart, uncertain of the consequences of my actions. Though regret lingered, the potential to save a life made the risk worthwhile. Just then, the door swung open, and Yangzi rushed in, startled to see me. He raised his gun, aiming it at me, but Ming Wanner quickly intervened. Placing her hand in front of him, "Yangzi, don't be rash. She is here to help us." With a skeptical gaze, Yangzi lowered his weapon. Ming Wanner explained my plan to him, and his expression brightened. "If we can get through this girl will be our benefactor." He began to kneel in gratitude, but I stopped him, "No need for thanks. Just follow your plan to escape, that I'll help divert the guards at the back door." Chapter 25. It was him. I adjusted my attire and opened the door, peering outside. The area was eerily quiet, devoid of any movement, which unsettled me. Shouldn't they be scouring the vicinity? Why was there no one in sight? I gathered my skirts and dashed toward the back door, where several soldiers in uniform stood guard. They brandished firearms in their hands, pacing back and forth, their vigilant gazes scanning for any signs of suspicion. I crouched down, scooping a handful of soil and haphazardly smearing it across my face. Then, feigning a state of panic, I stumbled toward the soldier guarding the back door, that in my heightened anxiety, I failed to watch my step as I dashed out. Tripping over a branch, my knee striking a protruding stone tile, that I clutched my knee, tears streaming from the pain. This was indeed an unforeseen mishap. I had intended to run straight past, but fate had other plans. There was no need for pretense now. The tears flowed freely. The commotion I caused alerted the soldiers, who were already on high alert. They turned their attention toward me and shouted, demanding to know who was there. urging me to come out quickly, or else they would open fire. Fearful of their threats, I hastily raised my hands, suppressing the pain to stand upright. The group quickly surrounded me, and through my tear-filled eyes, I grasped one of the leading soldiers, bursting into tears. His bewilderment was evident as he attempted to pull away, but I clung on tightly, feigning terror. They mistook me for Meng Wanner and did not inquire further, instructing one another to report to the young marshal that Meng Wanner had been captured. They began to escort me away. I complied obediently, and upon noticing my lack of resistance, their vigilance waned. The grip of my captors loosened. As I turned my head, I spotted two soldiers still stationed at the back door. That a sense of dread washed over me. What should I do? I pondered my options as I walked, anxiety causing me to sweat profusely. That if those two remained there, all my efforts would be in vain. That I had no choice but to take a risk, seizing an opportunity while they were distracted. I broke free from the soldiers and sprinted away. Perhaps they did not anticipate my escape. They did not pursue me immediately. By the time they reacted, I had already covered several meters. Looking back, I saw the two stationed soldiers indeed chasing after me. That I ran aimlessly, darting into any openings I could find. That I was nimble, while they struggled to keep up, the distance from the back door increasing. Just as I reveled in my successful ruse, I unexpectedly collided with someone. The impact caused them to grunt and stumble back 2 steps, while I felt dizzy and fell to the ground. I overheard the pursuing soldier exclaim, "Young Marshal, we have captured Meng Wanner." Upon hearing the title Young Marshal, my previously dazed mind became suddenly alert. That I shook my head to clear the fog and rose from the ground. But before I could comprehend the situation, a pair of iron-like hands seized my neck with such force that it felt as though they might snap. My vision blurred, and my chest felt as if it would explode. I thought I was about to die, with no time for regret or even a chance to speak. Just when I expected him to end my life, he released his grip. That I collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, coughing violently as the contents of my stomach threatened to surge forth, which I desperately fought to suppress. After a moment, I finally regained my composure and surveyed my surroundings. Before me sat a man dressed in uniform, appearing to be around 24 or 25 years of age, with sharp brows and starry eyes, a high nose, and thin lips framed a face devoid of any trace of a smile. This was the very man who had given me 3 silver coins 2 years prior. "Wait, this man is the infamous young Marshal. Have you had enough of staring?" His voice was as cold as ice, reminiscent of 2 years ago, an unforgettable tone. That I averted my gaze, feeling a rush of anxiety. This man haunted my thoughts. "Who are you? Where are Meng Wanner and the others?" He leaned back in his chair, his tone deceptively calm, yet distant. I am Xia Yuning. I do not know where they are," I replied, forcing myself to remain composed. "Yuning?" A voice from behind interrupted, and I turned in surprise. That a crowd of people stood behind me. The same onlookers from earlier. "Father, weren't you supposed to be in the restroom? Why are you dressed like this?" My father looked perplexed. "Mayor Xia, is she your daughter?" The young marshal's voice remained devoid of emotion. "Yes, she is indeed my daughter," my father replied cautiously. "Very well. Then I kindly ask Mayor Xia to explain this situation," the young marshal said, a clear tremor of fear passing through my father as he began to stammer an explanation. "Young Marshal, I am not clear on the details. She just returned from the countryside a few days ago, and I do not know if this is related." That a chill ran down my spine. What did my father mean? Was he attempting to distance himself from me? I glanced at him, only to find his expression filled with anger as he glared at me, demanding that I explain to the young marshal what had transpired. "How amusing," the young marshal remarked, reclining in his chair with a look of amusement. That I could not allow my father's words to distract me. My life was at stake. The performance was far from over, and I remained in peril. Rising from the ground, I pinched my leg sharply, tears spilling forth. With tear-glazed eyes, I sought to earn a shred of mercy as I explained. After watching the play, I felt ill and went to the restroom. Upon exiting, I was abducted by a man and a woman. That woman was Meng Wanner. She stole my clothes and left me in hers. Terrified, I put on Meng Wanner's clothes and ran out to find help, only to be captured by those soldiers. That in my fright, I fled when they were distracted and then collided with the young marshal. That is the entire sequence of events. He continued to regard me coldly. "How am I to believe that your words are truthful and not part of a conspiracy with them?" The spacious hall was filled with people, yet silence reigned. That my thoughts raced as I questioned whether I could survive this ordeal. It was evident he had no intention of letting me go, that if he truly wished to ascertain the truth of my words, he could simply send someone to investigate my background, and everything would become clear. Every word I spoke was genuine. If the young marshal did not believe me, there was little I could do. Since he seemed intent on my downfall, there was no need to grovel. Death was the worst that could happen. No, there was a way out. That a smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he regarded me mockingly. I was uncertain of his intentions. Given his brutal nature, nothing he did would surprise me. Shall we put that to the test? Came a voice that resonated like a hellish echo. That my heart raced with trepidation, the fear of the unknown quickening my pulse. Yet I stubbornly refused to concede. If the young marshal wished to test me, then I would comply. That he rose and approached me, scrutinizing me with an unsettling gaze. That Merci, what do you think? We will follow the young marshal's orders. My father replied without hesitation. Excellent. That I appreciate Mercia's clear distinction between public and private matters. That he then instructed those around him. Ensure the doors are secured tightly and conduct a thorough search both inside and out. Turning back to me, he commanded, Come along, Monsieur. Where are you taking me? I protested. Fear not. I am taking you to verify the truth of your earlier statements, he replied, not bothering to meet my gaze. My facade of calm shattered upon hearing his words, and a wave of terror washed over me. No amount of mental preparation could quell my anxiety. I followed him outside the theater, though I was ostensibly walking beside him. In reality, his aides pressed closely behind, forcing me to comply with his direction. As we exited, I could hear a flurry of murmurs behind us. In that moment, I wished fervently that my father would stop the young marshal. Vouch for me and keep me safe. But he remained silent, not uttering a word. In a bid for self-preservation, he had shoved me forward. The car glided smoothly along the road as I sat in the back seat alongside the young marshal. My heart a tumult of tension and fear. The two most harrowing experiences of my life had both been orchestrated by this man. I stole glances at him. He sat relaxed, eyes closed, breathing steadily. Lost in thought, his calm demeanor only deepened my sense of unease, amplifying the pressure in my chest. Given the circumstances, I held no illusions. Falling into his hands would lead to my demise or a grim fate. If I became of no use to him, my father might not even take me in. What would become of my mother? You seem frightened, he suddenly remarked, pulling me from my thoughts. No, are you not afraid of death? He pressed, yes, his eyes opened slightly, a glint of amusement flickering in their depths. Do you not find your answers contradictory? I averted my gaze from his, staring out at the bustling street filled with passers-by. A profound sense of desolation washing over me. There is no contradiction. I am not afraid because I have done nothing wrong. I fear your interrogation. I fear death because I have responsibilities yet to fulfill. Well said. I hope you maintain that perspective. With that, he fell silent once more. The car entered the military government building, and as we passed the interrogation room, he halted. The sound of anguished screams echoed from within, sending a jolt of fear through me. He cast a glance my way before pushing the door open. Inside, the dim light flickered ominously, and a wave of the metallic scent of blood, mixed with the stench of decay, assaulted my senses, nearly overwhelming me. One of his aides forcefully shoved me inside. I stumbled, nearly losing my balance, when I heard a loud bang as the door slammed shut. The man bound to the cross was being mercilessly beaten, his flesh torn open, and the blood that dripped onto the ground spread in all directions. Weakly hanging his head, he seemed to have lost all will to live. The young commander pulled out a cigar, placing it between his lips, and lowered his head to light it. The flickering flame illuminated his face. Cold as a statue, a muscular man, bare-chested and holding a whip, approached him with great respect and said, Commander, he is quite stubborn. He has fainted several times but still refuses to speak. If we continue this way, he may not last much longer. Bring him to the doghouse. Juan has gone hungry for 2 days. He replied casually, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. My heart skipped a beat as I glanced at the man on the cross. He struggled to lift his head, his face so swollen that his features were unrecognizable. Yet, despite his condition, his fear was palpable. Blood bubbles formed at his lips as he spoke with great difficulty, pleading, No, please grant me a swift end. Before he could finish his sentence, the burly man released him from the cross. Roughly tossing him onto the ground, 2 others quickly came to drag him away, their actions swift and brutal. The young commander, cigar in mouth, exhaled clouds of smoke as he leisurely followed them out of the interrogation room. In the corridor, they encountered several uniformed officers who bowed their heads in greeting, their gazes merely skimming over the wailing prisoner. They exchanged nonchalant words before departing. Seeing the blood pooling on the floor filled me with dread. What kind of calamity awaited me? At the end of the corridor, I noticed a staircase leading downwards. The man was taken to the basement. Gritting my teeth, I followed. What was he planning to do? Were they going to feed me to that vicious dog? If that were the case, I would put an end to that beast myself. The thought of being devoured by a dog sent chills down my spine, raising goosebumps all over my body. The basement walls were illuminated with lights at intervals, casting a bright glow over the space, though a heavy moldy odor hung in the air. Suddenly, a chorus of barking echoed through the room. Perhaps the dog had caught the scent of blood. Soon, I laid eyes on the legendary man-eating mastiff, confined behind a steel-welded door. The massive creature, with its sleek black coat, was larger than a wild boar. Saliva dripped from its snarling jaws, revealing sharp teeth as it fixated on the man lying on the ground, eyes gleaming with bloodlust that I instinctively took 2 steps back. Chairs had already been brought in. The young commander lounged in one, resembling a judge in the underworld, presiding over matters of life and death. He faced the barking mastiff, smiling. "Bring a chair for Miss Xia as well. Let us sit and watch." "This is far more entertaining than any theater performance," he said, raising an eyebrow lazily in my direction. Before he finished speaking, someone quickly brought over a stool. The young commander gestured for me to sit beside him. A shiver ran down my spine as I looked at him. His lips curled into a smile, and at that moment, he appeared to me as a devil clad in human skin that I stared at him in terror. Horrified by his suggestion, did he want me to watch as a savage dog devoured a man? No, I could not bear to see that I trembled. No, I refused to watch. "You must watch. How else can you prove the words you spoke in the theater?" He raised an eyebrow, dismissing my fear that if you don't believe me, you can kill me, that I won't kill you. You still have your use. "Bring Miss Xiao over," he commanded, and immediately, 2 men forced me into the seat beside him. I struggled desperately, trying to shake off the hands gripping my shoulders, but my efforts were futile. The overwhelming fear caused tears to stream down my face. "Throw him in," he ordered. The man, barely clinging to life, widened his eyes in terror, pleading, "Please, just kill me, did I beg you." His voice was hoarse, making one last desperate attempt. His pleas elicited no pity from the young commander. The 2 men lifted the man and tossed him into the enclosure. The mastiff leaped forward, sinking its teeth into him. The sound of his screams filled the basement, echoing like a hellish symphony that I screamed in horror, covering my eyes with my hands. The screams continued, each one piercing through me like a dagger. My hair was seized, forcing my head up to meet his blood-red gaze. He spoke in a frantic tone. "Open your eyes. Look closely at the fate that befalls those who oppose me." His presence was more terrifying than that of any demon. Strangely, I was not frightened. Instead, it ignited my stubbornness that I felt as if I were on the brink of madness from the scene unfolding before me. I fought desperately against the urge to look, yearning to escape this nightmare. "You are a pervert, a cold-blooded devil, and you will meet a wretched end." Force her to see. How can one miss such a splendid show? I was made to bear witness to the horrific spectacle before me. The man lay on the ground, eyes wide open, his insides spilling out, his head tilted towards us, still unable to close his eyes in death. The mastiff savagely tore into his flesh. Chapter 27. Salvation. I jolted awake from the nightmare, drenched in sweat. Opening my eyes, I was met with an unfamiliar ceiling and an ornate crystal chandelier. Where was this place? Confused, I closed my eyes, fearing I was still trapped in a dream. Xia Yuning. A man's voice came from beside me. Startled, I thought I was still in the military government, and hurriedly sat up in bed that I glanced in the direction of the voice, and there was Long Yingtian, looking at me with concern. His warm hand enveloped mine, and I felt inexplicably reassured upon recognizing him that I racked my brain, struggling to remember how I ended up here with Long Yingtian. But all I could recall was that horrifying scene. My heart ached, and I felt restless. His gentle hand rested on my forehead as he gazed at me tenderly, softly reassuring, "Don't be afraid. It's all over now." As I looked at him, an overwhelming sense of grievance washed over me, and tears streamed uncontrollably down my cheeks. "Did you save me?" I asked, Yes, don't be sad. It's all behind us now, he said softly, his eyes filled with worry that I clutched his hand tightly, as if it were my only lifeline. I had never felt so fragile, so in need of someone's presence. His hand gently patted my shoulder, each stroke calming my heart little by little that I nestled into his embrace, feeling warmth, safety, and relaxation that I craved this sensation. Much like I longed for my mother's presence, that I could feel his slightly accelerated heartbeat and his steady breathing. Time passed quietly as we held each other, listening to the rhythm of our breaths. Outside the window, a full moon hung in the sky, surrounded by countless stars that a servant entered with a tray of food. Master Long, the rice porridge is ready. You should rest. You've stayed up late and must be tired. Miss Xia has awakened. I'll take care of her. No need, Li Ma. You go to sleep. You can leave. I will stay here, he replied. After the servant left, he spoke softly, Ninger, eat something. That I shook my head. I don't want to eat. Be good. Just a little bit, he coaxed, his voice deep and hoarse. That I looked up at him, and his eyes were filled with concern that he had been taking care of me without rest, and I was touched by his worry for me. He smiled brightly, picked up the porridge from the table, scooped a spoonful, and blew on it gently before offering it to me, as if coaxing a child. Try it. See if it's too hot. His affectionate demeanor reminded me so much of my mother. Whenever I fell ill, she would always ask me in the same caring tone and manner that my tears flowed once more. What was happening today? I had never cried so much in my life. Ninger, don't cry. From now on, I will protect you completely, that I won't let anyone hurt you again, he said, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe my tears. Unable to resist, I reached out to wrap my arms around his waist. Nestling into his embrace, Long Gidge, do you still mean what you said that day? His body stiffened, and I looked up at him. He smiled down at me. Ninger, do you mean it? I nodded and asked. Is it true that you will wait for me to come of age and then marry me? He nodded eagerly like a child, lifting me from the bed and spinning me around joyfully until he grew tired and gently set me down. Panting slightly, that Ninger, I will wait for you to come of age, and then I will marry you. That my face burned with heat, yet my heart sang with joy. Perhaps this was fate, destined since our encounter 2 years ago. Therefore, our paths crossed once more 2 years later. The clock on the wall chimed loudly, drawing my attention that I looked up to see it was already 3 in the morning. Shall we head back? He asked, looking at me inquiringly. When will we return? Who in the Xia family would even care? They would prefer me to leave the Xia family. The further away the better. That is what they desire. Then we shall go straight to school in the morning, he replied. All right. Does Bingxi know I am here? She does not. This is my private residence. Aside from Li Ma, no one knows that I am the leader of the Qin gang. He engaged in many clandestine activities, making it necessary to have a hidden sanctuary. Ning. Be extra cautious when you encounter Lu Xian, that he is very dangerous. That he spoke to me with utmost seriousness. Lu Xian? A wave of confusion washed over me, for Lu Xian is none other than the young Marshal. The mere mention of those 2 words sent shivers down my spine, as the haunting memory of that terrifying scene replayed in my mind. Do not ever mention those 2 words again, I implored. He stepped closer, wrapping his arms around my trembling form, whispering softly, all right, I won't bring it up. Do not be afraid. Gradually, under his comforting presence, I found solace. He sighed gently, caressing my shoulder. I am sorry. I failed to protect you and subjected you to such fright. His guilt was palpable. Had it not been for him, I would not be standing here in relative safety. Ninger, it is getting late. You should sleep a bit more. School awaits us tomorrow. Obediently, I climbed into bed while he settled onto the stool beside me, holding my hand. You should rest as well, I urged. Noticing the fatigue etched on his face, that I will leave once you fall asleep, he smiled at me, and I returned his smile, that he gently pinched my nose before closing his eyes, that I dutifully shut mine. Feeling reassured, and before long, I drifted off into slumber. When I awoke, the sun had risen high, and a beautiful white crochet dress lay at the head of my bed. That it was exquisite, yet I could not wear it. I still had to return to the Xia family, and donning this new garment would invite questions I was unwilling to answer, that I wished to keep my connection with Long Tian a secret to avoid unnecessary complications. Upon learning of my thoughts, Long Tian agreed, expressing that keeping our relationship private was also his desire due to the multitude of enemies he faced, fearing that they might turn their attention towards me, placing me in grave danger. After enjoying the noodles prepared by Li Ma, I took his car to school, Stopping just before the entrance to avoid being seen, that I alighted and walked the final stretch on my own, with Long Ying Tian trailing me at a distance until I reached the school gate. Turning back, I gestured for him to leave. That as I watched his car drive away, I noticed another vehicle parked across the street. But I paid it no mind as I entered the school. Chapter 28. Rumors the campus was eerily quiet, devoid of any students, that I had deliberately arrived later, now that classes were in session, to dodge any unnecessary trouble. Ever since moving from the countryside to Sioux City, I had been living cautiously, fearful that any misstep could be used against me, leaving me vulnerable. Reflecting on last night's events, I realized I had been somewhat impulsive, forgetting the true nature of my opponent. Even Long Ying Tian expressed concern when mentioning him. How much more should I be wary? Engaging with such a person posed significant challenges for my own well-being. My mother often reminded me that the world was chaotic and human hearts even more so, making it difficult to distinguish between good and evil. You possess a kind heart, unable to tolerate the sordid, making you susceptible to the machinations of the wicked, that if you encounter something distasteful, let it pass. Do not meddle lightly, for you never know whether you are dealing with a person or a ghost. Since the day I saved Long Ying Tian 2 years ago, my mother would periodically caution me. After the events of last night, I understood the treachery of human nature all too well. I could only blame myself for being so naive, believing my mother's warnings to be overly dramatic, trusting that despite the world's turmoil, humanity still held beauty. Lost in thought, I found myself at the classroom door. I collected my thoughts, forcing a smile, feigning normalcy, for I knew that last night's incident, being taken away by Lu Xian and not returning until dawn, would surely become fodder for gossip among my peers. I dared not imagine how it would escalate. Regardless of other speculations, I must remain composed, and I knocked on the door, and the classroom fell into a hushed, as I opened the door, every gaze fixed upon me, including that of Mr. Zhang at the podium. That I'm sorry for being late, I said nonchalantly, flashing a smile. It's all right. Just being here is enough. Please, take your seat, he replied, slightly flustered. As I returned to my desk, I caught the worried gaze of Du Bingxin. That I smiled at her and retrieved my book from the drawer. Let us continue. Mr. Zhang resumed his lecture. Du Bingxin slid over a notepad, which read, "Are you all right?" I picked up my pen and wrote back, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Just focus on the class." That I pushed the notepad back to her, offering a reassuring smile, and she sighed in relief. The class passed swiftly. And as soon as Mr. Zhang stepped out, Du Bingxin urged me to the restroom. Ignoring the curious stares from others, I followed her outside. Look, isn't that Xia Yuning? Why is she back? Goodness, weren't we told the young Marshal had taken her away? It must be a misunderstanding. She looks perfectly fine. Who knows if she's truly unscathed? A wave of mocking laughter erupted. That I glanced at the group, spotting Rong Chunmei among them, her tall figure easily recognizable. She locked eyes with me, raising an eyebrow in provocation. A smirk plastered on her face. The Du Bingxin led me to a stone bench by the playground. Xia Yuning, the whole school is abuzz, saying you were captured last night. It's quite the tale. What really happened? Seeing her anxious expression warmed my heart. Encountering her and her brother in Sioux City felt like a stroke of luck. No matter the circumstances, they always appeared at my side. Providing warmth and courage, I recounted the night's events in detail, omitting my connection to Long Ying Tian. Not due to mistrust, but to avoid any further complications. This was a mutual understanding we shared. After hearing my account, her jaw dropped in disbelief, her slender eyes wide with astonishment. Once she regained her composure, she jumped up from the bench, glaring at me. Xia Yuning, have you lost your mind? How could you involve yourself in such a situation? I thought they were merely spreading rumors about you. Goodness, in Sioux City, who doesn't know the young Marshal is not to be trifled with? People do their utmost to avoid him, yet you willingly walked into the fire. Thank heavens those two weren't apprehended. Otherwise, you would have been doomed. Even my brother, no matter his capabilities, could not save you. That I remained silent, understanding her agitation stemmed from concern. Perhaps she recognized her own excessive reaction as her voice softened. Xia Yuning, do you comprehend the repercussions of this incident? The rumors swirling around campus about you are rampant. How will you handle it? Let them say what they wish. I'm indifferent. No, rumors can ruin lives. Do you not realize this? We must suppress them. That Du Bingxin appeared more anxious than I. I smiled and agreed, which only exasperated her further. Have you finally come to your senses? On the way back to class, I garnered the attention of every student in St. Christopher's, yet I chose not to acknowledge them or their gossip. Upon entering the classroom, I was met by Xia Qinyu, who was fuming and attempted to strike me. I swiftly blocked her hand. You've brought shame upon the Xia family, yet you dare to smile? What have I done to disgrace you? I retorted, shaking off her grip. You still dare to argue? Go outside and listen to what they are saying about you. I can't bear to show my face out there. Xia Qinyu's outburst drew attention from other classes, and the crowd around us grew. What are they saying about me? I wish to hear it. Who wants to go first? I glared at the gathering crowd. That moment, Du Bingxin stepped forward, standing protectively in front of me. Xia Yuning has no ties to those who fled. Think about it. If she were truly an accomplice, would she still be standing here? Everyone has heard tales of the young Marshal. Who has ever survived after being captured by him? You should consider the implications of spreading such rumors. It could lead to dire consequences. Du Bingxin's brother was a well-known figure in the Qin gang, so though few interacted with her at St. Christopher's, none dared to provoke her. Her arguments were reasoned and compelling, silencing any dissenters. After all, I had returned to school unscathed, and the evidence was right before their eyes. Disbelief was no longer an option, that I understood their concern for me and anticipated potential misunderstandings. Indeed, I had accompanied the young Marshal to the military government yesterday, where he clarified my lack of association with those individuals, that he was a good person, contrary to the inhumane image they had painted of him. Once the facts were established, I returned. Before leaving, the young Marshal had warned me that rumors might arise. He suggested, if you do not believe me, feel free to visit the military government. I will provide you with a satisfactory explanation. That I smiled warmly at them. They exchanged glances, murmuring quietly. Xia Qinyu attempted to interject, but I shot her a piercing glare and interjected firmly, Sister, do you have anything else to say? Do you not know what transpired? You are more aware of the truth than anyone else here. It suffices that you choose not to defend me. You should not further tarnish my reputation under the guise of the Xia family's honor. Your disdain for me does not justify undermining my name at such a cost. Have you considered what would happen if our father found out? Xia Qinyu's delicate face flushed with embarrassment. Despite her reluctance, she could only remain silent. Xia Yuning, you, Xia Qinyu, are my sister, and I shall not hold it against you. This matter was originally my own affair, with no connection to any of you. There is no need to explain to anyone. However, to satisfy your curiosity, I must lay out the facts that I hope you will exercise restraint in your words. I state this clearly. I have clarified the situation. If anyone dares to gossip behind my back, do not blame me for being impolite, that I will take her to the military government to see the young Marshal, and you shall bear the consequences. The crowd fell utterly silent, that I turned and returned to my seat, and those gathered promptly dispersed. Yet, some persistent souls lingered nearby, peering in, among them the sycophant Rong Chunmei. Chapter 29. The twist my intimidation seemed to have worked. I no longer heard anyone openly discussing me behind my back. I was grateful to Du Bingxin. Had she not cooperated, the matter would not have been quelled so swiftly. I was unafraid of their potential to expose me, for no one dared seek an answer from the young Marshal. This was why I felt emboldened to lie without fear of revelation. At 4 p.m, after school, Xia Qinyu and I stayed behind for extra lessons, often for half an hour, conducted in the classroom. Xia Qinyu appeared distracted and, halfway through, informed the teacher that she needed to use the restroom. Teacher Zhang, upon inquiry, had no choice but to pause and wait for her. During her absence, Teacher Zhang approached me, sitting close by. His tone was informal, unlike his usual stern demeanor during class. That I've heard everything. Don't take it to heart that I in crowded places. Matters tend to be exaggerated. That I'm fine. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. That's good to hear. That I was worried this might affect you. Seeing you like this puts my mind at ease. Thank you for taking the time to help us with extra lessons. Xia Qinyu, and I will surely study hard and not let your efforts go to waste. Yes, I believe in you. His gaze held an unusual intensity, sending a shiver down my spine. While I conversed with Teacher Zhang, Xia Qinyu and Teacher Li were already waiting outside. That I found it odd that she had returned from the restroom so swiftly. Meeting Teacher Li's cold stare, I felt her scrutinizing me. Xia Qinyu entered, looking apologetic. That I'm sorry, Teacher Zhang, for taking up your time. Make sure it doesn't happen again. Today has already been delayed. Let us wrap up for the day. Teacher Zhang adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and then smiled at Teacher Li. Teacher Li, aren't you heading home? The school is empty now that a new Western restaurant has opened near the international trade area. I thought to invite you to try it that I happened to see Xia Qinyu and thought you had finished. Her face lit up with an insincere smile, like a chameleon changing colors that no, thank you. Teacher Li, I appreciate your kind offer. Teacher Li's expression soured, her gaze turning towards me as if she had discovered a new continent. Isn't this Miss Ya Yuning? I heard you were taken away. When did you return? She had clearly seen me earlier but feigned ignorance. A blatant provocation. I understood the source of her ire. Teacher Zhang's proximity to me had likely stirred her jealousy. Simultaneously, I found Teacher Zhang's behavior peculiar. His closeness and casual conversation felt inappropriate for a teacher-student interaction that I had initially harbored reservations about Teacher Zhang, and his actions only fueled my suspicions. The situation seemed too coincidental. Once Xia Qinyu left, Teacher Zhang sat beside me, and just as Xia Qinyu arrived with Teacher Li, they witnessed us conversing intimately. Was Xia Qinyu orchestrating this, or was I merely overthinking? Teacher Li, please don't speak rashly. Xia Qinyu has already clarified the facts. This has nothing to do with her. Teacher Zhang interjected on my behalf. Upon hearing this, Teacher Li huffed in annoyance and turned to leave. Teacher Zhang awkwardly concluded the tutoring session. The aide's car was already parked outside the school, and Xia Qinyu and I boarded one after the other. Although the aide said nothing, I sensed his worried gaze upon me. Upon returning home, I braced myself for another round of interrogation. The mere thought of it made my head ache. Troubles seemed to cascade one after another, an endless cycle, as expected, the moment I entered the house. I found my father seated on the sofa with a grim expression. Yaji sat beside him, her face equally devoid of joy, that I approached and called out, "Father, where did you go last night?" I was taken to the military government by the young Marshal. "Did you not know?" I replied with a hint of sarcasm. "And then where did you go?" His inquiry suggested he had already dispatched someone to uncover my whereabouts from the previous night. Else I could not fathom why he was so upset. "Didn't you already find out?" I questioned. "You intend to drive me to my grave, don't you?" His face darkened with fury that I didn't perish in the military government. "Isn't that enough to please you?" I retorted with a cold laugh that Ninga, how can you speak to your father this way? Do you know he didn't sleep a wink last night? He rose early to send people to inquire about your well-being, and he has gone to work all day. You return home and treat him like this. Have you no conscience? Yaji admonished sternly. Really? Is he concerned for me? Or is he worried about how my actions might affect his career? If he truly cared, he would have said something before that devil took me away to Ninga. Are you accusing your father unjustly? In such circumstances, who could remain silent? That Meng Wan'er is a spy. She conspired with her accomplices to steal the military defense plans of Sioux City. The young Marshal was furious. Who would dare intervene? A chill shot through me. If what Yaji said were true, I had unwittingly become an accomplice. Cold sweat began to beat on my back that if the military defense plans were leaked, Sioux City would plunge into war. Such a grave matter was beyond anyone's capacity to bear. That my father's expression was grave that I fell silent, having thought I had acted nobly by rescuing someone, only to find the situation had turned unexpectedly. With the military defense plan stolen, should war break out, I would be deemed a criminal. Now can you tell me what your relationship with Long Ingtian is? My father questioned that we are merely acquaintances. He is the brother of my desk mate, I explained. I'm still withholding the truth. He stood up, pointing at me in anger that I was taken aback, wondering if he had somehow discovered what I had discussed with Long Ingtian last night. It was impossible. Long Ingtian had gone alone to the military government to meet the young Marshal, and only after their private conversation was I released. You claim you are merely acquaintances? Her sister is my close friend. So, I began, only to be interrupted by my father. Enough. You continue to conceal the truth. Long Ingtian has a shipment of arms that the young Marshal has long coveted. They have negotiated several times. Yet Long Ingtian has steadfastly withheld them. And just this afternoon, that shipment arrived at the military government. The young Marshal paid nothing, claiming it was a donation from Long Ingtian. You still assert that you have no connection? Chapter 30. A call from the second madam. I had not anticipated that Long Ingtian would go to such lengths for me. What had I done? How could this happen? Not only had I become an accomplice, but I had also embroiled Long Ingtian in this mess, that my own mistakes were now his burden to bear. Do you wish to argue further? My father seethed, and my mind was in turmoil, guilt overwhelming me. Yet, I could not clarify the situation to my father that I had no connection to him. Believe it or not, the arms donation had nothing to do with me, that I lacked the influence to compel Long Yingtian to bear such a cost. I am going upstairs, I declared, disregarding my father's furious pointing and accusations. Xia Yuning, you truly infuriate me, he shouted. Father, please don't get too worked up. It's bad for your health. Yaji interjected that I had no strength left to continue debating my relationship with Long Yingtian. I felt utterly drained. Each step up the staircase felt laborious. Once I entered my room, I closed the door and leaned against it, collapsing onto the floor. How could I salvage the havoc I had wrought? Had those two managed to escape Sioux City? The military defense plans of Sioux City were of utmost importance that Lucien intended to seal off Sioux City, and he was undoubtedly seeking those two. Unless they had devised a foolproof plan, escaping Sioux City was nearly impossible. Should Meng Wanner be captured, coupled with Lu Xian's inhumane interrogation methods, I would undoubtedly be implicated, and Long Yingtian might also be drawn into this mess. My father would not be spared either, and we all faced a fate of being buried without a trace, that if Meng Wanner managed to flee Sioux City, the peaceful lives of its citizens would be shattered. They would once again endure the agonies of losing their homes, of being left destitute. The architect of this calamity would be none other than me. This was a reality I could not accept. What should I do? Seek out Long Yingtian. The thought flashed through my mind that I stood up and rushed to the vanity, opening the drawer to retrieve that business card that I bore Long Yingtian's phone number. The phone was in the living room downstairs. That I wondered if my father was still there, that I cautiously opened the door and stepped out of my room, intending to assess the situation downstairs. As I reached the corner, I overheard Yaji on the phone, her tone excessively obsequious, that I turned to retreat, deciding to wait until they had rested before I called. Just as I turned, Yaji's mention of Second Madam caught my attention. Why was the Second Madam calling at this moment? Driven by an insatiable curiosity, I turned back only to hear Yaji exclaim, "Really, Madam Second, you mustn't jest with me. I might take you seriously." "Ha. Truly, are you speaking the truth?" "Very well. I shall certainly keep the appointment. Rest assured." "Understood. Good. Farewell." Upon hanging up the phone, Yaji's face radiated joy as she swayed her waist and excitedly declared, "Fontaine, this is indeed a blessing in disguise." Father's voice was cold, tinged with impatience. "What could possibly have you so elated? It's a monumental occasion. The heavens have truly opened their eyes. The Xia family is on the brink of soaring to new heights." Yaji was so overwhelmed with excitement that her words became incoherent. "What is it?" "Please, no more riddles. That IT was a call from Madam Second." Yaji continued to tease Madam Second. "What did she call about?" "She invited us to dine at the International Hotel tomorrow." "Why would Madam Second invite us for dinner?" "Oh dear master, how could you be so naive? What significance could there be in Madam Second inviting us to dinner?" "Are you referring to that matter?" "Yes, impossible. That matter is far too fantastical. Just yesterday, Ninger was taken to the military government by the young Marshal, saved by Long Yingtian with arms. Why would Madam Second bring this up again? Do you not find it illogical?" "Indeed, that's how it was. Initially, I thought she was joking. You won't believe what she told me." "Do tell." "She mentioned that she had previously raised this matter with the young Marshal, who did not agree. Just now, the young Marshal personally sought out Madam Second to express his consent regarding the marriage. She hurriedly called me to inform me that the governor is hosting a banquet tomorrow. Upon hearing this, I was utterly bewildered. How could this be? This is too incredible. Does Lucien truly agree to this marriage?" "Congratulations, sister. Your opportunity has arrived. At last, you can transform from a crow to a phoenix, soaring to greatness. Allow me to offer my preemptive wishes for your success. What should I wish you?" "Ah, then I shall wish you good fortune." Xia Qinyu's words were piercing, that I was startled, having been so engrossed that I hadn't noticed Xia Qinyu standing behind me, that if I were to soar to greatness, I would surely take my sister along. "You need not worry." The voices of Xia Qinyu and I disturbed Father and Yaji downstairs, that I heard Father call out, "Ninger, come down. Did I have something to discuss with you?" Did I remain still? "Father, has my sister been standing here listening for ages?" "She heard everything you discussed with Mother. I just congratulated her in advance. To be quiet and return to your room," Father commanded angrily. Xia Qinyu pouted and stomped back to her room. Father ascended the stairs and approached me. "I am unwilling." Whatever you say is of no consequence. That I turned and retreated to my room, locking the door behind me. That I sat before the vanity, ignoring father's persistent knocking. Not a single word he uttered registered in my mind. I felt as though I had been driven to a dead end, standing before an unfathomably deep chasm. Point one step forward would be my undoing, that I could not comprehend why Lucien would act in such a manner. What was his purpose? I refused to believe he genuinely harbored feelings for me. That day, I was covered in mud. He likely did not even know my true appearance, that I preferred to believe this was a conspiracy. And I was merely a pawn in his game. Now, I was truly frightened, my heart racing perilously. The image of Lucien's menacing face haunted me. I could hardly bear to think of it. That was my nightmare. Tomorrow, the governor's banquet awaited, and time was running out. What should I do? Escape this place and take Mother with me. But where was Mother? I paced my room, seeking a semblance of calm. After much contemplation, every path seemed to lead to a dead end, and I stood at an impasse. That I thought of Long Inkton. He was my last glimmer of hope. Gazing at the business card in my hand, I pressed it to my chest, gradually finding solace. The last vestiges of light outside mirrored my current plight. That I sat on my bed, waiting for nightfall. Once they were all asleep, I would call Long Inkton, hoping he could assist me in locating Mother, allowing us to leave this place. This was the best plan I could devise. The night deepened, and they had all succumbed to slumber. That I tiptoed downstairs, barefoot, cautiously making my way through the darkness toward the living room sofa. Thanks to the floor-to-ceiling windows, the living room was not completely dark. The moonlight streaming in enabled me to discern the direction of the telephone. With precision, I grasped the phone and dialed the number I had memorized. Each turn of the dial sent a jolt of tension through me, my heart racing. Upon completing the number, I was already drenched in sweat. The phone continued to ring unanswered, and I grew frantic, akin to an ant on a hot skillet, restless and distraught. Just as despair began to grip me, a languid female voice finally answered. "Hello, who is this?" I froze, recognizing it as Du Bingxin's voice. "Bingxin, it's Xia Yuning. Is your brother at home?" On the other end, Du Bingxin seemed to awaken. "Xia Yuning? Why are you calling at this hour?" "My brother is not home." Panic surged within me. "Can you reach him? I urgently need to speak with him. My brother left at noon. That he never tells me where he goes. That I don't know. Please don't panic. That if there's something you need, tell me. Perhaps I can help." Her words felt like a cold bucket of water, dousing my last flicker of hope. "Hello, Xia Yuning. What is wrong? What has happened?" Du Bingxin inquired anxiously from the other end. "Nothing. You should rest. That I will hang up now." That I concluded the call and set the phone down. Suddenly, the lights in the living room flickered on, startling me into a swift rise. Chapter 31. To compromise? I was taken aback and hastily stood up, only to find Father seated on the sofa, gazing at me. "Father, you haven't gone to bed?" "Near. Come here. That I need to speak with you." Father's demeanor was weary. His tone softened. Reluctantly, I took a seat across from him, but he spoke earnestly. "Ninger, there is no possibility for you and Long Inkton. You needn't deny it. Your recent phone call has already confirmed everything. That I know not how you two became acquainted or when this began. But I am aware that you harbor feelings for him, that he does for you as well. Else he would not have risked his life to save you. Few would undertake such a perilous act. I greatly admire him. However, he is not suitable for you. That he is the leader of a gang, involved in activities that are anything but reputable. Murder and arson are commonplace. He has made numerous enemies. And the number of those who seek revenge is countless. That do not forget, this is Sioux City, where the governor holds sway. The military government will not allow them to grow unchecked. That I have heard that the military government has long been watching Long Inkton, primarily due to the arms he possesses. The young Marshal still harbors wariness towards him, which is why they have not acted against him yet. Now that this batch of arms has fallen into the young Marshal's hands, do you think he will let Long Inkton off the hook? It is merely a matter of time before he is dealt with. Have you considered what will happen if you two truly become involved? What will you do then? Given the young Marshal's temperament, he will leave no survivors. Will you accompany him to death? Moreover, Madam Second has called to inform us that the young Marshal has agreed to this marriage. Do you believe we still have room for maneuver? If the young Marshal has set his sights on you, even if you refuse, he will seize you regardless. How will you navigate that situation? Additionally, if he discovers your connection with Long Inkton, Long Inkton's life will be in jeopardy. That I share this with you to help you analyze the current situation. How to proceed is your decision. I sat quietly on the sofa, absorbing his words. His intent was clear. I had no escape, and Lucien was my only option. It is late. You should rest. With that, he rose and ascended the stairs. What should I do? Resign myself to fate? I was unwilling. But if I did not accept my fate, what options remained? Long Ingtian risked his own safety to save me. Could I truly endanger his life further? No, I could not. Should I flee? With Lucien's power, where could I possibly escape to? What would happen to Mother? If given a choice, I wish for Long Ingtian to remain unharmed, not for any other reason than his feelings for me. The night was eerily quiet, a silence that instilled fear, that I felt as though I were a lost soul, drifting through this world as if in a different era. That I ascended the stairs and returned to my room. Lying in bed with my eyes wide open until dawn, as I dressed and descended the stairs, I encountered Yaji, who had just emerged from her room. Ninger, you look surprised. Did you not sleep last night? Those dark circles under your eyes are quite pronounced. That it's the weekend. You need not attend classes. You should take a nap. In own need. I have matters to attend to and must step out shortly. Step out? Where to? I asked, my anxiety palpable. Do not worry. I will not run away. After all, my mother remains in your custody. Child, why do you speak to me in such a manner? It is unsafe for a girl to venture out alone. Since it is the weekend and you need not take a car, let Lieutenant Zhang drive you. Very well. As you wish. That I did not express my gratitude. Approaching the telephone, I dialed Du Bingxin's home to arrange a meeting at the school gate. After dining, I boarded Lieutenant Zhang's vehicle and headed to Shangzhou. Du Bingxin stood anxiously at the school gate, glancing around. As soon as the car halted beside her, she rushed over. That I exited the vehicle, and she pulled me aside, her voice urgent. What happened? You called in the middle of the night. The governor is hosting a banquet for our Xia family today. Why? Why did the general invite your entire family for a banquet? She asked curiously. Yazi wished to ingratiate herself with the general's household and learned that the second madam was anxiously arranging a marriage for Lucien. Intentionally, she let the second madam see me. The second madam was quite pleased with me. She returned to inform Lucien, but he did not agree. However, last night, the second madam suddenly called Yazi to say that Lucien himself had sought her out and expressed his consent. Hence, today the general is hosting a banquet. That I briefly explained this to her, and she listened wide-eyed before exclaiming, My goodness, this is too frightening. How did he suddenly agree? Wasn't it said that he wouldn't? What is his intention? What does he want? Xia Qinyu, you cannot agree. You must never consent. Do you understand? This is undoubtedly a conspiracy. That he has treated you that way. Can he truly harbor any genuine feelings for you? This could ruin your life. I forced a bitter smile and shook my head. I had no way out. That no, wait until my brother returns. That he can help you. That Lucien is too terrifying. This will implicate your brother as well. He has already helped me enough that I cannot burden him further. Then what shall we do? Are you truly going to compromise? I do not know. For the time being, we can only take one step at a time. I will not easily yield or submit to him. Rest assured. Well, you must be cautious. When my brother returns, he will find a way. Du Bingxin assured me. That I recalled the purpose of my visit today and said to her, Bingxin, I came to tell you that when your brother returns, make sure he is wary of Lucien, that he should prepare an escape route for himself. What do you mean? What have you heard? Du Bingxin asked with wide eyes. That I heard father say that Lucien might take action against the Qin gang. Really? What should we do? My brother is not home, she exclaimed anxiously. Do not worry. There should not be any immediate danger, I reassured her. Chapter 32. Attending the banquet. After parting ways with Du Bingxin, I returned directly to the Xia mansion. Father was delighted to see me back. He and Yazi were both dressed in the current fashionable Western attire, indicating their keen interest in this occasion. Where is my mother? Shouldn't she be present at such an event? I asked father pointedly. Well, father glanced at Yazi. Ninger, this is merely a casual banquet. The general simply wishes to meet you. It is not an engagement party. Moreover, your mother is suffering from tuberculosis. Attending a banquet while ill would be disrespectful to others. The general would feel uncomfortable if he knew, Yazi explained. What Yazi's mother says is correct. But do not worry. Once you are truly engaged, I will ensure your mother attends, father promised. Well, I hope you keep your word. Ninger, do you not trust your father? He asked carefully. Can I still trust you? I felt a wave of desolation that I did not respond but directly ascended the stairs that Ninger, father called, sounding somewhat pleading that I paused but did not turn back. Feeling devoid of emotion. Rest assured, I will go upstairs to change. You wouldn't want to wear this outfit, would you? Good, good, good. Change into something else. Yazzie, help Ninger get ready. Father instructed happily that I no need, I said, not looking back as I went upstairs. On the bed lay a beautifully wrapped little Western dress in an exquisite gift box that I glanced at it and immediately recognized its high price, that a diamond sparkled in the center of a petal-shaped brooch on the bodice. I did not touch it but turned to open the wardrobe and took out the modified Chinese-style skirt, a simple design made from extraordinary fabric that my hair fell loosely down my back. Though simple, it retained an air of solemnity. Descending the stairs, Father and the others had been waiting for quite some time. Ninger, did you not see the dress on the bed? Yazzie asked, puzzled. That is not suitable for me. Sister, that was sent by the general's aide. It even has a diamond on it. It is quite valuable. How could it not be suitable? Such a beautiful dress would surely attract everyone's attention when worn. The young Marshal will undoubtedly appreciate it. Lucien sent this. Why would he give me a dress? What does he truly want? A wave of inexplicable anger surged within me. That if my sister likes it, please take it. That I gift it to you. That I refuse. That is a gift from the young Marshal to my sister. It expresses his feelings for her. How could I accept it? That is true. This dress is not something anyone can wear at will. You, Xia Qinyu said, her face displaying displeasure. All right, if you do not wish to wear it, then do not. There will be other opportunities, Father said, his face darkening. However, the aide who delivered the dress insisted that Ninger must wear it. It was a command from the young Marshal, Yazzie said, looking troubled. I will not wear it. We can either leave now or not go at all. You may choose, I said indifferently. Father sighed. What difference does it make if you do not wear it? Let us go. Upon leaving the Xia mansion, the vehicle traveled towards the International Hotel. The weather today mirrored my current state of mind, overcast and gloomy. The car halted in front of the International Hotel, where attendants stood ready to greet us. That we followed the attendant to the reserved room. The spacious hall was nearly empty, with only a few foreign individuals with golden hair and blue eyes coming and going. Upon reaching the third floor, just as we entered the stairwell, we noticed soldiers in uniform stationed throughout the corridors. Those unaware might assume something significant had occurred. The entire hall echoed with the sound of our footsteps, reverberating in the stifling air. The attendant finally stopped before a closed door, lightly knocking twice. That an attendant from inside opened the door, and we entered. The second madam approached us warmly and guided us to sit at a round table. The table was quite large, yet there were only a few of us present. Strangely, Lucien was not among them. The second madam took my hand and enthusiastically introduced the people at the table. At the head of the table sat an elderly lady with graying hair, her kind eyes always smiling at me. Through the second madam's introduction, I learned that this kind grandmother was the general's mother. Lucien's grandmother. I politely offered her a customary greeting, thinking to myself that her amiable demeanor suggested she would be easy to get along with, and given her advanced age, she would likely appreciate traditional manners. Sure enough, the elderly lady was delighted, beckoning me to sit beside her and continuing to introduce me. This next to you is the general, your future father-in-law. That I smiled, stood, bowed my head, and said, General, greetings. The general, clad in an old-style gray robe embroidered with gold thread, was tall and robust, with whiskers at the corners of his mouth, a blend of authority and festivity, and he stroked his mustache, laughing heartily. Good, good. Lucien indeed has an eye for beauty, and no wonder he refused to even glance at so many others. It turns out he had already set his heart elsewhere. I remained noncommittal. The elderly lady continued. You should know her. She is our second madam, the mistress of the general's household. Greetings, second madam. The second madam, dressed in a dark blue floral cheapao, exuded elegance and grace. You do not know, but the first time I saw Ninger, I was immediately captivated. That I thought to myself how wonderful it would be if she could become our family's daughter-in-law. I never expected this fate to come true. Once they are married, I will surely take all the ladies of our general's household to the temple on Lingyun Mountain to express our gratitude. The second madam spoke animatedly, drawing laughter from those around her. The elderly lady gestured for me to sit down, holding my hand and not letting go, then seemed to remember something. Where is Sien? Before she could finish her sentence, the door swung open, and Lu Xian entered in his uniform, removing his military cap. "Grandma, how could I be late for such an occasion?" He stood tall and handsome. His clean-cut hair slicked back, exuding a decisive air. He took a seat next to me, and with his arrival, the previously lively atmosphere vanished. Father and Yazi, sitting opposite, appeared somewhat uncomfortable. The elderly lady feigned anger. "Look at you. How old are you? And still lacking in manners. This is Mayor Xia and his wife, your future in-laws. You didn't even greet them? People will laugh at you for such behavior." It was clear that Lu Xian held a great deal of respect for this elderly lady. "Rest assured, Grandma, no one would dare make a fool of themselves here. Mayor Xia, Mrs. Xia, wouldn't you agree?" Lu Xian remarked with a half-smile, his gaze fixed on Father and Yazi. Chapter 33. Broken Promises. Father awkwardly chuckled. "How could that be? The young Marshal comes from a family of strict upbringing and refined manners, but he is a pillar of our Sioux city. We are grateful to him and would never think otherwise." The elderly lady is overthinking it. Did I wish to retreat beneath the table at Father's flattery? Yes, who would dare say a word? We would never agree, Yazi chimed in, equally embarrassed. "And you, allowing him such leeway will spoil him," the elderly lady remarked. Despite her words, she seemed pleased. Lu Xian's gaze turned towards me, a smile gracing his lips. "Xia Yuning, we truly are fated to meet." Upon meeting his gaze, my heart quivered, and my hands instinctively clenched together. The fierce and cruel visage from that day resurfaced in my mind once more. As I sat with Lu Xianrong before me, my grandmother gently patted my hand in a comforting manner and addressed Lu Xian, saying, "Xianer, please speak kindly. Your demeanor may frighten the young lady." That he shrugged nonchalantly, lounging in his chair while gazing at me. "Have I frightened you, Miss Xia?" I forced myself to meet his gaze and replied, "No." My grandmother interjected. "You see, Miss Xia has assured us that she is not frightened. Do not be deceived by her appearance. She possesses a courage that may surpass your expectations." There was an underlying implication in Lu Xian's words. Why did he say that? Had he discovered my aid in Meng Wanner's escape? "Ninger, rest assured, with your grandmother's support, he will not dare to bully you," the old lady reassured me as she patted my hand. I could only manage a smile as the attendants began serving a lavish array of dishes, filling the table to the brim. Reflecting on Lu Xian's remarks, a sense of unease washed over me, leaving me devoid of appetite. "Fontian, what are your thoughts on the marriage of the two children?" The military governor inquired. "It is best for you to take charge." "We shall heed your decision," my father replied, his face alight with joy, revealing his obsequiousness. "The sooner, the better. Xiener is not a child anymore. There are families with children younger than him already married. He is perpetually occupied with military duties, scarcely finding a moment to spare. Both the old master and I are quite anxious. The governor is particularly eager for grandchildren. Now that we are all gathered, let us discuss a date and expedite this matter." The second madam added. "Indeed, I genuinely admire Ning. She is a young woman pursuing education abroad, yet she can still don traditional attire, albeit modified to IT, is a refreshing sight. She is also well-versed in the customs of Europe. Nowadays, many young ladies chase after new ideologies and fashionable attire, neglecting the treasures bequeathed by our ancestors. In this regard, many cannot compare. I could no longer remain silent, feeling compelled to voice my dissent. Their decisions left no room for negotiation, and this was not the outcome I desired. Taking a bold step, I stood up and declared, "Governor, I have something to say." All eyes turned to me. "Governor, I am merely 14 years old and still in school. Might we postpone the marriage for 2 years?" The governor's expression darkened as he turned to my father, asking, "Fontian, what is the meaning of this?" My father, alarmed, rose from his seat and pointed at me, exclaiming, "Be silent. You have no say in this matter." He then turned back to the governor, assuring him that these were trivial issues and that he should proceed as he saw fit. The old lady urged me to sit down, smiling as she said, "Ninger, 14 is not too young. I was married to Siener's grandfather at 12. I understand you're learning new ideas at the foreign school, but we are not foreigners. We have our customs and traditions. Education can continue, and marriage should not be delayed. Wouldn't you agree?" I remained steadfast in my beliefs, disagreeing with the old lady's assertions. Directly opposing her would surely wound her feelings, and I pondered how to refuse her tactfully. "Governor, you misunderstand. I never intended to marry her. that I merely find her appealing, that if being a wife is not possible, then I shall take her as a concubine. That Lucien statement left everyone present in stunned silence. I had not anticipated such humiliation from him. Was this his way of punishing me for losing the military defense plans? If that were the case, he needn't have gone to such lengths. A single bullet could have ended my life. What was his true intention? Though I feared him, it did not mean I would submit to such indignity, that I would rather face death than acquiesce to his wishes. After he spoke, he regarded me with keen interest, as though awaiting my response. Young Marshal, I fear you may be disappointed. I am here under duress that I hold no interest in you, nor do I wish to be your wife, let alone your concubine. You may kill me, or take me to your kennel to feed your pets. Either way, it matters not. The pent-up anger within me finally erupted, bringing a sense of relief. Death was not frightening. What terrified me was living a fate worse than death. Lucien erupted into a manic laughter, clapping his hands in delight. Well said, he produced a pistol from his waist and placed it on the table before me, raising an eyebrow in amusement. This is the latest model, equipped with 6 bullets. Prior to your arrival, I used 5. One remains that if you dare to point it at your own head and pull the trigger 3 times. And should you survive, I shall consider this matter closed. Without a moment's hesitation, I seized the gun and fired a shot into my own head, followed by a second and a third. Once the shots were fired, I pushed the gun back toward Lucien. His expression mirrored the thrill he exhibited when watching his pet devour its prey. Excellent. I like that. You won't deny what you just said in front of all these witnesses, will you? I looked at him, my face betraying my disdain, that he retrieved the gun and holstered it. Of course, that I surveyed the entire table and said, I apologize for what transpired today. Rising from my seat, I opened the door and walked out with composure. Upon exiting the International Hotel, the tension that had gripped my heart began to dissipate. I recalled the events that had just unfolded. My legs turned weak, and a chill ran down my spine. I exhaled deeply, feeling as though I had been reborn. The heavens have spared me. From this day forth, I shall live life to the fullest. With matters having escalated to this extent, I wondered whether my father would face repercussions. As for the governor, whether he would strip my father of his mayoral position was beyond my control. Perhaps it was simply a case of him reaping what he had sown. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and the north wind howled. The October air was still chillingly cold. Suddenly, I felt my body lift off the ground. I was being carried over someone's shoulder. The sight of a military green uniform confirmed my suspicions. It was undoubtedly Lucien that I kicked and punched, shouting, Lucien, put me down. You scoundrel, you are no hero. Release me. He delivered a sharp slap to my backside, laughing heartily as he did so. Scream all you want. It won't do you any good. His grip was so strong that it pained me to cry out. Yet he found my suffering amusing. He tossed me into the car and climbed in after me, slamming the door shut with a thud. Chapter 34. Be my lover. His actions startled me. As he leaned in closer, I instinctively raised my hand and slapped him with a resounding crack. Immediately after, I regretted the impulsive act. It was merely a reflex that Lucien, with a fierce expression, pinned me down, gripping my neck with a vice-like hold, glaring at me with a menacing intensity. Who gave you the audacity? Are you tired of living? Once again, I felt the chilling grip of near death. His strength was immense. With just a little more pressure, my neck would snap. Moments earlier, I had felt fortunate that everything could start anew, but I had not escaped his clutches after all. I awaited the arrival of death. My vision blurred, and I struggled against the suffocating sensation. Eventually, he loosened his grip, allowing me to breathe again, which triggered a bout of painful coughing. My throat burned, and tears streamed down my face as I gasped for air. He watched me impassively until I gradually quieted down. He leaned in closer, fixing his gaze on me with a predatory intensity. You dared to strike me. You are the first that do not challenge me again, or I will make your existence a living hell. Seeing his icy demeanor, I knew he meant every word. A flicker of fear crept into my heart. You do not honor your promises. You are no gentleman. I retorted. He seemed to find my statement amusing, smirking as he replied, I am no gentleman, and I have no need to honor promises. I do as I please. My wants and needs dictate my actions. You are a rogue. Release me. I struggled with all my might, attempting to push him off me, but he remained unyielding, watching my futile efforts with disdain. You are correct. I'm a rogue. What can you do about it? You are still beneath me, he taunted. Let me go. You are insane. What do you want from me? To have you as my lover, he shamelessly declared. You are delusional. I would rather die than be entangled with you. The mere sight of you disgusts me. You have no choice that I have told you before. There is nothing I desire that I cannot obtain, Dido. And I forgot to mention, I have taken your mother. I brought her here before I arrived. You have witnessed my methods, have you not? You are truly despicable. Thank you for the compliment. Listen to me, and I will ensure your mother receives the best medical care until my interest wanes. At that time, I will allow you both to reunite. That he spoke with an unsettling sense of entitlement that my mind was reeling. He intended to use my mother as leverage. His goal was to ensnare me as his lover. What was his true intent? Did he seek revenge? There were countless methods for vengeance. He need not resort to such convoluted schemes. Why did he choose me? Because it amuses me, he replied nonchalantly. Did I ask that all? You are insane. That he remained noncommittal. He released me from his grasp, straightened himself, and gazed ahead, stating, starting tomorrow, you are to be at my beck and call. Otherwise, face the consequences that I found myself unable to argue or resist. He had seized my weakness, leaving me with no choice but to comply. I have conditions of my own. You lack the qualification to negotiate terms with me. That he gazed at me with contempt. A surge of anger rising within me. I had never encountered such a troublesome rogue. My eyes fixated on the pistol at his waist. If I had a gun in hand, I would not hesitate to blow his brains out. What now? Do you hate me? Do you wish to kill me? Wait until you possess the capability to entertain such thoughts. The fact that he could discern my intentions was indeed disheartening. This man is both cunning and ruthless. He is scarcely human. It is terrifying. Get out of the car, he commanded. Initially, I did not comprehend the situation, but upon witnessing his fierce glare, I realized he was instructing me to exit. I opened the door and swiftly stepped out. A few paces away, he did not look at me, but stated, remember my words, do not act smart. An aide standing not far off rushed over and took the driver's seat. The vehicle vanished rapidly at the end of the road. A drop of icy water struck my face, sending a chill through me. Soon, more droplets followed as a torrential downpour commenced. I stood in the rain, feeling utterly unprepared for the sudden turn of events, yet resigned to accept reality. The street was deserted, with only the relentless rain pouring down. I walked through the downpour, shivering from the cold and lacking even a penny. I sought refuge under the eaves of a building. Clutching my shoulders as I trembled, I raised my hand and knocked on the door. It opened to reveal an elderly gentleman of around 50, dressed in a traditional long robe, his expression kind. He looked at me in surprise and asked, young lady, whom are you looking for? On the verge of freezing, I struggled to articulate, sir. I am so cold, yearning to escape the rain. Come in quickly, young lady. He urged. I stepped inside, quaking. The old gentleman held an umbrella over me as he ushered me into the house. Madam, come quickly, he called. A well-dressed, elegant woman emerged from another room, still wearing an apron. Upon seeing me, she asked the old gentleman in astonishment, what has happened to this girl? This girl has been caught in the rain and is freezing outside. Quickly find her some clothes to change into. Of course, young lady, come here. She led me into a room where she retrieved some clothes, saying, these are my old garments. Wear them for now. I will brew some ginger tea for you. You mustn't fall ill like this. I expressed my gratitude, saying, thank you. As she smiled lovingly, I nodded appreciatively and changed into the clothing. My mother often said that the world is chaotic and human hearts are unpredictable. Yet there are always exceptions. Despite the turmoil, there remain many good people. Having changed, I stepped out of the room. The lady's home was adorned with an old-fashioned charm. Though modest in size, it exuded warmth. Framed black and white photographs adorned the walls, depicting a family of 3. In the center stood a boy of 6 or 7, his features delicate, with the family smiling joyfully. As I admired the pictures, a waft of fragrance approached. The lady returned with the freshly brewed ginger tea and kindly urged, young lady, drink the ginger tea while it's hot. It will help you sweat it out and prevent you from getting ill. I gratefully accepted the tea and drank it down in one go. Instantly, warmth spread through my stomach, radiating throughout my body, gradually restoring my comfort. Tea feels good, doesn't it? The lady observed with a gentle smile. Yes, it is warm. Thank you, madam. The old gentleman smiled as he took the bowl from my hands. Madam, "Is that boy your son?" I inquired. She gazed at the frame, her eyes softening as a sigh escaped her lips that he was very lovely. Wasn't he? Indeed, he was charming, especially with that delightful smile. He must have been a beloved child. Yes, such a wonderful child. Yet I lost him. Tears welled in the old gentleman's eyes that I felt a pang of guilt for having brought up painful memories. That I am sorry, madam. The old lady waved her hand dismissively. Wiping away her tears, "It's all right. Those are all past matters. Please do not mind. Come, let us eat. The dumplings are ready." The old gentleman brought out a steaming plate of dumplings. "Come, let us enjoy the dumplings," the lady urged as she guided me to the dining table. The dumplings, filled with cabbage and meat, were delicious that I devoured a generous bowl, feeling warmth return to my body. "Young lady, what is your name? Where do you reside?" the old lady inquired. "Madam, my name is Xia Yuning, that my family calls me Ning, or that I live in Sioux City, not far from here. You must have had a quarrel with your family," she remarked with a smile. That I remained non-committal. "Child, there are no parents who are not concerned for their children. Just by looking at your clothing, it is clear your family is well off, that I in this chaotic world. Simply being able to live together peacefully is a blessing. Apologize to your parents when you return. They must be worried sick." "That I understand, madam," I replied. The old gentleman and lady were remarkably kind-hearted, and I found myself fond of them. Relishing this warm atmosphere, that I refrained from disclosing my circumstances, firstly because we had just met, and secondly because I did not wish to disrupt this precious ambience. After all, those matters were ones I wished to avoid discussing. Once we finished our meal, the rain continued to fall outside, and the lady took my clothes to dry. I engaged in conversation with the old gentleman. Chapter 35. Kidnapping. The old gentleman's surname was Lin. He had once been a teacher, but after losing his son, he had searched far and wide. They had searched for many years, only to learn later that the child in Sioux City had succumbed to illness. They mourned for a time before settling in Sioux City, where they remained until now. I was unaware when the rain had ceased outside that I changed into my now dry clothes and bid farewell to Mr. and Mrs. Lin, promising to visit them whenever I had the opportunity. Upon exiting, Mrs. Lin hailed a rickshaw for me. That I attempted to decline. That do not be modest. If you had money, you would not have knocked on my door. "Be careful on your way," she insisted. That I was at a loss for words, feeling that a mere thank you could not adequately express my gratitude for their kindness. That I sat in the rickshaw. My heart was a tumult of emotions. What kind of storm awaited me upon my return to the Xia family? I felt utterly exhausted, wishing only to sleep and never awaken, lost in my thoughts. I failed to notice the direction the rickshaw was taking. When I finally realized we had already left Sioux City, I understood that I had encountered a nefarious individual and called for him to stop. Instead, he hastened his pace. That I attempted to leap from the vehicle, but the speed was too great, and I fell, nearly losing consciousness from the pain. Seeing me attempt to escape, the man abruptly halted the rickshaw and rushed over, intending to seize me. Ignoring the pain in my leg, I stood and confronted him. "Who are you? What do you intend to do?" I warily positioned myself defensively, recalling the fighting techniques I had learned from Aunt Zhang. Though I had never truly put them to use. "Miss, please do not be alarmed. Allow me to explain." The man stepped forward to clarify. Suddenly, he raised his hand, and darkness enveloped me as I lost consciousness. In a hazy state, I heard voices. "Brother, what should we do with this girl?" One man inquired. "Sell her to the brothel. It will yield a profit." Another man, his voice hoarse and nasally, responded. "But if we are caught, we are finished." "Do not worry. Once she disappears, no one will come looking for her." "Yes, that's so. She is the mayor's daughter. Do you know anything? She is merely a burden. That if her mother had not been taken away, my brothers would not have been killed. I am already in deep debt. I do not wish to take that risk." The man kicked the door frame in frustration. "Then how do you plan to explain to that lady?" the man questioned. "Explain? She warned me repeatedly to keep an eye on her, that if she discovers the girl is missing, she will not spare me." That a tightness gripped my heart as I recalled the words I had overheard when Yasi made that phone call. My foreboding had proven accurate. Yasi had been monitoring my mother all along. They had not sent her to the hospital. Instead, they had imprisoned her. Otherwise, why had they repeatedly denied my request to see her? The two men continued their conversation. "Brother, is that woman reliable for taking her life?" "Reliable enough. The most important thing is that she is generous and pays well. After this job, we will leave Sioux City." At this revelation, I was utterly bewildered. Someone wanted me dead. Who was this woman? Brother, have you contacted the brothel? I have. They're on their way. Brother, do not say she is quite beautiful. Perhaps we should. Do not act recklessly, or we will not get a good price. Fine, the man begrudgingly conceded. You stay here and keep watch. I will go outside to check. They should be arriving soon. Rest assured, Brother Point, one of the men exited, leaving the other beside me that I feigned unconsciousness. Closing my eyes, that he patted my face, muttering to himself, what a pity for such a pretty face, that he turned to lean against the door frame, and I forced myself to calm down, pondering my next move, that I must escape before he returns. Otherwise, I will have no opportunity left. Surveying the room, I realized it was a dilapidated woodshed that I lay on the floor in the dim light. Observing that there was nothing useful within my reach, that my hands and feet were bound, rendering me immobile. What should I do? The rope must be untied for there to be any chance of escape. This man seemed somewhat easier to deal with than the one outside, that a sudden idea struck me. I began to roll on the ground, feigning agony. The man rushed over, kicked me, and asked, "What's wrong?" My mouth was gagged, rendering me speechless, so I let out muffled cries. Gesturing for him to remove the cloth from my mouth, he yanked it away, and I painfully exclaimed, "Brother, my stomach hurts, that I need to use the restroom." He looked at me with suspicion, doubting my claim, that I curled up and pleaded, "Brother, I beg you, that my's stomach is in great pain." That my's strenuous performance finally earned his trust. "You damn nuisance," he grumbled. "Come here and untie the ropes on your feet." I extended my hands toward him, but he rolled his eyes and said, "Leave your hands tied, that I'm going with you." "Brother, be quiet, or I'll tie your feet back up." That I had no choice but to fall silent and follow him outside. The sky had darkened, and soon the night would envelop us. Chapter 36. The maneuver once outside, I realized that the area was overgrown with wild grass, devoid of human presence. That in the distance, a few scraggly trees stood half dead, leaning precariously. Could such a place exist in Sioux City? I surveyed my surroundings, spotting a few dilapidated thatched huts standing solitary in the wilderness. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up!" He barked menacingly. That I hunched over, clutching my stomach, feigning great discomfort. "Brother, my stomach hurts too much. I simply cannot bear it." That I squatted down. The man, irritated, cursed and approached, saying, "You can relieve yourself right here." That he stood before me, scrutinizing my condition. That I looked up at him, grasped his pant leg, and pleaded, "Brother, I truly cannot stand. Please help me." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of delight appeared on his face, but realizing he had shown too much interest, he quickly resumed a stern demeanor. "Damn it, what a hassle. But I can make an exception. Thank you, brother. Please help me up first." That I extended my hand. That he hesitated for a moment, but ultimately reached out to pull me up. I pretended to be weak and trembling, murmuring, "Thank you, brother." Struggling, I lifted my skirt to reveal my thigh clad in stockings, then feign a loss of strength and let the skirt fall back down. Gasping for breath, I looked at the man and said, "Brother, I have no strength left. Could you assist me?" The man stared intently at me, his throat visibly swallowing. That I knew my earlier actions had successfully captured his attention and achieved my goal. His vigilance had significantly diminished. And with my next words, there was no reason for him to refuse. That he nodded vigorously, almost ecstatic. All right, I'll help you." That as he bent down to lift my skirt, he crouched to search along my legs for my undergarments. I could hear his heavy breathing. Seizing the opportunity, I clenched my fist and delivered an elbow strike, precisely hitting the back of his neck. With a crack, he let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground like a lifeless fish. Utterly motionless, that I kicked him twice, but he remained unresponsive. That I forcefully turned him over, his head lolled to one side. That I reached out to test for his breath, but he was already dead. The sky had darkened completely. The dilapidated houses in the wilderness loomed like gaping mouths of specters, poised to devour any living soul in the night. The man was dead. This was my first murder, while I had killed wild chickens and rabbits before. This was my inaugural act of taking a human life. Though my heart raced with anxiety, I felt no fear. That I glanced around, dragging the man behind a collapsed mud wall of a nearby hut. I emerged from within and picked up a sturdy stick from the ground, ready to defend myself should danger arise. That I resolved to head south, following the direction of the first man who had exited. As indicated by the sound of his footsteps, I stepped forward. I had only walked a few dozen meters when I spotted 3 or 4 figures approaching with torches. That my scalp prickled with alarm. This was not good, that I quickly retracted my steps and returned to hide behind a wall that I scanned my surroundings. There was nowhere to conceal myself besides these few dilapidated houses. What to do? If I ran now, I would undoubtedly be discovered. With so many of them, they would catch me swiftly. Staying behind was even more perilous. What should I do? As I hesitated, the group drew within 10 meters of my hiding spot. I forced myself to calm down, reminding myself that my mother was still waiting for me to rescue her, and I had yet to witness those men receive their rightful punishment, that I could not die. I must survive. That I compelled myself to gradually settle my racing thoughts to this moment. The group entered the house. "Where is he? Lee San, an anxious, raspy voice called from inside. But what's going on? Another gruff voice inquired. There's no one in this house. Go search outside. Damn it, that little brat Lee San must be up to no good, taking the person away. That he stepped out of the house, calling out for Lee San again. His voice quickly faded into the night, met with silence. Soon, there were loud thuds of kicking doors and angry curses that we agreed on a virgin girl. If we spoil her, we'll have to renegotiate the price. Damn it, once I find Lee San, I'll skin him alive. That he must be nearby. Let us go find him. The man was furious. The group, torches in hand, split up to search the area. That I remained crouched at the base of the wall, hidden in a side room where the walls had collapsed haphazardly. The place where I hid still had about a meter of height standing. Someone began walking in my direction, and I held my breath, pressing against the wall. The person stopped just behind me, shining a torch into the space. That my heart raced to my throat. If he leaned in to look, I would be exposed without a doubt. I gripped the stick tightly, ready to strike as soon as he peered inside. Even if I were discovered, I would take someone down with me. Found the person. You all come here quickly. That it seems he is already dead. Someone yelled. Upon hearing this, the others hurriedly ran over, abandoning their search. That I exhaled slowly, the tension in my throat subsiding. That a flurry of footsteps rushed toward the voice. Damn it, I didn't expect to fall for a woman's trick. She can't have gone far. Have we searched every room? We've searched everywhere. There is no one to search again. There are just these few broken houses. It's easy to see everything. Why would she hide here after killing someone? It is too dark and this place is too vast. Where would you even look? A silence followed. Second Master, I apologize for making you run in vain. Scarface, in this line of work, one must always exercise caution. This time, you were careless. That we've collaborated many times. Let me offer you some advice. Consider yourself unfortunate. What Second Master says is true. Yes, I don't mind running in vain. Just be more careful. It is best if you can hide for a while. That I don't want to lose you as a business partner. That I'll heed Second Master's advice. As long as the Green Mountains remain, I need not fear a shortage of firewood. Well, will you come with me? Second Master, you go ahead. That I still need to handle Lee San's body. That he was my brother. I can't let him be left to rot in the wilderness. All right then. That my heart tightened once more. That if Scarface stayed, I would be in grave danger. I had been crouched in the corner for too long, and my legs had grown numb and painful. That I shifted my position, seeking a more comfortable posture, but to my dismay, the stick slipped from my grasp and clattered to the ground. That I cursed silently. Chapter 37. A narrow escape. What was that noise? Someone questioned, alert. Footsteps approached my direction. I quickly retrieved the stick from the ground, gripping it tightly. Come out. I know it's you, Scarface said coldly. That I pressed myself against the wall, my palms sweating with anxiety. That I knew he was trying to trick me. If he truly knew where I was, he would have lunged at me by now. There was no way he would let me come out on my own. Sweat beads formed on my forehead. Come out already. I know you're there, Scarface called again. The footsteps grew nearer. That I braced myself for a deadly confrontation. Just as the tension peaked, a scream pierced through the air. Look at that giant rat. It's just a rat. What is the big deal? Second Master responded angrily. No, it's not, Second Master. It's the terrified voice trembled. What the hell are you talking about? You sound as if your mother died. Stop shouting. Second Master was clearly furious. No, Second Master. This rat is eating a person. He finally stammered out. That a chill ran down my spine upon hearing this. The tension of the moment dissipated as a gasp echoed. Good heavens, what is that? It's bigger than a cat. Everyone back away. It's running. Catch it, someone yelled. Seizing the opportunity while they were distracted by the rat, I cautiously slipped into the very room where I had been confined moments ago. Hiding behind the door, I reasoned that the most dangerous place might indeed be the safest. They have already visited this place, and the likelihood of a second visit is exceedingly slim that I strain my ears to listen to the sounds outside. My face battered and bruised, a truly pitiful sight. "Scar, what do you intend to do?" inquired the second master. "We cannot leave him here. Carry him inside. The house up front has a door. Let it serve as his grave," replied Scar. Upon hearing this, I realized that this unfortunate soul was indeed out of luck. Even drinking water might choke him. Had I known it would come to this, I would never have entered. I gingerly contemplated retreating to my previous position when I heard the second master say, "Scar, where are you going? I'll check over there." The noise just now definitely came from that direction. And I want to ensure everything is all right. That my foot that was poised to step outside hesitated, and I cautiously concealed myself behind the door. Is everything all right? No one there, I presume. That noise was certainly just that large rat. Stop thinking about it. Let us carry him inside. The second master appeared quite anxious. While he spoke, the body was already being brought in. I pressed myself against the wall, hiding behind the door, holding my breath. Not daring to blink, I then heard Scar say, "Brother, do not worry. I will avenge you." After uttering these words, he made no further delay and swiftly departed. The door creaked shut behind him, leaving me alone with the lifeless body of Lisanne sprawled on the ground. I listened intently to their footsteps receding into the distance, remaining ever vigilant for nearly another quarter of an hour before my heart finally began to ease, releasing a long sigh as I slumped onto the ground. Not far from where I sat was the spot I had previously occupied, now taken by Lisanne. The difference was that while I had narrowly escaped death, he had truly met his end. After all I had endured, I found myself devoid of fear in the face of a corpse. Gazing at Lisanne's lifeless form, I reflected on the myriad hardships my mother and I had faced since arriving in Sioux City. I had thought that as long as my mother's illness could be treated, I could endure anything. But what had I received in return? Deceit, lies, conspiracies, traps. It was I who had harmed my mother. I should never have trusted them, believing in their basic humanity. This brush with death had opened my eyes to the truth. The human heart is inscrutable. One must pierce through it to discern the light from the dark. The following morning, I was awakened by the chirping of birds. As I opened my eyes, I saw several sparrows hopping about in search of food, while not far away, Lisanne lay quietly, appearing as though he were merely asleep. I found that I could observe Lisanne in peace, without fear. Rising from the ground, I walked over to his side. His face was indeed terrifying. One side was intact, while the other had been reduced to mere bone. Devoid of flesh, I turned and opened the door, stepping outside. The weather was bright and clear, with not a cloud in the sky. A gentle breeze brushed against my cheek, carrying a slight chill. I kept my head down, searching for the footprints left by the group from the previous night. The rain had poured heavily yesterday, leaving the ground damp and slippery. Wandering through the desolate wilderness, I lost track of time until I finally arrived in Sioux City. At a puddle, I washed my face, tied my hair back, and tidied the dirt that had clung to my clothes, polishing my shoes until they gleamed. Looking at my reflection in the water, I appeared clean and composed. Upon entering Sioux City, I hailed a couple of rickshaws and provided the driver with my destination. Returning to the summer mansion, I instructed him to wait outside, assuring him that someone would pay him soon. He readily agreed. After ringing the doorbell, Luma answered, and, upon seeing me, her face lit up with surprise. "Miss, you're back. Come in quickly. You've been gone all night, and both the master and mistress are quite worried." "Has my father not gone to work?" I inquired. "The master has gone to work. He mentioned this morning that he would be reporting to the police station. I asked the mistress at home." "Yes, she is at home, sitting by the phone, anxiously awaiting news from you. She has been waiting for quite some time. Seeing you return will surely bring her joy." I couldn't help but smirk internally. She was not waiting for my news. Stepping inside, I indeed found Yaji wearing a look of concern. She froze upon seeing me, but quickly regained her composure, rushing over to grasp my hand with a worried expression. "Ninger, where have you been? We were all so worried about you." "I'm fine." "I made you worry, Yaji," I replied. She paused, incredulous. "What did you just call me?" "Yaji, mother," I repeated. "Ninger, are you all right? You seem a bit off today. Is it that obvious?" I asked. She nodded. I took her hand and sat down on the sofa. "Mother, I was wronged. I spent the entire night reflecting on my actions. I should not have embarrassed you and father in front of the military governor's family. You and father were only looking out for my best interests, wanting me to lead a prosperous life. Yet, I failed to understand and acted petulantly, causing you both distress, and father became entangled in the fallout. I realize my mistakes now. Can you forgive me? Ninger, do you truly mean that? She asked, still in disbelief. Yes. Do you not believe me? No. I believe you. Why would I doubt you? Knowing that you think this way will surely please your father. He hardly slept last night, and has gone to report to the police station today. Did yesterday's events implicate father? Will it affect his career? After you left yesterday, the military governor was indeed furious. But the young marshal advised him not to intervene, that he said he could handle the matter himself. And then the young marshal departed, that we will not know for certain if there will be any repercussions for a while. Yaji said, her face filled with concern. Chapter 38. The young marshal's banquet. Yaji looked worried. The military governor should not be that petty. After all, he is a person of significance and would not let such trivial matters affect father. I hope so. It has not been easy for your father to reach this point, that if he were to step back, it would be unbearable for him, that I remained silent, fully aware of what she was about to say next. Her eyes darted, and finally, she said, Ninga, we actually hope you can maintain a good relationship with the young marshal. Rest assured, for father's sake and for the sake of the Xia family, I will not allow our relationship to sour. I interjected with a smile. Really? Yaji's face brightened, that I nodded. I will make sure to express our gratitude to you, Ninger. Your father will be very pleased to hear this. By the way, where did you go last night? Yaji finally asked the question. The rain was torrential yesterday, and I had no money on me, that my clothes were soaked, so I stayed the night at an elderly couple's home. Yaji appeared skeptical, but did not show it overtly. Oh, I see. That I stood up, brushing my hair away from my forehead. Mother, if there is nothing else, I'll head upstairs now. To go ahead. Take a bath and rest a bit. Yaji replied that, oh, by the way, I returned by rickshaw. But I haven't paid the driver yet. He is still waiting outside. Could you help me settle it? Of course. Go on upstairs, Yaji said, calling for Luma to handle the fare. That I thanked her and ascended the stairs. After bathing and changing into clean pajamas, I drew the curtains and closed my eyes for another nap. I was awakened by a knock on my door. It was Yaji. Groggily, I opened the door to find her beaming with excitement. Ninger, the young marshal's aide, has come. He wants to see you. Upon hearing the young marshal's name, my mind instantly cleared, recalling the words from the previous day in front of the International Hotel. I hastily changed into another outfit and followed Yaji downstairs. That I in the living room, I recognized the aide as the one who had driven Lucien the day before. He was dressed in military attire, sitting upright on the sofa. Upon seeing me, he immediately stood, bowing politely. Miss Xia, the young marshal has sent me to inform you that there is a banquet tonight, and your presence is required at a banquet. Yes, Miss Xia at 7 o'clock this evening. I will be there to fetch you. That he gestured toward a white box on the sofa and continued. This is the dress you are to wear tonight. The young marshal specifically instructed that you must don this gown. Did I ask that all? Anything else? I asked, my expression unchanged. The young marshal merely instructed me to relay this message. I have delivered it as requested. I will arrive promptly at 7 o'clock to escort you. That I had yet to respond when Yaji eagerly interjected. No problem. Officer Wang, you can count on me. I will make sure Ninger looks absolutely stunning. The brightest star of the evening, that we 1T let the young marshal down. Officer Wang turned his gaze toward me, seemingly awaiting my response. Return to the young marshal. I will attend, I replied coldly. Very well. I shall convey Miss Xia's words. Farewell. With that, he turned and left. At Ninger, see how attentive the young marshal is towards you. After how you treated him yesterday, any man would have felt slighted and angry. Yet, the young marshal did not take offense. He actively sought you out. You must seize this opportunity. Looking at Yaji's eager expression, a wave of anger surged within me, but I restrained myself. That I understand, mother, clutching the box containing the dress. I ascended the stairs to AT. That moment, I felt as if I were being pushed toward the execution ground, expected to express gratitude to the very person who was about to end my life. My heart was heavy with frustration, yet I had no outlet for release. That I tossed the dress onto the ground forcefully, and it tumbled out of the box. The gown was a pure white silk evening dress adorned with sparkling rhinestones. It shimmered brilliantly, unmistakably expensive. To gift such a lavish item to a lover. Lucien truly was generous, or perhaps he had simply lost all sense of the value of money. Reflecting on it, the entire Sioux city belongs to the Liu family. Why would he be concerned about such a trifling sum of money? Glancing at the gown sprawled on the floor, I felt compelled to pick it up once more and toss it onto the bed. My heart a maelstrom of conflicting emotions that am I truly to submit myself to such a scoundrel? Yet, what choice do I have? With my mother in his grasp, he has seized my very lifeline. I can only acquiesce to his whims. If Long Tian were aware of my predicament, what would he do? Surely, he would rescue me from this perilous situation. He would confront Lu Xian in a bloody showdown. If he were to clash with Lu Xian, it would pit the entire Qing gang against the military government. Clearly, the Qing gang is no match for the military. Dada's father has said, the military has long harbored intentions to eradicate the Qing gang. Merely waiting for the opportune moment, that if Long Tian were to take the initiative, it would play right into Lu Xian's hands, providing him with the chance to eliminate the Qing gang. No, he cannot be informed of this matter. Nor can she be involved. I must resolve my own issues. Reliance on others could endanger those who care for me. Feeling a surge of frustration, I decided to take a stroll in the courtyard. Upon descending the stairs, I encountered Xia Qinyu, returning from school. Noticing my expression, which bore no hint of goodwill, she scoffed, "Where has your sister disappeared to this time? She hasn't returned all night." With the chaos outside, it is quite unsafe for a girl to spend the night out. I am terribly worried. Did I apologize for causing you concern? Am I not standing right here before you? How do I know if you are truly well? I can't tell, she retorted, her gaze challenging. Did I turn to Yazi, my voice laced with grievance. "Mother, what does my sister mean by this?" Yazi approached, her face stern as she admonished Xia Qinyu. "Qinyu, how can you speak to your sister like that? Go upstairs at once." Xia Qinyu, taken aback, stared at Yazi in disbelief, muttering, "Did she just call you mother?" Yazi maintained her stern demeanor. "What of it? Can't your sister call me mother?" Xia Qinyu, flustered, exclaimed, "You are the mother of both me and Hao Yu." "Not hers." Silence, and go upstairs at once. Yazi commanded sharply. I observed the unfolding drama with amusement as Xia Qinyu stomped her foot in frustration and ran upstairs. Turning back to Yazi, "Mother, my sister truly dislikes me." "Doesn't she?" Yazi appeared somewhat embarrassed. "It's not as you perceive. She has been spoiled by us. Having suddenly gained an elder sister, she is struggling to accept it. But fear not, I will have a good talk with her." At that moment, Father returned and, upon overhearing our conversation, chuckled. "What are you two discussing?" Yazi stepped forward to assist Father with his coat, smiling as she replied, "Just some private matters between us ladies. You mustn't pry." "My dear husband," that I scoffed inwardly at Yazi's words, which elicited hearty laughter from Father, indicating his excellent mood. "Ninger, your mother has informed me over the phone. You have grown up and become more sensible." Father expressed his satisfaction. "Father, it was my prior ignorance that caused you embarrassment before the military commander. That was my fault. That we do not blame you. That if you can understand our concerns through this incident, we shall be content," Father said, patting my shoulder, delivering words that rang false. Yet he spoke them with apparent sincerity. That I remained a detached observer. "And why, Lord? Lu Ma has prepared the meal. Please wash your hands and join us for dinner." During the meal, Yazi called for Xia Qinyu to come down and eat. Xia Qinyu descended with a displeased expression. After finishing my meal, the clock on the wall chimed 5 times. Yazi urged me to go upstairs to prepare. Chapter 39. A deep sense of shame, I picked up the white silk evening gown adorned with rhinestones, a strikingly sensual mermaid dress. Wearing it left my entire back and the curve of my hips exposed, while the front plunged low enough to reveal a generous amount of my figure. How could Lu Xian present me with such an outfit that I could never wear in public? Was he deliberately attempting to humiliate me? I struggled to fathom his intentions. Removing the dress, I placed it back in its box and sat before the vanity, staring at my reflection. What should I do? To wear or not to wear it? His aide had specifically instructed me to don it. What would Lu Xian do if I refused? Yazi knocked on my door. The door was unlocked, and she entered. Rushing over in a flurry, why goodness, what time is it? Why have you done nothing? She exclaimed. Vice Commander Wang is already downstairs, waiting. What shall we do? Quickly, change into the dress, she urged, reaching for the gown on the bed. Don't take it. I want to change, interjected that if you don't, the Vice Commander was specifically told by Lu Xian that you must wear is that acceptable. Yazi looked at me incredulously. Ignoring her, I picked up the gown from the bed and walked out. Yazi grabbed my arm from behind. Ninger, why not wear a different dress? What you have on is inappropriate for the banquet. Isn't this dress in my hands already? I replied without turning, raising the box. Only then did she release me. Yazzie followed me downstairs where Vice Commander Wang stood at the foot of the stairs. Upon seeing me, he inquired, "Miss Xia, are you wearing that outfit?" I regarded him with a blank expression. "Is there a problem?" The young marshal instructed you to wear that evening gown that I know. It's right here," I said, lifting it for him to see. "Yes, it needs to be worn," he reiterated. "Let us go. I need to see the young marshal." I disregarded him and walked outside. Vice Commander Wang followed suit. Saying nothing further, yes, I stepped out the door. A sleek black car gleamed in the sunlight that I reached for the door handle and sat inside, only to find Lu Xian already occupying the seat. Startled, I attempted to rise, hitting my head on the ceiling. Ignoring the discomfort, I settled back down again that I hadn't anticipated Lu Xian's presence. He glanced at me before turning away. His expression inscrutable. It seemed Vice Commander Wang hadn't conveyed my words to him. Vice Commander Wang in the driver's seat stiffened. This had nothing to do with him. It was my own choice not to wear the dress. I explained that Lu Xian turned his head, a chilling demeanor enveloping him as he spoke slowly. Why? I dared not meet his gaze, his deep-set eyes resembling a frozen lake, sending shivers down my spine. "The gown is too revealing. I cannot wear it," I clarified. "Humph, too revealing? Do not feign innocence before me that if I command you to wear it. You must comply," Lu Xian asserted, displaying an unreasonable obstinacy. "Vice Commander, drive to Zui Xianglu," he ordered. "Yes, young marshal," came the response. The vehicle swiftly arrived at Zui Xianglu. I had assumed it was a venue for an enemy banquet, only to discover it was a place designated for male clientele. What was Lu Xian's intent in bringing me here? I had no choice but to allow him to lead me upstairs. We paused before one of many doors, and he knocked at a flamboyant woman opened the door. Her makeup heavy. She was undeniably beautiful, the kind of woman who would tempt any man. "Young marshal, I thought you were attending a banquet. What brings you here?" she cooed, her voice sweet and teasing that Lu Xian appeared to enjoy her company. His previously cold demeanor softening, though he still bore no smile, his face as expressionless as ever. "I have a favor to ask of you." "What a surprise." "I am truly honored." "What is it?" she inquired. Her tone flirtatious, Lu Xian gestured toward me. "Give her a makeover. She will accompany me to the banquet today." The woman looked at me, chuckling. "Young marshal, when did you change your taste? This isn't the type you usually prefer. Consuming the same flavor repeatedly can become tiresome. That I wish to try something new," he replied. Being discussed in such a manner unsettled me. The woman motioned for me to sit at her vanity. Opening a makeup box, as she began to apply makeup, she bantered playfully with Lu Xian. "Young marshal, if you say such things, I might just become heartbroken," she teased. "Rest assured, with a beauty like you, how could I bear to lose you? You certainly know how to flatter. But truly, this sister is stunning. Look at her face, so fresh and dewy. She doesn't even need powder. She is in full bloom. I am envious, especially you men." That I caught Lu Xian's gaze in the mirror. He was looking at me. Our eyes locked. He smirked slightly. "Just a pretty face. It's the same without clothes. That N01 is superior. Young marshal, the sister is still present. Be careful, or she might end up in your bed." The woman joked. Their banter became increasingly unbearable. Anxiety gripped my heart. What if Lu Xian truly refused to let me return home tonight? Would I have to surrender my purity to this beastly man? No, I could not accept that I was unwilling to resign myself to such a fate. How could I escape his clutches? Despair washed over me, that I donned the utterly humiliating gown, feeling as though I stood exposed on a stage for all to see. My arms crossed over my chest. I felt vulnerable. The woman exclaimed, "Goodness! Look at her, so slender and yet so alluring. No wonder our young marshal has a change of heart." That I glanced at Lu Xian, who remained impassive, his dark eyes inscrutable as they roamed over me. "Young marshal, may I change into a different gown?" "Why change? This one is perfect." That I realized that no amount of pleading would sway him. He had already made up his mind. Thus, I fell silent, refraining from further speech. The woman, however, remarked, "Sister, do you comprehend the worth of this gown? How many women yearn to wear it yet cannot? That it is simply exquisite. And it complements your figure perfectly." Lu Xian tossed a handful of money onto the table, declaring, "This is your remuneration." The woman, delighted, accepted the payment and coyly replied, "The young commander is indeed generous." He took my hand and led me out the door. And I stumbled, clutching my chest as I followed beside him. Men passing by cast lewd glances in my direction, and I felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide in. My cheeks burning with shame. Tears welled in my eyes. Killing is but a mere flick of the head. Why must Lucien subject me to such humiliation? My hatred for him festered. I vowed I would kill him one day. Unbeknownst to me, my nails dug painfully into Lucien's hand, yet he did not withdraw it. As we walked, he cautioned, "Refrain from your anger. It will do you no favors." Gradually, I loosened my grip. Those who know how to adapt are the true heroes. Learn to be wise, that if your mood improves, yours will be a better life, that do you understand. Tears, long suppressed, finally fell. Why? What heinous crime had I committed to deserve such treatment? He offered no answer, not even a glance in my direction. Upon exiting the Zue Xianglu, we entered a car. Chapter 40. An encounter with ambush. The early spring air was still quite frigid. I was clad in that gossamer silk evening gown adorned with rhinestones. Seated in the car, shivering uncontrollably, did I retrieve my coat and wrapped it around myself. That Lucien produced a cigar, placed it between his lips, ignited it, and took a deep drag, savoring the moment with his eyes closed. Slowly exhaling rings of smoke that filled the confined space, causing me to cough violently, that I covered my nose, disdainfully rolling down the window, letting in a gust of cold air that sent shivers down my spine. I quickly rolled the window back up. His voice was I see why no sooner had he finished speaking than a fierce wind struck, followed by a resounding crash as the car window shattered, pierced by a bullet. I ducked down as he pressed me against his legs. "Young Commander, there are roadblocks ahead," exclaimed Officer Wang urgently. "Accelerate and push through." A barrage of gunfire erupted, the shattered glass exploding in response. The window was now a hollow frame, devoid of any protection. "Young Commander, brace yourself, that we are charging through," Officer Wang declared. With a roar of acceleration, the stench of gasoline filled the AI. My head was pressed against Lucien's thigh, his face against my back, holding me tightly, rendering me immobile. "Hold on to me," he commanded. That I wrapped my arms around his waist, clinging tightly. The violent collisions jolted us as the car spun in place, the screeching of tires piercing through the air. The force of the impact was immense, and I was thrown back, slamming against the seat, as if my very insides had been dislodged. Dazed, I lay crumpled beneath the cramped seat, unable to move. The car crashed violently once more, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds, mingled with the piercing notes of bullets penetrating the vehicle. Amidst the gunfire, the car surged forward at breakneck speed. That I shielded my head, resting it against Lucien's feet. Time seemed to stretch, the gunfire gradually receding, replaced by the howling wind that infiltrated every corner of the sea. Lucien reached down, pulling me back into my seat. Dazed and weak, I leaned against the backrest. Chilled by the wind, did I open my eyes to find the window empty, and Lucien's hand marred by numerous cuts, blood dripping from the shards of glass. That I realized it was my fault. Had I not opened the window, this perilous incident would not have occurred. Lucien reclined against the backrest, eyes closed, while the car continued its rapid journey. That I sat still, afraid to move, dreading that he might blame me for the earlier events. "Young Commander, are you unhurt?" Officer Wang glanced at Lucien through the rearview mirror. "Yes, I am fine," he replied. "That I remained vigilant throughout the journey and did not detect any followers. Besides, we have two identical cars behind us, and they did not notice anyone tailing us either. Clearly, someone has leaked our whereabouts," Lucien stated calmly. "Are you suggesting that someone among us is in league with them?" Officer Wang asked incredulously. "Someone wishes to monopolize, and surely they will do everything in their power to thwart my involvement. They may not dare confront me openly, but will resort to covert tactics. This is hardly surprising. Young Commander, if you were aware, why not prepare in advance instead of taking such risks?" Officer Wang expressed his astonishment. "Otherwise, how could I ascertain whether my judgment was correct? Are you implying you know who divulged our movements?" Officer Wang inquired. "Indeed, that I understand now, young Commander. However, their audacity is remarkable, daring to attempt an assassination on our territory." That I sat silently, half comprehending their discourse. Though I was ignorant of their precise intentions, I discerned that Lucien sought to compete for something, instilling fear in his adversaries, prompting this assassination attempt. That Lucien snorted disdainfully. "They lack the courage. Their aim was merely to prevent me from attending the banquet, not to take my life. Otherwise, our escape would not have been so effortless." I listened quietly, reflecting on the harrowing moments we had just endured, still haunted by the brush with death. The car sped through the darkness, headlights illuminating the path ahead, revealing numerous European-style buildings flanking the road. A sense of unease washed over me that wasn't this merely a banquet. If it were indeed a gathering, it should be a lively affair, yet this place hardly resembled a venue for such festivities. I finally asked, "Where are you taking me?" "To the French concession," Lucien replied, his impatience evident. "Are we going to the French concession for a banquet?" I pondered, filled with doubts, but hesitant to press further. I knew that should I inquire again, Lucien would likely disregard me, so I chose silence. The car halted before a villa, revealing that this gathering was indeed a private affair. Lucien's eagerness to attend indicated he had ulterior motives. From the snippets of conversation between him and Officer Wang, I deduced that Lucien was after something significant. The courtyard was expansive, illuminated by lights lining the pathways, with individuals outside smoking, upon seeing us arrive. One hurriedly discarded his cigarette and extinguished it with his foot before retreating into the house. This individual was likely a messenger, part of the same group that had just attacked us. I glanced at Lucien, who had also witnessed the scene. Through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, I could see the vibrant interior alive with light. Following Lucien into the courtyard, he turned to me, his expression devoid of emotion. "What? Do you not understand the etiquette of attending a banquet?" Dressed in a gown that offered little coverage, I was apprehensive about the forthcoming encounter. Suddenly colliding into Lucien, I realized he was exuding impatience. I understood his implication. At a banquet, a female companion should link arms with her male counterpart. That I reached out and intertwined my arm with his "My mother is gravely ill, and I intend to hire an expert from Germany to attend to her," he stated. "What do you mean? Is she in danger?" I grasped his arm, anxiety evident in my voice. "Whether she is in danger depends on your behavior tonight. What do you wish for me to do?" "Present yourself as a refined young lady. Do not act as though you have never seen the world, shy and evasive. You are not some sheltered maiden that a man observing you is no different from many others." His words dripped with sarcasm. "What do you mean?" I was perplexed by his remarks. "Nothing. Also, you are my companion. When you encounter acquaintances, do not converse with them without my permission. You must heed my words." "Very well. As long as you uphold your promise to bring a doctor for my mother from Germany, I shall comply." That he merely smirked, remaining silent. That as we approached the villa entrance, I took a deep breath. Raising my head and puffing out my chest, a smile plastered on my face, that I linked my arm with his, and the door slowly opened. What lay beyond was an entirely different realm. The interior was resplendent, with a chandelier towering 5 or 6 meters above the grand hall, casting enchanting hues. Numerous men and women stood within the expansive hall, the men dressed in tailored suits, while the women adorned luxurious evening gowns. They held glasses of wine, gathered in clusters, engaged in conversation. Our arrival disrupted the tranquility of the gathering. Chapter 41. The terrifying depths of deception. I clung to Lucien, my smile unwavering, as we made our way into the crowd. Their expressions varied, yet all bore smiles, concealing any insincerity beneath a veneer of cordiality. That a portly foreign gentleman with blonde hair and fair skin approached us, exuding an air of gentility. He greeted Lucien in a halting mix of Chinese. "Young commander, you have finally arrived. We have been awaiting your arrival for the dance. That we were delayed by some matters. My apologies for keeping Mr. Hans waiting," Lucien replied with a smile. Upon seeing me, "Mr. Hans expressed surprise. "Young commander, your companion is truly stunning. May I have the honor of dancing with her?" Lucien smiled, shrugging casually. "Of course, if Mr. Hans desires, she may dance with you all evening." "Oh, is this true?" "I would be most honored." Mr. Hans stepped closer, extending his hand. "Beautiful lady, it is a pleasure to meet you." That I graciously extended my hand, and he took it, kissing the back of my hand gently. That I understood this was their custom. I paid little heed to the unfolding scene when a server approached, bearing a glass of red wine. That I took one alongside Lucien, reminiscing about a previous toast shared with Hans. That he then took to the stage to announce the commencement of the ball. At that moment, another figure approached Lucien, greeting him with an upright posture and a strikingly handsome face, adorned with a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes capable of captivating countless young maidens. He appeared to be of similar age to Lucien. An inexplicable familiarity tugged at my mind, though I could not recall where I had encountered him before. "Young master, I had thought you might not grace us with your presence today. I was just pondering the long journey I undertook from Ningxing, and how lackluster this gathering would be without you. Brother Mingxie, I trust your visit is not solely to see me. Ah, young master. You truly possess a knack for jest. Their banter was lively, yet I sensed an underlying tension that belied their apparent calmness. Mingxie's gaze fell upon me, his peach blossom eyes curving into crescent moons as he teased. Young master seems to be quite fortunate, surrounded by such stunning companions. How enviable! Brother Mingxie, you are far too modest. She is merely a woman. Lucien remarked that I maintained a forced smile, pretending not to hear Lucien's words. Hans ascended the stage to officially commence the ball, and music filled the air. People instinctively sought out their partners to dance. Mingxie excused himself to find his own companion, and I observed Lucien's demeanor darken instantly. My initial suspicion was confirmed. Lucien harbored animosity towards this individual. Given Lucien's attitude, it was evident that Mingxie wielded considerable influence in Ningxing. Otherwise, Lucien would not have engaged him in such prolonged, placid conversation. Lucien sipped red wine from his third glass, surveying the hall with a hawk-like gaze. Just as I hesitated to advise him to drink less, concerned that his inebriation would not bode well for me, a familiar face approached. I instinctively moved forward, but Lucien's cold voice halted me. Have you forgotten my previous words? I withdrew my foot, standing beside him. Long Yingtian, dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, exuded a refined charm that sharply contrasted with Lucien's rugged demeanor. If their roles were reversed, it would align perfectly with their respective temperaments. Long Yingtian merely cast a glance my way, conveying an unspoken message. Do not fear. I am here. That single gaze soothed my anxious heart. He approached Lucien, his expression devoid of any trace of levity. This solemnity was a first for me. Silence enveloped them as they faced each other. Long Yingtian broke the stillness. Young master, is there an issue with my shipment of arms? Dragon Lord's arms are of excellent quality, truly befitting German craftsmanship. However, the quantity is insufficient for my needs, that I have heard that you and Hans share a cordial rapport. Might you persuade him to sell me this batch? Your estimation of my influence is commendable, yet I lack the sway to command Hans, Long Yingtian replied. Revealing his reluctance to assist me, that it was apparent that Long Yingtian was unwilling to extend his aid. Thankfully, I had prepared for this, that I had heard that Hans had a penchant for youthful women. He glanced at me, and I could see Long Yingtian's expression contort into something fearsome, akin to a bucket of cold water dousing my spirit. In that moment, I comprehended Lucien's ulterior motive for bringing me here, that he intended to use me as leverage against Long Yingtian, compelling him to procure the arms. Should Long Yingtian refuse, Lucien would readily offer me to Hans, allowing him to indulge in his whims. The depths of Lucien's cunning were chilling, that if Long Yingtian acquiesced to Lucien's demands and obtained the arms through unscrupulous means, he would not only alienate Hans, but also become an enemy in the French concession. At that point, Hans would not spare Long Yingtian, even without Lucien having to lift a finger. Thus, Lucien would reap the benefits while effortlessly eliminating Long Yingtian. An insidious two-for-one scheme that I could not allow Long Yingtian to fall into Lucien's trap. He had already saved me once. He owed me nothing, that I had descended into hell and could not drag him down with me. Long Yingtian, this matter does not concern you. Please do not involve yourself. I am grateful for your assistance, but my words that night were not sincere. The man I cherish is Lucien, do you understand? Ever since he gifted me $3 silver 2 years ago. I have been enamored with him, so, please, do not trouble yourself with my affairs, and I implore you. My heart felt as though it had been torn asunder as I fought to hold back tears while gazing at Long Yingtian. He stared at me in disbelief, frozen in place, his voice low and laced with disappointment. What did you say? Xia Yuning, repeat that I swear before the heavens that my words are truthful, that if I lie, may I suffer a fate worse than death. Long Yingtian stepped closer, grasping my hand with a furrowed brow. Xia Yuning, do not make such vows lightly, that I will not compel you, that I only wish for your happiness. I will bless you. With that, he turned and walked away without a backward glance. That my heart shattered. How painful it was for him to hear those hurtful words. Yet he still sought to comfort me. I felt as though a gaping wound had been inflicted upon my soul. Tears streamed down my face, falling onto my partially exposed chest. that a woman who speaks insincerely is truly moving. I almost believed you. Lu Xian's voice dripped with disdain. You would sacrifice yourself for him? Ha! If this is your choice, then I shall grant it. However, I must warn you. I have heard that Hans has peculiar tastes. I fear your delicate frame may not withstand it. You should consider your own welfare. Lounging languidly on the sofa, Lu Xian added, Thank you for the warning. I have no intention of dying easily. I wish to witness how your fate unfolds. Such ambition. I hope you do not disappoint me. The documents are in your bag. Have Hans sign them at the appropriate time, and this matter will be concluded. Chapter 42. Subtle struggles. As the music concluded, another melody began to play. Hans approached with a smile. Young master, may I request the pleasure of this beautiful lady for a dance? Lu Xian generously shrugged. Be my guest. Hans extended his hand toward me. Beautiful lady, may I have the honor of a dance? I graciously accepted. Of course, I would be honored. As I placed my hand in his, Hans joyfully led me onto the dance floor. We twirled gracefully to the lilting strains of the waltz, a dance I had mastered under Aunt Zhang's expert guidance. Hans was pleasantly surprised. Your waltz is quite commendable. Your flattery is unwarranted. As the crowd gradually dispersed, only Hans and I remained, spinning and twirling in the center of the floor. When the song concluded, applause erupted, and someone from the audience called for another round. Hans eagerly asked, May I invite you for another dance? Certainly, Mr. Hans. My gaze flickered towards Lu Xian, who now had Mingxie by his side. What were they discussing? Lu Xian's expression was inscrutable. He looked at me and raised his thumb in approval. A gesture that made my stomach churn. That I followed Hans' lead, pouring all my frustration into the rhythm of the dance. After the lively waltz concluded, beads of sweat adorned my brow as applause erupted once more. Hans bowed graciously to the audience, and as we exited the dance floor, he leaned in close, his hand inadvertently brushing my bare back, whispering, You are utterly enchanting tonight, my beautiful lady. That a wave of nausea surged within me. Yet I could not express my dissatisfaction. That I instinctively took a step back, creating distance. That Mr. Hans, your dancing is exceptional. That it is an honor to dance with you. Hans beamed, seemingly pleased with my praise. You truly possess discerning taste. Your waltz was also quite impressive. Your instructor must be quite skilled. That my instructor is indeed a master. That no wonder you have turned out to be such an exceptional pupil. Thank you. As we approached Lu Xian, I noticed he and Mingxie had risen, both holding glasses of wine. That a perceptive server brought forth 2 additional glasses. Hans and I each took one, and as our glasses clinked together, I downed mine in one go. Mingxie jested, Miss Xia is quite the drinker. I froze, realizing he was aware of my surname. Did this mean he had uncovered my identity? Glancing at Lu Xian, I found his expression as unreadable as ever. A surge of anger welled within me, wishing to slap him and demand why, having already forced me to the brink, he would push me further. What benefit would he gain from ruining my reputation? So the young lady's surname is Xia, Hans remarked. Yes, she is none other than the daughter of Mayor Xia of Sioux City, a genuine socialite. Mingxie explained with a mischievous grin. That explains it. No wonder Miss Xia possesses such exceptional poise. She hails from a prestigious lineage. That my apologies. Hans exclaimed, taken aback. That as we settled onto the sofa, the 2 gentlemen engaged in conversation while I sat silently, contemplating how to convince Hans to sign the contract while ensuring my own safety. Hans, ever observant, noticed the injury on Lu Xian's hand. Young master, what happened to your hand? Nothing serious. I encountered an ambush before arriving here and sustained a minor injury. It is nothing to worry about. Lu Xian nonchalantly raised his hand to glance at the scene, reflecting on the carelessness of the young Marshal, who had offended many and thus needed to tread carefully in all matters. One could never be too cautious, Mingxie teased. Is that so? The young Marshal was ambushed, quite thrilling indeed. Hans remarked in surprise, It is merely that someone has taken a fancy to Mr. Hans's goods. Not wishing to compete, they resorted to underhanded tactics. Wouldn't you agree, Brother Mingxie? Although Lu Xian's tone remained calm, there was an underlying implication in his words. That I cast a glance at Mingxie, whose lips still curled into a smile, betraying no hint of embarrassment. But he did not respond to Lu Xian, but turned to Hans. Mr. Hans, you see, the young Marshal is quite wary with the goods in your possession. It is impossible that only 2 individuals are vying for them. Surely, there are many who desire this batch, as the young Marshal said. How many must be eliminated? Ming Che's eloquence deftly deflected the sharpness of the conversation. Of course, many covet my goods, and some have even sought connections to approach me. However, I told them it need not be so complicated. They can compete together and let price determine the victor. Hans, the seasoned fox, replied, competing on price is both fair and just that Lucien remarked. Ming Che chuckled as he finished his drink, rising to face me. Monsieur, may I request the honor of a dance? I glanced at Lucien, who remained expressionless as he sipped his drink. The young Marshal wouldn't be so petty, would he? It is merely a dance, Ming Che said to Lucien. That Lucien's smile was ambiguous. I am indeed petty. My dance partner does not accept casual invitations. Ming Che displayed no signs of displeasure, shrugging in resignation. Very well, then I shall seek my own partner. With that, he bid farewell to Hans and departed. Perhaps it was the 2 drinks I had consumed, but I felt a chill coursing through me, accompanied by a slight ache in my abdomen. Young Marshal, I must excuse myself to the restroom, I said with a smile towards Lucien. All right, he replied. After receiving his consent, I grabbed my bag and headed for the restroom. Then I inquired with a server, who promptly escorted me to the restroom door. I thanked him that I was shivering from the cold, yet my head felt hot that I realized I might be running a fever. Turning on the tap, I splashed icy water onto my face until the heat subsided somewhat. However, my stomach began to cramp again, and I felt a sudden warmth rush down my legs. Lifting my skirt, I discovered the source was blood. I understood that my menstruation had begun. That it was my first experience. Unsure of what to do, I hoped a woman might come to assist me. Sitting on the toilet, trembling, I wondered if falling ill might allow me to escape this predicament. Regarding Lucien, I dared not entertain any hopes or fantasies. He would not concern himself with whether I were ill or dead. Regardless, I decided to take a gamble. That I slipped off my high heels and stood barefoot on the cold floor, the chill penetrating my skin. I stood there for quite some time, believing Lucien would soon come looking for me. As I had been in the restroom for a while, that I could not pay attention to the blood trickling down my thighs as I hurriedly put on my heels and collapsed in front of the sink. My bare skin met the ice-cold floor, and it felt as though I had been thrown into a frozen wasteland. That I shivered uncontrollably, my teeth chattering, my body curled into a ball. The door remained unopened for too long. The cold was unbearable, and my entire body ached. My consciousness began to blur. I wondered if I might die here. Suddenly, I heard the door creak open. Chapter 43, Surviving the Aftermath. I heard a woman's piercing scream. Someone come quickly. There has been a death. There is so much blood on the floor. My somewhat dazed mind became clearer. That a flurry of hurried footsteps stopped beside me, and I was lifted from the ground. Lucien's icy visage came into view as my eyes fluttered open. I command you not to die. Do not forget that your mother is still in my hands, he said fiercely. That I closed my eyes. Uncertain whether the step was right or wrong, that I in my haze. I opened my eyes again to find myself on a large bed, my body bound and devoid of clothing. The restraints dug painfully into my wrists. Hans stood at the foot of the bed, holding a gleaming leather whip, leering at me. Terrified, I screamed, Lucien has already offered you to me. No one will come to your rescue, no matter how loud you shout. Hans laughed heartily as he began to strip off his clothing, revealing his flabby, pale body. His laughter contorted his features. That he flicked the whip in his hand and climbed onto the bed. That I trembled in fear. Trying to break free from my bindings, that Hans's face drew closer, and he raised the whip to strike me. That I screamed in terror, jolting awake. Instead of Hans, it was Lucien before me. That my heart raced as I gazed at him. Incredulous that I had merely dreamed a nightmare, so vivid and horrifying. That Lucien, was that a dream? I grasped his shoulders. His eyes flickered with an emotion I had never seen before. For a fleeting moment, I glimpsed a different Lucien, but perhaps it was merely my imagination, for his gaze was soon replaced by anger. What did you call me? It dawned on me that this was reality, not a dream. Suddenly, I realized I had misspoken. The name Lucien was not one I should dare utter. Young Marshal, where am I? I still harbored reluctance, uncertain whether my dream had any bearing on reality. I yearned for answers from his lips. Just then, the door swung open. Lucien released his grip on me, and a female doctor entered with a smile. You're awake. Feeling better? She placed her hand on my forehead, then on her own, repeating the motion several times. Finally, your fever has subsided. You know, you've been in a stupor for a whole day and night. It was then I realized how long I had been unconscious. Still concerned, I asked, am I all right? She smiled and reassured me. Everything is perfectly fine. What you experienced was merely your menstruation. Its your first time? ISNT it. I nodded in no wonder. When you arrived, you were covered in blood. We were quite startled. But now, you're all right. Once the 4 is finished, you can go home. I noticed a needle inserted into my wrist, connected to a bottle hanging from a stand. The fluid from the bottle was being administered into my body through the rubber tube. It was my first encounter with such a procedure, and my wrist still throbbed faintly. Thank you, I said, feeling as though I had been reborn. This indicated that my nightmare was not reality. I was still a clean and healthy woman. I had won this gamble. You need not thank me. You should be grateful to the young Marshal. He has stayed with you for a whole day and night. My heart sank. Impossible, I thought. This is an absurd joke. Lucien would not spend a day and night with me. I turned to look at him, noticing large, dried bloodstains on his gray suit. My heart plummeted. Did he intend to proceed with his sinister plans? Suddenly, a heavy weight settled upon my heart as I reflected on all that had transpired in my dream. The doctor addressed Lucien. Young Marshal, Miss Xia is quite weak, and it's her first menstruation. She must take good care of herself upon returning. Otherwise, it may affect her fertility. Lucien's face darkened as he remained expressionless. Once the doctor had finished her instructions, she exited, leaving the room in silence. Thank you, I murmured. He approached my bedside, looking at me with a sardonic expression. No need to thank me. You should be grateful that you still hold some value. You have yet to fulfill your promise to me. How could I allow you to die so easily? He was indeed a cold and ruthless man. I had long suspected that his rescue was not born of goodwill. Still, I must thank you for allowing me to live. I eagerly anticipate your next move. Our gazes locked, and he raised an eyebrow. I too wish to know what fate awaits me. Let us wait and see. With that, he departed. After finishing the 4, I changed back into my previous clothes. Having not seen the gown again, nor did I care whether it had been discarded, it was of no consequence to me. Deputy Wang arrived to drive me back to the Xia residence. Yaji and how you were at home, while my father and Xiaqian you were at work and school, respectively. Deputy Wang informed Yaji that I had fainted from a fever at the banquet and had been in the hospital for a whole day and night, with the young Marshal keeping vigil by my side. Now, I was still quite weak, and the doctor had advised that I needed proper recuperation. I wondered why Deputy Wang had mentioned the young Marshal. His words would undoubtedly lead Yaji to believe that the young Marshal was deeply concerned for me. However, this would serve me well, allowing Yaji to mistakenly think my relationship with the young Marshal was quite close. My standing in this household would surely rise, enabling me to pursue my desires. Once Deputy Wang left, Yaji indeed showed great concern. I sat on the sofa as she personally removed the blanket and draped it over my legs, even preparing a cup of ginseng tea for me. Thank you, mother, I said with a smile. You needn't be so formal with me. Now, tell me what happened. She urged it. Oh, it's nothing much. I simply caught a chill while wearing the gown. When I went to the restroom, I discovered I was bleeding. Startled and frightened, I fainted. Perhaps lying on the ground for too long worsened my condition, hence the day and night spent in the hospital. Did the young Marshal really stay with you for a whole day and night? Yaji inquired with curiosity. I'm not certain. When I awoke, he was by my side. In that case, it appears that what Deputy Wang stated is indeed true. I never anticipated that the young commander possessed such a side. I have heard whispers of his numerous romantic entanglements. Perhaps he views me merely as a fleeting novelty. Otherwise, he would not have publicly proposed that I become his concubine in front of so many witnesses. Therefore, dear mother, do not harbor excessive hopes. My intention in saying this is to make Yasi aware that although the young commander may hold some affection for me, I remain somewhat indifferent. There is no need to overthink. Love is cultivated gradually as long as the young commander favors you. There is no reason to fear not becoming his wife. I feigned shyness and nodded. Aunt Lou had prepared warm milk, fried 2 eggs, and cooked 2 slices of bacon. After finishing my meal, I ascended the stairs to rest. Lying in bed with my eyes closed, sleep eluded me. The visage of Long Aintian lingered in my mind. His face, his smile, and those perfectly aligned, snow-white teeth. His tears, his anger, and the pain etched in his expression, particularly that final glance of disappointment, pierced my heart that it felt as though 1,000 arrows had struck through it. I wept bitterly beneath the covers, yet the sorrow remained unabated. The architect of this turmoil was that devilish man, that a demon he may be, yet he drags me down to hell alongside him. My hatred for him runs deep. As long as I draw breath, I will eventually bring about his demise. Chapter 44. I rose from the bed and pushed open the window. A gentle breeze caressed my face, and I closed my eyes, allowing the wind to sweep away my sorrow. Yet tears still fell that in a moment of daze, I sensed someone watching me. Upon opening my eyes, I noticed a black sedan parked by the roadside. The window was lowered, and a man sat slumped inside, cigarette in hand, exhaling smoke as our gazes my heart ached. I gazed at him silently. An overwhelming impulse to rush downstairs and into his arms surged within me that I longed to tell him that my previous words were falsehoods, uttered only to prevent him from falling into Lucien's trap. However, reason prevailed over impulse. It was not the right time. According to Lucien, he had yet to acquire that batch of arms that I remained his pawn if I were to meet Long Tion now, and Lucien discovered it. Everything would revert to square one. Thus, I could not. With a heavy heart, I drew the curtains, blocking his gaze from view, that I returned to my bed, forcing myself to cease thoughts of him that moment. A knock sounded at the door to my surprise. It was Xia Qinyu. I had not anticipated her visit. It could not bode well that I heard you were unwell. So I came to see you, she said, her smile seemingly innocent. Thank you. I replied that I heard from my mother that you had a fever. Did the young commander stay by your side for an entire day and night? What is this? Congratulations are in order. You've finally gained some standing in the Xia family. How can I not come see you? She perched herself on my vanity, fiddling with the tassels of the lamp, that if you think so, I cannot object. Humph. One should maintain a low profile, that don't end up empty-handed in your pursuits and tarnish the Xia family's reputation. You needn't trouble yourself over that. If all is well, the door is behind you, so I shall not escort you out. Humph. Don't assume that just because you've ingratiated yourself with the young commander, you can look down upon me that I am the true young lady of the Xia family. I could not help but laugh aloud. You may be the young lady of the Xia family, but without value, you would merely remain a miss of the Xia family. Do you understand my words? Xia Qinyu's eyes darted. I don't understand what you mean. Xia Yuning, do not be too pleased with yourself. I will not allow it. With that, she stormed out, slamming the door behind her. With her intelligence, she surely grasped the implications of my previous statements. Otherwise, she would not have reacted so furiously that I approached the window, gently parting the curtains. The street was bustling with passers-by, yet that black car and that weary visage had vanished. I stood at the window for an extended period, staring at the empty roadside, feeling as if my heart had been wrenched away, that it was nearly time for Xia Qinyu to return from school. And my father would soon be home as well, that I had to go downstairs to greet him. Though reluctant, it was necessary for my future plans that I exited my room and made my way downstairs. Just as my father emerged from the kitchen, that I approached him with a smile and inquired, "Father, what are you doing in the kitchen? I wanted to see if Aunt Lu had finished making the nourishing soup for you." He replied cheerfully that I'm fine. "There's no need for such trouble, that I'm not that fragile." I said that my father's expression turned serious. "You are young. Taking care of your health now will prevent future complications. You must be responsible for yourself and cannot afford to be careless." This nourishing soup was personally requested from the old Chinese medicine doctor. I had not expected him to personally seek out the old physician for a prescription. "Look, you possess value. You will inevitably receive the emotions you once desired but never attained, in ways you never anticipated. Such is the reality of human nature. Thank you, Father. You are too kind to me," that I feigned delight and, for the first time, clung to his arm in a playful manner. Though I felt somewhat awkward doing so, my father laughed heartily. Xia Qinyu, who had been silently seated on the sofa, approached and also took hold of my father's arm. "Father, I'm hungry. When will dinner be ready?" "Your sister's soup is not yet prepared. Please wait a little longer," my father replied with a smile. "But I'm hungry." Xia Qinyu continued to pout. "Is a short wait too much to ask?" My father seemed slightly impatient. Xia Qinyu froze, tears welling in her eyes, and she lowered her head, releasing his arm, that I could see his irritation clearly, and I now understood the motive behind her earlier visit to me, that I in this household. She had always been the cherished pearl, coddled and doted upon, the center of attention. Now suddenly, that focus had shifted to me, and she could hardly bear it. Father, since my sister is hungry, let us eat first. We can drink the soup afterward. See how considerate your sister is? You, however, are far too willful. Xia Qinyu's tears shimmered in her eyes. Then let us eat, my father said, not attempting to console Xia Qinyu. I'll go fetch mother, I said, genuinely curious about what Yasi was doing. Typically, she would be downstairs conversing with my father or managing the meal preparations. With ulterior motives in mind, I ascended the stairs. My footsteps deliberately soft. Upon reaching her door, I indeed heard muffled, tense voices from within. You must find him, no matter the cost, that if you manage this task well, I will ensure the master promotes you. Very well. I await your good news. That my immediate thought was that Yasi was searching for the Scar-faced man. She remained unaware that at this moment, Mother was in Lu Xian's grasp. That I lingered for a moment longer before knocking on the door. Mother, dinner is ready. Yasi opened the door looking somewhat fatigued, yet she managed to smile upon seeing me. Let us go. Downstairs, the table was set with dishes prepared by Aunt Lu, and everyone was already seated, awaiting my arrival with Yasi. The meal was lively, with my father not only serving me, but even Yasi, for the first time, ladling soup into my bowl. That I received the warmest treatment I had experienced since arriving at the Xia family. I accepted it all with a sense of entitlement, fully aware that their kindness stemmed from self-interest. But what of it? It was what I deserved. Throughout the meal, Xia Qinyu remained silent, though her emotions were hard to discern. I knew she was suppressing her feelings, unwilling to display her discontent. With her temperament, it was remarkable that she managed to remain until the end of the meal. Her ability to control her emotions far surpassed my own. The following day, Xia Qinyu and I took my father's car to school. As soon as we arrived, we immediately separated, as if staying together for even a second would be a form of torment. As we passed the office, we encountered Teacher Li. Upon seeing me, she appeared startled, as if taken aback. Chapter 45. The birthday trap. Today, she sported large, wavy curls and wore delicate makeup, which lent her a touch of unexpected allure. While her features were average, they were well-defined, yet together they exuded a somewhat harsh demeanor. The few times I had seen her, she had been heavily made up, which I found rather unpleasant, and a wonder Teacher Zhang held her in low regard. However, today was different. Her makeup was clean and understated, perfectly complementing her voluminous waves, presenting an elegance befitting a refined lady. Surely, she had prepared meticulously for some important occasion. Xia, you walk so quietly. Did you not realize you could frighten someone to death? Teacher Li expressed her irritation. Those who do not engage in wrongdoing need not fear a knock at the door, I thought to myself. Why was she reacting so dramatically? Apologies, Teacher Li, that I did not mean to startle you. Though it was not my fault, I refrained from arguing with her, as she was my teacher. She shot me a sidelong glance, raised her chin in disdain, and sashayed away. What a peculiar person, I mused, shaking my head as I departed. There were still many students near the classroom, chatting animatedly. As I approached, their gazes fell upon me, each holding a different expression. Whispers and murmurs filled the air, yet I could not discern their words. Nevertheless, a nagging thought crossed my mind. It could hardly be anything favorable. With Xia Qinyu around, my reputation seemed doomed to suffer. Upon returning to the classroom, I found Du Bingxin slumped in her seat. Her eyes brightened upon seeing me, and she grasped my arm, exclaiming, Xia Yuning, you finally returned. I settled into my seat. That I was quite worried. You hadn't been here for 2 days. That there's no need for concern. I am perfectly fine. Yet, rumors about you are swirling around the campus, and they are rather unflattering. They say you were abandoned by the young Marshal after a brief affair, leading you to withdraw from school. The mere thought of such slander infuriated me. Let them say what they will. No, you must address this. If you ignore it, the tales will only grow more scandalous, tarnishing your reputation. Rest assured, no one can ruin my name. What do you mean by that? I am well aware of who speaks ill of me behind my back, so there is no need for concern. That I am prepared for whatever comes my way. Really? Du Bingxin gazed at me with admiration. Yet her expression soon soured. What troubles you? I have no grievances. However, yesterday, my brother returned looking utterly haggard. I cannot fathom what has befallen him. When I inquired, he remained tight-lipped. I have never seen him in such a state. That it worries me, that I could almost envision Long Ingtian seated in a car, smoking, and my heart ached painfully. He is remarkably strong. He will endure. What did you say? Du Bingxin looked at me with confusion. Realizing my slip, I hastily clarified, I meant your brother is formidable. Nothing can truly defeat him. Indeed, that is the only way I can rationalize it, she replied with a hint of resignation. The class bell rang, signaling the start of the first lesson with Teacher Zhang. Today, he was dressed impeccably in a navy blue suit paired with a crisp white shirt, exuding an air of sophistication. Du Bingxin and I exchanged glances, both puzzled by his unusually formal attire. Teacher Zhang typically favored a more casual look, and I had never witnessed him so elegantly dressed. His gaze lingered on my face momentarily before he addressed me. Xia Yuning, you've missed 2 classes. I fear you may struggle to keep up, that I will provide you with extra lessons after school. For now, let us review yesterday's material. Having missed 2 lessons indeed posed a challenge. Yet I listened intently throughout the class. When the time for supplementary instruction came, integrating the previous material would prove manageable. The day swiftly passed, and at 4 o'clock, school was dismissed punctually. Students hurriedly exited, leaving only Xia Qinyu and me behind for the additional lesson. To my surprise, Xia Qinyu appeared unusually eager, raising my suspicions. Was she plotting something? As soon as class ended, she urged me to join Teacher Zhang for supplementary instruction. Xia Qinyu knocked on the door, and Teacher Zhang opened it, adorned with a floral apron that we entered, and I noted how meticulously organized his living space was, with everything in its place and the floors gleaming. He instructed us to sit on the sofa and wait while he retreated to the kitchen. That a sense of unease washed over me. Something felt amiss, perhaps due to my inherent wariness of Teacher Zhang. Yet Xia Qinyu seemed at ease, wandering about the house and even entering the kitchen. Cake. It smells delightful. Teacher Zhang, are you baking a cake? Xia Qinyu exclaimed with exaggerated enthusiasm. Curiosity led me to join her in the kitchen, where indeed, Teacher Zhang was crafting a cake, a charming creation shaped like a plump pig, strikingly lifelike. Teacher Zhang, you are quite talented. You can bake cakes, Xia Qinyu marveled, her expression bordering on theatrical, that I learned while studying in England. Today marks my 25th birthday, and I thought I would celebrate by making myself a cake. Haha, I'll treat you both to some shortly. Really? It's your birthday, perhaps we should forego the lesson today and celebrate instead. I suggested, wanting to lighten the mood. Indeed. Teacher Zhang, since your family is not here, let us keep you company on your special day, Xia Qinyu chimed in. Thank you. It has been ages since anyone celebrated with me. My parents have long since passed. Teacher Zhang replied, a hint of melancholy in his voice that I observed the unfolding events with a cold smile. I finally grasped their intentions. Xia Qinyu was truly relentless in her schemes. Thank you both. It means a lot to me, Teacher Zhang said. Visibly touched, he invited us to sit at the dining table. Presenting the cake, from the kitchen, he retrieved a bottle of red wine and 3 elegant glasses, items I had brought back from England. Would you like to try some? Absolutely. I'd love to. Xia Qinyu responded enthusiastically, her performance seamless if not for my skepticism. I might have been tempted to indulge that I scrutinized Teacher Zhang's hands as he poured the wine. Noting no suspicious actions, relieved, I accepted my glass, and we toasted, wishing him a happy birthday. I was not fond of alcohol. To me, all wines tasted either bitter or fiery. Summoning my courage, I drank it down. This wine, however, was exquisite, rich and aromatic, with a lingering sweetness. Our family's wine seemed unworthy in comparison. That I want more, I declared, enthused by the delightful flavor. Teacher Zhang chuckled as he poured Xia Qinyu another glass. Xia Yuning, would you care for another? Before I could respond, Xia Qinyu interjected, it's Teacher Zhang's birthday. How can we not toast? Right, sister? I don't drink, I replied, feigning dizziness and leaning against the table. I caught a glimpse of Xia Qinyu's triumphant expression that don't worry. The alcohol, isn't strong. One more glass, 1 tea hurt, and then we can enjoy the cake. What do you say? Teacher Zhang coaxed, taking my glass to refill it. This time, the pouring was casual, and he smiled as he handed it back to me. That we raised our glasses again, and after downing the wine, I pretended to succumb to inebriation, resting my head on the table. Chapter 46. Remove her clothes, Xia Yuning. Are you all right? Xia Qinyu called out, approaching me and gently patting my face. Feigning confusion, I mumbled incoherently, unaware of my own words. I had once witnessed a drunkard behave similarly. She's intoxicated? I can't believe she succumbed to just a little. Xia Qinyu complained, her plans thwarted by my unexpected resilience. That if I had known, I wouldn't have spent so much on the cake. I could have procured some narcotics instead. What a waste of a crystal necklace, Xia Qinyu. Do you think our plan will go smoothly? Teacher Zhang inquired, his voice laced with anxiety. Of course. Didn't you want to work at the municipal government? This is the best shortcut, that if it weren't for your assistance with the Xia Qinyu incident. I wouldn't have entrusted you with such an opportunity. The reality of Xia Qinyu's death was a trap laid by Xia Qinyu. What if she disagreed? Teacher Zhang's concern was palpable. You overthinking it. You two are already sharing a bed. What else can she do? Besides, we have contingencies in place. Let's get her onto the BED. It's nearly 7. They should be arriving soon. Xia Qinyu urged that I was hoisted onto the bed. You handle the cake. I'll take care of her clothes, Xia Qinyu directed. After Teacher Zhang departed, Xia Qinyu perched herself on the bed, half closing her eyes and feigning unconsciousness as she stared at me. Her malicious demeanor bore no resemblance to that of a 12-year-old child. She struck my face twice, igniting a stinging sensation. Do you think the young Marshal is fond of you? Is that why you believe I'm powerless against you? You still dream of marrying into the military governor's household. We shall see if the young Marshal still desires you after tonight. That if your father knew of your current state, would he not cast you out of the Xia family? Do not blame me. Blame yourself for always trying to overshadow me, even having your mother speak up for you. Though her intentions were for your father's career, it irked me that I cannot bear to see you thrive, even if it jeopardizes your father's promotion. She sneered, advancing to disrobe me. Xia Qinyu's jealousy and possessiveness had stripped her of all humanity and reason. Such a vile scheme was hardly surprising coming from her. In a moment of desperation, I seized the opportunity and struck her jaw with a punch, rendering her unconscious. Hastily, I extinguished the light, removed Xia Qinyu's clothing, and covered her with a blanket. That moment, a knock echoed through the room. Teacher Zhang rushed in, his voice tinged with urgency. They have arrived. Fearing he might detect my voice, I lowered it deliberately and hastily climbed onto the bed, ensuring the performance remained convincing. Upon emerging, I opened the door, feigning drunkenness. Standing at the threshold was the teacher I had encountered that morning. Xia Yuning, what are you doing here? She inquired, her gaze wandering inside. That I soon spotted other teachers peering in, including Principal Maria. That a wave of alarm washed over me. Xia Qinyu had indeed orchestrated an elaborate scheme. I came here for supplementary instruction with Xia Qinyu, I said, taking a seat on the sofa. The others followed suit, settling beside me. How can you drink wine while having a lesson? Teacher Li cast her gaze around the room as Teacher Zhang announced that today was his birthday. Summer Qinyu then declared her intention to celebrate the occasion for him. Subsequently, Teacher Zhang brought out some wine, and Summer Qinyu enthusiastically insisted on drinking. They urged me to join them for a couple of drinks. And soon enough, I found myself intoxicated and drifting into slumber. What? But where did Teacher Zhang and Summer Qinyu go? Suddenly, Teacher Li stood up, as if sensing something amiss. That I feigned curiosity, glancing around, scratching my head, and adopting a puzzled expression as I looked at all the teachers. Every gaze turned towards the bedroom door. That I, in a moment of impulse, Teacher Li attempted to stride towards it, only to be halted by Principal Maria, who exclaimed, Teacher Li, what are you doing? That is Teacher Zhang's private matter. We have no right to enter. Though filled with indignation, Teacher Li, respecting the authority of the principal, reluctantly ceased her advance, casting an angry glare at the bedroom door. I was taken aback by Principal Maria's strong emphasis on privacy. This could not be where the story ended. The real drama had yet to unfold. How could it possibly stop here? While Teacher Li was restrained by Maria, I was free to act. All eyes were on Teacher Li, leaving me unnoticed. That I approached the bedroom door, grasped the doorknob, and with a forceful twist, the door creaked open. All eyes turned towards me. Teacher Li could no longer contain herself and rushed in, nearly knocking me over. She pushed the door wide, and everyone inside converged towards the entrance, blocking it tightly. The overhead lights flickered on, illuminating the scene before us. Teacher Zhang and Summer Qinyu were entwined, bare in each other's embrace. Upon noticing me, Teacher Zhang froze, his expression blank. Gasps erupted from everyone behind me as he glanced between me and the exposed Summer Qinyu, muttering in confusion, What is happening? How could this be? His demeanor shifted to one of panic. This was the pinnacle of the unfolding drama. They could not comprehend it, and I was here to assist. Teacher Zhang, what is the meaning of this? How could you engage in such behavior? I feigned anguish as I questioned him. Teacher Zhang was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how the situation had spiraled into chaos. He stammered, "Impossible. How could this happen?" I silently laughed, for this was the consequence of one's own misdeeds. The atmosphere had grown too tense. Summer Chinyu must not remain in slumber. I approached her, shaking her shoulder while calling out, "Sister, wake up. What is going on?" Summer Chinyu stirred awake, momentarily bewildered as she gazed at me. "You how?" She stuttered, still grappling with the situation. Teacher Li, after a prolonged daze, finally grasped the reality. Ignoring me, she shoved me aside and yanked the blanket off Summer Chinyu, vehemently rebuking, "You little harlot. You told me your sister seduced Teacher Zhang, but it turns out you were trying to employ a diversionary tactic to lure him in without any obstacles. That I underestimated you. You spread rumors about your sister, tarnishing her reputation, and orchestrated this entire charade at such a young age. You are truly wicked." Principal Maria intervened, grasping the frenzied Teacher Li, urging her to calm down. "Please, Teacher Li, let us step outside and allow them to get dressed before discussing this further." This moment, Summer Chinyu sat on the bed, tears streaming down her face. That I covered her with a blanket, and she shot me a glance that I smiled faintly, but she quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Grabbing my hair, she spat, "You wretched girl, you are the one who has caused this. It's all your fault." Chapter 47. A dog-eat-dog situation. She struck me repeatedly, and I let her vent her frustrations. Principal Maria, unable to tolerate the scene any longer, stepped in to separate us, admonishing in broken Chinese, "Summer Chinyu, you cannot blame others for your own mistakes. You were the one who slept with Teacher Zhang. Is that also Summer Yinqing's fault? It is acceptable to err, but one must strive to rectify their behavior. You cannot shift the blame onto others. I believe it is necessary to summon your father to discuss your conduct." Upon hearing this, Summer Chinyu's face drained of color as she pleaded, "Principal Maria, I was wrong. Please do not bring my father to school. That is not negotiable. Your father must come," Maria stated firmly, then turned her attention to Teacher Zhang. "And you, Teacher Zhang, engaging in such behavior with your student tarnishes the reputation of St. Christ. We must convene to discuss whether you can continue teaching here." Principal Maria's expression was grave. Teacher Zhang, pale as a ghost, opened his mouth to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. Principal Maria took my hand, wiping the blood from the corner of my mouth, and said, "Child, let us step outside." That I nodded, glancing back at Summer Chinyu. "Sister, I will wait for you outside." Her eyes blazed with fury, but she could only stare in silence, unable to articulate a word. Hand in hand with Principal Maria, I exited the bedroom and closed the door behind us. Seated at the dining table, I noticed the small pig-shaped cake lying in the trash bin. I retrieved it, and although it had lost its original form, its sweet aroma remained enticing. Just then, Summer Chinyu and Teacher Zhang emerged from the bedroom. Upon seeing the cake on the table, Teacher Zhang lowered his head. Summer Chinyu rushed forward, cursing vehemently, "You wretched person! How dare you betray me? I will kill you." I raised my chin defiantly, retorting, "Summer Chinyu, try to lay a finger on me." Teacher Zhang intervened, attempting to calm her. "Don't act impulsively." Then he turned to me, "Summer Yinqing, how did you manage to pull this off? Were you pretending to be drunk?" I let out a cold laugh. Of course, I was feigning intoxication. Otherwise, I would have fallen into your trap. Ever since I heard about the suicide of Summer Chinyu, which was linked to you, I began to doubt your character. When someone reported seeing Summer Chinyu speaking ill of me in your office, I grew wary of you. After all, I had aced my entrance exam, and Principal Maria praised my logical reasoning skills, saying I encountered no issues in 5th grade. How could I possibly need remedial lessons from you? Furthermore, Summer Chinyu has always been competitive with me. She relished the idea of outshining me, yet she was unusually eager and enthusiastic about this tutoring arrangement. That, as the saying goes, the unusual is suspect. Connecting the dots regarding Summer Chinyu's suicide made it clear to me that you were both conspiring against me. Since that day, I have never let my guard down around you. Today, however, Summer Chinyu was too reckless, and your performance was overly dramatic. Thus, how could I have truly gotten drunk? I merely played along with your little charade. Summer Yinqing, you vile little wretch. You will regret this. That I will explain everything to my parents. They will not spare you. Summer Chinyu, do not be naive. The entire faculty witnessed what transpired. You cannot possibly explain this away. The do not forget. Teacher Li will not let you off easily. Your fate is sealed. No, I will clarify everything. It was all your doing. Teacher Zhang can vouch for me. They will believe him. I couldn't help but laugh at Summer Qinyu's desperate claim. This was not the calculating. Strategic Summer Qinyu. I understood she was on the brink of collapse. Yet I felt no sympathy for her, nor did I wish to let her off the hook. For Teacher Zhang, who stood silently by, I was aware that he had been embroiled in many misdeeds at Summer Qinyu's behest. However, one truth remained clear. The suicide of Summer Qinyu was caused by both him and Summer Qinyu. This was a confession directly from Summer Qinyu herself. If I were to inform Summer Qinyu's aunt and urge her to report this to the police, it would not merely be a matter of tarnished reputations. No, Summer Yinqing, you cannot do this. You're also aware that it was Xia Qinyu who coerced me into this, that I have no desire to comply, yet he resorts to threatening me with Xia Qinyu's demise. I find myself utterly powerless. The journey that has led me to this point has not been an easy one. Please, grant me a reprieve, if you would be so kind. With a pleading expression, Xia Qinyu forcefully pushed aside Teacher Zhang, glaring with bloodshot eyes, admonishing, "Do not feign innocence. Were it not for your desire to curry favor with my father, to secure a position in the government, and your deliberate attempts to ingratiate yourself with me, leading to Xia Qinyu's tragic end, your innocence would be nothing but a grand jest. Dogs biting dogs, truly a case of like attracting like. Enough of this bickering. I have a solution that can preserve both your reputations, while allowing Officer Zhang to continue teaching at St. Christopher's. I wonder if you both would be inclined to listen." Spare me your false concern. You would relish my perpetual downfall and have no genuine interest in aiding me. Upon hearing my suggestion, Teacher Zhang appeared as though he had glimpsed a ray of hope amidst darkness. "Speak," he urged, his gaze filled with anticipation. Though Xia Qianyu maintained a facade of defiance, I sensed the conflict within her. Her words belied her true feelings. Chapter 48. No turning back. Observing them, I felt a surge of satisfaction. The solution was quite simple. All you need to do is solidify your relationship. "What do you mean?" Xia Qianyu exclaimed, her eyes wide with indignation. I replied with a smile. "What I mean is, you should take the machinations you intended for me and apply them to yourselves." Teacher Zhang exchanged a surprised glance with Xia Qianyu, and in unison they responded, "Impossible. This is your only means of self-preservation at present." "Will you not consider it?" I queried, maintaining my smile. "I would rather be disgraced than marry him," Xia Qianyu declared vehemently. "Very well. If you are unwilling, then prepare yourself for a life of disgrace, scorn, and disdain, and one would wish to wed a woman of your ilk. The Xia family will become the subject of ridicule. Consider this, my father values reputation and career above all. You possess both. Yet how could he ever tolerate your actions? I shall analyze your tragic future here. The decision rests with you." Watching Xia Qianyu's expression shift, I knew my words had struck a chord. Meanwhile, Teacher Zhang remained silent, weighing his options. Seeing that the moment was ripe, I rose from the sofa. "If you both agree, I can speak favorably on your behalf to my father, facilitating your union. If not, sister, we may return home. Officer Zhang should be arriving shortly." "Xia Yuning, you have won this round. But remember the humiliation you have inflicted upon me today. I shall repay it in kind." Xia Qianyu seethed. Having taken this step, her words remained sharp. "I would not afford you the chance to rise again. I shall ensure you never have the opportunity to stand tall once more." I smiled. "Very well. I shall await your response." I turned to Teacher Zhang. "Have you made your decision?" He glanced at Xia Qianyu, who rolled her eyes in response. Embarrassed, he lowered his head. "I concur." "Excellent, since we have reached an agreement. We must speak with one voice. You may confer amongst yourselves. Spare you both any discomfort. I shall wait outside. Once you have reached a consensus, we will return home." I discarded the cake from the table into the trash. It was no longer of US. I exited the room. A gentle breeze caressed my face. The night sky was adorned with twinkling stars, resembling dazzling diamonds, infusing the desolate darkness with a hint of vitality. Before long, Xia Qianyu emerged from within. I could see that her demeanor was considerably lighter than before. Yet upon seeing me, her expression remained sour, still exuding an air of superiority. Very well, I shall grant her this fleeting semblance of dignity. I mused as she walked ahead with her chin held high, while I followed closely behind. Approaching the entrance, she halted, turning her back to me. "You promised you would speak on my behalf to father." Of course, without further words, she strode out through the grand doors of St. Christopher's. Officer Zhang's car awaited us, and upon our arrival, he exited and opened the door. Did you not say that the supplementary lessons would extend until 7 this evening? Why are you only just now emerging? The interior of the car was shrouded in darkness, obscuring Xia Qianyu's expression that I wondered how she would react to this remark, but I was certain that she was regretting her choices immensely at this moment. Yet there was no turning back. The bitter fruit of her own sowing must be swallowed. I was delayed by some matters, Xia Qianyu replied, a hint of impatience in her tone. Officer Zhang glanced at Xia Qianyu through the rearview mirror. Then at me I smiled and shook my head, signaling that all was well. Understanding, Officer Zhang smiled back and refrained from further conversation, focusing intently on driving. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the Xia residence. Upon our return, my father and Yasi were still awake. The table before the sofa was cluttered with red items resembling invitations. They were likely the invitations Yasi had prepared for her upcoming birthday banquet. Little did they know that the events to unfold would render these invitations utterly irrelevant. Upon noticing us, my father remarked, I heard that Ning Er missed 2 classes. Teacher Zhang has been tutoring her until now. He is indeed a responsible teacher. Xia Qianyu appeared visibly embarrassed. Teacher Zhang is indeed a commendable individual. He possesses good character, a high level of education, and has studied abroad. Both students and faculty at our school hold him in high regard. I said, feigning sincerity, feeling a twinge of guilt that I have encountered him. He is a fine young man, polite and quite likable, my father praised. Father, if he were to become your son-in-law in the future, would you approve? I inquired, testing the waters. That would depend on his family background. My father replied with a smile that if his lineage were ordinary, with both parents deceased. I began, but my father waved his hand dismissively. His expression one of disdain that no, how can my daughter of the Xia family marry into such a family? He looked at me quizzically. Why do you keep bringing up such matters? Are you? I shook my head. Feigning distress that it is not me. It is my sister. Yasi reacted most strongly, putting down the items in her hands. What did you say? You heir, do you wish to marry Teacher Zhang? Xia Qianyu nodded. Tears welling in her eyes. Absolutely not. How could you entertain such a notion? Your mother has raised you with such care. It was not to see you wed to an ordinary man. The wealthy merchants and dignitaries of Sioux City are your rightful suitors. Do you not understand? No, mother. I can only marry him. Xia Qianyu sobbed uncontrollably. This revelation shocked Yasi and my father, as Xia Qianyu's overwhelming grief rendered her speechless. They turned to me for an explanation. Today is Teacher Zhang's birthday. We accompanied him for a glass of wine and ended up indulging a bit too much. Later, the principal and teachers from St. Christopher's came to celebrate Teacher Zhang's birthday and discovered that Teacher Zhang and my sister were together. What? Yasi exclaimed, nearly fainting at the news that my father was equally taken aback, speechless for a moment. Did Teacher Zhang force you? Yasi asked anxiously. Xia Qianyu, with tear-filled eyes, glanced at me, then after a moment, shook her head slowly. Yasi was furious, delivering a slap to Xia Qianyu's face. You have driven me to madness. How could you behave so shamelessly? What will you do now? The slap rendered Xia Qianyu momentarily stunned. Halting her cries and replacing them with soft sobs, that my father sighed deeply, seated on the sofa, lamenting, what a transgression! How could you commit such an act? What will become of my reputation? Principal Maria has requested that you visit the school tomorrow. She wishes to discuss how to handle this matter. I interjected, I will not go. Let them handle it as they see fit. I refuse to be the one to bear this burden, Xia Qianyu retorted defiantly. My father's voice rose in anger. You cannot simply ignore this. It will ruin everything. What would you have me do? The two fell into silence. Sensing the moment was right, I spoke up. Father, I have a solution. Would you consider it? Upon hearing the word solution, Yasi's interest was piqued. Ning Er, please share your thoughts. Let my sister marry Teacher Zhang. Tomorrow, Father should go to the school and acknowledge their relationship to Principal Maria. This will resolve the issue that if we do not act, all the teachers have witnessed this. If the word spreads, we will face a situation that is impossible to contain. Yasi opened her mouth in shock. Speechless that my father remained silent, that I knew my words had resonated with them. The matter was essentially settled, author's note. If you enjoy this book, please do not scroll past. Add it to your bookshelf, as the upcoming chapters promise to be even more thrilling. Chapter 49, Prelude to a storm the following day, my father accompanied us to the school. Xia Qinyu and my father entered Principal Maria's office while I made my way back to class. Uncertain if it was coincidence or if she was deliberately waiting for me, Rong Chunmei approached with a smile, her previous arrogance now replaced with a cheerful demeanor. Xia Yuning, what a coincidence. I did not spare her a glance. Her demeanor suggested she was already aware of last night's events, likely informed by Teacher Li, who aimed to tarnish the reputations of both Xia Qinyu and Teacher Zhang out of spite. At that moment, Xia Qinyu had used Teacher Li as one of her pawns, only to find herself ensnared by her own machinations. That I am not acquainted with you, I replied curtly. Xia Yuning, I recognize that I may have been overly harsh in the past, but it was all at Xia Qinyu's behest that I had no choice. I never wished to target you, Rong Chunmei hastily explained, displaying the classic traits of a sycophant. The master has encountered misfortune, and she immediately turns hostile. Were it not for her remaining usefulness, I would not even deign to listen to her words. What brings you to me? She edged closer, whispering, I am aware of last night's events that I never anticipated she would be such a person. Truly, human hearts are inscrutable. Even I was deceived by her. I wanted to say that she is no paragon of virtue either. This matter must not leave these walls, lest Xia Qinyu's life be ruined. That I feigned a warning. She would revel in my downfall. She flaunts her connection to a mayor, while my father is under the same mayor's jurisdiction. She continually commands me to run errands for her. Despite being a lady myself, I am not her servant. Rong Chunmei complained, aren't you afraid of her retaliation? My aunt has assured me that she will not escape this time. All our 5th grade teachers witnessed it. Moreover, she has stolen my aunt's beloved. My aunt will not let her off lightly. As we approached the classroom, students trickled in from all directions that I was reluctant to engage in this fruitless chatter with her. Well, how you proceed is not my concern. That I merely caution you that Xia Qinyu is not to be trifled with. Unless you possess the means to ensure her downfall, I advise you to feign ignorance. With that, I departed. Upon returning to the classroom, I noticed Du Bingxin was absent. Her bag was not on her desk. Why hasn't she arrived yet? She usually comes early. The classroom was sparsely populated. Most students preferred to converse and play outside. The scandal surrounding Xia Qinyu had yet to surface, but I remained unconcerned. It would soon become common knowledge. Before class commenced, Xia Qinyu returned, looking somewhat haggard and her eyes slightly puffy. Yet, she maintained her haughty demeanor. Her usual companions approached her, attempting to engage in conversation, but Xia Qinyu showed little interest in pleasantries. Noticing her discontent, they sensibly withdrew. Xia Qinyu sat listlessly at her desk, her prideful nature at odds with her marriage to a man like Teacher Zhang. How could she possibly be content? Her mood was bound to be foul. Soon, the class began, and Teacher Zhang entered with a book in hand. Unlike Xia Qinyu, he did not exhibit any signs of distress. Instead, he appeared remarkably composed, which is understandable since he stood to gain greatly. Becoming the son-in-law of the Xia family would soon fulfill his aspirations of working in the municipal government, but he was far too pleased to be affected by her troubles. The morning classes passed unnoticed. And by the time we headed to the cafeteria for lunch, the rumors had already spread. The entire dining hall buzzed with discussions about the incident. Xia Qinyu's face flushed with rage as she hurled her tray to the ground, declaring, my relationship with Teacher Zhang is genuine. We are planning to marry, so silence your tongues. Her proclamation astonished all present, transforming the raucous chatter into hushed whispers. Seeing the effect of her words, Xia Qinyu sat down to eat. We had never heard of her romance with Teacher Zhang. When did this transpire? Who knows? 2 girls beside me whispered, when did this happen? After lunch, as we returned to class, I recalled that Du Bingxin had not attended today. I wondered if something was amiss. After Xia Qinyu's outburst quelled the rumors, she seemed to regain her composure that as long as she understood the situation clearly, it wouldn't remain so tangled. There were still people surrounding her, seemingly unaffected by the upheaval. This was likely due to her long-standing presence at St. Christopher's and her significant connections as the mayor's daughter. When the final class concluded, I headed to the restroom, contemplating a chance encounter with Rong Chun. As fate would have it, I ran into her there. She appeared somewhat dispirited, likely aware of the circumstances. She must have thought that exposing the matter would unleash a tempest. But it turned out to be nothing more than a passing squall. The storm had subsided quickly, and she could hardly be expected to feel elated. Rong Chunmei, I greeted. Her eyes brightened upon recognizing me. Xia Yuning, you look rather downcast, she sighed in resignation. I've messed things up that I warned you that Xia Qinyu is not easily dealt with. Now you regret not heeding my advice, don't you? If she discovers you were the one to spread the news, she will not let you off. Her anxiety was palpable. She likely understood Xia Qinyu's nature. What can I do? I've already spoken. Then there's nothing to be done. Prepare for her retribution. She anxiously paced in circles, her voice tinged with desperation. What should I do? My father wants me to maintain good relations with her. Have I offended her? Will it reflect poorly on my father? My father holds Xia Qinyu in high regard, and he hasn't scolded her over this incident. He has smoothed things over. Thus, if she reports you to him, you can expect no favorable outcome. I continued to intimidate her. Xia Yuning, will you help me? Xia Qinyu mentioned your father dotes on you. Please persuade your father not to blame mine, that if you can help me through this, I shall comply with any request you make in the future. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she pleaded that I your promise genuine. You would indeed do anything for me? Absolutely, as long as you assist me in this matter. Rong Chunmei nodded vigorously that I meticulously outlined my plan. And her face brightened with delight. Finally, I cautioned her, your aunt must be involved in this plan. Just say it was your idea. Do not mention me that we have no connection whatsoever. Do you understand? I understand. I will seek out my aunt right away. Thank you. Then off you go. Such matters should be addressed swiftly to prevent any unforeseen complications. Yes, I understand. With that, she dashed away like a gust of wind. Chapter 50. In the dead of night, someone climbed through the window. As I exited the restroom and approached the school gate, I encountered teacher Zhang, who was surprisingly escorting Xia Qinyu out. He appeared somewhat awkward upon seeing me. Xia Yuning, are you accompanying my sister? His face flushed. Oh yes, that you've done well. Just look at how many eyes are upon you. Once this becomes established fact, no one will pay as much attention. Xia Qinyu called from the car. Xia Yuning, if you don't get in, we will leave. All right, I'm coming. I bypassed him, opening the car door and taking a seat. Xia Qinyu's expression soured as she lazily leaned against the backrest. Casting a sidelong glance at me, she must loathe me to the core, perhaps wishing for my demise. Yet, seeing her in this state brought me a sense of satisfaction. Sister is quite the sight today, with teacher Zhang personally seeing her off. You should have seen all the envious glances at school, I remarked with a smile. Xia Qinyu's expression darkened further. Xia Yuning, be silent, do not gloat. The humiliation you bestowed upon me will not be forgotten. I may have stumbled this time, but the days ahead are long. We shall see how this unfolds. That it is often said that the heart is ungrateful, and even dogs would turn away, were it not for my assistance. Would she still be able to walk into St. Christopher S. unscathed? I taunted. You are utterly shameless. Her chest rose and fell with indignation. Compared to my sister, I certainly seemed lacking. Zhang's driver occasionally glanced at us through the rearview mirror, likely unaware of the unfolding drama. Ladies, we are approaching the Xia mansion. Mayor Xia has returned early today and is in a foul mood, so please be cautious upon your arrival. The driver had been in service to my father for quite some time, so he was well versed in family affairs. One could consider him a steward. Xia Qinyu treated him with a measure of respect. The car fell into a contemplative silence. The driver smiled contentedly, perhaps believing this to be merely a trivial dispute between two young girls. Upon arriving home, my father's expression was notably grim. Xia Qinyu cautiously called out. Father D did not spare her a glance, responding coldly. This was understandable. As a mayor, he usually held an elevated position. Xia Qinyu's incident had caused him great embarrassment before Principal Maria. While outwardly unspoken, everyone understood the underlying implications. That it was only due to his position that he managed to suppress the matter, that it was an unavoidable circumstance. And how could his mood be anything but sour? As for Yasi, it was even less necessary to mention. She could only stew in her frustration, having meticulously raised her daughter, only to be outmaneuvered. It was a sentiment she alone could truly grasp. Sensing the atmosphere was tense, Xia Qinyu hastily retreated upstairs. That I too wished to avoid lingering, lest I become a target for their ire. However, my father called me over, asking me to sit beside him. He lamented, with such occurrences, your sister's life is effectively set. Teacher Zhang will not achieve much either. How you is still young. You must cultivate a good relationship with the young Marshal. Do not let your father down. The honor and disgrace of the Xia family rests upon you. Rest assured, I shall safeguard the Xia family's interest, that I thought to myself. Suppressing a sardonic smile, he patted my shoulder approvingly. Good child. Well done, that I ascended the stairs, initially buoyed by a sense of elation, only to be dragged back to reality by my father's words that Lucien. This name brings me no joy. He hasn't sought me out in the past few days, and I am left to wonder whether he has acquired that shipment of arms. What should I do if he still desires me to seek Hans? The very thought sends tremors of fear through me. Lucien is far too formidable. I possess neither the means nor the will to oppose him, and I am unwilling to become his puppet. All I can do is to engage with him, to navigate this treacherous landscape in search of a glimmer of hope. With a deep sigh, I felt as if this were the only way to dispel the weight of my troubled emotions. Outside, the branches of the phoenix trees slowly unfurled, soon to flourish and reach into my window. The once desolate roadside has not seen Long Yingtian's presence again. Perhaps he has surrendered to despair. This is for the best. My dealings with Lucien will be devoid of any ties, save for my mother. I hastily consumed a meager meal. After washing up on the upper floor, I extinguished the lights and retired to bed. I cannot say how long I slept, but I was suddenly roused by a rustling sound. Startled, I became instantly alert. The noise originated from the direction of the window. The window was ajar. Could it be a thief? I sat up in bed and, to my astonishment, saw a shadow creeping through the opening. Anxiety gripped me, and my hand instinctively tightened around the lamp on the bedside table, prepared for defense. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice sharp at Ninger. "It is I, Long Yingtian," he replied softly. Hearing his voice, I relaxed my grip on the lamp, a wave of relief washing over me. "Long Yingtian, is it truly you? How did you—" In a few swift strides, he was before me, embracing me tightly, that I caught a whiff of blood on him and anxiously inquired, "What happened? Are you injured?" After a moment, he released me that I reached for the light, but he quickly stopped me. "Do not turn on the light. There are pursuers outside. IT will draw them here." "What transpired? Are you hurt?" I asked, my concern mounting. "That I'm fine. I've killed Hans." That I was taken aback. "What did you say? You killed Hans?" "Why?" I could not fathom why he would take such a drastic action. Hans was a board member of the French concession. He was no ordinary man. This could potentially ignite a war. Only with his death will Lucien cease to compel you into such matters. "Why? After all I've done for you, why risk yourself to help me? I cannot bear to see you dragged into the mire by him. His actions toward you are also a consequence of my involvement." He explained. "What does that have to do with you?" I was astonished. "He seeks revenge on me," he said, his voice low. "Why?" He sat beside my bed and recounted the tale. 2 years ago, Lucien nearly wiped out all my brothers in his campaign against bandits. That was not enough for him. He spared neither women nor children. That on that fateful day, I was away with my brothers, thus escaping the massacre. Upon my return, I was met with the sight of corpses. The horror of that day still haunts me. That I, in my fury, I took the few remaining brothers and stormed into Sioux City, only to find the garrison heavily fortified. Blending in was nearly impossible. However, upon learning that Lucien was to be engaged to his fiancée, I saw an opportunity. That I befriended her, gaining her trust, and managed to infiltrate the garrison. After incapacitating a few guards, we donned their uniforms and disguised ourselves as soldiers. We formed a small squad, unnoticed in the chaos of the engagement ceremony. That as the guards gathered to witness the event, we seized our chance and opened fire. The crowd erupted into chaos. People were injured. But my sole focus was on eliminating Lucien. That I had only a few bullets left, and in that critical moment, I aimed at him. Just then, his fiancée rushed in front of him, taking the bullet meant for him, which pierced her heart. Though I was unwilling to retreat, my gun was empty, and he sought me out, relentlessly pursuing me. Even when I hid in the mountains, he found me. And during my escape, I fell down a ravine. I was utterly despondent, believing I could not escape this fate. But then you appeared. You are the bravest woman I have ever known, and despite Lucien's threats, you protected me. That I vowed that if I emerged unscathed, I would dedicate the latter half of my life to safeguarding such a remarkable woman. Chapter 51. The backstory. At this point, he grasped my hand tightly. Continuing afterward, I went into hiding, building my strength, hoping to one day stand against Lucien. Eventually, I crossed paths with the leader of the Green Gang. Recognizing my abilities, he kept me by his side as his right hand. Later, at his daughter's birthday celebration, he was poisoned and assassinated. Through my efforts, I ascended to the position of leader of the Green Gang, that we nearly controlled the underground industries of Sioux City, managing the docks, theaters, restaurants, and brothels that we were required to pay taxes to the military government, and when they demanded our support, we had to comply unconditionally. The previous leader despised their predatory practices and refused to cooperate, leading to his demise. When I first took charge of the Green Gang, the atmosphere was unstable. Lu Cien located me, revealing that he had long known my identity. He offered me a deal. If I cooperated, he would overlook my past. At that time, I was still solidifying my position and could not stand against him, so I acquiesced to his demands. Over the past 2 years, he has siphoned off significant funds from the Green Gang. His army growing ever more powerful, his appetite insatiable, that he no longer finds satisfaction with our initial agreement and aims to eradicate the Green Gang, placing these industries under military control. However, swallowing the Green Gang is no simple task. We have also been expanding our influence, and he dares not take risks just yet. Then I encountered you again. You had grown up, and that night, I could not sleep for joy that I sought an excuse to see you under the pretext of visiting Bing Exa. Initially, I hesitated to reveal myself. After all, my actions over the years have been far from honorable, having offended many that I feared for your safety and resolved to protect you from the shadows. But this proved futile. After seeing you that day, I could not remain calm. I wanted to be near you at all times, that I feared that if I hesitated any longer, someone might steal you away, so I abruptly confessed my feelings in the theater, hoping to secure a place in your heart. When I saw your startled expression, I regretted my impulsiveness. Later, when Lu Cien took you away, I was terrified. He is capable of anything, and I feared for your safety. So I sought him out to plead for your release. That he accused you of releasing Meng Wanner, claiming you were their accomplice, a spy, and would not let you go, knowing he coveted my shipment of arms. I offered it to the military government as leverage to secure your freedom. Little did I know, this would expose my vulnerability. He shifted his focus to you, intending to use you as a pawn against me. Having listened to his account, I finally understood why Lu Cien had suddenly taken an interest in me. His behavior toward me now made sense. The banquet for Hans. Your words had indeed wounded me. As I drove home that night, I regretted my impulsiveness. I could not bear to see you suffer at Hans's hands. That I resolved to accept Lu Cien's terms. Upon returning to the banquet hall, I witnessed Lu Cien emerging from the restroom, holding you, covered in blood. That I wanted to snatch you away from him, but he was surrounded by numerous aides, fearing that any delay would jeopardize your medical care. I followed him in my car, waiting outside for an entire day and night until I finally saw you exit, finally at ease. You were taken back to the Xia mansion, and I followed you there. When you looked out the window and saw me, I was elated, but then you swiftly closed the window. I thought perhaps you did not wish to see me, so I left. This time, I have shamelessly come to see you because I must depart for a while. I wanted to see you once more before I leave, to convey everything I wish to say, to make you understand that Lu Cien is not your benefactor. My eyes welled with tears as I listened. Feeling unworthy to encounter such a person who laid bare his heart before me, that I shook my head in denial, explaining, what I told you that day was not the truth. That I am aware of Lu Cien's schemes and did not wish for you to fall into his trap. Which is why I said those things to push you away. His voice was tinged with agitation. Is that true? It is true. I despise Lu Cien for how he treats me. I would wish for his demise. How could I possibly love him? He embraced me tightly once more. That I have been so foolish, feeling heartbroken and despondent, that I should have realized it was as you said, yet my mind was ensnared. Unable to escape, that I patted his back in comfort. It is my fault for making such vows, causing you this distress. That is it tonight's incident that compels you to seek refuge? I inquired. That he released me, but still held my hand. Yes and no. That is it, or is it not? I questioned, puzzled. That I have more pressing matters to attend to. The decision to kill Hans was impulsive. I feared for your safety. But leaving now will only raise suspicions about you. I worriedly asked. That will not be an issue. I purchased a ticket for yesterday's departure. I have already left Sioux City. That I was utterly bewildered. What are you saying? I do not understand. That he chuckled as he remarked. Yesterday, someone disguised as me left the city on my behalf. That I stayed behind solely to eliminate Hans. That I in an instant, I comprehended his meaning. This way, Hans's demise could never be traced back to him. Such a clever maneuver. I harbored a deep admiration for his intellect. Did I ask what you're undertaking this time perilous? I inquired. Everything I do is fraught with danger. However, rest assured, I shall not allow myself to come to harm. I intend to return to see you. He replied. That my face flushed slightly. It was dark and devoid of light, yet I felt no embarrassment. I trust you that Lucien is exceedingly dangerous. Do your utmost to steer clear of him. I will arrange for 2 individuals to protect you that no need. I countered that I shall heed your advice, that I can safeguard myself, that a bodyguard would only attract trouble, that my mother is in Lucien's grasp. No amount of bodyguards would suffice. If Lucien discovers that they are sent by him, who knows what calamity would ensue? I contemplated revealing to him the predicament of my mother being seized by Lucien, yet I feared it might disrupt his plans. So I refrained from doing so. After all, Hans is already dead. The fate of that cache of arms remains uncertain. For the time being, Lucien should not seek me out. Chapter 52. The Letter of Regret. I spoke with resolve. Prompting him to acquiesce and cautioning me to exercise utmost vigilance, he embraced me once more, stating, I must take my leave. Time is of the essence, that I must depart tonight, that I accompanied him to the window. Glancing downwards, the ground below was shrouded in darkness, that I guessed it safe to descend from here. He gently kissed my forehead and reassured me. Rest assured, it poses no problem for me, that he then scaled the window and swiftly descended the ginkgo tree. Akin to a nimble monkey, vanishing into the night. The following day, I arrived at school to find the campus had returned to its placid state, at least on the surface. Xia Yuning, Du Bingxin called out as she hurried toward me. I noticed her beaming with joy. Du Bingxin, why weren't you at school yesterday? Did you miss me? I was at home organizing things for my brother. He had to leave for a while and departed yesterday. So I went to see him off. She explained that, oh, I see. I replied that I was aware that Long Ingtian always took great care of Du Bingxin, never disclosing where he was going or what he was doing, let alone his risky endeavor to eliminate Hans, that we made our way back to the classroom. Just after the first period concluded, a commotion erupted in the campus, prompting many students to rush outside to investigate. Xia Qinyu was equally intrigued and joined the crowd. That I remained seated, unperturbed, for I knew what it entailed. Du Bingxin, however, was insistent and pulled me along to see for ourselves. Reluctantly, I followed her out of the classroom. The entrance to the office was already surrounded by a throng of people, including Principal Maria and several teachers. That in the center stood 2 police officers and an irate middle-aged woman dressed as a socialite, demanding an explanation from Principal Maria. This matter has already been investigated. It has been quite some time since it occurred. I guess it inappropriate for you to revisit it now. One of the teachers interjected. The socialite, with a sorrowful expression, produced an envelope from her bag. This is my niece's letter of regret. Upon reading it, I realized she died unjustly, that I must seek justice for her and ensure the perpetrators do not escape unscathed. Principal Maria, taken aback, exclaimed, a letter of regret. Madam, please remain calm. We should discuss this matter in the office. The socialite stood her ground, declaring, I will not enter. I intend to read this aloud for everyone to hear, so they understand what it means to engage in disgraceful conduct and commit murder without consequence. Once she uttered those words, the previously noisy discussions fell silent. Xia Qinyu's letter of regret. I can no longer endure this life. Xia Qinyu and Teacher Zhang conspired to frame me. I never wrote a love letter to Teacher Zhang, yet he claims I did. I am unable to defend myself. No one believes me, that I endure ridicule and scorn daily. Suffering immensely, that I cannot hold on any longer. If I die, perhaps I will be spared from this torrent of gossip and derision. They have driven me to my demise. The socialite, tears brimming in her eyes, finished reading the letter. The crowd began to murmur once more. The socialite continued. My niece was inherently introverted, never disclosing her troubles at school to us. Had I not sorted through her belongings and discovered this letter, I would never have known the truth. That I have come to your school seeking an explanation. Those mentioned in this letter must be held accountable and restore my niece's honor. Principal Maria's expression darkened as she took the letter from the socialite's hands. Her voice laced with anger. This matter is grave, that if it holds any truth, our school will not shield anyone. That I scanned the crowd for Xia Qinyu's figure, but she was nowhere to be seen. Then I must trouble Principal Maria to locate the individuals mentioned in this letter. That I have already filed a report at the police station. These officers have accompanied me to take them in for questioning. I hope you will cooperate. Very well. This is indeed shocking. Our school will certainly assist you in uncovering the truth. At that moment, the class bell rang, compelling the onlookers to disperse and return to their classrooms. I had suspected Xia Qinyu's involvement in this matter, but to think it was part of Teacher Zhang's scheme was utterly astonishing. Thankfully, the letter of regret has enabled us to restore her honor. I mused. Returning to class, I still did not see Xia Qinyu. Even when the teacher entered, she remained absent. Xia Qinyu is missing, Du Bingxin remarked. Having noticed her absence, she cannot have escaped. She must be seeking out Teacher Zhang. I replied that Du Bingxin, quick-witted, immediately grasped the implication that if Xia Qinyu is indeed looking for Teacher Zhang, it suggests her guilt. Not only guilt, she is terrified. Little does she know that by rashly approaching Teacher Zhang, she indirectly affirms the contents of Xia Qinyu's letter of regret as true. Principal Maria will undoubtedly bring the police to confront Teacher Zhang, and when they find the two of them together, it will be quite the spectacle, I concluded. Thorough analysis. It will be a challenge for them to remain in St. Christ after this. That Du Bingxin was right. It would be nearly impossible for them to extricate themselves from this situation entirely. Such matters spread like wildfire. It wouldn't be long before the entire city was aware. Regardless of the ultimate outcome, Principal Maria would not permit either of them to return to school for the sake of St. Christ's reputation. By the time a class had ended, Xia Qinyu still had not returned. Rumor had it she had been taken by the police. The developments unfolded unexpectedly smoothly, primarily due to the emergence of the letter. That letter was not part of my plans. During lunch in the cafeteria, Rong Chunmei approached me, asking me to wait for her in the classroom after school. That I was inclined to do so. Du Bingxin, curious, inquired, "What does she want with you?" I smiled at her. "I won't divulge anything just yet. Wait until everything concludes, and I'll recount it all." She pouted. "You're being so mysterious." Thankfully, I don't possess a strong curiosity. Otherwise, your secrecy would drive me mad. Before I knew it, school was dismissed, and I waited in the classroom for Rong Chunmei. The school was deserted when she finally arrived. Her face lit up with a smile as she approached me, taking a seat across from me. "How did I do with this matter?" "Quite well, wouldn't you say?" she boasted. "Indeed, you did splendidly. Now tell me about that letter of regret." "I'm quite curious," I prompted, eager to learn more, as it had not been part of my strategy. "Yesterday, as you advised, I went to find my aunt and recounted what you had told me. She was thrilled and immediately went to the archives to locate Xia Qinyu's records upon discovering her address. She sought out her aunt. When she met Xia Qinyu's aunt, she revealed the situation. Surprisingly, her aunt stated she was already aware and possessed a letter of regret from Xia Qinyu. My aunt was taken aback and questioned why. If the letter existed, they had not reported it to the police. Xia Qinyu's aunt explained that she found the letter while sorting through Xia Qinyu's belongings in her notebook. Given how much time had passed, her family patriarch was unwilling to let her handle the matter further, and so it remained unresolved until now. My aunt advised her to come to the school and publicly present the letter in front of the principal, teachers, and classmates, assuring her that she would not need to worry about anything else, as justice would surely be served. Xia Qinyu's aunt was indeed fond of her, and, after a moment's hesitation, consented to author's note. If you enjoy this book, please leave a 5-star review. Chapter 53. Lucien pays a visit. After chatting with Rong Chunmei for a while, we parted ways. That I settled into the car, where Deputy Zhang inquired about Xia Qinyu's absence. I recounted the day's events to him. That he was stunned for a moment before exclaiming, "How could this be? How could she act in such a manner?" Her aunt brought the letter, and the police followed. Upon hearing about the letter, she rushed to find Teacher Zhang, which indicates her guilt. Consequently, she was taken by the police. Father will surely be furious upon learning this. Come with me. I fear he may not handle the news well. I understood. Upon entering the house, I found Luma cleaning up shattered porcelain scattered across the floor. Father was fuming, and Yaji was in tears. How you cowered in the corner of the sofa. Too afraid to utter a sound, it seemed that Father had already learned of the situation. Witnessing their distress brought immense satisfaction to my heart. That I approached Father and asked, "Father, do you already know?" Principal Maria called me and explained everything. What sin have I committed to give rise to such troublesome offspring? Yesterday, I mustered the audacity to explain the matter to the teacher, managing to suppress it for the time being. Yet today, she has found herself once again embroiled in the police station, and now it involves a life. Father trembled with anger. "Father, please don't let this anger harm your health. Could you call the police station and inquire about the current situation? We must get my sister out first that I have already inquired. They said that if the complainant withdraws the case, the person will be released immediately. Father remarked, then we shall seek their forgiveness. Our classmates from St. Christopher witnessed the incident, and tomorrow the situation may further escalate. The sooner we resolve this, the fewer troubles we shall face, that I encourage Father. Yes, Ninger is right that we cannot allow Ewer to remain in the police station. I will visit that family today to seek their understanding. Yasi stood up from the sofa, suggesting, it would be better if Father accompanies you, that it would appear more sincere. That I nudged Father towards the door. He sighed in resignation. Very well. This is our only option, that I will go with you. Once they left, I exhaled in relief that I truly feared that Father would refuse. If he did, this matter would not end well. They returned just before 9 o'clock, that I lay in bed, unable to sleep, and heard footsteps upstairs. That I opened the door and greeted them. How did it go, Father? What did they say? Did they agree? Father appeared exhausted. They said we need to issue a public apology. They will not pursue the matter further. Did you agree? What other choice do we have but to comply? Father shook his head helplessly. Yasi, lacking energy, followed him back to their room. That I returned to my own room and soon fell asleep, dreaming not at all until the following morning. That in the morning, I went to school and attended classes for the day. Vice Officer Zhang came to pick me up and informed me that Xia Qinyu had returned home. It seemed that Father had indeed issued the public apology for the sake of Xia Qinyu. He had gone to such lengths which could be considered his utmost effort. He had lost all face, and Xia Qinyu's reputation was utterly ruined. Their affair would soon spread throughout the streets of Sioux City, becoming fodder for idle gossip. Mayor Xia's image would undoubtedly plummet. This was the outcome I desired. The atmosphere at home had been eerily quiet these past few days. Since her return, Xia Qinyu had remained hidden in her room, refusing to come out. The school had urged her to withdraw, and teacher Zhang had been dismissed from his position. He was thrown out by Father when he came to our house. Father declared that even if Xia Qinyu were to become a nun on the mountain, he would not allow her to marry him, instructing him to leave as far as he could. That it was indeed a pitiful sight, but it was a result of his own making. Who does not face retribution for their misdeeds? However, an unexpected event did occur. Yasi suffered a series of blows and miscarried her pregnancy of less than 2 months. Although this was unforeseen, I felt no sympathy for her. The way she treated my mother was her just punishment. This week, Lu Xian had not come to find me, and I was unaware of my mother's condition. That I lacked the courage to inquire about her. Sometimes, it is better not to dwell on certain matters. During the weekend, he arrived at the Xia mansion, completely indifferent to the situation, which startled me. That he cast a sidelong glance at me before entering. Yasi was upstairs in confinement, and Xia Qinyu remained locked away in her room. Mama Lu was playing with Haoyu in his room. That I was the only one on the first floor with him. He lounged on the sofa like a king, clad in a military green uniform that exuded vigor. I wondered what his purpose was in visiting this time. I certainly did not believe it would be anything good. That I sat down across from him and inquired, "What brings you here? Come here and sit beside me. I fear that if you remain so far away, our secrets may be overheard." He patted the sofa beside him. Reluctantly, I moved closer, not wishing to provoke his ire, for I could not contend with his whims. "You are a vicious woman," he suddenly declared, leaving me perplexed as to why he would say such a thing without context. "What do you mean? I don't understand that you've managed to bring the Xia family to such a state." "I have underestimated you," that I gasped, astonished that he was aware of my actions. "You need not look at me like that. I see every move you make, that I know precisely what you have done." His smile was enigmatic, laden with implications. Could it be that he was aware of Long Ingtian's visit to me after he killed Hans? This was indeed careless of me. I had known that Lu Xian was not a normal person and should have taken precautions. My heart raced with unease. "What? Do you have nothing to say?" His cold, dark gaze bore into me. Until I was certain he had truly seen Long Ingtian's visit, I would not divulge any details. "Young Marshal, since you have assigned someone to monitor me, you must know everything. Why then come to question me?" He chuckled softly, the corners of his mouth lifting, yet his expression remained as frigid as ever. "I appreciate your cleverness and cunning, but do not direct it towards me. That I offered you a chance to speak, that if I were to reveal it, you would not be so comfortably seated here." His threats did indeed unnerve me, that if I remained silent, I was uncertain of what he might do to me. Yet, matters concerning Long Ingtian's life and death were something I would never disclose. Even at the cost of my own life, that I feigned calmness and met his emotionless gaze. Young Marshal, I truly do not know what you wish for me to say. Perhaps you could give me a hint to jog my memory. Chapter 54. A show worth watching. He let out a cold snort, his eyes glinting with malice. You are testing my patience. Since you refuse to speak, we shall change the venue. Let me show you the consequences of disloyalty. Before I could respond, he stood and walked away, that I stood frozen in place. Regretting my provocation, he reached the door and turned to look at me. What? Are you afraid to come? With no choice left, I steeled myself and joined him in the car. The journey was silent as we drove into the military government. Upon entering, my scalp tingled with dread. Was he planning to subject me to another horrifying spectacle like last time? No, I never wished to witness such a scene again. That moment, genuine fear gripped me. Get out, Lucien ordered as he opened the car door. Did I remain seated? Lucien, what do you intend to do? I heard you enjoy watching shows. Fortunately, there is an excellent performance today that will open your eyes. Seeing his cryptic smile, my heart sank. That I resolved to remain in the car, refusing to accompany him to witness his grotesque display. He sneered, so, you do have things that frighten you, that I thought you were fearless. But rest assured, this is not a display of my grotesqueries. It is something else entirely, something you have never seen. That I felt slightly relieved. Whatever his good show was, it could not be worse than the previous event. That I could not fathom anything more horrifying than that I followed him into the prison, entering the interrogation room, which was even larger and more terrifying than the one I had visited before. The walls were adorned with various instruments of torture, each more bizarre than the last, sending chills down my spine. The ground was stained with deep and shallow marks, remnants of blood that had seeped into the earth. The air was thick with a damp, nauseating and acrid scent of blood, making the place akin to a hellish purgatory. That a disheveled, voluptuous woman hung suspended in the air, her toes barely touching the ground. The sky-blue printed cheapao she wore accentuated her graceful curves. The dim light within the room obscured her features, but her fair skin indicated that she was young. That I glanced at Lucien, realizing he was indeed a heartless man. How could he treat such a beautiful and delicate woman in this manner? To what extent had his coldness reached? Was he planning to show me this woman today? Who was she? I was filled with questions. Release her, Lucien commanded, his voice devoid of emotion. The prison guards hurried over to lower the woman. That as her feet touched the ground, she collapsed in a heap. One of the guards splashed a basin of water on her, causing her to shudder and awaken. She was dragged over to Lucien, collapsing at his feet. Once she regained consciousness, she trembled as she brushed her hair from her face, revealing a familiar visage. That I was taken aback. It was the beautiful woman from Zhe Xianglu. How had she ended up here? Wasn't she Lucien's favorite companion? I looked at Lucien in disbelief. He gazed down at the woman without a hint of emotion. Upon seeing him, she panicked. Young Marshal, you have finally arrived. Please save me. She reached out to cling to his leg. Lucien kicked her away in disgust. Do not pretend any longer. This is your final chance. Young Marshal, please believe me. It wasn't me. Tears streamed down her face, whether from fear of Lucien or genuine innocence. I could not tell. Is it your intention to leave this place alive? Lucien's voice was laced with cruelty. The woman trembled in fear. Bring all the male prisoners from the cells here. That I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. With tear-filled eyes, I opened them to find Lucien staring blankly at my chest, as if turned to stone, utterly motionless. Chapter 56. Where did the jade pendant come from? He released my hand, reaching for the pendant that hung from my neck, his gaze drifting in a daze, displaying an expression I had never encountered before. That I dared not move, despite the pressure on my chest making it difficult to breathe. I refrained from taking deep breaths, fearing I might disturb his tranquility. His gaze shifted from the pendant to me, his expression cold, starkly contrasting the one from moments before it. He reverted to the heartless Lucien. Where did it come from? He asked, his eyes icy, his voice even colder. It is mine, I replied, and upon seeing his anger, I hesitated to speak the truth. That I could not fathom why he had suddenly developed such a keen interest in this pendant. Given my uncertainty about the reasons behind his fixation, I could not divulge the reality, still withholding the truth. Have you forgotten what happened to Xiao Taohong? Lucien ground his teeth. Oh, that woman's name was Xiao Taohong. His words sent a shiver down my spine. That if my answer failed to satisfy him, I would not be surprised by any actions he might take against me. The pendant was given to me by Aunt Zhang. She urged me to keep it safe. Now, with Lucien's intense interest in the pendant and his deep-seated rage, I felt compelled to remain silent about its origins. This truly is mine. A stranger gifted it to me. I explained. He looked at me skeptically, still wearing a frosty expression, saying, and a stranger would just give you something so precious for no reason. His grip tightened, as if he were on the brink of madness. I struggled to breathe beneath his hold. Driven by instinct, I pushed him away. Lucien, let go. I can't breathe. Only then did he finally release me, and I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I sat up on the bed, scrambling to the corner, clutching the torn fabric of my clothes to cover myself, trying to maintain a safe distance from him, that he turned and cornered me against the wall. I regretted my choice of hiding place. With my back against the wall and him blocking my escape, I felt trapped with no way out in the face of danger. You still Haven T, answered my question. He said, his gaze fixed intently on me. Did I speak the truth? When she gave me the pendant, I was equally astonished. She claimed it was fate and urged me to take good care of it. I endeavored to sound sincere. Was the person who gave you the pendant a man or a woman? He pressed on. That it was a woman, I replied, answering each of his questions in turn. That he stared at me, growing impatient. Tell me the entire backstory of how you came to possess this jade pendant. Lucien's obsession with the pendant baffled me. Did Aunt Zhang have some connection to him? But what could that connection possibly be? My mother had mentioned that Aunt Zhang was not an ordinary person. Could it be that she had a grudge against Lucien, which was why she chose to live in seclusion in the countryside? This was the only explanation I could muster, and my mind raced. And storytelling was my forte, that I feigned a look of reminiscence and began to weave a tale I hoped he would believe. Before I arrived in Sioux City, one day I had prepared a meal and ventured to the back mountain to find my mother. Upon stepping outside, I encountered a disheveled woman at my doorstep, appearing frail and exhausted. She claimed she hadn't eaten in days and asked if I could spare her some food. Seeing her plight, I offered her the last pumpkin cake I had, along with a bowl of pumpkin porridge. That day, she ate her fill. She told me I was a good person, and good people are rewarded. Then she gifted me the pendant, explaining that in these chaotic times, it was unsafe in her possession and that she wished for it not to fall into the hands of wrongdoers. She felt a connection with me, thus passing the pendant to me. That is how it happened. That Lucien's gaze remained fixed on my face, scrutinizing the authenticity of my words. What did that woman look like? He asked, his stare unwavering. Her hair was completely white, and she was gaunt. That I couldn't discern her age. I continued, fabricating more details. That Lucien fell silent, his eyes locked on the pendant resting against my chest. And I could not fathom what thoughts occupied his mind. After what felt like an eternity, he finally rose from the bed. That I will investigate this matter. I hope you are not deceiving me. If you are, you know the consequences you will face, he spoke coldly. Seeing that he seemed to believe my words, I felt a measure of relief wash over me. That I quickly climbed off the bed. And he cast a sidelong glance at me, snorting softly. I am hungry. That go prepare something for me. That I froze. This was not the Lucien I knew. Was he really asking me to cook for him? Had I misheard? Sho Shui, what did you say? I needed to confirm. His sudden shift in demeanor was too rapid for me to keep pace with him. That I do not repeat myself. He replied, not sparing me a glance. His capricious temperament made me wonder what deep-seated trauma had shaped him into such a volatile person. Did he not fear that I might poison him? As I pondered this, I regretted that I did not have any poison at hand. Otherwise, I would not have held back. What are you standing there for? Did you not hear my words? His expression remained impassive. Yet his tone softened considerably. That I glanced down at my tattered, irreparable garments and said, Sho Shui, could you perhaps find me a change of clothes? He turned to look at me, and then pointed to the wardrobe. That is my wardrobe. Find something to wear from there. That I rushed over, opening the wardrobe to find it filled with neatly organized military uniforms, suits, and shirts, all arranged impeccably. Surely, one of his women must have helped him organize this. I could not believe someone like Lucien would devote time to such matters. Have you finished looking? Lucien's voice cut through my thoughts. All right, I replied, grabbing a white shirt and clutching it to my chest. I exited Lucien's bedroom and hurried downstairs, shedding my shredded top before putting on his white shirt. It bore a faint scent of jasmine. Only then did I take a moment to observe the decor of this Western-style house. From the outside, the white walls and red tiles appeared simple, but the interior was not extravagant. Aside from the essentials, there was nothing superfluous. just simplicity, which seemed at odds with Lu Xian's status that Lu Xian was an enigma. Understanding his temperament was no easy feat. He was hungry and wished to eat, yet I had no idea what he preferred. Did he prefer light or heavy flavors? The kitchen was immaculate, devoid of any dust, but fully equipped for cooking. What a peculiar man. Did he cook for himself daily, or was there someone who prepared meals for him? Opening the refrigerator, I found it stocked with meat and eggs. Since I did not know his palate, I decided to make some dumplings. Most people did not detest this dish, that I kneaded the dough, minced the meat, rolled the wrappers, and boiled them all in one go. After finishing the dumplings, I turned around only to find Lu Xian standing at the kitchen door, watching me. That I was startled. When had he arrived? I had not even noticed. Yet his gaze was peculiar, leaving me somewhat bewildered. Regardless, I pressed on, hoping to please him so that he might allow me to return home. That I forced a smile. Sicho Shuai, the dumplings are ready. Please wait at the dining table. I will be right there. To my surprise, he obediently sat at the table. It seemed this Lu Xian was a soft touch, responding better to gentleness than harshness. That I was pleased with this discovery, that he sat upright at the table. And I placed the dumplings before him, asking, "Do you prefer vinegar or chili sauce?" He raised an eyebrow at me. "I prefer vinegar." Hearing such a normal response from him felt oddly out of place. "Very well. I shall fetch you some vinegar." That I turned to grab the vinegar and placed it in front of him before taking a seat across from him. That he picked up a dumpling, dipped it in vinegar, and took a bite. That I watched him intently, asking, "How does it taste?" "Not bad," he replied coolly, yet his expression had softened significantly compared to the hostile demeanor I had previously encountered. My belief that he was a compliant individual was further solidified. "Then eat more. I made plenty, and there are still some left in the fridge." That I attempted to curry favor with him. That he glanced up at me, said nothing, and continued to eat the dumplings before him. That I, too, picked up my chopsticks. They were indeed delicious. After finishing our meal and cleaning up, Lu Xian sat on the sofa wearing the white shirt, holding the tattered piece of clothing he had torn from me, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. As I emerged from the kitchen and witnessed this scene, I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me. Unsure of how to react, he, however, seemed unfazed, glancing at me before patting the sofa beside him, commanding, "Come here." That my first instinct was to resist, but I knew that opposing him would lead to dire consequences. Gritting my teeth, I approached, and as I passed by him, he reached out and pulled me close. That I stumbled, landing on his lap, and quickly attempted to rise, only to find myself firmly ensnared by his grip. "Do not move." He closed his eyes and leaned closer to my neck, inhaling deeply. That a shiver ran down my spine. Unsure of what this peculiar inclination of his meant, to my surprise, his voice turned soft, almost unrecognizable, sending chills down my spine. "Xia Yuning, your body now carries my scent. From this day forth, you are Lu Xian's woman." Do not maintain any connection with Long Yingtian. Do you understand? His demeanor was disorienting. I was at a loss, unsure of where things had gone awry, and confused as to why he was speaking to me in such a manner. Just earlier, he had been threatening me in the prison. "What? Do you still wish to play both sides?" He paused, scrutinizing me. I observed a flicker of emotion cross his face, and I dared not provoke him further. "You know what Long Yingtian is up to, right?" He abruptly broached the topic, leaving me uncertain. That I nervously responded. "Someone reported that on the night Hans was murdered, an individual entered your room through the window. That person was Long Yingtian." My body stiffened involuntarily. It became evident that he was privy to everything. That I realized I could no longer feign ignorance. That I in silence. He raised his gaze to me, his face merely a palm's breadth away, and I could feel his breath. "You two did nothing. We are not as depraved as you imagine." You know Hans was killed by Long Yingtian. So, where did Long Yingtian go? Do you know?" Lu Xian's words instilled fear in me, an ominous premonition creeping in. That I do not know. The shipment of arms belonging to Hans has also been swapped. The actual batch has vanished without a trace. Who do you suppose transported it away? Was it all orchestrated by Long Yingtian? He ventured out related to that shipment. The French concession is currently investigating this matter. I possess evidence of his murder of Hans. Once I submit the evidence to the French concession, none in the Qing gang will escape. I refuse to believe Long Yingtian will not return. You cannot do that. Then it rests upon you, upon me. Sever all ties with Long Yingtian. That if I sever ties with Long Yingtian, Will you refrain from reporting him? Yes, why? I have already articulated my reasons that I was left speechless. Lucien was certain that by revealing Long Yingtian's involvement, I would acquiesce that he had me ensnared at that moment. The doorbell rang that I attempted to rise from Lucien's lap. It was Vice Officer Wang delivering clothes that Dio not be anxious. Once he finished speaking, Vice Officer Wang entered, carrying 2 bags, his gaze vacant as he approached Lucien's side. Young Marshal, this is the attire you requested me to procure from Miss Xia. The items you asked me to bring are also here. Set them down. Young Marshal, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. You may go. Vice Officer Wang departed. Young Marshal, I will change into the clothes that it is getting late. I must return that I declared that Dio not return tonight. Stay with me, that he spoke with certainty that no, I cannot. Father will worry that I replied decisively. I forgot to mention, Vice Officer Wang stopped by your home to speak with your father when he returned. You? I was left speechless with indignation. What? Are you reneging on your earlier promise? The situation had reached a point of no return for me. One may evade the first day, but not the 15th. I am not reneging. Release me. Your actions make me uncomfortable. I have perspired profusely and need to wash. He laughed and released his hold. How about we wash together? I pushed him away, irate. You are nothing but a rogue. Grabbing my clothes, I turned to ascend the stairs. He laughed heartily, as if his scheme had succeeded. Vice Officer Wang indeed fulfilled his duties, procuring 2 complete outfits. Even nightgowns that I took my clothes and entered the bathroom, locking the door behind me. The bathroom featured a large ceramic bathtub that I turned on the faucet, and warm water flowed forth. After a while, I filled the tub halfway. As I lay in the bath, tears streamed down my face. I had failed to evade the insufferable Lucien once more that I had thought myself clever enough to maneuver around him, only to realize I was utterly outmatched. After my bath, I donned my nightgown, my damp hair cascading behind me, that Lucien was not in the bedroom. He must still be downstairs. Outside the window, the day gradually darkened, the last vestiges of light being consumed by the encroaching darkness. I stood anxiously at the window, awaiting the impending shadows that I grew weary of waiting at the window. Lucien had yet to come up. I contemplated what he might be doing downstairs that I secretly wished he would not ascend. That would be ideal that I climbed into bed, enveloped in the soft silk quilt, which bore a faint scent of jasmine. Lucien's fragrance that I lay in bed for quite some time, but Lucien did not appear. Unknowingly, I drifted off to sleep that I lost track of time until I heard the sound of the door opening that my heart raced. Knowing Lucien had entered that I feigned sleep, my heartbeat quickening as I braced myself for what was to come. He did not turn on the light, but went directly to the bathroom that I could hear the sound of water running. Soon, I heard him approach, climbing into bed beside me. Chapter 58. In the palm of one's hand I tensed. My body rigid as he pressed against me, Lucien's arms encircled me, his chin resting on my neck as he inhaled deeply, his warm breath heightening my anxiety that Dio not be tense. I mean no harm. I am weary. Listening to his words, I felt a slight easing of my tension, that he was indeed fatigued, and it wasn't long before I heard his steady breathing that my anxious heart began to relax. Lucien must have gone out for a while before returning. When he had entered, I caught a whiff of blood on him. What had he been doing? A grave transgression, a waste of his handsome visage. Yet, I could not find sleep. Even with my eyes shut, questions plagued my mind that Lucien had told me that Long Yingtian transported that batch of arms via water routes. Was it after he murdered Hans that he had done so? Why would he take such a significant risk to swap out the arms? According to Lucien, the arms were not in Sioux City. Where then had he taken them? What was the purpose? It could not be for money, as Long Yingtian lacked for it. Moreover, Lucien's visit to the Xia residence today was perplexing, that if he had already ascertained that Long Yingtian had been at my place that night, why come to question me personally, when I denied it? He had taken me to the prison to witness the brutal torture. I recalled every word Long Yingtian had said to me today. Slowly reviewing them, the more I pondered, the colder my spine felt. The situation likely unfolded as follows. Hans was murdered, and Lucien suspected Long Yingtian, albeit without certainty. Thus, he sought to extract information from me at the Xia residence. I had not fallen for his ruse. Then he took me to the prison to observe the interrogation of Xiao Taohong. Xiao Taohong's connections to Meng Wanner and Ning Mingche were divulged by Lucien himself. Such sensitive matters, given Lucien's caution, how could he reveal them before me? Did he not fear I might expose this information? He was acutely aware of Xiao Taohong's precarious situation. Ming Wanner possessed military defense diagrams, and Ning Mingche held sway over the lives of Xiao Taohong and her family, that he knew that Xiao Taohong would not betray Ning Mingche for her family's safety, that I had once been entangled in this matter. Nearly scared to death by him, that experience was indelibly etched in my memory. Now, witnessing Xiao Taohong's torture again was a further blow, filling me with dread and turmoil that he could seize this opportunity to make me speak. He possessed no evidence of Long Yingtian's murder. He merely needed to confirm that Long Yingtian had been in my room that night to easily deduce that Long Yingtian had killed Hans for the arms and subsequently transported them away via water routes. Yet now, I realized that I had been too careless, falling into Lu Xian's trap, inadvertently reinforcing the notion that Long Yingtian was the mastermind behind Hans's murder and the arms disappearance, that if the above analysis holds true, then Lu Xian is indeed terrifying. What had he been up to during his earlier absence? Mother, Lu Xian's voice suddenly emanated from behind my neck, that he nestled closer to me, and I was startled. His breath was steady, as if he were mumbling in his sleep. He called out for his mother, that I was certain I had not misheard. He had truly fallen asleep, that my tension eased, and I unknowingly drifted off. When I awoke, I found myself alone in bed, Lu Xian nowhere in sight. When had he risen? I had no idea. Nothing had transpired last night, which provided some solace that I climbed out of bed, seeking the attire Lu Xian had instructed Vice Officer Wang to purchase for me. The officer had exquisite taste. It was a long-sleeved, form-fitting, pale yellow dress with a diagonal placket, waist-cinching design, and a flared skirt. The vibrant color suited my age beautifully. After changing, Lu Xian had still not appeared. What could he be doing? Out of curiosity, I ventured out of the bedroom. Descending the stairs, I caught a whiff of delicious food. Was Lu Xian cooking? It was hard to believe. I could not fathom him in an apron, preparing a meal. Driven by curiosity, I decided to investigate the kitchen. As I passed through the living room and entered the kitchen, I was greeted by a middle-aged woman bustling about. She wore simple attire and had an unassuming appearance. Yet she exuded a sense of tidiness and comfort. The woman seemed to sense my gaze and turned to look at me. Instantly, her face lit up with a smile as she approached. Her voice was soft. "Monsieur, you are awake. Are you hungry?" She recognized me, that Lu Xian must have informed her. Someone who earned Lu Xian's trust was undoubtedly remarkable. "Not hungry. May I ask who you are?" I inquired. The middle-aged woman kindly took my hand, her gaze warm and sincere, reminiscent of a relative's affection for a younger family member. "You can call me Aunt Zhang." That is how Lu Xian addresses me. "I am the housekeeper here. I went home yesterday, which is why we did not meet." She addressed Lu Xian by his full name, indicating a close relationship. "Aunt Zhang, where has Lu Xian gone?" I asked. Aunt Zhang's eyes sparkled with mirth as she guided me to the dining table. The young Marshal had matters to attend to early this morning, that he did not disclose where he was going, but instructed me not to disturb you before he left. Allow yourself to awaken naturally. Ever since he acquired this house, aside from my presence, he has never brought a woman home. You are the first that it is evident that he regards you as different from others. I chuckled softly, choosing silence, for such words are, but to be heard, that I am well aware of the kind of person Lu Xian is, that I refuse to believe that he brought me here out of affection. I fully comprehend my place. I am but a mere pawn in his hands, a plaything to be used at will, without the capacity to resist. What? You do not believe Aunt Zhang's words? No, I understand your disbelief. After all, Lu Xian's reputation is rather unsavory. Yet, that is merely the prejudice of those who do not know him. He has always been a solitary individual that I rarely witness him smile within these walls. However, this morning his mood was evidently buoyant, that I recognize that this is your influence. Aunt Zhang spoke with the earnestness of a mother arranging a match for her child. Lu Xian is indeed fortunate. His housekeeper is so devoted. I could not help but sigh from the depths of my heart that I wished to divert her from this topic. Aunt Zhang, I am feeling quite hungry. Shall we dine? Very well, it is already prepared. I shall serve it for you. That I quickly rose to my feet. Thank you, Aunt Zhang, that no need for such formality with me. She cheerfully retreated to the kitchen. Aunt Zhang adeptly laid the meal before me, a bowl of millet porridge, scallion oil, bacon egg pancakes, and a plate of oil wheat vegetables. All to my liking. Will you not join me? I had breakfast with the young master this morning. You should eat. She sat at the table. her fondness for me apparent that I felt somewhat embarrassed under her gaze as I dined. "Aunt Zhang, your culinary skills are truly remarkable." What she said next left me utterly astonished. Chapter 59. You shall not leave tonight. Aunt Zhang remarked, "All of this was prepared at the request of Master Lu. He mentioned that you enjoy these dishes." Her words nearly caused me to spit out my porridge. Had I misheard? How could Lu Xian possibly know what I like to eat? What was his intention behind this? Everything felt exceedingly strange. The food before me suddenly lost its appeal. "Miss Xia, what is troubling you?" Aunt Zhang inquired with concern. I regained my composure and replied, "It is nothing. That is a relief. You appear rather thin. What would you like to eat next time? Just tell me, and I shall make sure you are well fed." Aunt Zhang was exceedingly warm. "Thank you, Aunt Zhang," that I politely responded that I truly hoped there would not be a next time. It would be best to leave and never return. After the meal, I offered to wash the dishes, but Aunt Zhang snatched them away. She insisted I rest on the sofa. After all, I was not in my own home, that I felt awkward to have someone else clean up after me. And no wonder Master Lu brought you here. I have never seen a young lady vying with a servant to wash dishes. She cheerfully turned back to the kitchen. Little did she know, I have been self-sufficient for over a decade. I have scarcely held the title of young lady for long. Once Aunt Zhang finished washing the dishes, she emerged to converse with me, that I sought to seize this opportunity to glean more information about Lu Xian, believing that knowing a bit more could help me uncover his vulnerabilities and give myself some leverage. However, Aunt Zhang was not an easy person to extract information from. She deftly navigated what to say and what to withhold. I learned nothing about Lu Xian from her. Perhaps he had instructed her to remain tight-lipped. Otherwise, she would not be so impenetrable. From her conversation, I gathered that Aunt Zhang was a maid given as part of Lu Xian's mother's dowry. Having been by her side since childhood, Lu Xian cherished his mother dearly. After her passing, he was profoundly affected, becoming withdrawn and distant from everyone except Aunt Zhang. Subsequently, he followed the commander into battle. After conquering Sioux City and settling down, Aunt Zhang had not seen a smile on his face since. Aunt Zhang's narrative was somewhat poignant, and I felt a twinge of sympathy for the young boy who lost his mother and fought alongside his father in bloody battles, bearing experiences beyond his years. Yet, none of this could justify his moral decay, that in my eyes, Lu Xian is a heartless, depraved demon, one who tramples upon life, scorns it, and possesses no reverence for existence. Such a man is truly terrifying. I stood to leave, but Aunt Zhang interjected, "Miss Xia, the young master has instructed you to wait at home for him. He shall return this evening," that I was not surprised. After all, Lu Xian's objectives had yet to be fulfilled, and he would not easily let me leave, that I said nothing and turned to ascend the stairs, that I took another nap in bed, awakening at 4 o'clock. This slumber lasted 4 or 5 hours, and my stomach growled in protest that I climbed out of bed without changing my clothes, still clad in my pajamas. Yawning, I descended the stairs, casually gathering my somewhat disheveled hair behind me, slipping on Lu Xian's slippers. I made my way to the living room. Not seeing Aunt Zhang around, I contemplated preparing something in the kitchen for myself. The kitchen was spotless, thanks to Aunt Zhang, that I retrieved the dumplings I had prepared the day before. I had hoped to curry favor with Lu Xian using them, only to find that he was wholly unappreciative, and here I was, trapped, and I placed all the dumplings into the pot, boiling in ample serving. Just as I set them on the table, the door creaked open, that Lu Xian entered, his brow furrowing at the sight of me, that he shut the door behind him and approached the dining table. I did not greet him, but sat down to eat my dumplings. He took a seat opposite me, his military green wide-brimmed hat resting on the table, that I avoided his gaze, focused on my meal, well aware that he was watching me. "Did you not notice my return?" he inquired. That I glanced at him and resumed eating. "I did. You're right there. Aren't you?" "I have not yet eaten," he stated again. That I chose not to respond, that he reached over and took my dumplings, placing them before him, then seized my chopsticks as well, neglecting even the vinegar. What he did next left me utterly astounded, rendering me speechless. Lu Xian brazenly devoured the dumplings, dipping them in vinegar, as if no one else were present. Those were my dumplings. How could he shamelessly steal my food? Aren't these dumplings meant to honor me? How could you eat them yourself? He shot me a sidelong glance, revealing that he was aware of my intentions from the previous day. What kind of mind did he possess? Before him, I felt like a fool. my petty cleverness appearing laughable in his eyes. Nevertheless, the dumplings were quite delicious, although somewhat insufficient, that if you want more, make sure to prepare some extra, he commanded. Anger flared within me, yet I could only comply. I turned back to the kitchen, hearing Lu Xian's voice behind me. Make sure to prepare more and store them in the fridge, that I pivoted back, resuming my seat before him, suppressing my irritation, and said, I must return home tonight. I have classes tomorrow that I'll prepare some extra for you to store in the fridge. You will drive me home. 1TU. Are you trying to negotiate terms with me? He set down his chopsticks to regard me. No, I'm not negotiating, I stammered. Before I could finish, he interjected, that will not do. I will personally see you back to school tomorrow. From now on, you are to visit me every weekend. Also, I dislike it when people attempt to negotiate terms with me. Do you understand? My patience, already stretched thin, was nearly exhausted by his rogue demeanor. Not only had I failed to broker any terms, but he had also added another condition. That I glared at him in frustration, but he ignored me, returning to his meal. That I had no choice but to retreat to the kitchen, kneading the dough, chopping the filling, and wrapping dumplings. That it took several hours to complete the task. Even more infuriating was Lu Xian, who deliberately sat at the dining table reading the newspaper, causing my anger to flare each time I caught a glimpse of him. He remained oblivious, sitting there until I finished wrapping the dumplings. That he then ordered me to boil another batch. That I gritted my teeth, complying with his commands and cooking another pot. That I served the dumplings before him. Are you trying to make me burst? Go fetch another plate, he commanded. That I dutifully retrieved a plate, and he began transferring the dumplings one by one. That I knew he was doing this on purpose, relishing in tormenting me. Now fetch me a pair of chopsticks, he ordered again. That I complied. Though I have money, I cannot waste. You will eat whatever remains. None shall be left. That he pushed the dumplings toward me, leaving only 5 or 6 on his plate. I was indeed hungry. Having eaten only a few earlier, he did possess a modicum of conscience. My anger subsided somewhat. That I did not hold back, for although the ingredients were purchased with his money, the labor of wrapping them was mine, and I felt justified in eating my fill. Chapter 60. Come, delight me. That he observed me as I finished a large plate of dumplings, his expression one of disdain. Having consumed even more than I ignored him and rose to wash the dishes in the kitchen. When I returned, Lu Xian was still lounging on the sofa, engrossed in his newspaper. His relaxed demeanor irked me. Come here, he commanded without lifting his gaze. That I had no choice but to approach. He set aside the newspaper, patting his thigh. Sit here. His tone was so authoritative that it left no room for dissent. I despised his arrogant presumption. Point 1. Can only vent their frustrations silently in their heart. Ultimately obliged to obediently approach him and sit upon his lap, feeling a reluctant and resentful turmoil. Turning around. It is rather undignified to sit with one's back towards someone while perched on their thigh, that Lu Xian remarked, and I had no choice but to awkwardly pivot, adopting a shameful posture atop his leg. Lu Xian's face bore a mischievous grin as he reached out to embrace me, causing me to slide down to the very root of his thigh. The discomfort was both humiliating and infuriating. He leaned closer, his breath warm against my ear, infiltrating every pore of my skin, sending shivers down my spine. That I forcibly pushed him away, feeling utterly unsettled by the awkwardness. Aunt Zhang is still at home. Please don't do this. That he wore a roguish expression, a devilish smile gracing his lips. That don't worry. I've sent Aunt Zhang home. That no one will disturb you. That my heart raced, and my cheeks burned with embarrassment. That I despised this close, suggestive intimacy and longed to flee his presence. Please, let me get up first. That I pushed against him. His smile only widened, and he shrugged, releasing me. That I felt as though I had been granted a reprieve, and hastily stood up from his lap. Lu Xian then suggested, well, let us head upstairs to sleep. That my mind buzzed at his words, and I promptly sat back down on his lap. He then leaned in, his tone laced with innuendo. Do you enjoy doing it on the sofa? Lu Xian toyed with me like a pet, leaving me utterly bewildered. Tears welled in my eyes from the frustration that he still showed no intention of letting me go, and my worthless tears failed to dampen his enthusiasm. How about we play a game? If you can satisfy me, I want to sleep with you tonight, and we'll send you home. What do you think? He said with a meaningful smile. That I wiped away my tears. Incredulous. Are you serious? He raised an eyebrow. Of course. Uncertain of his intentions but recognizing the allure of his reward, I eagerly inquired, so, what game do you have in mind? He tilted his head. You must please me. I was perplexed by his request. What do you mean? Lucien clarified, you need to please me. If I am satisfied, you win. Please you? How? I was still confused about what he specifically meant. Kiss me that if you satisfy me. You win, Lucien stated. Are you serious? I sought confirmation once more that he nodded, that I was not surprised by his demand. In fact, it was far better than I had anticipated. While I was inexperienced, having only been forcibly kissed by Lucien once, I reasoned that kissing was not particularly complicated, just slightly nauseating and awkward. Nevertheless, the enticing reward compelled me to take the plunge. After some contemplation, I nodded in agreement, but he leaned closer. Let us begin, gazing at his face. Mere inches away, I acknowledged that he was undeniably handsome, albeit regrettably misplaced, that if he were anyone but Lucien, I might have found myself attracted to such looks. Alas, he was Lucien, and my disdain rendered me speechless. He watched me intently, awaiting my move, that I cupped his distinctly shaped face in my hands, instructing, close your eyes. Obediently, he complied, and I quickly pressed my lips against his warm, supple ones before releasing his face. My cheeks flushed with heat, and I longed for an ice pack to soothe my burning skin. Lucien opened his eyes. Confusion etched on his features. Is that it? The embarrassment overwhelmed me, and I dared not meet his gaze. He frowned, disappointment evident, not satisfactory. It was too brief. But you said a kiss would suffice. I felt duped. Indeed, he conceded, what would be considered satisfactory? Satisfy me, and it will be deemed acceptable. What must I do for you to be satisfied? He shook his head in exasperation. Are you asking me to teach you? I glared at him, unsure of how to respond, but I'll give you another chance. His face drew near again, his long eyelashes fluttering like a fan. I once more cradled his face, shutting my eyes that I didn't want to see him. I pressed my lips against Lucien's. His lips were hot and soft, akin to satin, while his breath was warm and steady. My heart raced, a flurry of panic coursing through me. Suddenly, he bit my lip, startling me. My eyes widened in shock. He did not relent. Instead, he cupped my face, kissing me more fervently, his breath quickening as our lips intertwined. His fervor escalating that I found myself breathless, and as time passed, his hands grew restless, even pushing me down onto the sofa, that a sense of danger washed over me, and I pushed against him with all my might. But he was far too heavy to budge. Panic set in, and tears began to flow. In a moment of desperation, I bit down on his unruly tongue, a briny taste flooding my mouth. Lucien winced in pain, momentarily halting. His dazed eyes locked onto mine, as if still waking from a dream. I released my grip, allowing him to escape. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and I realized I had crossed the line. Everything I had done was rendered futile. I felt a deep sense of grievance, tears streaming down my face. You broke the rules first. You said it was just a kiss, but you sought more. He rose from the sofa, wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth. I'll change and take you home. Take me home. Did I mishear? He had indeed said he would take me home. I sat up, incredulous. Did you just say you'd take me home? He didn't spare me a glance, reverting to his usual demeanor with an indifferent tone. Go change. Overwhelmed with joy, I leaped from the sofa and hurried upstairs. I dashed into Lucien's bedroom, quickly changing clothes, then rushed to the bathroom to wash my face. Only then did I realize how disheveled I appeared. My hair was a tangled mess, my lips swollen and red, resembling sausages. I would be mortified if anyone saw me like this. Yet I couldn't remain here. Even if it was embarrassing, I had to leave. Chapter 61. I am leaving. I hurried back downstairs, anxious that Lucien might change his mind if I took too long. Lucien remained seated in the same spot, utterly still. What was he thinking? Was he still upset about my biting his tongue? What if he had a change of heart? I felt a surge of worry, determined not to provoke him further. Cautiously approaching him, I gazed at his impassive expression. I apologize for biting you earlier. I hope the esteemed gentleman can overlook my transgressions. I tried to sound sincere. He glanced at me, his gaze lingering on my swollen lips, and his expression softened slightly. I quickly covered my mouth with my hand. He stood up, donned a military green cap from the table, adjusted his clothing, and said, Let us go. I'll take you home. I could hardly believe he bore me no ill will. The change in his demeanor was quite significant. How had he suddenly transformed? Once in the car, he remained silent, an eerie calmness enveloping him, contrasting sharply with the Lu Xian I had known. That I was puzzled by his sudden tranquility and chose not to speak. Fearing I might inadvertently touch upon a sensitive subject, it was better to keep to myself. Reaching home safely was my utmost priority. The car halted at the entrance of the Xia mansion, and Lu Xian simply stated, "Remember what I told you." Then he drove away. Upon returning to the mansion, I found everyone present. However, aside from my father's beaming smile, Yasi's seemed somewhat forced, while Xia Qinyu wore an expression of cold indifference. Hao Yu was engrossed in his toys, seemingly oblivious to my presence, his head not lifting. Why father rose from the sofa, clearly elated. Ning'er, you're back. Have you eaten? I've already had dinner. Didn't the young master accompany you back? Yasi glanced behind me, but he only took me to the door. Why didn't you invite the young master in for a visit? You just let him leave. My father opened the door, peering outside. He had matters to attend to. I explained. Laughter erupted unexpectedly from Xia Qinyu, who covered her mouth and said, "I think the young master simply didn't want to come in. You all should consider his status. He has plenty of women. Just because you shared a bed doesn't mean you can waltz into his life. Shut your mouth, you filthy girl. You've embarrassed me enough already," Yasi retorted, turning to me. "Ning'er, don't mind her. Just pretend you didn't hear her. Those who do wrong will not have a good outcome. That I can't wait to see how you fare," Xia Qinyu shot back with contempt. I was surprised by Yasi's reaction, which seemed more intense than mine. Had their mother-daughter relationship deteriorated during my absence? Regardless, Yasi shouldn't have scolded her so openly in front of my father. After all, Xia Qinyu was her biological daughter. Such a strong reaction seemed unwarranted. That I stole a glance at Xia Qinyu, oddly noting her lack of a strong reaction to Yasi's words. That if this were in the past, Xia Qinyu would undoubtedly be devastated. This situation is quite abnormal. If Xia Qinyu were to truly convey her thoughts to Yaji, what would happen if Yaji discovered the truth? She would harbor an intense hatred towards me. As a mother, how could she not feel heartbroken over her daughter's plight? Furthermore, there is the child within her womb. Although I never wished for its demise, it was indeed the circumstances surrounding Xia Qinyu that precipitated her miscarriage. Yaji would not blame Xia Qinyu, but would surely direct all her animosity towards me. Contemplating this, I felt a sudden clarity within my heart. That it seems that Yaji is already aware of everything. Her current attempts at cordiality are merely a facade, indicating that she is concealing her true feelings. Why the need to hide? With this thought, I turned my gaze back to Yaji, although she observed a smile at the corner of my mouth. The warmth did not reach her eyes, further solidifying my suspicions. "Be quiet and go upstairs," father admonished sternly. Judging by his demeanor, he likely knows something. His failure to confront me directly suggests they harbor some trepidation towards me. Not me, but rather towards Lu Xian. Without Lu Xian, I cannot imagine how they would treat me. Expelling me from the Xia family would be inevitable. When I initially undertook that action, I had anticipated such repercussions. But never did I expect them to arrive so swiftly. However, concerning father, I need not worry for the moment, as Lu Xian is present. Father will not treat me harshly. Yaji and her daughter, on the other hand, are another matter. Regardless, I must exercise caution around these two in the future. Father pulled me beside him, speaking earnestly. "Ning'er, I know this situation was not your intention. However, it has come to this. You must not be indecisive. Everything that needs to be let go must be relinquished. You know better than I the extent of the young Marshal's capabilities. He is capable of anything. That I do not wish for you to encounter any trouble. Moreover, our Xia family is already in disarray. We cannot endure any more turmoil. That if we provoke the young Marshal, our family will truly be finished. Do you understand? Father must believe that I have already consummated matters with Lu Xian, which is why he is imparting this counsel. That he fears that my relationship with Long Ingtian might incite Lu Xian's wrath, dragging him into this mess. Ultimately, he is concerned for his own well-being. Yes, father, I understand your meaning. Rest assured, I know what must be done. Father patted my shoulder, saying, "Ning'er, thank you, father, we are family. It is my duty to assist. The Xia family remains father's domain, and my continued presence within it necessitates earning his trust." "Old master, look how sensible Ning'er is. You need not worry. She can manage her affairs," Yaji interjected. "Well, if there is nothing else, I wish to go upstairs and rest," I replied. "Very well, go on, but do not sleep just yet. I shall have Luma bring you a cup of warm milk shortly," father responded. That I returned upstairs, entered my room, and retrieved a change of clothes. After taking a hot bath, I emerged refreshed and tidy. There was a knock at the door. It must be Lu Ma delivering the warm milk that I opened the door, only to be surprised that it was not Lu Ma, but Xia Qinyu. This piqued my curiosity. She handed me the milk, saying, "Drink this. It was specially prepared for you by father." "Thank you," I replied, placing the milk on the table. "You must be quite pleased now. The entire family revolves around you." I informed them that you orchestrated this entire situation, yet they refused to believe me. "You have brought me to this state, and they have offered me no consolation. Father disregards me, and mother scolds me. They all protect you," she said, her tone laden with sorrow. She would not come to me with such aimless words without ulterior motives. What was her purpose? All these troubles are of her own making. The punishment she faces is her own burden to bear. She is well aware of this, that do not speak of me as the cause of your suffering. It is your own misdeeds that have led to this bitter harvest. Can you blame anyone else? I retorted. You may be right. I have faced my retribution. Tomorrow, I shall leave the Xia family. As sisters, I felt it necessary to bid you farewell. Chapter 62. Why is he here? To bid me farewell. What scheme does she have now? I remained silent, observing her quietly. Seeing my lack of response, she continued, "Mother has told me that my reputation in Sioux City is now ruined, and I must leave for a distant relative's home, with no certainty of when I might return. You must be delighted to hear this. Originally, it was I who intended to expel you from the Xia family. But now the tables have turned. How ironic. Your situation is of no concern to me. Whether you leave or stay is irrelevant. This is your family's affair. How you choose to proceed is entirely your prerogative. Thus, there is no need for you to specifically come here to say goodbye." I replied coldly, maintaining my indifference that I would not fall for her deceitful words. Xia Qinyu has been coddled since childhood. There is no way they would abandon her for this matter, that if they were to abandon her, father would not have publicly apologized to save her. Therefore, her being sent away by Yaji to a distant relative is clearly a ruse aimed at me. Xia Qinyu rose, stating, "Since you feel this way, I have nothing further to say. Although mother has cast me aside, I still love her dearly, that I hope that after I depart, you will take care of her for me. You need not worry about that." "I will," I assured her. "Well, thank you," Xia Qinyu said, turning to leave. That I drained the milk in one go. Outside, the sky had long since darkened, and I stood by the window for a while. Enveloped in darkness, merging with the shadows, that night, Long Yingtian had entered my room through the window of the sycamore tree outside, a few days ago, an event that felt as if it had transpired yesterday. I wondered what he was doing at this moment. Did he realize that his actions had been exposed? Lu Xian must be searching for evidence. Unless he had committed no errors whatsoever, it was only a matter of time before Lu Xian uncovered the truth. Given his capabilities. Although Lu Xian assured me that as long as I refrained from further dealings with Long Yingtian, he would keep this secret, who could ascertain the truth of his words. Moreover, I am self-aware. Despite being uncertain as to why Lu Xian had suddenly altered his attitude towards me, I was certain he did not harbor feelings for me, as Aunt Zhang suggested. He had an agenda. While I remained oblivious to his true intentions, I suspected they were connected to Long Yingtian. The next day, I attended school, pondering when Xia Qinyu would depart that I had no intention of seeing her off. Upon arriving at school, I encountered Du Bingxin, who appeared delighted to see me. This indicated that Long Yingtian was likely safe, which eased my worries somewhat. The school day proceeded normally, unaffected by external turmoil. Our mathematics teacher had been replaced by a young foreign woman, strikingly beautiful and amiable. Time at school always passed swiftly, and soon it was time to dismiss for the day. Du Bingxin urged me to accompany her to the commercial district to purchase some face cream. Seeing that I had time, I agreed to join her. After informing Deputy Zhang, I boarded Du Bingxin's car, and we made our way to the commercial district. This was my first visit to the commercial district. During my previous attempt, I had been unable to enter due to long queues. The commercial building spanned 3 floors, each selling different items. The first floor for clothing and accessories, the second for household goods. And the third, where we were headed, was dedicated to cosmetic products. That we ascended to the 3rd floor, where Du Bingxin skillfully located a counter featuring a French brand, with prices that were truly astonishing. Without hesitation, she purchased 2 items, even gifting me one. That after completing our shopping, we did not linger and promptly returned to the 1st floor. There, Du Bingxin procured numerous everyday items for Long Yingtian, including undergarments. It was evident that she held deep affection for her brother. Once we exited the commercial district, we found ourselves adjacent to the Chaohui Theater. That Du Bingxin tugged at my arm, suggesting that since we were already out, we might as well enjoy a show before heading back, that I found her proposal agreeable and readily accepted. The Chaohui Theater was part of the Qin Gang's enterprise, effectively making it Long Yingtian's domain. Entering the theater, we were not required to purchase tickets and were treated to refreshments. Today, the performer on stage was leagues above Meng Wan'er in both vocal prowess and grace. That MY assessment was met with Du Bingxin's enthusiastic agreement as I shared my childhood dream of secretly learning to perform. Aspiring to earn money for my mother's medical expenses, her excitement was infectious. She insisted on taking me backstage, urging me to perform a number. While I had entertained this idea previously, various events had delayed my aspirations. With her encouragement rekindling my desire, I followed her to the backstage area without hesitation. The path to the backstage was dimly lit, bustling with people coming and going. As we rounded a corner, I overheard a low, gravelly voice that I would never forget. Scar-faced, I cast a glance at him. He was a rather unremarkable man that hadn't he been hiding. How could he reappear so soon? Was he not afraid that Yaji would find him? Doubts began to creep in that I needed to investigate thoroughly upon my return. Scarface had recognized me, so I couldn't afford to linger. I followed Du Bingxin to the backstage, where she spoke with the troupe leader about my desire to perform. The leader suggested I sing a few lines for him first, and I sang 2 passages off the top of my head, and the troupe leader appeared quite pleased, saying I could take the stage to try out. Consequently, a makeup artist approached to prepare me, and I donned a costume, marking the beginning of my first performance. The piece assigned to me was Butterfly Lovers. As I stepped onto the stage for the first time, a wave of nervousness washed over me. However, as I gradually settled into the performance, the tension dissipated. Alongside my partner, we concluded the piece flawlessly, met with a chorus of whistles and applause from the audience. As the curtain descended, I returned backstage, where I was greeted by a warm embrace from Du Bingxin and the approving nod of the troupe leader. He expressed his desire for me to perform here regularly. Promising me a handsome remuneration, I felt immense joy at receiving the troupe leader's endorsement, and even greater delight at the prospect of a reward that we agreed on a schedule of 1 performance each evening, 5 times a week, with 2 days off on the weekends. This arrangement was primarily due to Lu Xian's mention that I should visit him on weekends. That I requested the troupe leader to keep this arrangement confidential, ensuring my personal information remained undisclosed, to which he readily consented. As we exited the theater, the clock approached 8 o'clock. The Du Bingxin escorted me to the entrance of Xiaoguang Pavilion, where my father and Yasi awaited in the living room, both wearing displeased expressions. That my late return had clearly upset them. Ning, what time is it? You've just come back now. Do you know how worried we were about you? My father's face bore the marks of genuine anger. It's nothing. I'm back now. That I know what I'm doing, so there's no need to worry, I replied. How can you not worry? The outside world is so chaotic. If something were to happen, it would be too late for regrets. Ninger, you must understand our feelings. With your sister gone, it's just your father and me left at home. You cannot afford to get into any trouble. Chapter 61. A windfall. Seeing the concern etched on Yasi's face, I couldn't help but think of the scarred man. The connection between the two felt palpable. Yasi, you need not worry. With Xiaoshui as my backing, no one would dare harm me. You and father can rest assured. Furthermore, I've arranged with Xiaoshui that I will go directly to him after school each day, so you need not wait for me to. Yasi's gaze flickered for just a moment, but I caught it. Her worry was evident. Dio, you have to go every evening. Is that really appropriate? After all, you have no formal relationship, and Xiaoshui hasn't acknowledged you publicly. Living together openly might not be wise. You are right. Yasi, while Xiaoshui is fond of you now, you must ensure he gives you a proper title. Otherwise, living together openly would tarnish your reputation, and the Xia family would face undue scrutiny, my father added. I merely observed Yasi's reaction to gauge her true thoughts, wishing to avoid being outmaneuvered by her. If she were still operating under her previous mindset, she would have readily agreed with my suggestion without hesitation, encouraging me to seize the opportunity without concern for my reputation. Yet now, her hesitation was palpable. Why the change of heart? Father concurred with Yasi's viewpoint, expressing his sincere sentiments. The incident involving Xia Qinyu had already brought him great shame. And the repercussions were still reverberating throughout Sioux City, becoming the hot topic of discussion in every corner. Tea houses and taverns alike. He had pinned his hopes on my relationship with Xiao Shuai to alleviate his current predicament. Naturally, he wished to avoid the scenario Yasi had described. Though he and Yasi shared the same opinion, their underlying intentions diverged. At this juncture, I had solidified my own thoughts. Father, I know what to do. There will be no situation that would cause you embarrassment. Xiao Shuai mentioned that my cooking is delightful and expressed a desire to enjoy my meals daily. Therefore, while I hesitate to fabricate a lie, I cannot explain the 3 hours after school, so I shall leverage Lu Xian's name to dispel their suspicions. Indeed, my father exhaled a sigh of relief that, oh, I see. Then do your best. They say to win a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Once Xiao Shuai becomes accustomed to your cooking, he will be unable to part with you. That's splendid. Yasi, however, remained silent, merely offering me a smile. The following day, Vice Officer Zhang escorted me to school as usual. I informed him that from that day forward, he need not come to pick me up, that he asked no further questions, only inquiring, does Mayor Xia know? I spoke with my father yesterday, and he agreed. Very well, he replied, not pressing for more details. Upon entering the school gates, I encountered Rong Chunmei. Since the incident with Xia Qinyu, she had become increasingly active at school, now accompanied by several new followers. Upon spotting me, she approached with an air of mystery. Xia Yuning, where has Xia Qinyu gone? I regarded her with suspicion. How did she know? Was Yasi so indiscreet? Shouldn't such matters be handled discreetly? How do you know? I inquired that I saw it with my own eyes that I meant to ask you yesterday, but I forgot. Just now, seeing you reminded me, she explained. You saw it with your own eyes? Where? I pressed, perplexed at its Sioux City train station. I witnessed her saying farewell to her parents, standing beside a rather dashing man with luggage in hand, that I distinctly saw her follow that man into the carriage. That man was likely the vice officer accompanying her father. Escorting Xia Qinyu away, that I hadn't thought much of it. What were you doing at the train station? I asked that. Oh, it was my aunt. She is no longer at St. Christopher and plans to develop her career in Nanjing. I want to see her off yesterday, Rong Chunmei explained. Teacher Li is a straightforward person. She dedicates herself wholeheartedly when she enjoys something and leaves cleanly when she departs. Leaving St. Christopher was the right choice. She will find better opportunities ahead. That you're right. My mother said the same. I replied that we returned to our respective classes. With Xia Qinyu absent, the school days had become considerably lighter, that my classmates now approached me more readily. And the atmosphere improved significantly. After school, I rode in Du Bingxin's car to Chaohui Theater. The theater was bustling with activity today. There was a line at the ticket booth, creating an air of excitement. Are there any famous performers today? I recalled the scene from when Meng Wanner performed. That I don't know. Let's go inside and find out, Du Bingxin responded, equally intrigued. That we made our way through the corridors to the backstage area. Upon opening the curtain and entering, the troupe leader greeted us with a beaming smile, ushering us into a private dressing room. Both Du Bingxin and I were bewildered, exchanging puzzled glances at the troupe leader's enthusiasm. Have you noticed anything different today? He asked, his eyes sparkling with excitement. That Du Bingxin nodded immediately. There are indeed many people at the ticket booth today. Did you invite another renowned performer? The troupe leader laughed heartily. Today's tickets have indeed sold like hotcakes. They aren't just here for any famous performer. They've come specifically for Miss Xia. Du Bingxin and I exchanged confused looks, unable to comprehend that it was Du Bingxin who reacted first. Her eyes wide with disbelief. You mean, they paid to see her? She exclaimed, pointing at me, still in a state of shock. The troupe leader nodded that my goodness. Xia Yuning, you've become the star, Du Bingxin squealed, enveloping me in a jubilant embrace. I could hardly believe it. It felt like a dream. This was nothing short of fantastical. Was I truly becoming a star simply for performing a single act? Not only were they incredulous, but even I had not anticipated this outcome. Today's audience had come expressly for Miss Xia's rendition of Liangzhu. The troupe leader, brimming with excitement, declared that this dressing room would now be exclusively mine, and he would assign me a dedicated makeup artist. Overwhelmed with gratitude, I thanked the troupe leader profusely. Since my arrival in Sioux City, this was the most joyous moment I had experienced. That Du Bingxin appeared even more elated than I was, clasping the troupe leader's hands repeatedly in thanks. Leaving him somewhat flustered, the troupe leader summoned the makeup artist, a woman in her 40s named Hua Jie. Though her name sounded a bit flamboyant, she exuded an air of efficiency and spoke plainly. According to the troop leader, she had been in the profession for nearly 30 years. Get ready. The first performance is just like yesterday's Liangzhu, she instructed cheerfully. Hua Jie was sociable, easily warming up to me as she applied my makeup. Lavishing me with compliments that Du Bingxin, standing nearby, seemed even more thrilled, nodding in agreement with every word that in all my years in this profession, I've encountered many troops, but there are few like Miss Xia who possess both beauty and talent. Over the years, only one person has left a lasting impression on me. Hua Jie paused to adjust a hairpiece. Du Bingxin interjected curiously, surely, this must be a very famous star. Hua Jie, having secured my hair adornments, retrieved a costume hanging on a rack. Indeed, she is a legend. Even now, many people remember her. Unfortunately, her later years were quite tragic. Chapter 64. A tragic tale. Du Bingxin's curiosity was palpable, nearly bursting to hear more. Hua Jie, please don't leave us hanging. Continue with your story. It must be fascinating. Hua Jie chuckled, fastening my belt that we can share the story later. Time is short, and you must get to the stage shortly. While I too was eager to hear the rest of Hua Jie's tale, my immediate priority was to take the stage, that I set aside my curiosity and position myself backstage that as the music swelled. The curtain drew back, revealing the actor portraying Zhu Lao Yuanwei singing about a father's concerns for his daughter studying abroad. His performance was heartfelt and resonant, by the time it was my turn to appear. I had fully immersed myself in the narrative. Following the rhythm of the Yu opera, whether in sorrow or joy, the entire story was performed with heartfelt dedication, eliciting a chorus of applause from the audience. After the curtain fell, Sister Hua gave a thumbs up that Du Bingxin, tears streaming down her face, grasped my hand and I was taken aback, fearing something terrible had occurred, and hurriedly inquired with Sister Hua about her distress. Sister Hua reassured me that she was simply overwhelmed with emotion. Touched by her response, I embraced her, feeling a profound sense of connection. From this day forth, I shall officially become your devoted fan. Du Bingxin exclaimed dramatically, "Yes, it truly, so that I am held in such esteem in your eyes." I gently patted her cheek, affirming, "In my eyes, you are indeed exceptional." Sister Hua, observing us, burst into laughter, remarking, "You two are not sisters by blood. Were it not for the truth, no one would believe such a bond could exist." Our shared sentiment prompted laughter from both of us. Upon returning to the dressing room, the troop leader approached with a cheerful demeanor, stating, "Well done. The audience's reaction was splendid that a journalist wishes to meet you, as they intend to feature you on the cover of a publication. Would you like to meet them?" "No, I am not interested in doing any cover shoots at the moment. The conditions we discussed yesterday with you should remain in effect," I replied, somewhat displeased. Had he forgotten our confidentiality agreement? I aimed for Miss Xia's fame to be widely recognized throughout Sioux City. The troop leader explained, "Miss Xia, I do not seek fame. Singing is merely my passion, and I am here primarily for financial gain. Please ask the journalist to leave." "Understood, Miss Xia. Rest assured this will not happen again," he assured before departing. Sister Hua regarded me with a soft gaze, commenting, "Miss Xia, you truly resemble someone. Your movements and expressions while performing are identical. Even your recent words echo her sentiments, while I watched you from the audience. I nearly mistook you for her." "Sister Hua, what do you mean?" I asked, perplexed by her statement that Du Bingxin's face mirrored my curiosity that it is a sorrowful tale. "Would you care to hear it?" she inquired out of course. Du Bingxin replied, eagerly. 3 years into my career, I was at a grand theater, where I worked as a makeup artist for the performers. One day, a lovely young lady arrived at our troupe, expressing her desire to perform. The troupe leader, taken by her beauty, consented to everyone's astonishment. She sang but once and became an overnight sensation. The troupe leader was elated, declaring his intention to promote her as the leading star. She echoed Miss Xia's sentiments, and many performers were baffled by her decision to relinquish such a golden opportunity that others would have coveted. That it was only after I followed her that I learned she belonged to a prominent family. From a young age, she had a passion for opera, and her family indulged her by hiring a master to teach her the art. Not only was she an exceptional singer, but she also possessed remarkable martial skills, a tradition among her ethnic group. Her foray into the theater was done clandestinely, unbeknownst to her family. She was an extraordinary and captivating woman, Sister Hua concluded with a smile. The image of the person Sister Hua described conjured a familiar visage in my mind, becoming more pronounced with each passing thought. What became of her? I inquired. Sister Hua sighed. She died. What? She died. Du Bingxin and I echoed simultaneously. Yes, she perished. What transpired afterward? I pressed anxiously. Her fame continued to rise, for she never revealed herself. People only knew of the enchanting Sai Jinhua on stage, yet none had encountered the real Sai Jinhua. Her mystique only amplified her allure. She amassed considerable wealth, attracting many affluent and influential men, none of whom she deemed worthy. Eventually, she fell for a rogue. She introduced him to her family, yet they could never approve of their precious daughter consorting with such a scoundrel. Nevertheless, she was resolute in her desire to be with him. Her parents threatened to sever ties if she persisted in this relationship. Ultimately, she chose the rogue, using her earnings to acquire property, and even brought his mother to live with them, continuing her performances to support her family. About a year later, she became pregnant. By then, society had begun to unravel, with many unable to secure sustenance. Her rogue partner, having amassed wealth, attracted a multitude of followers, forming a gang as his influence grew. He became embroiled in turf wars. Eventually, he garnered a reputation and was recruited by the provisional government, transforming into a military leader. Later, when that government fell, he declared himself a king, carving out his own domain. By this time, their son was 6 or 7 years old. He returned, accompanied by another woman who was also pregnant. She, a proud woman, had never endured such humiliation. After a confrontation, she left with her child and took refuge in the theater. When the man sought her out to apologize, claiming he had sent the other woman away, she agreed to return with him. Little did she know he had deceived her, maintaining the other woman elsewhere. It was only after the child was born that she discovered the truth. This was the last time I saw her. After that, she never returned to the theater. That I later heard she had died. She attempted to leave with her child, but he refused, imprisoning her and hiding the child from her. Somehow, she managed to escape, ultimately ending her life by drowning. The man only found her shoes by the riverbank. It is a tragic tale. She concluded that it has left a profound shadow upon my heart, teaching me that men are unreliable. Even if you devote everything to them, a happy ending is not guaranteed. The story was indeed disheartening, and I hoped fervently that this woman was not Aunt Zhang. If so, how much suffering had she endured over the years? That man deserves to die, an ungrateful scoundrel. I fumed. Who is he? Du Bingxin inquired. He is now the overlord of Su City, ruling with an iron fist. Lu Dujuan? Du Bingxin and I exclaimed in unison. Sister Hua nodded. This was common knowledge at the time. It was a significant news story, widely reported in many tabloids. Was Sai Jinhua's body ever found? I asked. Sister Hua shook her head. No, it may have been swept downstream or buried in silt. That I heard that Lu Dujuan dispatched numerous people to recover her remains, but to no avail. Chapter 65. The mystery unveiled after listening to Sister Hua's narrative. My heart was filled with deeper questions. Could such coincidences truly exist in this world? The Sai Jinhua she described, a lover of opera and martial arts, had vanished around the same time. From every angle, she bore an uncanny resemblance to Aunt Zhang that I needed to ask Sister Hua one final question to ascertain whether Aunt Zhang and Sai Jinhua were indeed the same person. With that thought, a wave of anxiety washed over me. What a pity that a woman's life could be so thoroughly destroyed. Du Bingxin lamented, her mood visibly diminished, that I was too preoccupied with my own concerns to notice her sorrow, and instead turned to Sister Hua. Is her surname Zhang? Is she called Zhang Yulan? Sister Hua looked at me in astonishment. Her name is indeed Zhang Yulan. How did you know? My mind buzzed with realization. At this juncture, the events were falling into place with astonishing clarity. This revelation was simply unbelievable. Xia Yuning, what is wrong with you? Sister Hua asked, drawing my attention back to her. Du Bingxin nudged me gently, that I regained my composure, realizing I had been too overt in my reaction. I heard my mother mention it before, which is how I knew her surname was Zhang and her name was Zhang Yulan. I fabricated a casual explanation. I exited the Chaohui Theater. The clock had struck 8 that evening. The troupe leader had given me a small sum, equivalent to 1% of the total ticket sales. A modest yet satisfying first paycheck that illuminated a glimmer of hope in my otherwise dim existence. Yes, there was still a chance for brighter days ahead. The Du Bingxin accompanied me home, where I found my father and Yaji still awake, and on the table before the sofa lay the red invitations. Once again arranged neatly, that my curiosity piqued. What purpose did they serve at this hour? Did they intend to continue with Aunt Yaji's birthday celebration? Upon noticing my return, their faces lit up with joy. Ninger, you're back. Come here, Yaji beckoned. I settled beside her as she said, help me choose which invitation looks best. I inquired, is this for Aunt Yaji's birthday celebration? Yes, it is indeed for your Aunt Yaji's birthday. Given all that has transpired recently, it seems fitting to host this celebration to dispel any ill fortune. My father explained that it wise to hold a birthday celebration at such a time. Aren't you concerned about becoming a laughingstock or the subject of gossip? I could see through their intentions. Why were they so determined to proceed? Was there something more to this gathering? I glanced at Yaji, who wore a gentle smile, suggesting there was more beneath the surface. That I casually picked up an invitation adorned with red and white lace. Handing it to Yaji with a smile, I find this one to be quite elegant and fitting for Aunt Yaji's noble character. Yaji accepted the invitation, grinning as she remarked, Ninger, you are becoming quite the charmer. That will go with this one. I nodded in agreement, pleased with the choice. Father laughed heartily in agreement and chatted for a while before heading upstairs to rest. I placed the money I had earned into the drawer, a sense of satisfaction swelling within me that I found difficult to articulate. I intended to save this money as a safety net for myself. After securely locking the drawer, I climbed into bed. As soon as I closed my eyes, thoughts of Yassi's birthday celebration flooded my mind. What did she want to do? To ward off misfortune. Such nonsensical talk would likely fail to convince even her. With Xia Qinyu sent away and the scar-faced man making an appearance, holding a birthday banquet on the cusp of controversy, what connections did these events share? My mind felt like a tangled mess, and I struggled to untangle it, yet I could find no point of clarity. It was late into the night before I finally fell asleep. Before I knew it, Friday had arrived, these past few days. Du Bingxin had truly embraced her role as my little assistant, eagerly trailing after me to the theater every day after school. That I felt a bit guilty for constantly bothering her, but she insisted that she was worried about me being alone. If I truly felt uncomfortable, she suggested I pay her a salary, as she was eager to experience the thrill of earning money. That I knew she cared for me deeply. She was a kind-hearted girl. This friendship could be likened to the bond one shared with my mother, for her kindness rekindled a flicker of warmth in my increasingly indifferent heart. In recent days, my enigmatic presence had piqued the curiosity of many regarding my background. They offered gifts and money in hopes of seeing me, all of which I returned in kind, further intensifying their intrigue. The number of people coming to see my performances grew steadily, as I only staged one show per day, and ticket prices continued to rise. Despite this, every performance was met with a full house. My income surged, just as Huajie had predicted. I would become the second Sai Jinhua. I had chosen the stage name Sai Jinhua myself. Initially, Du Bingxin reacted strongly, claiming the name was tacky and reminiscent of the monikers used in brothels, deeming it unworthy of me and significantly lowering my taste. She vehemently opposed it. However, Huajie argued that it was a fine name. Having witnessed the former Sai Jinhua's immense popularity, she believed that adopting this name might bring me good fortune. And indeed, she was correct. In present-day Sioux City, Sai Jinhua had begun to gain some renown. This name was not chosen arbitrarily. The skills I possessed in opera were imparted to me by her. Although I had never formally apprenticed under her, in my heart, she was my mentor. Her passion for the art form made it my duty to carry on her legacy. Today's repertoire was The Romance of the West Chamber, my favorite play. With everything in place, the notes of the eru began to resonate, the melodious strains heralding the commencement of the performance. I slowly ascended the stage. And as my dulcet tones filled the air, the previously cacophonous audience fell silent, their attention captivated solely by my voice. I performed with fervor, and the audience watched intently. By chance, I spotted a familiar figure in the VIP section on the second floor. His gaze contemplative as he regarded me. My heart skipped a beat, and I felt a sudden wave of anxiety wash over me. I was adorned in heavy makeup. He might not recognize me. I forcibly suppressed my unease and continued my performance. Wasn't Lu Xian's military government always busy? How could he spare time to come here and listen to opera? Yet upon reflection, I realized that it must have been the allure of the name Sai Jinhua that drew him in. Given the current popularity of Sai Jinhua, it was impossible for him to remain unaware. Anyone would be compelled by curiosity to come and see. Moreover, the name Sai Jinhua had once belonged to his mother. Now, I regretted adopting this name, having overlooked the fact that Sai Jinhua was Lu Xian's mother. His presence disrupted my plans. If he were to discover my identity, would he not attempt to prevent me from continuing my performances here? Wouldn't that sever my means of livelihood? This was something he could not be allowed to know. Finally, the performance concluded, and I hurried back to the dressing room. Huajie and Du Bingxin had followed closely behind. As I ran, I hastily shed my costume. Chapter 66. Becoming Lu Xian's woman, Du Bingxin and Huajie were puzzled, unaware of the unfolding circumstances. What happened? Du Bingxin asked anxiously. With Huajie beside me, I hesitated to explain. Instead, turning to her. Huajie, could you please inform the troop leader that I need to leave early? I'll collect my payment tomorrow. All right, Huajie replied, rushing out. What is going on? Du Bingxin pressed that Lu Xian is upstairs. I gasped, wiping the makeup from my face. What are you worried about? Just sing your opera. It has nothing to do with him. You have no reason to be afraid, Du Bingxin sighed in relief. I had never shared my agreement with Lu Xian with Du Bingxin, so she was entirely in the dark. There was no way for me to explain it to her clearly. It was a long story, and I had no time to elaborate. Let's hurry, I urged, pulling Du Bingxin towards the exit. Just then, I caught sight of Lu Xian heading backstage. Thankfully, I was quick enough to avoid an encounter that we soon exited and boarded Du Bingxin's car, which sped away from Chaohui Grand Theater. As the vehicle smoothly made its way towards my home, I let out a deep breath. Are you all right? Du Bingxin asked. Do you think the troop leader might betray me under Lu Xian's pressure? I voiced my concerns that no, he wouldn't do that we have a deal. Remember? Besides, Chaohui Theater belongs to my brother. He wouldn't risk his livelihood. You can rest easy, Du Bingxin reassured me. Her words made sense, easing my worries. Xia Yuning, don't fear him. That incident is behind you. You can't act like a mouse fleeing from a cat at the sight of him. That's not your style, Du Bingxin remarked indignantly. I too felt I might have been overreacting. Why did my first instinct upon seeing him have to be anxiety and a desire to flee? Why should I fear him, even if he knew I was performing there? What of it? I hadn't stolen, committed a crime, or done anything wrong. He merely asked me to be his mistress and to sever ties with Long Yingtian. He hadn't demanded anything else. That Du Bingxin wrapped her arm around my shoulders. Speaking softly, I understand you, that if I had gone through what you have, I might not be so composed either. Try not to dwell on these matters. Get some rest tonight, and by tomorrow, you'll have forgotten everything. I nodded in agreement. Returning home early, I noticed the wall clock indicated it was still before 7. Father and Yasi were equally surprised. Asking why I was home so early, I simply smiled, unwilling to share any disingenuous or unwilling words. I felt utterly exhausted. After a quick shower, I climbed into bed. In a drowsy haze, I caught a whiff of a pungent smell of alcohol. Upon opening my eyes, I saw a dark silhouette sitting at the edge of my bed. Startled, my first thought was of Long Yingtian. I immediately sat up, a flicker of happiness igniting within me as I whispered, Long Yingtian, is that you? The shadow remained silent, unmoving. That a sense of unease washed over me. If it were Long Yingtian, he would not be so quiet and frightening. Gazing into the darkness, my scalp prickled. You are Lu Xian, I murmured. Indeed, came his chilling response. How did you get in? I asked, instinctively tightening my grip on the blanket in defense. He remained silent, and I glanced at the open window, quickly realizing he had entered just like Long Yingtian. Have you been drinking? I inquired, reaching for the lamp by the bed. That he grasped my hand, lifting me effortlessly into his embrace, settling me on his lap without uttering a word as he began to remove my clothing. My loose nightgown fell away with ease. That he kissed me with a fervor akin to a torrential downpour. Lu Xian, let me go, I protested, struggling against him. That he lifted me onto the bed, shedding his own clothes as he pinned me beneath him. Helpless, I could only watch as he discarded his garments one by one. Despair washed over me, and I ceased to resist. Had I not prepared myself for this? It was the condition of our exchange. That he pressed down upon me, his voice low and gravelly, filled with temptation. Ninger, be my woman, will you? Lu Xian tirelessly ravished me throughout the night. I was utterly drained, succumbing to a deep slumber. When I awoke, Lu Xian was gone. I had no idea when he had left. I crawled out of bed, feeling sore and weak, a vague swelling sensation making me uncomfortable. Struggling to rise, I made my way to the bathroom for a shower. Then my stomach growled in protest, and glancing at the time, I realized it was already 11:30. Suddenly, it dawned on me. How did Lucien leave? He couldn't have exited through the window in broad daylight. Surely he must have used the front door. It was the weekend, and Father was home with the entire family. If Lucien had brazenly walked out, I would be utterly humiliated to face them. Having not eaten the previous evening, my stomach began to protest once more. Growling incessantly, I opened the door and descended the stairs, finding my family gathered together. Father was seated on the sofa, reading the newspaper, while Yasi dressed Haoyu. Lu Ma was bustling about in the kitchen when Yasi first caught sight of me. With a smile, she inquired, "Ninger, you're awake. Why not sleep a little longer?" I offered an awkward smile in response, confessing my hunger. "I'm famished, and I asked there anything to eat." "The meal is ready and waiting for you," she replied. Just then my father approached, his face beaming with joy. "Child, the young Marshal is staying at our home, and you didn't even mention it." Seeing him come down from upstairs startled us that I wasn't aware he was coming. I explained, genuinely reluctant to engage in such discussions. "Well then, let us eat," I added. "The young Marshal informed us earlier that he would send an aide to escort you this evening." Chapter 67, Mr. Lin is a spy. After enduring the awkwardness of the meal, I felt the urge to step outside, and my father suggested that Zhang accompany me, but I declined that he sensed my discontent, and perhaps guessed a few things. Thus he refrained from insisting, that he merely cautioned me not to wander too far, as the neighborhood was quite safe. That I chose to ignore his advice, stepping outside and hailing a rickshaw. I had no particular destination in mind, so I instructed the driver to continue forward. The driver tirelessly maneuvered through alleys while I drifted aimlessly like a soul adrift as I passed the International Hotel. Thoughts of Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin flooded my mind. That a sudden realization struck me. I knew precisely where I wanted to go. The couple had no children, and I had often intended to visit them, but had never found the opportunity. I instructed the driver to take me to International Road, stopping in front of a narrow alley. After paying the fare, I dismissed the driver and ventured into the alley. The rain had poured heavily that day, and with the downpour, I was uncertain which house belonged to them. Hesitating, I sought someone to inquire for directions. I scanned the area, a man in a top hat and long robe, clutching a briefcase. Approached, I stepped forward. "Excuse me, sir, could you assist me? Do you know where the Lin family resides? What is your relation to him?" he asked, his eyes glinting with an unsettling sharpness that I found him rather peculiar. His demeanor suggesting ill intentions. "That if you're unaware, then I shall take my leave," I said, attempting to walk away. He obstructed my path, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "I know where he is. Come with me." His actions only deepened my suspicions. "That I no need for that. I'll find him on my own," I insisted, sidestepping him. His countenance shifted to one of menace, a snarl escaping his lips as he seized my shoulder. "You wish to leave? You must be in cahoots with him." In broad daylight. "What do you intend to do?" I retorted, my voice laced with fury. "Come with me and behave. Otherwise, you shall regret it," he threatened, attempting to twist my arm behind me. I swiftly lifted my foot and stomped down hard on his. Taken aback by my sudden aggression, he released me, clutching his foot and howling in pain. Seizing the opportunity before he could recover, I delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. I pressed my elbow against his neck, and after a brief struggle, he yielded, lying submissively on the ground, pleading for mercy. I had expected him to be formidable, but he proved utterly inept. "Please spare me, noble lady," he whimpered. "You just accused me of being in league with Mr. Lin. What did you mean by that? What has happened to him?" with a quiver in his voice. He replied, "The military government took Mr. Lin and his wife 2 days ago, claiming he is a spy. A spy? What do you mean? How could Mr. Lin be a spy? Explain yourself clearly," I demanded, increasing the pressure of my leg against him. "Please, noble lady, ease up. My neck is about to break," he cried out. "Speak," I insisted, loosening my grip slightly. I overheard them say that they found a wanted criminal at Mr. Lin's home, someone the military has been hunting. They claim he stole important documents and was gathering military secrets to pass on. These individuals are spies. The revelation struck me with shock. How could Mr. Lin be implicated as a spy, if he were not? Why would a fugitive be found at his residence? Spare me. I am no spy. Why did you seize me then? They mentioned that this group has accomplices. That a bounty of $10 silver is offered for capturing one. I presumed you were seeking Mr. Lin as an ally. Understanding dawned upon me. He mistook me for one of Mr. Lin's associates. Having exhausted my inquiries and recognizing his ineffectiveness, I released him with a kick. Scram! He scrambled away, retreating in haste that Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin had fallen into Lu Xian's clutches. There would be no favorable outcome. He had rescued me in my time of need, and regardless of their alleged treachery. I could not stand idly by while they faced calamity to uncover the truth. I needed to seek Lu Xian and devise a plan that I hastily called for another rickshaw to head to the military government in search of Lu Xian. Arriving at the military government, I stood before the imposing entrance flanked by two formidable soldiers. Approaching one, I greeted, "Hello, I'm here to see the young Marshal. May I enter?" Not without the young Marshal's consent. "Remain here while I inform him," the soldier replied sternly before disappearing inside. Anxiety gnawed at me that Mr. Lin had been captured 2 days prior. Surely he had been interrogated by now, that I wondered whether Lu Xian had resorted to torture. In my haste, I pondered how I would approach Lu Xian upon meeting him. The soldier soon returned, granting me permission to enter, that I hurriedly stepped inside, passing the torture chamber, where the door stood ajar. Slowing my pace, a waft of bloodiness assaulted my senses, and I instinctively covered my mouth and nose with my hand. Peering inside, I glimpsed a figure bound to a cross, bloodied and beaten, head lolling to one side. Obscuring his features, that a bare-chested man was viciously interrogating the prisoner, spitting on his face while hissing, "Speak, damn you!" The man looked familiar. Wasn't he the one who had been with Meng Wanna? Did this mean Meng Wanna had also been apprehended? Could there be a connection between her capture and Mr. Lin's? If so, rescuing Mr. Lin would be an arduous task. "Come here. What are you standing there for?" A sudden voice startled me, that I turned to see Lu Xian standing nearby. Regarding me with a gentle expression, that I froze, taken aback by the absence of malice in his smile. Was this truly the same Lu Xian? Obediently, I approached him as he bent down to take my hand. Leading me into his office, seated on the office sofa, Lu Xian pulled me onto his lap, but I pushed away. "This is a place of business. It would be embarrassing if someone walked in." "They want to enter without my permission," he assured me, his gaze softening. That Lu Xian's rapid change in demeanor was unexpected. Had the events of the previous night influenced him so significantly? If that were the case, I should seize this opportunity to charm him and glean the information I sought. That Lu Xian, "What would you like to eat tonight?" "I shall prepare it for you, that I wish to consume you." He replied playfully. "To be serious. I'm speaking earnestly. Let us have dumplings, that I long for the ones you make." "Very well." That Lu Xian's adoring gaze caught me off guard. That Lu Xian, "I saw the prisoner in the torture chamber earlier. What was his crime?" Lu Xian did not withhold the truth, meeting my gaze as he answered, "He is an accomplice of Meng Wanner." "Ditto. So Meng Wanner has also been captured?" I inquired. "Indeed. They have all been apprehended. However, we have yet to find the military city's defense map." Chapter 68. "You are a cunning fox. The military city's defense map is not in their possession." I was taken aback. Logically, if they were still in Sioux City, it should still be with them. They have thoroughly searched their residence but found nothing. Lu Xian explained, studying me closely. That a wave of guilt washed over me, for the loss of the military defense map was largely my fault. With Meng Wanner captured, she would undoubtedly reveal my involvement in helping them escape. That I felt compelled to confess that I must admit something to you, that I did indeed assist in Meng Wanner's escape. But I have no ties to her. At the time, I was in the restroom stall when they burst in, exchanging tearful farewells. That I believe they were suffering due to your persecution, and in a moment of impulsiveness, I acted wrongly. That I spoke sincerely, hoping my honesty would resonate with him. That I appreciate your candor. That I have already investigated this matter. You are indeed not connected to them. However, you bear significant responsibility for the loss of the military city's defense map. If we can recover it, consider it a mere fright. But if it has already been dispatched, Sioux City's stability will be compromised in a matter of days. This was a source of my anxiety and regret. I hadn't anticipated Lu Xian would speak so gently about such serious matters. That if we could retrieve the military defense map, perhaps Lu Xian would spare Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin. With that thought in mind, I tentatively broached the subject. "Lu Xian, if I help you locate the military defense map, would you consider releasing Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin?" I studied Lu Xian's expression, hesitating as I asked, "What is your connection to them?" Lu Xian's expression was filled with doubt. That I recounted to him how I came to know Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin, emphasizing that regardless of their status, they extended a helping hand during my time of distress, which fundamentally attests to their inherent kindness, that I felt that such individuals deserve an opportunity. That do you know the whereabouts of the military defense map? He did not respond to my question, instead regarding me with suspicion. Noticing his expression, I regretted my haste and quickly clarified, I do not know where the military defense map is, but I am certain it has not been sent away, that it remains hidden somewhere. Well, do tell. Lucien appeared intrigued. Since Meng Wanner and her associates were not forthcoming, it indicated that the item was still in Sioux City. They understood that by withholding it, they retained their value and a chance at survival, not only for themselves but also for their loved ones. I paused to glance at Lucien, who wore a look of approval as he urged me to continue. During our last encounter at the Chaui Theater, the words of farewell exchanged between Meng Wanner and that man revealed that their role as spies was coerced, much like Xiao Taohong. Perhaps their families were also in Ning Mingxi's grasp, which is why they could not divulge any information, that if they have already entrusted the military defense map to someone else and are deliberately withholding that information. That is also a possibility, Lucien remarked. The likelihood of that is minimal. They were compelled to undertake this task, and the military defense map serves as their lifeline. Since they are still trapped in Sioux City, how could they possibly allow it to be taken elsewhere? Once the map is out, their lives would hold no value to Ning Mingche. They are not so foolish. Your analysis is quite astute. So, how do you intend to make them reveal the location of the military defense map? Lucien inquired, curiosity etched on his face. Young Marshal, please promise me this. If they disclose the whereabouts of the military defense map, will you spare their lives? I expressed my apprehensions, uncertain if this condition would provoke his eye, or Lucien raised an eyebrow, hesitating briefly before slamming his hand on the table. Very well, as long as you can retrieve the military defense map. I will let them go. That I felt a surge of joy at his swift agreement, which was indeed surprising. That I shared my thoughts with him, and upon hearing them, Lucien planted a firm kiss on my forehead. Laughing heartily, I have always said you are a clever little fox, both intelligent and cunning. I proceeded to the cell where Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin were held. The two were pitifully huddled in a corner on a pile of straw. Their garments were torn and bloodied from the lash of a whip, leaving dark crimson stains on the ground and grass. That Lucien's methods were notoriously ruthless. As the jailer opened the cell door, Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin awoke, and upon seeing me, a flicker of surprise crossed their haggard faces. They exchanged glances. Miss Xia, how did you end up here? In just a few days, Mr. Lin's hair had turned nearly white, and he appeared as feeble as a beggar abandoned on the streets, stripped of his previous elegance and grace. The sight was heart-wrenching. That I crouched before them. That Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, I have come to take you away from here. Leave here? Is that truly the case? Mrs. Lin exclaimed, grasping my hand in delight. That it is true. Come with me, I affirmed, holding her icy hand. She joyfully turned to Mr. Lin. Old Lin, Miss Xia has come to rescue us. Mr. Lin, however, did not share Mrs. Lin's exuberance. That he regarded me with caution and suspicion. How could you be here? Who exactly are you? I anticipated that my sudden arrival would raise his suspicions, which was only natural. I did not intend to keep everything from him. That my father is Xiao Fengtian, the mayor of Sioux City. That my relationship with the young Marshal is also significant. That Mr. Lin's expression darkened. Oh, you have long suspected me. Your approach to us was driven by ulterior motives. That is not the case. That I did not seek to draw near to you intentionally. The other day, the Xiao Manor and the military governor's office were discussing my marriage with the young Marshal. Later, after a quarrel with him, I ran out into a torrential downpour and happened to knock on your door. Please believe me. Everything I say is true. I implored. That Mr. Lin's demeanor softened upon hearing my words. Then how did you know we were in trouble? It is the weekend, and I came to visit you. Upon reaching your home, a man targeted me, claiming you were spies who had been captured and that I was an accomplice. He intended to take me to the military government for a reward of 10 silver dollars. That it was then that I realized you were in danger and worried about you, which is why I came to seek the young Marshal. The young Marshal is currently interrogating them. Meng Wanner and that man have already confessed everything. They revealed all. Both Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin wore expressions of disbelief, exchanging glances. That Mr. Lin asserted, they have said everything. That is impossible. They would never divulge such information. Chapter 69. Mr. Lin's secret. Mr. Lin did not believe my words. Why wouldn't they? This is the deal struck between Meng Wanner and the young Marshal. That if they surrender the military defense map, Not only will the young Marshal spare their lives, but he will also find a way to rescue their loved ones, allowing them to reunite. Do you think they would refuse such terms? Mr. Lin's countenance was grim, and I could not discern what thoughts occupied his mind. Old Lin, given the circumstances, we cannot afford to seek our own demise, that we have already been exposed, and the military defense map is back in the young Marshal's hands. They will not spare us. Have we not long sought to extricate ourselves from them? We need not persist any longer. If what Miss Xia says is true, this represents an opportunity, that we must seize it. Mrs. Lin urged. Mr. Lin's expression showed signs of yielding as he glanced at Mrs. Lin and sighed. It is not as easy as you think. I understood Mr. Lin's concerns. Rest assured, regardless of your past actions, the young Marshal will not hold it against you. He will also ensure your safety in Sioux City, that I promise you. Trust me, will you? Miss Xia, thank you. Turning to Mr. Lin, she said, Old Lin, do not dwell on it. Trust Miss Xia. She will not harm us. That Mr. Lin let out a long sigh and finally nodded in agreement. I assisted Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin out of the prison. As we passed the interrogation room, I deliberately slowed my pace. The door was ajar, revealing a bare-chested man tidying up inside. Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin glanced inside as well. I did not linger, guiding Mrs. Lin step by step toward Lucien's office. As we passed another office adjacent to Lucien's, I noticed Meng Wanner and that unsteady man seated inside, their attention drawn to the commotion outside. Meng Wanner and the man looked out just in time to see Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin, surprise etched on their faces, while Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin maintained a calm demeanor. After a brief pause, I brought them into Lucien's office. On the coffee table sat 2 glasses of water, and I took a seat beside Mr. and Mrs. Lin, while Lucien occupied the opposite chair, accompanied by an aide taking notes. That Lucien offered Mr. Lin a cigarette, which he accepted, taking a deep drag and exhaling a cloud of smoke. That Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, your presence in my office signifies that we have reached a mutual agreement, that I will uphold Miss Xia's promises to you. So do not harbor any reservations. Meng Wanner has accepted our terms and has disclosed everything. Therefore, you should know what to do. You can rest assured we will be completely honest with you, Mrs. Lin assured. Mr. Lin continued to smoke thoughtfully, while Lucien remained patient. Only when the cigarette in Mr. Lin's hand had nearly burned down did Lucien speak slowly. Now, please tell me, where is the military defense map hidden? Mr. Lin smiled wryly. Young Marshal, at this point, there is no need for further tests. Since I am here, I will not withhold any information. The military defense map is in Meng Wanner's possession, and I do not know where she has hidden it. My only contact with her was after she stole the military defense map, and was subsequently wanted by the young Marshal. I am in touch with Xiao Taohong from the Zui Xianglu. This time, she was the one who facilitated the connection, claiming it was an order from above for me to protect Meng Wanner and her associates. That MY Yard is large, and typically few people visit. Thus, they were allowed to reside in my home. Meng Wanner and her companions were exceedingly cautious, never broaching the subject of the military defensive maps in my presence. However, the higher-ups insisted that they hand over the maps to me for safekeeping. They were quite resistant to this notion, expressing reluctance to comply. They argued that if I possessed the means to smuggle the maps out, I could similarly facilitate their escape, that I understood their fears. Once the maps were surrendered, their utility would be nullified. Not only would the young Marshal of Sioux City seek to eliminate her, but even the higher authorities would not spare her, that if they were apprehended. Their identities would be compromised. Therefore, their refusal to relinquish the military maps was, in fact, justified. That I scoured every nook and cranny of the house, yet the elusive map remained absent. The higher-ups, at their wits' end, urged me to devise a plan for their escape. But the exits of Sioux City were tightly secured by the young Marshal's vigilant watch, that I found myself powerless and could only delay until the young Marshal eventually captured me. Lucien nodded in satisfaction. Your superior, Ning Mingche, aside from your organization, are there any other factions involved? Mr. Lin shook his head, that we generally maintain a singular line of communication. Even if there were others, it would be beyond our knowledge. However, I am aware of one thing, that Lucien set down his cup, fixing his gaze upon Mr. Lin. What is it? About a week ago, I received a directive from above, instructing me to prepare a camera to track an individual. This individual is none other than Long Ingtian, the leader of the Qing gang. That it was said that he might undertake significant action soon, and my only task was to document his movements. This revelation took me by surprise. Why was Ning Mingxie gathering intelligence on Long Yingtian? Just a week prior, had he not been involved in the assassination of Hans and the transportation of arms? What connection existed between Ning Mingxie and Long Yingtian? Where was Long Yingtian now? A plethora of questions swirled within me. Did you manage to capture any images? Lu Xian inquired. Of course, but I only managed a few shots. He was exceedingly wary that I dared not approach too closely, merely trailing him from a distance that I witnessed him plunge a knife into Hans's heart. Hans did not even struggle. He simply perished that I snapped 2 photographs, both of which were indistinct. One only captured his silhouette, while the other caught a blurred profile, rendering it impossible to identify him. Thus, those images were practically useless. That I exhaled in relief. Are the photographs still in your possession? Lu Xian asked. They have already been sent out. I doubt they will prove useful. They are far too blurred. Do you have any knowledge of Ning Mingxi's clandestine dealings with Long Yingtian? Lu Xian probed further. Mr. Lin raised a glass of water from the table, taking a couple of sips as if contemplating. After a moment, he shook his head. That I am uncertain about any covert interactions between them. However, I do know that since Ning Mingxie instructed me to gather evidence of Long Yingtian's crimes, his intention must be to hold leverage over Long Yingtian. What he plans to do with that leverage remains unknown. Chapter 70. Ming Wanner spoke up. This is an unsettling piece of information. Despite the gravity of the situation, Lu Xian's demeanor remained composed as his gaze shifted between me and Mr. Lin. Aside from these, have you received any other assignments recently? Lu Xian queried. Mr. Lin shook his head. No, ever since the photographs were dispatched, I have received no further word. However, this is quite normal. In our line of work, tasks are not constant. There are often more tranquil periods. Lu Xian continued to pose various questions, to which Mr. Lin responded in kind. My mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Long Yingtian and Ning Mingxie, rendering me oblivious to their subsequent conversation. Before long, their discussion came to a close. Lu Xian instructed his aide to escort Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin to a temporary residence I had arranged for them. I promised Mrs. Lin that I would visit them that evening. They followed the aide away, leaving only Lu Xian and me in the office. Are you concerned about Long Yingtian? Lu Xian asked as he organized the documents on the desk. I did not wish to deceive him. He was astute enough to see through any falsehoods. It was better to speak the truth. Based on your understanding, why does Ning Mingxie seek evidence of Long Yingtian's crimes? There's no harm in telling you. Although Long Yingtian and Ning Mingxie appear to have no overt connections, my understanding is that they do, in fact, have deep clandestine ties. Since Ning Mingxie desires leverage over Long Yingtian, it suggests that there is a significant issue between them, one that runs deep. He appears to be under some form of threat, which compels him to seek leverage over Long Yingtian. Lu Xian's words prompted me to reflect on the entire sequence of events, leading to my own analysis. Ning Mingxi's objective in stealing the military defensive maps of Sioux City was undoubtedly for the benefit of Sioux City itself. He aspired to transform Sioux City into his domain, akin to Ning City. Thus could Long Yingtian be entwined in this scheme. With Lu Xian's relentless pursuit of him in Sioux City, the Qing gang situation there was precarious. It was plausible that he and Ning Mingxie could join forces to confront Lu Xian, each pursuing their own agenda. I recalled Long Yingtian mentioning that Lu Xian had long coveted the vast enterprises of the Qing gang, bolstered by military government support. While the Qing gang was formidable, many aspects were restrained by the military government. Challenging the military government directly with the Qing gang would be a gamble with little chance of success. Therefore, a collaboration between him and Ning Mingxie was certainly feasible. However, both men had their respective motives. It was unlikely they would unite as one. Ning Mingxie could not fully control Long Yingtian, seeking to gain leverage over him to turn him into a mere puppet for his own purposes. This was also a possibility. Thus, was there a connection between Long Yingtian and Ning Mingxie regarding the theft of the military maps? Or was he involved in the conspiracy as well? These remained mere speculations on my part. Enough of this. I must head next door. Will you remain here or accompany me? Lu Xian rose and approached me. I will go with you, I replied. Standing up, he shrugged, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Very well. He took my hand, and I instinctively attempted to withdraw. This behavior will invite ridicule. Not at all. They will simply pretend not to see why the entrance stood 2 aides who, true to Lu Xian's words, held expressions of seriousness and solemnity. Ming Wanner regarded me with astonishment before glancing at Lucien, a smirk playing on her lips. Young Marshal, have you found a new favorite so quickly? She is not a favorite. She is my fiancée and will one day be my wife, Lucien replied, his tone devoid of emotion, that I gazed at Lucien in disbelief. When had I become his fiancée? His future wife? Had he not always referred to me as his mistress? Lucien met my astonished gaze, a smile breaking through his icy demeanor, that I had to admit, this side of him was not entirely unappealing. Congratulations, young Marshal, Ming Wanner said with palpable disdain. Now, tell me, where are the military defensive maps? Lucien inquired. That I have already stated that I do not know, I replied. Did you not interrogate Mr. Lin and his wife? Did they not reveal anything to you? They are quite astute and have acquiesced to my terms. They confessed to all their actions, and now they enjoy their freedom, residing safely in the accommodations I arranged for them. They will be secure as they continue their lives in Sioux City. Should you surrender the military maps, you too will be afforded the same privileges. Ming Wanner exchanged glances with a man beside her. I do not trust you. You will not let us go. You are not so benevolent. Having witnessed Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin enter Lucien's office, it was impossible for Ming Wanner to remain unconvinced. Her words were merely a means to elicit a promise from Lucien. Miss Ming, you are well aware that even if you do not surrender the military maps, it will not significantly impact the young Marshal. After all, both of you are here. No one will know where the maps are hidden to the average person. They would simply be worthless scraps of paper. The young Marshal understands that you are compelled by circumstance, which is why you have been given this opportunity, that if you disclose the location of the maps, you can reunite with this man by your side and live happily, protected by the young Marshal. What's the harm in taking a gamble? What if you win? I added, echoing Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin's situation. Her words rang true, that if you simply surrender the maps, I will not hold you accountable for any of your actions. Should you doubt me, you can take a chance. You have nothing to lose, Lucien stated. Ming Wanner bowed her head in silence, that Lucien remained unhurried. Since entering the room, he had maintained a firm grasp on my hand. His hand was large and enveloping, and despite my attempts to extricate myself, he held on tightly. After a lengthy pause, Ming Wanner lifted her head. Very well, I will heed Miss Xia's advice and take the gamble. I have never lived for myself with such abandon. If I win, I will reclaim everything I have lost and live life anew. That I smiled and nodded. Everything will unfold as you wish. Thank you. The military defensive maps of Sioux City are hidden in the well within Mr. Lin's courtyard, encased in a yellow, rectangular copper box, wrapped in waterproof oilcloth, secured against the well's wall. Ming Wanner remarked that it was so cleverly concealed that had she not revealed it, no one would have ever suspected that she had hidden the military defense map within the well's wall. That Lucien instructed his aide outside to fetch the blueprints from Mr. Lin's residence in Wangwei Alley. Subsequently, Ming Wanner recounted how she had been coerced by Ning Mingxie to seduce Lucien in the process of stealing the blueprints. They waited until the aide returned with the yellow copper box from Mr. Lin's home. Upon Ming Wanner's confirmation, she used the key that hung around her neck to unlock the box. The blueprints retrieved were, as confirmed by Lucien, indeed the missing military defense map of Sioux City. Chapter 71. Once more. Thus, this affair reached a perfect conclusion. The military defense map was returned to Lucien without any peril, but I feared that Lucien might renege on our agreement and dispose of them behind my back. I insisted on accompanying him to the residence of Mr. and Mrs. Lin, which was a modest courtyard adorned with flowers and grass, rather elegant in its simplicity. Soldiers stood guard around the perimeter. Lucien assured me that this was only temporary, and once these matters settled, they would be relocated. Mr. and Mrs. Lin expressed their satisfaction, with Mrs. Lin stating that their survival hinged upon my efforts, that I felt a twinge of guilt, for my actions were not entirely honorable. Yet, having spared their lives, I found some solace in my heart. After exchanging pleasantries, I followed Lucien home. The carriage rolled into the courtyard, halting before the small white building that as I alighted. Lucien used his key to unlock the door. Aunt Jean was absent today. I had just slipped into my slippers when Lucien abruptly pressed me against the wall. Knowing I had come here, I was aware of what might unfold. However, I was unprepared for Lucien's eagerness. He tore open his collar, as if the air had become too thin for him to breathe. His lips descended upon mine, that I evaded him, saying, Lucien, wait, we're at the entrance. His voice was hoarse. I can't wait. The shoe cabinet collapsed, the rug crumpled, and my slippers flew off. Lost in the commotion that I in the ensuing struggle, I found myself sprawled on the ground. Unable to rise, that Lucien chuckled as he lifted me effortlessly from the floor. His strength remained unscathed. "Come, let us ascend the stairs and try again," he said with a mischievous grin. "No, put me down. I'm hungry. I want to eat." I promptly refused, fearing that another encounter would leave me incapacitated. "That I am also hungry. Let us eat upstairs, and I shall ensure you are well fed." He laughed heartily, completely misinterpreting my intent as he kicked open the bedroom door. Another tumultuous entanglement ensued. That Lucien's prowess was formidable, and in his grasp, I felt like a mere toy, utterly defenseless. Exhausted, I succumbed to slumber, only to awaken at dawn to find Lucien missing. He must have left for an errand. As I attempted to rise, my body ached. Recollections of the previous night flooded my mind, and my cheeks burned with embarrassment as I touched my slightly warm face. Thankfully, Lucien was nowhere to be found, and I crawled out of bed, my legs weak, nearly causing me to falter, and my limbs felt foreign, light and unsteady as I stepped out the door, catching a whiff of a delightful aroma. Aunt Jean had arrived, I mused. Descending the stairs through the living room, I glanced around. Indeed, Lucien was not present. He must have gone out. Lazily, I strolled towards the kitchen, with the enticing scent of sizzling bacon wafted through the air. I recalled the last time I visited. Aunt Jean had made a delectable bacon and egg roll. Upon entering the kitchen, the sight before me was so surreal that I nearly believed I was dreaming. Lucien stood there in a crisp white shirt, impeccably tailored, skillfully placing the fried bacon into a bowl. The sharp lines of his profile were striking as he turned to face me. A gentle smile gracing his features. "That you're awake. Sit at the dining table, that tea will be ready shortly." That I was still in shock as I approached the table. That I asked, this truly Lucien? How could he possibly be preparing these dishes? His transformation from yesterday to now was astounding, leading me to question whether I had been trapped in an extraordinarily long dream. Lucien placed a bowl of noodles before me, adorned with a few greens, a fried egg, and 2 strips of bacon resting atop. That he took a seat across from me, his tone soft. "What is the matter? Don't you like it?" "Lucien, are you feeling all right?" I inquired. That he glanced at himself. Puzzled, "I'm fine." "Why do you ask? You've been acting strangely since yesterday, and now you're in the kitchen making me breakfast. Are you sure you?" I hesitated on how to articulate my concerns. "Eat up. The noodles will lose their appeal if they sit too long," he replied, bowing his head to eat. Evading my question, that I lowered my gaze to the noodles. They were quite delicious, a feast for the senses. "Your culinary skills are commendable. This is excellent," I stated sincerely. "That I'm glad you like it. I was worried it wouldn't suit your taste," Lucien responded, his words sweetening my heart. That if only he could remain like this, he would indeed be quite endearing. "Why didn't Aunt Jean come today?" I asked. That I told her not to come today. "I'm staying in," Lucien replied. "What does he mean?" "Just because he is not going out today." "Aunt Jean, doesn't he need to come?" I stole a glance at him, only to meet his mischievous grin. "That we have matters to attend to today. Aunt Jean's presence would be inconvenient." That my face flushed with heat. Feeling as though it were ablaze, "Is he out of his mind today? Hurry and eat. Once we finish, we're heading upstairs," he said with a pleasing demeanor. "That Lucien, please don't touch me again today." I firmly declined. "What are you thinking? I'm still exhausted from last night and need to catch up on sleep," he chuckled softly. Recognizing that I had been teased, I felt a surge of frustration, almost wanting to upend the empty bowl in front of me onto his face. That I stood up and retreated to the sofa in the living room, my thoughts a chaotic mess, flustered and unclear about my feelings. Lucien approached and wrapped his arms around me, as if soothing a child. "Are you upset?" I was just joking. That in truth, I was not angry. I was merely concealing my own disarray. That I'm not upset. I am merely touched to be enjoying a meal prepared by the young Marshal, I confessed, unaware of the words spilling from my lips. "Call me Lucien. I prefer it when you address me that way," he softly insisted. To my ears flushed once more. "Can you tell me why you suddenly are so kind to me? This is the greatest mystery in my heart. You are now my woman. Isn't it natural for me to treat you well?" Lucien replied. That no, that's not the primary reason. That I seek to know the truth. He did not respond immediately, remaining silent for a moment before finally speaking. "The truth is, I have fallen for you." His expression was earnest. His revelation took me by surprise. "Impossible. Weren't you quite disdainful of me?" How could you suddenly fall in love? I doubted his sincerity, but he chuckled wryly, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. In truth, I have regretted taking you to the military government basement, and the things I did to you that time. Your face was so dirty that I didn't recognize you. It was only when Long Ing Tian exchanged you for arms that I began to pay attention to you. After Long Ing Tian took you away, I followed him in my car until the next day. When he dropped you off at school, and I recognized you as you walked towards it, I immediately understood. 2 years ago in the mountains, it was you who had saved him, that I knew Long Ing Tian's movements well. He hadn't visited that village in 2 years, making contact with you impossible. Yet, he had used that batch of arms to exchange for you, confirming my suspicions that I was filled with anger. Had you not saved him, he might not be alive today. Seeing how much he cared for you only fueled my ire. Chapter 72. A match made in heaven. It turned out Lu Xian knew I was the girl from 2 years prior. He continued, Long Ing Tian has always been a thorn in my side. His influence in Sioux City is immense. The military government receives nearly a third of its total revenue in taxes from the Qing gang each year. It is quite alarming that he has more money than the military government and possesses great ambition. If allowed to develop unchecked, the consequences would be dire. He is cautious in his dealings, making it challenging to find fault with him. Just as I was at my wit's end, you appeared that you realized that the batch of arms he holds poses my greatest threat. If the Qing gang had even one firearm, it would be akin to having an army. At that point, peace in Sioux City would be at stake, and the military government's standing would be threatened. That I once offered him a considerable sum for those arms. But he refused to sell. Yet for you, he directly gifted them to me. That I realized then that you were my best leverage against him. However, I did not anticipate that you would not be the woman I could easily control. You are astute and cunning. That I knew that while you feared me, you did not submit to me. You continually sought to resist. That I had never encountered a woman like you, which piqued my interest. I began to have people investigate your background. After reviewing the gathered information, I realized you were the matchmaker's candidate chosen by the second wife. That I found it quite intriguing, and thus personally approached the second wife, expressing my willingness to meet. That if you were to become my concubine, it would undoubtedly strike a blow to Long Ing Tian. That in such circumstances, people are prone to making mistakes. Thus, I could take the opportunity to annihilate the Qing gang. However, I was mistaken once more. You are a woman unafraid of death, gazing at me with palpable disdain, not even blinking as you fired 3 shots into your own head. You astonished me. I had never witnessed a woman with such audacity. When you walked away with such grace, I found myself exhilarated, feeling that engaging with you was indeed quite intriguing. That I sensed a stir of affection towards you. Yet, I was incredulous. That Lu Xian, you are lying. If you truly harbored feelings for me, you would not have sent me to accompany Hans for the sake of his arms deal, compelling him to sign your documents. That I interrupted him, asserting that it was not my intention. I knew that Long Ing Tian was also present at Hans's banquet that day, intent on acquiring the same arms. That I could not allow him that opportunity. Only you could dissuade him from that thought. Thus, I did not genuinely intend to deliver you to Hans. Yet in the end, you acted as such, did you not? You are exceedingly clever, having discerned my scheme. What could have been a dual triumph, securing the arms while embroiling Long Ing Tian in trouble, was thwarted by your actions, which incensed me greatly. To my surprise, you bore a countenance of indifference devoid of any fear. Hence, in a fit of rage, I uttered those words to you. That was merely to intimidate you. I would not allow matters to escalate to that extent. When you fainted in the restroom, witnessing you bathed in blood stirred an unexpected anxiety within me, fearing you might truly perish. This was the first time I cared about another's life. That I kept vigil by your side in the hospital for an entire day and night. And afterward, I could hardly believe I was capable of such devotion. That I understood the difficulties you faced in the Xia family. Sending Vice Officer Wang to escort you home was intended to convey a message. You are mine. And they should not dare to treat you harshly. That I could not fathom why I felt compelled to act in this manner. It was uncharacteristic of me. What truly illuminated my feelings was the night a man climbed through your window into your bedroom. When I learned of this news, I was infuriated, suspecting the man to be Long Ing Tian. The thought of you in bed with him ignited a desire to eliminate both you and Long Ing Tian with a single shot. The following day, I heard of Hans's murder and the theft of the arms. My immediate thought was of Long Ing Tian. Soon, the inspector from the French concession approached me, hoping our military government could assist in solving the case. I discreetly investigated Long Tian, but found no leads. His actions were impeccably concealed, that I was fully aware of his involvement and could deduce his methods. Yet I lacked any evidence. Thus, I turned my thoughts to you. In those 2 days, you had not been idle. You had sullied the Xia family's reputation, rendering them the laughingstock of Sioux City. I perceived you as even more nefarious than I that you were a cunning and treacherous fox. Therefore, I visited the Xia mansion to reveal that you were the architect of their disgrace, ensuring you understood that I was privy to all your actions. Nevertheless, you continued to feign ignorance, refusing to answer my inquiries. The more you defended Long Tian, the more angered I became that I took you to the military government's interrogation room to make you comprehend the consequences of your cleverness, consequences you could not endure. Yet upon witnessing Xiao Tao Hong's humiliation, you dared to stand up for her, completely oblivious to your own predicament. Would you not find yourself in a similar situation as Xiao Tao Hong? As I beheld that scene, my thoughts drifted to you and Long Tian in bed together, and the pent-up frustration within me nearly caused internal injury, that I, in a moment of impulsive madness, I brought you home. That house was my own, and apart from Aunt Zhang, no other woman had ever set foot there. Your resistance only served to deepen my frustration. The more you resisted, the more I felt an overwhelming desire to possess you. I yearned for your presence so intensely that it seemed the only way to alleviate my pent-up emotions. Ignoring your struggles, I carried you upstairs and tossed you onto the bed. The exhilaration coursing through me was unlike anything I had ever experienced. Had it not been for the jade pendant around your neck, I would not have spared you that night. That Lucien finished speaking, gazing at me, that I had not anticipated he would share such intricate details. Aside from his affections for me, I had suspected most of the rest. Lucien produced the jade pendant, and I removed mine from around my neck. Mine was a pale green with a hint of white, while Lucien's was a deep green. The 2 pendants, of identical quality, were brought together, forming an intriguing yin-yang design, and he smiled at me, commenting, "This is a pair," that I finally understood why Aunt Zhang had given me this pendant. I was astonished that she had foreseen my encounter with Lucien. Could this be fate? I was taken aback. The first time I had seen the pendant, I was even more astonished to discover it originally belonged to my mother. It had somehow found its way to you. Perhaps it was destiny, that I believe my mother guided me from beyond, perhaps sensing my loneliness and sending you to my side in this manner. Lucien regarded me with tender eyes, that I suddenly felt a wave of pity for him. "Oh, you miss your mother. She has been gone for too long. I have forgotten her visage. Yet, I often dream of her, performing on stage. But upon waking, I recall nothing." That Lucien spoke with a melancholic tone. Aunt Zhang once mentioned that Lucien lived with his mother until the age of 6, but their bond must have been profound. The subsequent tragedy of his mother's suicide must have dealt him a significant blow. Growing up in such a household, and then following his father to war at a tender age, undoubtedly shaped his current disposition, that I contemplated revealing Aunt Zhang's situation to him, but ultimately refrained. Chapter 73. An incident occurred. Aunt Zhang must surely be aware of their circumstances. Otherwise, she would not have bestowed the pendant upon me. I refuse to believe it was mere fate. Since she has not returned for so many years, it indicates her desire to keep her whereabouts a secret. She has her own motives, and I cannot disrupt her life. Therefore, I cannot disclose the fact of her existence while she was alive. That I ask for the words he spoke to me. They may indeed be genuine. However, I do not harbor love for him. Indeed, the term like does not even apply. The nature of our relationship has always been abnormal. Lucien kissed my forehead, placing his deep green pendant around my neck, while I donned the pale green one. "That you are now my woman. From this moment forth, you shall be the only woman in my life," Lucien declared earnestly, cupping my face in his hands. His obsidian black eyes shimmered with tenderness, possessing a magnetic allure that could draw one in. As Lucien leaned closer, I sensed what was to come and instinctively covered my mouth with my hand. "Are you attempting to reject me?" He raised an eyebrow, observing me that I did not respond directly to his inquiry but shifted the topic. "What you just said about liking me, was that sincere? Do you doubt it?" Lucien frowned. "That I do doubt it. That if you were truthful, you would arrange for me to meet my mother." That I scrutinized his reaction, not expecting him to acquiesce. I was merely testing the limits of his feelings for me. "Your mother is in good health, currently receiving treatment from German doctors. She will recover soon, and I will take you to see her at the appropriate time." Hearing that my mother was recovering brought me immense joy. Nothing could surpass this news. Thank you, Lucien. My gratitude was heartfelt. That moment, my mother was in Yaji's care. Had Lucien not taken her from her clutches, her fate might have been dire. Although Lucien had his own motives, my mother was safe in his hands. Nevertheless, I hoped he would refrain from playing clever games in my presence in the future. I preferred sincerity. I want you to be honest with me, Lucien said softly. I felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing he had seen through me, that he was willing to relent and allow me to see my mother. I felt content with that alone. I will obediently admit my mistakes. I understand. Lucien's smile returned. When Lucien was at home, he appeared calm, lacking the hostility he exhibited outside. He led me upstairs, stating he had something to show me. Intrigued, I followed him upstairs. Upon entering the bedroom, he brought me to the wardrobe, mysteriously instructing me to open it. I was unsure of what he was up to, but I reached out and opened the wardrobe. To my astonishment, I discovered a plethora of women's clothing tailored to my measurements inside. Do you like them? He inquired, standing beside me. I was taken aback. He had managed to ascertain my size. Glancing at the exquisite garments, I felt a wave of emotion, not merely for the clothing itself, but for the sentiment behind his gesture. Among the garments, I spotted a familiar piece. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was the dress he had torn. He had actually kept it. It's ruined. Why keep it? I questioned, perplexed. It carries your scent, Lucien replied gently, his gaze softening. My cheeks flushed anew. Lucien, clad in a white shirt with an open collar, revealed his sun-kissed skin, toned muscles, and the rolling of his Adam's apple, coupled with his wild, captivating eyes, rendered me unable to meet his gaze. I lowered my head, the air thick with an unsettling tension. Lucien embraced me tightly, akin to an insatiable wolf, roaming freely within his territory. That day was spent in a whirlwind of madness. My relationship with Lucien seems to be progressing in a positive direction. One evening, while dining with him, his phone rang, prompting him to rise and take the call. His voice was barely audible, and I could only catch a few inconsequential snippets, leaving me perplexed about the nature of the conversation. Given his demanding schedule, it was indeed a rarity for him to be home this evening. Nevertheless, during the call, he glanced at me twice, which piqued my curiosity. Our eyes met, and he smiled faintly before averting his gaze. Perhaps I was overthinking it. Once he concluded the call, he hurried back to my side. Although he wore a smile, I could discern that it was somewhat forced. It was evident that something was troubling him. I asked, everything all right? Are you heading out? I inquired. Yes, I have matters to attend to, he replied as he approached the coat rack and deftly donned his military uniform. Will you be back tonight? If not, I shall take my leave, I asked, trailing behind him. He turned to me briefly. All right, go change your clothes. I will have the aide escort you home. I dashed upstairs to quickly change and returned to find myself in Lucien's vehicle. He instructed Officer Wang to drop me off at the CR residence. The ride was swift yet smooth, and throughout, Lucien remained silent, puffing on a cigar, while Officer Wang wore a solemn expression. It was clear that he was grappling with a significant issue. Despite my curiosity, I refrained from asking. If he chose not to share, my inquiries would be futile. Upon arriving at the CR residence, as I stepped out of the car, Lucien uttered something rather cryptic. Regardless of what transpires, you must believe that I am not a bad person. The remark left me feeling uneasy. Why would he say such a thing? What could possibly be troubling him to such an extent? This was undoubtedly not a trivial matter. Upon my return to the Xia household, I found only Yaji and Haoyu at home. Seeing me, Yaji beamed. Ninger, you're back. Have you eaten? Is father not home? I asked. I called earlier. He is still in a meeting and will be back late. Yaji informed me. A sense of unease crept over me, as I suspected that the subject of father's meeting might be connected to Lucien's phone call. I resolved to inquire further when he returned, hoping to glean some information from him. Ninger, it seems the young Marshal has taken quite an interest in you. You should seize this opportunity, Yaji advised earnestly. I smiled, aware that her sentiments were not entirely genuine, but I needed to maintain a cordial facade. Yes, I understand that in your absence, I had the place tidied up. What do you think? Yaji gestured to the newly decorated home. Upon my return, I had been preoccupied with my thoughts and had scarcely noticed. The large windows, carpets, and the crystal chandelier overhead had all been replaced with exquisite European decor. Even the old wooden wall clock had been swapped for a more ornate imported timepiece. The house was now adorned with numerous exquisite and costly ornaments, all foreign imports, indicating that father had substantial resources at his disposal. The revamped residence exuded an air of nobility and elegance, devoid of the previous garishness, clearly reflecting Yaji's considerable effort for the upcoming banquet. That I surveyed the surroundings and remarked to Yaji, "It looks splendid, that I imagine it costs quite a bit." Indeed, it was quite an expense. Your father is placing great importance on this event. Although it is ostensibly for your birthday, it primarily serves as a pretext for your father to strengthen his social connections, Yaji explained. Being the mayor is no easy feat. Many covet this position. If the young Marshal attends and our relationship is made public, the banquet will be deemed a success. The DOU comprehend our intentions. Such a straightforward proposition left little room for misunderstanding. In essence, the aim was to publicly announce my association with the young Marshal at this banquet, thereby dissuading those who might oppose father or covet his mayoral position, that if this was indeed the objective. It was understandable. Yet, Yaji's motivations for orchestrating father's birthday celebration extended beyond mere social maneuvering. Chapter 74. Keep your distance from the young Marshal. I ascended the stairs to freshen up and don my sleepwear before descending. Father had returned and was seated on the living room sofa. While Yaji prepared tea for him, that I approached him and asked, "Father, why have you returned so late? Is something amiss?" Yaji served him the tea. And after taking a few sips, father sighed deeply and said, "It appears that Sioux City may be on the brink of a significant crisis. With General Liu stationed in Sioux City, what could possibly go wrong?" Yaji retorted dismissively. Father shot her a look and shook his head. "What do you know? While General Liu wields considerable influence, he cannot surpass the provincial government's authority. He, too, is accountable to higher authorities. Recently, there have been reports alleging that elements within the military government are colluding with the British to smuggle opium. The higher-ups are furious and have dispatched investigators to look into the matter. They will arrive tomorrow." "What? There are individuals in the military government involved in opium smuggling? How audacious! This is a national government prohibition," Yaji exclaimed wide-eyed. "General Liu has maintained strict control over opium for years, and I find it hard to believe that anyone would dare defy his orders. Unless, of course, that individual happens to be the young Marshal himself, who personally issued the ban on opium in Sioux City. Therefore, it cannot be him. That if no one dares to undertake such an act, then the allegations of collusion with the British to smuggle opium must be fabricated. But why would they concoct such a story?" I questioned. Father rubbed his temples in frustration and sighed again. "The intricacies of this situation are far too complex to explain succinctly. That Sioux City has enjoyed stability and rapid economic growth in recent years, and the military government's annual tax revenue has made many envious. Thus, there are numerous individuals coveting this lucrative territory, including the provincial government. Ultimately, this incident is a direct assault on the military government. General Liu and the young Marshal are in a precarious position. Surely that cannot be. Does Sioux City not pay taxes to the provincial government every year?" Yaji interjected that, of course, taxes are paid, but that is not the crux of the matter. The real issue is that General Liu's influence is expanding. With Sioux City's flourishing economy as his foundation and a growing military force, his power is increasing, which naturally raises concerns for the provincial government. I began to grasp the situation entirely. Regardless of whether there truly was opium smuggling, the mere existence of such allegations provided a pretext for the provincial government to send representatives to Sioux City, with their true intentions remaining shrouded in mystery. This also clarified why Liu Xian had been acting so restlessly. He understood that mishandling this situation could lead to a complete rupture with the provincial government, a consequence that would be difficult to mitigate. That a sense of worry settled within me. In the current social climate, Sioux City stands as a bastion of stability, untouched by the ravages of war, a testament to General Liu's diligent governance. Thus, I fervently wish for the military government to remain unscathed. Ninga, you should keep your distance from the young Marshal for the time being. None can predict how this will unfold. If General Liu cannot navigate this challenge, we must ensure we are not ensnared in the fallout. Father advised that IT was typical of him. Previously, he was eager for all of Sioux City to know of my relationship with the young Marshal. Yet now, faced with adversity, he sought to distance himself for fear of repercussions. His self-serving nature was no surprise, and I felt no shock at his words. "Your father is right. These are precarious times. It would be best to avoid unnecessary meetings. Yaji added that I nodded and glanced outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. The night had already enveloped the city. The following day, as I arrived at the school gate, I spotted Du Bingxin just as she arrived. She appeared to be in high spirits today and greeted me with a warm embrace. "What good fortune has befallen you? You seem positively elated," I remarked. "Can you tell? Am I that obvious?" She replied, beaming. "Only a fool would fail to notice. You are practically radiating happiness," I teased her. "Haha, is that so?" She laughed heartily, attracting curious glances from passing classmates. Unbothered, she continued to smile widely. "So, what is the cause of your joy?" I inquired. "Oh, it's nothing much. Longing Tian is returning," Du Bingxin said, her joy palpable. I was taken aback. "Longing Tian is coming back. When?" "Tomorrow," she responded. "Tomorrow?" I was surprised. "Yes, a Qing told me," she replied. "Tomorrow, representatives from the provincial government are coming to Sioux City to investigate the opium smuggling allegations." The timing of Long Ing Tian's return was either a coincidence or a deliberate move. Where had his shipment of arms arrived? What were his intentions? Did he have any connection to Ning Ming Che and this opium smuggling incident? A flood of questions surged within me, and I fervently hoped that none of this was related to him. "Xia Yuning, what are you pondering?" Du Bingxin asked. Eyeing me curiously, did I snap back to reality and asked, "Did a Qing mention where they currently are?" Du Bingxin shook her head, puzzled that I have no idea. He never shares his plans with me. "Aren't you aware?" In my haste, I had forgotten that Longing Tian would not disclose his whereabouts to Du Bingxin. "Xia Yuning, you seem unusually strange today," she remarked. "What is so strange about me?" I replied, "Did I find your demeanor rather peculiar?" "Where has he gone? Are you not the least bit curious?" "Of course I am, yet he chooses not to divulge anything to me. Thus, I have become accustomed to it." Du Bingxin wears a proud expression, remarking, "He holds you in such high regard. Once you marry, your in-laws will not dare to mistreat you." Did I jest in response? "I have no intentions of seeking an in-law family." Du Bingxin retorts, "Yet he too must marry." Her smile gradually fades, replaced by a visage of sorrow. The mere contemplation of this issue brings me great distress. The Du Bingxin appears visibly disheartened, displaying emotions that seem out of place for their relationship. Every action of Long Ingtian profoundly influences Du Bingxin's feelings, an occurrence that seems decidedly abnormal. That I cast a concerned glance at her and gently advise, "Bingxin, harboring such thoughts is misguided. You must not entertain any notions regarding him. Do you understand?" Du Bingxin lowers her head in silence. That I am reassured that my instincts were not misguided. That I softly pat her shoulder and continue to counsel her, "Bingxin, is he aware of your feelings?" She shakes her head. That I exhale with relief. Thankfully, it is not too late to withdraw my heart. Yet she shakes her head again, stating that it is impossible to retract her feelings, as she has already become ensnared since coming into his orbit. "Bingxin, you are mistaken in this. That if he were to learn of your feelings, how would you both navigate your relationship?" My concern for Du Bingxin's predicament deepens. As we approach the classroom, the school bell rings, interrupting our conversation. Chapter 75. Not biological siblings. Upon entering the classroom, we retrieve our textbooks from the drawer and set them upon our desks. The first lesson is a foreign language class, taught by Ms. Susan. Throughout the class, Du Bingxin appears utterly distracted. That I have never been one to overlook her. Yet she sits absorbed in the books before her, seemingly oblivious to the lesson. As the class nears its midpoint, she pushes her textbook towards me. That I glance at it and notice a few elegant characters inscribed. "We are not biologically related." I am taken aback and look at her in astonishment. She solemnly nods in affirmation. This revelation strikes me like a thunderclap. Long Ingtian and Du Bingxin are not siblings. What on earth has transpired? It is utterly inconceivable. For the remainder of the class, I struggle to focus. Finally, when the bell rings, I eagerly inquire about the situation. 3 years ago, my beloved grandmother passed away, leaving me an orphan, wandering the streets. Subsequently, I fell victim to human traffickers and was sold into a brothel. I was quite young then. The madam forced me to work, fetching water, chopping wood, and cleaning up filth. Failure to comply resulted in severe beatings. My singular desire was to escape. Whenever an opportunity arose, I would flee, only to be recaptured and beaten mercilessly. Time and again, that I understood that each escape represented a glimmer of hope. Remaining there would lead me to become like the other women, the lowest of the low. A wretched prostitute, I would rather face death than endure such a fate. One day, while the madam was away, I seized the chance to flee once more. I ran far and thought I was safe, only to discover my luck had run out. The madam was nearby. Terrified, I turned to flee, but was quickly seized by one of her henchmen. Enraged, the madam ordered them to beat me to a pulp. Each blow was excruciating, and just as I felt I might perish, a man intervened. He redeemed me from the madam's grasp, arranged for my medical care, and nursed me back to health. Once I had fully recovered, I learned he was a small-time gangster. He took me under his wing as his little sister, and from that moment on, I followed in his footsteps. Eventually, he became acquainted with the leader of the Ching gang in Sioux City and settled there. So that explains it. Their surnames differ. I had assumed one followed the maternal line while the other adhered to the paternal. That a myriad of emotions swirls within me. What do you intend to do now? I inquired. That I do not know. I am simply content to remain by his side, that I do not wish to think too much about it. Du Bingxin replies with a smile, that I believe her affection for Long Yingtian runs deeper than mine. She remains unaware of my connection to him. Should she discover it, it would surely cause her great anguish. That as for my own future with Long Yingtian, I am acutely aware that I am no longer the innocent girl I once was. I am no longer a complete woman, unworthy of standing by his side. Since that fateful night, I have realized that the chasm between Long Yingtian and myself is insurmountable, that Du Bingxin is far more deserving of him than I am. Reflecting upon Long Yingtian's previous words brings a subtle ache to my heart. After school, Du Bingxin insists on accompanying me to Chaohui Theater, as I had previously arranged with the troupe leader to perform 5 times a week. Thus, despite my somber mood, I must go. The venue is bustling with patrons. The promotional posters showcasing my role adorn the entrance. Weekends typically attract the largest crowds, yet today is no exception, drawing in audiences from Monday to Friday, all eager to witness the performance of Sai Jinhua. The troupe leader greets me with enthusiasm and escorts me to the dressing room, where Sister Hua is already waiting. That I take a seat as Sister Hua begins to apply my makeup. While the troupe leader and Du Bingxin sit nearby, the Du Bingxin brings up an incident from a few days prior, when she saw the young Marshal heading backstage after I had left her side. The mere mention of this incident causes the troupe leader to show signs of trepidation. Just after you two departed, the young Marshal arrived at the backstage looking for Miss Xia. That we have a confidentiality agreement. So I did not disclose anything to him at that moment. He was quite irate, brandishing a gun at my head. Fortunately, Sister Hua intervened and diffused the situation. That I meet Sister Hua's gaze. She smiles, indicating that the young Marshal recognized me and did not trouble the troop leader. However, before leaving, he uttered a single phrase that my curiosity piqued. I ask, what did he say? Sister Hua chuckles softly and whispers in my ear, did she happen to be surnamed Xia? I am taken aback. Could it be that Lu Xian knows it is me? Even in my disguised state, standing before my mother, she might not recognize me. How could he possibly know? The troop leader departs shortly thereafter. The Du Bingxin leans in, eager to know what the troop leader said before he left. The young Marshal recognized me. I reply, what? Even in your disguise, he was able to identify you. That is quite extraordinary. Did the troop leader divulge anything to him, leading to this revelation? Du Bingxin appears incredulous. Miss Du, you are mistaken. The troop leader did not share any information regarding Miss Xia. This was indeed revealed by the young Marshal himself. Sister Hua asserts earnestly that I recall the night Lu Xian sat at the edge of my bed, observing me in the darkness. That it was on that night that he transformed me from a girl into a woman. From that moment on, he was no longer the Lu Xian I once knew. I ponder why he has not mentioned anything to me in the ensuing days, behaving as if he knows nothing at all. Why is that? This young Marshal seems to linger like a ghost, haunting every corner of my existence. Perhaps you owe him from a past life, and he has come to collect in this one. Du Bingxin remarks, her expression filled with indignation. Sister Hua chuckles, her hands continuing their work. Such matters are indeed complex. If they are truly the result of past life connections, one cannot escape them. Xia Yuning, I suddenly feel a wave of sympathy for you, a beautiful flower ensnared by such a tyrant. What shall you do if he seeks you out again? Where will you flee? Du Bingxin gazes at me with pity. Should she learn of my entanglement with Lu Xian, I wonder what her response would be. This affair is far from honorable, and my relationship with Lu Xian is one best left unspoken. A secret liaison not meant for public scrutiny that I shall not confide in anyone about this, including Du Bingxin, that I do not wish to burden her with my worries that do not fret on my account. I know precisely what I must do, I reassure her, lightly patting her cheek. Sister Hua urges me to don my costume. And once I am ready, I take a peek through the curtain to find the audience filling every seat. The upper level is also packed, yet I do not see Lu Xian's familiar figure. He must be preoccupied with matters of importance, leaving no time to attend the theater. It seems I may not encounter him again in the coming days. Chapter 76. Two improbable souls upon returning to the backstage after my performance. The troupe leader approaches me, expressing a desire to amend our agreement that I share his sentiment, as the previous terms had allocated me a meager share, far below the revenues I bring to the theater. He presents the revised contract for my review, stipulating that I cannot perform elsewhere, with a new division of earnings set at 30% for me and 70% for the theater. Compared to before, this is considerably more favorable. If this arrangement continues, I shall soon accrue a substantial sum, allowing me to pursue my aspirations. This prospect brings me immense joy. With a flourish, I sign my name and leave my imprint upon the document. Receiving a payout 30 times greater than previously fills me with elation. For the first time, I truly perceive how money can alleviate life's burdens. The Du Bingxin is even more jubilant than I. Insisting that I treat her to Japanese cuisine at the international restaurant this weekend, that I was asked to increase her salary, and with a flourish of extravagant generosity, I readily agreed. The two of us exited the theater in high spirits and stepped into Du Bingxin's sleek black sedan. Just as the car began to pull away, I casually spotted two familiar faces emerging from the theater. I instructed Du Bingxin's bodyguard and driver to halt the vehicle. Puzzled, Du Bingxin turned to me and inquired, "What is the matter?" I gestured towards the window, indicating two men in suits. That Du Bingxin turned to look outside and exclaimed in surprise, "Teacher Zhang." "That's Teacher Zhang." I nodded in acknowledgement. The man standing alongside Teacher Zhang was none other than Scarface. A cigarette dangled from Scarface's lips as he conversed with Teacher Zhang, seemingly engaged in a discussion of some significance. Teacher Zhang nodded repeatedly, as if he were receiving instructions from Scarface. How could they possibly be together? After being extricated from the police station by my father, Teacher Zhang had sent Scarface away, having heard that his reputation in Sioux City was too tarnished for anyone to employ him. He had apparently left Sioux City. How could he suddenly reappear, especially in the company of Scarface? This was utterly perplexing that a sense of unease washed over me. The connections between Scarface, Teacher Zhang, Yaji, and Xia Qinyu were becoming increasingly apparent. "What are you thinking about, Xia Yuning?" Du Bingxin gazed at me curiously that I shared my suspicions with her, and she too felt something was amiss. "Thus, I would like to ask for your assistance," I said to Du Bingxin. "You need only say the word, and I shall assist you," she replied. "Please help me find someone to follow Teacher Zhang and Scarface. I wish to know where they are going and whom they are meeting." "No problem. I will arrange it for you. That we must be discreet and avoid alarming them. That it would be best to enlist someone experienced," I expressed, feeling a twinge of distrust towards the ruffians of the Qing gang. "Rest assured, it will be someone from my circle, approved by the elder brother. You need not worry. It won't interfere with your affairs," Du Bingxin assured me confidently. "Well then, I appreciate your help with this matter." "What are you saying? If you continue to be so polite, I might just become upset." Du Bingxin feigned annoyance. "All right, I acknowledge my mistake that I shall not dare again. Please forgive me," I pleaded playfully. "I shall grant you this chance. But do not let it happen again." Du Bingxin chuckled at Asan. "Find a brother to follow those two that you heard what I said earlier, right? Be cautious and do not raise any alarms," Du Bingxin instructed the man sitting in the passenger seat, pointing towards the two men at the entrance. "Understood, miss," the man named Asan replied, promptly exiting the vehicle. He lit a cigarette and made his way towards Scarface and Teacher Zhang, with someone keeping an eye on them. I felt a sense of relief that Du Bingxin's car then departed from Chaohui Theater, heading towards the Xia Manor. The vehicle soon arrived at the manor, and I stepped out just as Du Bingxin's car was pulling away. I placed my hand on the doorbell and pressed it twice. When my father's car arrived, he was returning home late again, suggesting he had been quite busy these past few days. Aunt Lu opened the door, and my father's car drove inside. That I followed him in, with Aunt Lu closing the door behind us. The vehicle came to a halt in the courtyard, and Officer Zhang exited to open the door for my father. who then stepped out, exuding an air of authority. I approached him and greeted him, but a strong scent of alcohol wafted from him. "Father, you're back." He cast a serious glance in my direction and replied, "Why did you return so late? Did I not instruct you to refrain from visiting the young Marshal recently?" "Oh, I did not go today. I merely took a stroll with some classmates," I explained. He responded with a curt HM, his expression still grim. That it was evident that his day at the city government had not been pleasant, that I dared not provoke him further, as I needed to inquire about his encounters that day. I followed him into the house. Upon seeing us return together, Yaji asked in surprise, "How did you both come back together?" "We ran into each other at the entrance," I clarified, then caught a whiff of the alcohol on my father's breath and frowned. "Sir, have you been drinking?" "Indeed. I had a few drinks with Secretary Li from Nanxing today," my father replied while untying his tie and tossing it to Yaji before settling onto the sofa. "Aunt Lu, please prepare some hangover soup for the master," Yaji instructed. That I took a seat beside my father and poured him a glass of water. "Secretary Li, such a low-ranking official," Yaji exclaimed in astonishment. That he is the Secretary Li close to the chairman, an influential figure in his circle. My father clarified that I have heard of this individual. He once took a bullet for the chairman, that he is a trusted confidant. For him to be dispatched here, the matter must be serious. Yaji remarked, her surprise palpable. Indeed, this person wields considerable power in Nanxing. He is not someone to be trifled with. My father lamented that if that is the case, could Sioux City be on the verge of a significant change? With such capabilities, if my father were to cultivate a good relationship with him, we might ascend the ranks. Leaving Sioux City for Nanxing could offer greater prospects, Yaji exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as if she had stumbled upon a new discovery. I truly admired Yaji. Had she been a man, she would surely outshine my father. That my father sighed. It is not so simple. He is accustomed to looking down on others. How could a mere mayor like me possibly garner his attention? What transpired today? Yaji pressed on. We hosted him at the International Hotel. General Liu from the military government and the young marshal were in attendance. The general personally toasted Secretary Li, yet while the general drank heartily, Secretary Li merely took a small sip, claiming he could not drink, that he had those around him drink on his behalf. His drinking prowess is legendary in Nanxing. Who does not know he can drink tenfold against one? His actions were a blatant slight against the general. The general managed to maintain a smile, but the young marshal's expression soured considerably. The dinner became exceedingly awkward. Why would Secretary Li act in such a manner? What good could come from offending the general? Yaji queried. Perplexed, he stands second to none in Nanxing, used to being haughty. How could he possibly regard a small place like Sioux City? Sir, what will you do? Secretary Li intends to investigate the opium smuggling issue. Will you participate or evade?